Chapter 1, The School Beauty Becomes My Girlfriend. Bite. System activation. Hiss. Yi Nanshu, who was sleeping soundly on the big bed in the hotel, cried out in pain and suddenly opened his eyes. This. When he looked around, he saw a girl with her eyes slightly closed lying next to him. When he saw the beautiful face of the Qing girl, Yi Nanshu took a breath of cold air. Isn't the Sun Fei, who has been the school beauty for 2 consecutive years? What's going on? The system has been activated. Would you like to claim the newbie hidden mission gift pack? Who? Shut up. Yi Nanshu shouted angrily in frustration. I still remember that last night my girlfriend Li Menjing cheated on me with Ding Peng, a rich boy in school. I broke up with her in anger and went to the bar to get drunk. But how come I could have such a good relationship with the school beauty who was my senior? It seems that I am already in negative distance contact with her? This is really. Just like that, I gave away my senior school beauty. You know, this is the dream lover of all the Nantong students in the school. It's impossible that he completely blacked out due to drinking too much. Those who say he blacked out are just playing tug of war in the crotch of the blind monk. That's nonsense. Yi Nanshu kept shaking his head, and gradually, the memories of last night slowly emerged in his mind. Last night. It was actually the senior who took the initiative? I thought that both of them were so drunk that they became friends for life, but thinking back to the mosaic scenes of last night, Yi Nanshu's breathing became heavier. But who would have thought that she was the one who took the initiative in all this? Is this what they call younger brother, don't move, senior sister, I'll do it all automatically? Before being with Li Menjing, he made a bet with his roommates that whoever lost would send the message good morning to the campus beauty for 100 consecutive days. At that time, I felt that my roommates were all bad friends, and 2 of them were reminded of the past by the scene. They were reminded of the past because they jokingly asked what I would do if I got drunk with Sun Fei at the same time. At that time, I just said, I can't think of it. But they said that no one could be so strong as not to think of it. He was speechless immediately. He said that he couldn't think of such a fantastic thing, but they heard it as can't think of it. If you bet, you lose it. But, it was only 99 days before the relationship with Li Menjing came to fruition. Little did we know that good morning has now become a verb? Yi Nanshu's loud shout woke up Sun Fei, who was beside him. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and when he saw the senior sister was naked, his black eyes shot out a bit of heat. With such a figure, who would not want to have some dirty thoughts? Sun Feeten opened her mouth slightly, her face flushed with shame, almost bleeding, and she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, "You, don't look at it anymore. Host, would you like to receive the newbie hidden mission gift pack?" At this moment, a mechanical female voice sounded in my mind again. Only then did Yi Nanshu come back to his senses. Could it be the system? I am a fan of novels, and so are several of my roommates. At that time, I even joked that my last name was also Yi, and that Yi would definitely beat Lin. But now, such a nonsensical thing actually happened to me? Yi Nanshu paused, looking at Sun Fei, the proudest creation of the creator, and said to the system in his heart, I don't care who you are, shut down immediately. Joke. Who cares about the system at this time? Are you a man? Okay host, this system will shut down automatically in 5 seconds. The hidden gift pack of the school beauty Sun Fei has been received. Yi Nanshu didn't care what the system said. He stared at Sun Fei's rosy face without blinking. Senior, Sun Fei was so embarrassed that she hid her head and body in the bed. She clutched the sheets tightly with her bare hands until her knuckles turned white. Stop talking. No, I mean, last night. I was a little confused, can we do it again? Moan. Sun Fei let out a moan, and nothing more happened. I don't know when, this junior who kept sending me messages saying good morning, his appearance became engraved in my bones and blood. In the past, many playboys and second-generation wealthy businessmen wanted to pursue me, but I was never interested. Only this junior who insisted on sending me good morning messages 99 days a day, his shadow was imprinted in my mind and could not be erased. I investigated him 30 days after he posted it. Although he was very handsome, I didn't think so at the time. As time went by, waiting for his message every morning seemed to become a necessary thing for me in the morning. But I didn't expect that this guy only lasted 99 days. It's so maddening. Finally, I found out that he had a girlfriend. At that time, she felt empty inside. I saw him break up with his girlfriend last night, and I was afraid that something might happen to him, so I followed him to the bar, but who would have thought? Senior? Yi Nanshu, who had been waiting for a long time without receiving any response, felt disappointed. He let out a light cry and was about to open the system. Well, as long as you like it. However, the voice as thin as a mosquito's hum entered Yi Nanshu's ears. 2 hours later, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Sunfei's cheeks were lightly rosy, her eyes were half open and blurred, her heart was sweet, and she was breathing softly. She looked at the older boy next to her with curved eyebrows and opened her pink lips slightly. Yi Nanshu, I like you. Senior. Why are you so cruel? Send me a good morning one more day, and I'll give you a chance. Yi Nanshu was stunned. Is this her motivation for taking the initiative? Yi Nanshu stared at the beauty in front of him with deep eyes, and said softly, It's my fault, senior sister, from now on, you only belong to me, be my girlfriend. Although. Stop talking. Sunfei interrupted Yi Nanshu, blinked her bright eyes, and said shyly, I only belong to you. Buzz. Just as Yi Nanshu was getting excited, the phone on the bedside table started vibrating. Yi Nanshu looked confused and took out his cell phone to check. It's okay if you don't look at it, but it's scary when you do. Your account ending in 5438 continued to deposit 1 billion renminbi at 8:09 on October 15th. The balance after the transaction is 1,038,438 renminbi. Cosmos Bank. This. Yi Nanshu's expression froze instantly and his breathing became difficult. Is this a bank error? Or, wait, is this the so-called Godly Rich System article? The so-called mission reward from that system? 1 billion? What's wrong? When Sunfei saw Yi Nanshu's expression, she thought that Li Menjing regretted her decision and wanted to get back together. She instantly became angry and pouted, looking extremely cute. Yi Nanshu shook his head and laughed. Wife, I will support you from now on. No. I have to go back and check this system out. If there really is such a rich system, it will never be my turn in the future showing off? I'm going to die. Who is your wife? You have no shame. Sunfei spat lightly, not in anger, but her obsidian eyes were full of joy. Shall we go back to school first? You go back first, I'll leave soon. Can. Okay, I need to put on my clothes. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Xiao Xiao's mother gave birth to Xiao Xiao, who was the most clever of all. Just as Yi Nanshu arrived at the hotel lobby, an extremely familiar voice was heard instantly. Menjing, I bought Viagra this time, and I guarantee it will take 1 minute this time. Oh, you are so bad, husband. This voice is exactly the voice of Ding Pang and Li Menjing. Hey, isn't this Yi Nanshu? What? You also have the money to book a room in this big hotel? Are you a prostitute? Li Menjing said sarcastically when she saw Yi Nanshu. Does Ding Pang have uremia? That's why you are so mean. Yi Nanshu frowned and retorted. You. This guy. What brand of plastic bag does he use? It can hold so much. A poor guy is a poor guy. It will never change in your lifetime. Are you looking for death, huh? Ding Pang got angry when he saw that this country bumpkin dared to say that to his girlfriend. TSK, I wouldn't dare. After all, you carry medicine with you. Ding Pang's face instantly turned red when he heard this. You are really nosy. She knows whether it's wide or not. Yi Nanshu laughed and pointed at Li Menjing. I'll kill you. Ding the host is detected to be in danger. The system is forcibly turned on and the automatic defense fighting technique is activated. Chapter 2 Ding Pang becomes Ding Pang. In an instant, after Yi Nanshu heard these words, he felt a current rushing into his body. Whoosh. Oh. Ding Pang was lying on the ground, hunched over, his face as pale as paper, moaning constantly. Yi Nanshu. What are you doing? Seeing this, Li Mingyao's face changed drastically and she shouted sharply. After being surprised, Yi Nanshu looked calm. Isn't it obvious? It was self-defense. I think you are just jealous. Who else would be interested in you except me, who was blind at the time? You are so shameless. You even hit my boyfriend. I must call the police and have you arrested. While speaking, Li Menjing had already taken out her cell phone. Nanshu. In a moment, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded. The conflict here had already attracted a lot of people to come and watch. After hearing this pleasant voice, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw Sun Fei's stunning beauty, their computers all went offline. This is so beautiful. Everyone, young or old, male or female, stared blankly at Sun Fei as she walked slowly towards them. They even dared not breathe, as if they were afraid that their breathing would affect this peerless beauty. Sun Fei had long been numb to the gazes of others. She walked to Yi Nanshu with a smile on her face. After seeing Li Menjing, who was stunned, she bit her lips lightly and made a bold decision. She took Yi Nanshu's arm and asked softly, "Nanshu, what's wrong?" Yi Nanshu stared at Sun Fei with his dark eyes fixed on her without blinking. His voice trembled as he spoke in an absolutely gentle voice, "Be careful." Spit. Sun Fei spat lightly, and her beautiful face looked like a red-hot piece of iron, almost dripping with blood. Looking down at my toes. It's so embarrassing. How can this guy say such things without considering the occasion? Really? But after hearing Yi Nanshu's words and seeing Sun Fei's shy expression, everyone looked at Yi Nanshu with envy. This guy is simply 999, 6 times more. The air seemed to freeze, especially Li Menjing, who looked at Yi Nanshu in disbelief. Her face had a slightly ferocious look. She naturally knew Sun Fei, who was from the same school. Now, seeing the school's #1 beauty Sun Fei being so intimate with her ex-boyfriend who had just broken up with her, and even appearing in the hotel, she felt very uncomfortable. Ding Peng entered the hospital, and Li Menjing naturally followed him. However, Sun Fei frowned slightly when she saw Yi Nanshu's resentful look before leaving. She couldn't help but clench her little pink fists and said to herself, "It would be fine if you don't do anything to my boyfriend, but if you dare to hurt him in the slightest, I will make you pay." Yi Nanshu also hurried back to the dormitory because he got the system by chance. As for the matter between Ding Peng and Li Menjing, he had completely forgotten about it. Fuck. The boss is back. Nanshu, can you teach me how to do it? As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Yi Nanshu was about to go back to his bed to study the system in detail, but he was stopped by his 3 friends as soon as he entered the door. Yi Nanshu was puzzled. Why? You're still pretending. Su Ming, the second in the dormitory, looked at Yi Nanshu with an ambiguous expression. TSK, you're really something. You just broke up with Li Menjing last night, and you're instantly hooking up with our school beauty. Seeing his 3 friends looking at him with envy, Yi Nanshu glanced at them and hung his head. I don't know what you are talking about. Although I have confirmed my relationship with my senior, how can I make our relationship public without her consent? Still pretending. There are photos on the forum as evidence. The 2 of you spent the whole night at the Hilton Hotel last night. TSK. Forehead. Teach me, how did you win the heart of the campus beauty Sun? Su Ming asked hurriedly. Yi Nanshu thought for a while, and didn't care who posted those photos on the forum. He said perfunctorily, let me teach you the 3 principles of picking up girls. Persistence, shamelessness, and persistence in shamelessness. What are you teaching? Su Ming said indignantly. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, don't say that about yourself. After saying that, Yi Nanshu went straight back to his bed and pretended to sleep. After a long while, Su Ming finally reacted and roared, you are the thing, not me. The eldest in 4th in the dormitory. Yi Nanshu returned to his bed and meditated, saying silently, turn on the computer. Turn on the computer. Buffering. Host, hello, welcome to the Moxing system. I am the 438th Artificial Intelligence System. You can call me Mo Xiaoxi. Yi Nanshu was slightly stunned when he heard these words appear in his mind. Is this an artificial system? Yes. Tell me what skills you have. Host, Xiaoxi has collected all the information about your planet last night. As long as you can think of it, there is nothing Xiaoxi can't do. But you must complete the hidden tasks one by one in person. Only after signing in can you receive the rewards. There is a saying on this blue planet with only a 0.7 level civilization, there is no free lunch in the world. In Xiaoxi's system, there is a task mall. As long as you complete a task, you can get the corresponding tasking coins. The ink coins can be used to purchase anything in skills at the mall unlocked level, but the extra triggered rewards cannot be used in your personal name. Although Xiaoxi has wandered in the universe for hundreds of billions of light years, Xiaoxi cannot break the rules of low-level civilizations. Yi Nanshu rolled his eyes subconsciously when he heard this, so, I can't use the 1 billion myself. Yes. Yi Nanshu was stunned. Wasn't this just a joke? That means I can use the things I buy in the mall for personal use, right? Yes, only the extra rewards cannot be used for personal use. Xiaoxi has already arranged everything else, which is reasonable and legal. Yi Nanshu nodded subconsciously. Immediately, he opened his own personal information. Yi Nanshu, male, 19 years old, from the Blue Planet. Experience value, 100 military strength physical strengthening, 0.01500 ink coins, 2 host skills, none mall unlock level, 0. Seeing this information, Yi Nanshu was a little amused. It turns out that I am still in the novice village. But the physical strengthening degree of 0.01 is outrageous. After all, he says he is only a 2-hour person. Is he that weak? Compared to moxing, the degree of physical enhancement cannot be calculated by the duration of the mosaic event. On Azure Star, the most powerful person only has a degree of enhancement of 1.9. Yi Nanshu shook his head and smiled bitterly, then opened his personal mall. Suddenly, he was stunned. Chapter 3 Moxing System. When Yi Nanshu saw the things in the mall, it was like a green dragon crescent blade cutting his butt, and his eyes opened wide. The items in the Level 0 mall are also dazzling. Azure Star 4-wheel vehicle, 0.1 Mobi purchase. East China Sea Seaview Villa, 0.2 Mozambique purchase. 50% equity interest in Shida Group, 0.3 Mexican pesos purchase. Moxing Quick Martial Arts Basics Modification, 0.4 Mo coin purchase. Top Driver Skills, 1 Mo coin purchase. Top Piano Skill, 2 Mobi purchase. Top Cooking Skill, 2 ink coins purchase. Looking at these dazzling things, Yi Nanshu, who had just entered the novice village, clicked on the first 5 items in one go and wanted to buy them. He also wanted to click on the ones below that were showing that he had insufficient ink coins. In a moment, Yi Nanshu felt as if an electric current was flowing through his body, and his bones were creaking. After a long time, his face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But when he opened his eyes, he found that his whole body seemed to have endless energy. Looking to the side, next to the pillow, there was a car key. Well, Xiaoxi, right? Why aren't villas as expensive as skills? After spending all the ink coins, Yi Nanshu asked with a bit of regret. Host, on our MO Star, only skills and other things are the best. Materials are not worth mentioning on our MO Star. How can I earn Mobi quickly? Host, please open the taskbar and complete the task or sign in. Xiaoxi kindly reminds you that Mobi is hard-earned, please cherish it. Yi Nanshu was too lazy to pay attention to her and opened the taskbar. A number of tasks are listed above. To win the favor of the school beauty Sun Fei's bestie, 2 experience points, 1 ink coin? If the task fails, 20 experience points will be deducted, 10 ink coins? Looking at this weird task, Yi Nanshu muttered in his heart. I have received it. Yi Nanshu was a little speechless. Did he say he had received it? Really? He couldn't help but go to the sign-in page and click sign in. Sign-in completed, 0.5 Mobi, triggering the extra sign-in reward, 2 billion Azure Star currency. After hearing Mo Xiaoxi's words, Yi Nanshu opened his personal information again and took a look. Yi Nanshu, male, 19 years old, from the Blue Planet. Experience value, 100. Force value physical enhancement, 0.51500. Ink coin, 0.5. Host skills, primary martial arts, top level car skills. Mall unlock level, 0. When this experience value is full, can I unlock the next mall level? Yes. Buzz. When Yi Nanshu wanted to ask something, his cell phone started vibrating. When he found out that another 2 billion had arrived in his account, he was about to put down his phone when a call came in. Seeing that it was Sun Fei calling, Yi Nanshu picked up the call without thinking. Nanshu. Sun Fei's clear and ethereal voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Yi Nanshu heard Sun Fei's hesitant voice and couldn't help but get nervous. Wife, what happened to you? Oh, no, it's my roommates, they want to see you, and we are right downstairs in your dormitory now. Yi Nanshu was stunned. Is this what will happen if I accept the mission? He is now a little doubtful whether the photos on this forum were created by this system. Host, Xiaoxi found out that the photo on the Donghai University forum was posted by Sun Fei's roommate Li Xiang, and has nothing to do with Xiaoxi. Yi Nanshu. He didn't care about anything else, just got up and got out of bed. Saner, where are you going? Su Ming asked softly after getting out of bed. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, my roommates want to see me. I'll go downstairs for a while. Best friend? Hearing this, the eyes of several friends in the dormitory suddenly lit up. They came to Yinanshu in a flattering manner and said flatteringly, Sanner, you see, you can't finish it all by yourself. How about introducing the brothers to each other? Can't finish it? Yes, third brother, I heard that third sister-in-law's roommates are all very pretty, you can't eat alone. Old three, take us there. We can also be your wingman, how nice. Unable to persuade them, Yinanshu smiled and said, come on then. Yahoo, long live Sanner. Second brother, those socks are mine, damn. Looking at his three roommates who were so excited that they clasped their hands together, and kept dressing up and acting very sexy, Yinanshu held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Extra, extra, the school beauty Sun Fei is here downstairs. Outside the dormitory, someone shouted this, and all the males lay on the windowsill of the corridor, looking at the school beauty. Downstairs in the dormitory. The showy roommates even sprayed perfume. When Yinanshu and the other three came downstairs, because Sun Fei was such an eye-catching sight, more people came in and out of the dormitory building. Some of the brave ones even stood there and watched the beauty of the school beauties. Who are these campus beauties waiting for? She is so beautiful. If I could be with her, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. TSK, how could the school beauty be interested in you if you look like this? The onlookers whispered. Fei Fei, look at you. You're such a big school beauty, but I don't know why you fell for that country bumpkin. Best friend Pei Chin Louis said with some complaint. If it weren't for the photos on the forum, they wouldn't have believed that the usually aloof campus belle, who usually wouldn't even look at the so-called school hunk, would actually be with such a country bumpkin this time. Who would believe this if I told others? Sun Fei blinked her eyes and said calmly, as long as I like it. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but our school hunk Li Jianrun has been pursuing you. You have a good family background, you're handsome, and you're the president of the Taekwondo club. In what way are you not better than this Nanshu? Yeah, I really don't understand you. You picked up a little boy who was left behind by others. I'm speechless. Sun Fei turned a deaf ear to what her best friend said. She also didn't notice that Li Lixiang had a slightly gloomy look on her face. Senior. Hi, beautiful ladies. Yinanshu and the other three slowly came over here. Seeing Yinanshu, Sun Fei subconsciously walked to his side. At this moment, many boys' hearts were broken into QR codes. Let me introduce you to. When Yinanshu was about to speak, his best friend Pei Chinlu interrupted him. She said slowly, Yinanshu, right? Did you know that the school hunk Li Jianrun has been pursuing our Fei Fei? Yinanshu nodded and said, I don't know. Then you nodded? Nodding is a sign of respect for you, which means I know now. After saying that, he looked at Sun Fei affectionately, and under the gaze of everyone, he gently held Sun Fei's hand. So, I will be twice as good to you, senior sister. Ha, do you think you can bring happiness to our Fei Fei? Do you know that our Fei Fei is? Xiao Qin. Fei Fei. At this moment, a voice with a hint of magnetism suddenly came. Chapter 4 Who was the bitch? When this voice sounded, everyone was stunned and looked at Li Jianrun who was slowly approaching. So handsome. Almost, the onlookers and Sun Fei's best friends had nothing else in their minds except this word. Some of the girls even posed coquettishly in an attempt to attract Li Qinyan's attention. Of course, except Sun Fei. Li Qinyan, 21 years old, a junior at Tunghai University, in the same class as Sun Fei, the campus hunk at Tunghai University, president of the Taekwondo club, and the future leader of the Li group. The voice of Mo Xiaoxi from the system sounded. When Li Jianrun ignored everyone's gaze and came directly to Yinanshu, he stretched out his hand. The haze in the depths of his eyes flashed away, revealing a gentle smile. Li Jianrun. Yinanshu also stretched out his hand and shook it gently. Uncle and aunt are really good at naming, Yinanshu. Yours is good too. Although the two of them were very harmonious, there was a strong smell of tension at the scene. Seeing the two of them confronting each other like bandits and hooligans, Li Lixiang, who had finished being infatuated with him, quickly broke the deadlock. She looked at Li Jianrun with deep love in her eyes, cleared her throat and said, Ahem, it's the weekend, since we are all lucky enough to get together today, let's go out for dinner. Li Jianrun looked at Li Lixiang meaningfully. The one who understands me is Li Xiang. I want to see why this country bumpkin is trying to snatch Fei Fei from me. When I think of the photos on the forum this morning, I get furious. I have been pursuing Sun Fei for 3 years, but she has never even looked at me straight in the eye. Now she is checking into a hotel with a country bumpkin? Seeing Li Qinyan looking at her, Li Lixiang felt like a little dinosaur was running around in her heart. She lowered her eyes, feeling shy and embarrassed. Seeing this, Yi Nanshu felt relieved. No wonder she posted those photos on the forum. Li Jianren took out the key of his BMW 520i, glanced at Yi Nanshu provocatively, and then said with a smile, "Brother Nanshu, please take a taxi with your brothers. We will meet at the Shida Hotel." "I'll go with Nanshu," Sun Fei said directly without waiting for Yi Nanshu to speak. His voice was cold and clear, and did not allow for any rebuttal. Fei, how can I let you take those taxis? I don't know how many people have taken them. They are so dirty. He's my boyfriend. If I don't stay with him, why should I go with you?" Be it Pei Qin Louis' girlfriends or the onlookers, their eyes widened and their jaws dropped. She just admitted it. Oh my god. Li Jianren clenched his right fist, which was holding the car keys, then unclenched it and clenched it again, to vent his anger. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "That's fine, what about you guys?" "We?" Pei Qin Luo looked at Li Lishan meaningfully, as if to say, "Go ahead. Of course we'll take Jinrun's car. Taking a taxi is too cheap. Nanshu, let's get a taxi." Sun Fei said with a smile. The attitude is completely different. Yi Nanshu was startled and smiled awkwardly. "Senior sister, I have a car." "What?" After hearing Yi Nanshu's words, everyone was stunned. This country bumpkin has a car? Even if he had one, it would probably be a few thousand yuan worth of mobility scooter, right? How could he be so embarrassed to show it to Li Qinyan? "What do you think?" My roommates were also confused. Su Ming asked in a low voice, "Sanner, why didn't I know you bought a car? You really don't need to be so stubborn at this time." How could they not know the atmosphere at the scene? Li Lixiang and Li Qinyan both want to outdo their brothers. Isn't it time to give them a chance? Yi Nanshu smiled, shrugged, and said, "I bought it last night." After saying that, he took out the car keys. He kept searching for nearby vehicles with his eyes, pressing the remote control in his hand. The point is, he didn't know where the car he bought the system for was or what kind of car it was. Seeing Yi Nanshu looking for it, Pei Qin Luo said sarcastically, "Didn't you say that was your car? How come you don't even recognize your own car now?" One look at the car keys in his hand and it's definitely not a good car. Nowadays, people dare to show off anything like junk. You are so shameless, you dare to bring it out. Yi Nanshu, I drank too much last night and forgot where I stopped. Beep. When everyone was watching the show with their arms folded, wanting to see Yi Nanshu make a fool of himself, a nearby car made a noise. Hiss. Seeing Yi Nanshu walking towards this dazzling sports car, everyone present gasped. Even Yi Nanshu was speechless. License plate number, East A74250. What kind of license plate number is this? Oh, this is Aston Martin 177, 45 million. What a cool car. Oh my god, this car is so awesome. The students exclaimed. Li Jianran and Sun Fei's girlfriends were instantly embarrassed. Originally, I wanted to ridicule him, but I didn't know that the clowns were actually them. Wait. How could this country bumpkin have such an expensive car? It's not rented, is it? Li Jianran came to Aston Martin with a bit of sarcasm and asked jokingly, "Brother Yi, is this car really yours?" Yeah. Yi Nanshu nodded his head lightly, then opened the door of the passenger seat and said to Sun Fei lovingly, "Wife, be careful when getting in the car." Yeah. Sun Fei responded with a blushing face. How did he get this car? I have been investigating him for so long that I can recite all his information by heart, but I have never heard that his family is so rich. Ha ha. Li Jianrun's face flashed with a hint of ferocity. Pack. I let you pretend. Let us see how you pretend later. As the only son of the Li group, I can't afford to drive this car. This guy is just a country bumpkin, how can he afford it? After all, the Li group is a billion-dollar conglomerate. Who does this country bumpkin really think he is? I guess he spent all the money in the family to rent this car? Fourth brother, do you guys want to take a taxi? Yi Nanshu said with a little embarrassment. I swear to God, I really didn't know that the car assigned to me by the system was a two-seater. Hee, it's okay. Let's take a taxi to the Cedar Hotel, right? Su Ming smiled naively. I told you to look down on us three, and now you're slapped in the face, right? Although they didn't know where Sanner got the car from, this scene made them feel proud, especially when they saw the pale faces of their besties and Li Jianrun. The scene was awkward for a while. Li Lixiang seemed to see through Li Jianrun's hideousness, and hurried to Li Jianrun's side, saying softly, "Brother Jianrun, don't worry, we know all his information clearly, and we will help you expose him after dinner." "Good. Thanks." Hearing this, Li Lixiang held back her anger, her cheeks puffed up slightly, and she said, "It's okay, I'm glad I can help you." Boom. The Aston Martin drove out straight away, leaving the whole place in a dusty mess. Chapter 5, Abolishing the Rules. In front of the Shida Hotel. Yi Nanshu's car arrived late, and even Su Ming and others who took a taxi had already arrived. A group of people were waiting for Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei. Boom. Just when Li Jianrun and the others were getting impatient, a loud engine noise suddenly rang out. Hearing the sound of the engine, people passing by the hotel stopped and looked. Looking at this Aston Martin with a 5-star coolness index, everyone wants to see who the owner is. After Yi Nanshu got out of the car, he walked to the passenger seat and opened the door for Sun Fei. "I said this car definitely wouldn't be his." Pei Qin Luo said sarcastically, as if he wanted everyone to hear it. "If it really was his, how could it be so slow?" Joke. This is a supercar. It seems that this guy has no driving skills, and probably doesn't know how to drive, right? That's why he drives so slowly. That is. I think so. Bai Yuntao, the head of the dormitory, heard the agreement from Sun Fei's girlfriends. His eyes rolled around, and he subconsciously looked at Li Jianrun, who looked proud, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. "Our Sanner just got together with Sun's campus beauty, isn't it normal to do something romantic in the car?" "What romantic thing?" Li Jianrun asked subconsciously. "Ha ha." The fourth brother Zhuangbai laughed loudly. "Senior, do we really need to explain this matter in detail?" "You." Li Jianrun was so angry that his face turned purple. He took a deep breath and walked into the hotel angrily. "If I don't humiliate these guys today, I'm not Jianrun, humph." Under the guidance of the waiter, the group came to the peony hall in a mighty procession. As soon as he sat down, Li Jianrun pressed his hands together, looking like a school leader at a meeting, and said, "Everyone, I am a VIP at the Cedar Hotel. I know everyone very well. Please don't be restrained." After saying that, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Nanshu. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he got so angry that his face turned green. This guy. He is still holding Fei Fei's hand and won't let go. He is looking for death. Li Lixiang felt uncomfortable when she saw that her brother Jianrun was always looking at Sun Fei. However, she pretended to be indifferent and quickly complimented him. "Of course, brother Jianrun is the only son of the Li group. The Shida Hotel must have treated brother Jianrun as a super VIP. Unlike some people, they probably haven't been to such a high-end hotel in their 20 years of life, right?" Yi Nanshu didn't care about Li Lixiang's sarcastic words. "Everyone, please order whatever you want to eat. I'm the host today," Li Jianrun said with exaggeration. The purpose is, of course, self-evident. He wanted to see this country bumpkin embarrassed. He wanted to tell Yi Nanshu that no matter what time, he was the protagonist and he was not even a supporting role. But Yi Nanshu refused to listen. Li Jianrun felt like he had punched cotton and was so angry that his teeth were itching, especially when he saw that his goddess eyes were fixed on this country bumpkin. His deep love overflowed. He wished he could skin Yi Nanshu and drink his blood. "I'm Li Jianrun. Tell your manager that I'm here." Just then, a waiter walked in and Li Jianrun hurriedly said to the waiter, "It seems that he wants to use this to highlight the nobility of his status." The waiter was slightly startled, bowed slightly, responded, and hurried out. After a while, a Mediterranean man walked in. He slowly came to Li Jianrun's side and asked with a smile, "Mr. Li, why are you free to come here today?" Li Jianrun pursed his lips, looked at Yi Nanshu and asked, "Does your hotel have a dress code?" Manager Xiang Bai was a smart man. After hearing this, he naturally understood what these young masters meant and quickly said, "Yes. Sir, our hotel has a rule that no one who is not properly dressed is allowed to enter. Maybe it's because of Mr. Li that the security let you in. But now, could you please go out and change into a more decent set of clothes?" Xiang Bai looked at Yi Nanchua with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "If it weren't for Master Li's sake, you would have been kicked out by now. You should thank Master Li." Pop. Yi Nanshu was about to speak, but Sun Fei stood up, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance to say it again." "Good boy." Yi Nanshu smiled, and quickly held Sun Fei's porcelain-like hand, saying, "It must have hurt you, why are you angry with them?" Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Nanshu rubbed Sun Fei's little hands. Then, with a calm expression, he said, "Who made this rule? Start abolishing it now." Ha! Everyone present, whether the manager or Li Qingyan, had their eyes wide open. Now there is no tax on showing off, so everyone wants to show off? There is really no limit to showing off. Who does he think he is? Okay, I said to abolish it, so let's order some food. Ignoring the various looks from the crowd, Yi Nanshua said calmly. It seems that the Cedar Hotel is a subsidiary of the Cedar Group. Am I not a shareholder of the Shida Group? With the system in hand, the world is mine. I have a system, who should I be afraid of? Order food? Pei Qin said disdainfully, you should go back and order the gas tank. This guy, I don't know if his brain is thirsty due to lack of water. I don't know why Fei Fei likes him. This time, even Bai Yuntao and others couldn't stand it anymore. Sanner is being a bit too pretentious. Now they don't know how to smooth things over. I'm not familiar with him. Li Jianran broke the deadlock and said lightly. Hearing this, Xiang Bai quickly bowed and said, understood. After he finished speaking, he picked up the intercom and said, security, there are a few people coming to the peony hall. Someone is trying to cause trouble. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the peony hall became extremely tense. No one would have thought that something like this would happen. Bai Yuntao and others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. Sanner, when the fight starts, you take your sister-in-law and go first, and we brothers will block them. Su Ming said in a low voice. Sun Fei was really angry this time. She stood up in a flash, her eyes were cold, and she spoke word by word, let's see who dares. If anyone in Shida dares to touch him today, I will destroy the entire Shida tomorrow. No one can touch her boyfriend. You. Manager Xiang Bai felt Sun Fei's cold aura and was stunned for a moment. Her surname is Sunday. Dong Qianyu, the roommate who had been silent, raised his thin lips and said, grandson? It can't be. Manager Xiang Bai's head suddenly exploded and went blank. Click. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly opened. I thought they were security guards, but who would have expected that a group of middle-aged people came in? One of the middle-aged men in a leather suit slowly came behind Yi Nanshu under the confused gazes of the crowd and said respectfully, welcome chairman to visit the Cedar Hotel. I am Wu Dong, the president of Cedar Group. Boom. Everyone, collectively petrified. Chapter 6 Spend all 3 billion? Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Yi Nanshu in disbelief. The air pressure at the scene was so low that it was impossible for ordinary people to breathe. All the energy and blood in Li Jianrun's body suddenly surged upward, causing the whites of his eyes to turn bloodshot. His voice was trembling a little, Uncle Wu, you tell me, who is he? Wu Dong smiled slightly, bowed, and introduced to the stunned crowd, this is our Shida Group's new chairman, president of the board of directors, and Shida Group's major shareholder. He owns 50% of our Shida Group's shares. After hearing Wu Dong's introduction, everyone now understood everything clearly. But they simply couldn't believe it. Is this possible? Yi Nanshu glanced at Wu Dong and said calmly, since I am the chairman, then I want to abolish the hotel's policy of not admitting people who are not properly dressed. This should not be a big problem, right? No problem, absolutely no problem. Wu Dong said quickly. Yi Nanshu waved his hand gently and said, then go and execute it. I'm having dinner with my girlfriend and the others. I'm not here to inspect. Yes. By the way, the senior executives of Shida Group wanted to leave. Yi Nanshu suddenly thought of something, glanced at the stunned people at the table, and said with a smile, everyone here is my good classmates and good friends. Don't worry, Chairman. Whenever they come to us in the future, we will give them the highest level of reception and will never neglect them. Wu Dong said immediately. The nature of cinnamon and ginger is that they become spicier as they age. After all, Wu Dong was several dozen years older than his own chairman, so he must have understood what Yi Nanshu meant. Then go down. Yes. Seeing the senior executives of the Shida Group being so respectful and cautious, the students didn't know what to say. At this moment, their faces showed nothing but shock. As for manager Xiang Bai, his body was shaking at this moment, showing his inner fear and anxiety. Plop. Suddenly, Xiang Bai came behind Yi Nanshu, knelt down, and said in a trembling voice, Chairman Dong, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Now Xiang Bai regrets it so much that his intestines turn green. How could he have imagined that a little kid in his teens would be the chairman of Shida? Who would believe it if he told others about it? But he knew that if the Lord did not forgive him today, his life would be over. I finally got this position as a manager, but now it's gone. This is not acceptable. Seeing Xiang Beidang, a manager, kneeling down, everyone was stunned. Li Jianrun kept clenching his fists, loosening them, and then tightening them again. He was so angry that his face turned green. So what if I'm the prince of the Li Group? At such a young age, he is already a major shareholder and chairman of the Cedar Group. The market value of the Shida Group and the Li Group are similar. In comparison, I don't have the slightest sense of superiority at all. All my sense of superiority disappeared in an instant. Although he was unwilling to believe that this country bumpkin was really the major shareholder of Shida Group, Executive President Wu Dong had already said so, and it was true. Ding mission completed, 2 experience points, 1 ink coin, triggering a limited time mission. Do you want to claim it? Yi Nanshu said silently in his heart, yes. Okay host, Xiaoxi has received a limited time mission for you. Please spend all the currency in all the host's Azure Star accounts within 24 hours. The mission rewards 20 experience points, 10 ink coins, and 10 billion Azure Star currency. As Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded, Yi Nanshu was stunned. Is this limited time mission so good? Seeing that Yi Nanshu had been silent, Xiang Bai thought that he was unwilling to forgive him, and called out quickly, Chairman, please have mercy on me, I was really wrong. Yi Nanshu was brought back to his senses by his mournful voice. He frowned and sighed softly, it's not easy for you either, so I can let it go. Thanks. I haven't finished talking yet. The hotel will unilaterally fire you and compensate you according to the labor law. I was thinking of having the HIDA headquarters issue a notice stating your shameful behavior, but now that you are also thinking about your job, I will not do that. Thank you. Xiang Bai thanked him repeatedly after hearing this. Go ahead, and tell the security guards not to come up here and disturb us from eating. After Xiang Bai accepted the order and left, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Nanshu. I didn't expect that junior brother, no, Mr. Yi is so low-key. Yes. Being high profile in life and low profile in work, it seems that our Feifei has a really good vision. Of course, can our Feifei lower her sights? Dong Qianyu spoke first, followed by Pei Qinluo and Li Lixiang, who also spoke with smiles on their faces. Although Li Lixiang's smile was a little fake, it was not difficult to tell from her eyes that she did admire Yi Nanshu to some extent. He is already the chairman of a large group at such a young age. Despite having such a strong background, he is so low-key. Seeing that the girls suddenly changed their attitude, Li Jianran took a deep breath, looked at Yi Nanshu with resentment, and then left angrily. If you don't leave now, are you waiting to be ridiculed? Seeing Li Jianran leaving, Li Lixiang frowned slightly, said she had something to do and left first, and left in a hurry. Sanner, TSK, the real person never shows his true colors. The corners of Yi Nanshu's mouth twitched slightly. Sanner, you're so flirty, I like it so much, huh? Yi Nanshu's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly felt a group of black crows flying over his head. He glanced at his friends and said softly, Wife, what do you want to eat? Whatever. Sun Fei replied hesitantly. This guy called her wife in front of her and wife behind her, which made her very shy. But why do I always feel sweet in my heart? Suddenly, Yi Nanshu remembered the mission, looked a little serious, glanced at everyone, and asked slowly, Do you have any way to spend 3 billion in one day, but you are not allowed to buy anything related to personal property with this 3 billion? Old third, you. Now I have to spend 3 billion in one day. It's so annoying. Yi Nanshu didn't say what mission he was on, but this mission can indeed be done. The mission reward is very generous. Although it is also a triggered mission, the 10 billion reward cannot be spent too much, but there are experience points and MO coins, which are the most practical. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all stared at Yi Nanshu in a daze. Is he at Versailles? Not with this. As soon as I got into college, I started spending money in the billions. If it were in the past, several friends including Dong Qianyu would have thought that this guy was bragging again, but after experiencing what just happened, they felt that Yi Nanshu really had the money. In the hospital. Ding Pang, who had become Ding Pang, woke up and shouted angrily, Damn it, if you dare to hit me, I will kill you. As soon as she entered the ward and heard Ding Pang's words, Li Menjiang said angrily, That's right, don't let him go. Pop. Little did he know that Ding Pang stood up and slapped Li Menjiang hard, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this now. Get out of here. Pang Pang. Roll. Chapter 7, Come Out. It's getting dark. It was 5 minutes past 6 in the evening. After eating and drinking their fill, Yi Nanshu and the others returned to school. Now that everyone knows that he is in love with his senior, Yi Nanshu is no longer low-key. He drives his Aston Martin directly to take Sun Fei to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Senior. When Sun Fei was reluctant to leave and wanted to go back, Yi Nanshu suddenly grabbed Sun Fei's hand, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. He said softly, "I'll pick you up later?" Ah. Sun Fei's face instantly turned red, and she asked hesitantly, "What are you doing? Didn't we just break up? Going on a date again?" Yi Nanshu smiled and said, "Let's go to the bund and sit until dawn, then watch the sunrise. Anyway, no one has classes tomorrow." Swish. Hearing this, Sun Fei's body trembled slightly. "Until dawn? Don't you want to die?" "But..." "Yeah." Sun Fei said, "I'll go back and wash up first," like a frightened rabbit, and ran back. Looking at Sun Fei's back, Yi Nanshu's lips curled up slightly. Turning around, I found that I was surrounded by girls from the dormitory. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and many people were whispering something. Yi Nanshu scratched his head and was about to say something when he saw these girls swarming around him. "Junior, I heard you are from the computer department? Junior, I want to go for a ride, please take me with you." Junior. Faced with such enthusiastic senior schoolmates, Yi Nanshu really couldn't resist. He got into the car directly and started the car slowly. Sanner. 3. As soon as Yi Nanshu returned to the dormitory, Bai Yuntao and others stood up quickly. They hesitated to speak. After learning about Yi Nanshu's identity, they were no longer as casual as before, but instead a little restrained. After all, the identity is there. Yi Nanshu smiled at their little thoughts and said slowly, "Come on, brothers, help me think of how to spend 3 billion in one day." "You don't have a date tonight?" Su Ming asked in confusion. Yi Nanshu, "Yes, but you have to let my wife take a bath, right?" TSK, you're still taking a shower, you still have to take another shower. Sanner, you don't need to worry about what happened to me. Just tell me that I'm not allowed to buy any personal products with the 3 billion, and I'm not allowed to use anything under my name. What can I do? I have an idea. The dormitory leader Bai Yuntao's eyes lit up, feed an internet celebrity. Internet celebrities nowadays are very profitable. The threshold is low, it is easy to get started, and they make money quickly, and they can make money from money. What do you mean? Even if I open a media company, it will be under my personal name. Then why don't you just change the legal person? Let's not talk about whether to change the legal person first. Boss, please tell me your ideas. Yi Nanshu asked with great interest. Bai Yuntao has always watched some live broadcasts and he is quite knowledgeable about this aspect. I don't know what your situation is, but if you can't change the legal person or something, my suggestion is that you register an account, make yourself famous first, and then when you have more fans, you can monetize it. What exactly? Bai Yuntao hesitated for a moment and said, "Now short videos, live broadcasts, and live broadcasts with goods are all emerging industries, and they make money very quickly. If your money cannot be used in your name, what if you spend it on others? Then the fans and traffic can be monetized." Bai Yuntao said with a smile, "I know that there are many internet celebrities on the Dolu platform, and there are also many wealthy brothers who spend a lot of money. They are worth a lot of money, have a lot of fans, and have many anchors under them." Before Bai Yuntao finished speaking, Yi Nanshu's eyes lit up. Yes. The 3 billion cannot be spent on anything of his own, but if he can spend the money on others, then develop the fan economy, and finally use his own money to set up a media company and sign these anchors. Wouldn't it be possible to launder the money and make it your own then? Do you people on the Blue Star like to do things this way? Mo Xiaoxi's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Nanshu asked in his heart, "Then do you think it's okay for me to do this? I didn't spend the money on myself, and I didn't use the money to invest in the company. This should be okay, right?" Host, you are changing the concept. Unless you don't use the Dolu account anymore, it will be against the rules. I don't need it. Just think of it as me liking to watch the anchor or something, and then give him a tip, okay? No, logically speaking. After all, you became famous because of this money. I have read the relevant agreement for anchors on your Azure Star. You are using this money to earn your own fame, which is also against the regulations. It shouldn't be possible, then what? And then it just doesn't work. Yi Nanshu's scalp felt tingling. Neither this nor that works. It really is. Task reminder: tomorrow at noon, there will be a unique charity party at the Hilton Hotel. All the famous stars, entrepreneurs, etc. from the Azure Star will be there. This is why the reward for this mission is so generous. On our MO Star, everyone has a kind heart. Yi Nanshu was speechless for a while. Doesn't it mean you are famous if you donate money? You can donate anonymously. You want me to donate 3 billion directly? She didn't say anything. Please make your own judgment. Saner? Forget it. Yi Nanshu came back to his senses immediately after hearing Su Ming's words, and said with a bitter smile, this thing is still not very reliable. He also wants to. But this broken system has so many rules. It really is. Why do you want to spend 3 billion in one day? Isn't it like the movie The Richest Tomato? Zhuang Bai's eyes radiated a burning light. If you spend 3 billion, you will get more rewards. Yes and no, Yi Nanshu wanted to explain something, but didn't know where to start. Could it be that when I woke up, there was an extra system? I guess no one would believe this even if I told them. Hey, Saner, when we go out for internship in 2 years, can we go to the Shida group? Yes, third brother, can we go? Hearing this, Yi Nanshu smiled and said, okay. You are the chairman, your words are yours. After Yi Nanshu responded, he fell into deep thought. Buzz. After a while, his cell phone started ringing. Yi Nanshu took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone. Excuse me, are you Yi Nanshu? Yes, you are. Please come to the East Gate now. Someone wants to see you. What do you want from me? Why waste your time? Just come out when I tell you to. Chapter 8 Battle. Tunghai University, East Gate. At this time, Yi Nanshu and the other 3 slowly came here. At this time, quite a few people had gathered at the door. They were whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something in low voices. Seeing the leader Yi Nanshu appear here, it immediately caused an uproar. Isn't this Yi Nanshu, the freshman in computer science who successfully won over our school beauty? This is going to be interesting. The Taekwondo club is beating up the younger brother. Hey. The students crossed their arms and watched the show. In their opinion, Yi Nanshu and the other 4 would definitely be beaten badly today. After all, they were members of the Taekwondo club. But people nowadays are very smart. As soon as Yi Nanshu appeared, they knew what was going on. After all, it is well known that the Taekwondo club president is pursuing the school beauty Sun Fei. This situation has become commonplace and nothing surprising. It is reported that some people of the same grade wanted to pursue the school beauty Sun Fei before, but were finally persuaded to give up by the people in the Taekwondo club. Are you classmate Yi Nanshu? Jin Shishuan, vice president of the Taekwondo club, glanced at Yi Nanshu with a hint of disdain in his expression. Yi Nanshu shrugged and said calmly, I am Yi Nanshu. I wonder what you seniors want me to do. I asked you to come here tonight because I wanted to give you a chance to give up Sun Fei. Otherwise, impossible. Yi Nanshu refused firmly before Jin Shishuan finished speaking. She is my girlfriend. Do you think I will give up on her just because of what you said? You guys? You're not qualified. Wow. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Yi Nanshu's words undoubtedly caused an uproar among the students watching. This little brother's attitude is tough enough, but what can he do? In the end, you will still be beaten up by the people in the Taekwondo club and have to give up in the end. This is also the reason why people invited him to come to the East Gate. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so Taekwondo practitioners burst into laughter. Vice President, since the establishment of our Taekwondo, I have never seen such an arrogant person. TSK, it seems that we can stretch our muscles today. Isn't this bullying? There are so many of us, and there are only 4 of them. Hatue, do I need you to deal with them? I can do it alone. The Taekwondo players all laughed and did not take Yi Nanshu and the other 3 seriously at all. For them, one person is enough to teach these younger brothers a lesson. Yi Nanshu frowned and asked unhappily, I wonder what I have done to make the seniors have such a deep prejudice against me. Junior brother. Jin Shishuan came to Yi Nanshu and said contemptuously, as long as you give up our classmate Sun Fei, you will be a guest of our Taekwondo club in Donghai University in the future. Otherwise, we will make it difficult for you to move forward. Oh? Yi Nanshu was slightly startled, and then hesitated for a moment. Did Li Jianren ask you to do this? What qualifications do you have to address our president by his first name, huh? A Taekwondo student became angry and pointed at Yi Nanshu and asked. How about this? Yi Nanshu pondered for a while, then said slowly, I'll compete with you. As long as I can beat you, you can't interfere in the affairs between me and my senior sister. What if you lose? If you lose, you lose. You. When the Taekwondo players heard this, their faces turned grim, and they were obviously very angry. Sanner, you. Don't worry. Seeing Bai Yuntao's worried face, Yi Nanshu chuckled and said, I've learned some Tai Chi from the old men in the park before. It's easy for me to deal with some Taekwondo scum, isn't it? The voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough to reach everyone's ears. Whether it was the Taekwondo practitioners or the onlookers, they all had different expressions. However, there was only one voice left in everyone's mind, arrogance. Isn't it? In their opinion, this junior is too arrogant. After all, he is a member of the Taekwondo club. Does this little brother want to defeat Taekwondo with square dancing? I don't know whether to say that he is naive or that he is as fearless as a newborn calf. Okay. Just as the other members were about to scold Yi Nanshu, Vice President Jin Shishuang grinned and said, We accept your challenge. He was the one who issued the challenge. Even if he is seriously injured by then, no one can be blamed. Besides, there's no need to be secretive about teaching this guy a lesson now. Let's go. Regardless of the concerns of the other three people in the dormitory, Yi Nanshu took the lead and walked towards the Taekwondo club on campus. Xiaoxi, how many people can I fight with a physical enhancement of 0.51? Yi Nanshu asked silently on the way. Host, you now have the basics of boxing's martial arts, and you have also strengthened your body. Based on Xiaoxi's scans of these people, and taking into account your previous physical condition and lack of martial arts experience, you can probably beat about 10 of these people. Hearing this, Yi Nanshu was secretly shocked. Can this hit 10? If I had combat experience, wouldn't 20 or 30 of them be no problem? Yes, if you have good combat skills, with the support of Mo Xing's Martial Arts Foundation and the strengthening of your body, you can beat 31 of these small characters. The news that Yi Nanshu challenged the Taekwondo club spread quickly throughout Tunghai University like mushrooms after rain. Soon, the Taekwondo club was packed with people, with every seat occupied. They all wanted to see how today's celebrity was beaten like a dog by the people from the Taekwondo club. Of course, they also wanted to know what abilities this little brother had that made him dare to challenge the people from the Taekwondo club. Taekwondo was unprecedentedly grand today, with students from Tunghai University flocking to the event in an endless stream. No way. The photo of campus beauty Sun Fei holding Yi Nanshu's arm on the forum had already caused an unprecedented sensation, and during the day, Sun Fei directly admitted her relationship with Yi Nanshu. The most sensational thing is that the car this junior brother drives is an Aston Martin 177 worth 45 million. It can be said that no matter where you are today, the name Yi Nanshu appears the most frequently and has become a topic of conversation among students before and after meals. Now, it has been revealed that he is going to challenge Taekwondo. It would be strange if it didn't cause a sensation. Upon hearing the news, Sun Fei and her roommates also rushed to the Taekwondo club. Li Menjiang, who was abandoned by Ding Pang, had just returned to school. After hearing the news, she also came to the Taekwondo club quietly with a ferocious face. She wanted to see Yi Nanshu being beaten into a pig's head. He. I have been with him for almost half a year, and I know very well what his abilities are. He is just a poor guy, and he wants to challenge the people from the Taekwondo club? Isn't this just seeking death? Peng Peng abandoned me because of this guy. Snort. See how you die. Chapter 9 Impossible. After a while, the entire Taekwondo club was filled with people, and it was even impossible to squeeze in. In the middle, there is a ring. Yi Nanshu stood there with an indifferent look on his face. Speak. The vice president also came to the ring and asked disdainfully, Who of us do you want to challenge? Yi Nanshu was stunned. Aren't they the same 10 people just now? What? Wow. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. He. Want to fight 10 people at once? You are really good at pretending. Except for Yi Nanshu himself, everyone on and off the stage showed nothing but shock on their faces. You mean, you want to challenge the 10 of us alone? Jin Shishuang asked suspiciously. He really couldn't believe that this guy was so crazy. Yes. Yi Nanshu nodded slightly. Who are you looking down on? I don't mean to look down on anyone. Yi Nanshu smiled and explained, it's just that I have to go on a date with my wife later, so I don't have time to fight one by one. Mad. It's really crazy. This is clearly attracting hatred. Especially after Sun Fei personally admitted her relationship with this guy today, this guy has become a thorn in the eyes of many people. It can be said that everyone who came to watch the show tonight wanted to see his good show. Now that he is saying these words, isn't he trying to stir up hatred? He. Everyone here can hear it. I didn't force you. Well, you didn't force it. The corner of Jin Shishuan's mouth twitched slightly. Why does this sound so strange? Whoosh. Whoosh. With a wave of Jin Shishuan's hand, 9 people from the Taekwondo club jumped onto the stage. Each of them had a ferocious look on their face and stared at Yi Nanshu opposite them. Come on. Yi Nanshu shrugged, hurry up, my wife is still waiting for me. Superior. After hearing what their vice president said, everyone rushed over. Suddenly, Yi Nanshu's body shook and turned into a residual shadow. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot catch its figure. In a flash, black shadows flew backwards. Even Yi Nanshu himself was in turmoil, not to mention the people who came to watch the show. He always felt like he had endless energy, or rather, in his eyes, those people were moving so slowly. Bang! Bang! Soon, several people flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Seeing this, Jin Shishuan's face turned cold, he clenched his fists, and quickly came in front of Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu exchanged fistfights with him. Boom! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. When the two fists collided, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their luster. Jin Shishuan flew backwards several meters as if he was hit by a high-speed train. There was deathly silence on and off the field. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking in disbelief at Yi Nanshu, who was on the stage like a god descended from heaven. Is this possible? But facts speak louder than words. It's only been such a short time and 10 Taekwondo elites were knocked down? Isn't this too scary? Ah. So handsome. Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu. Wow, so handsome, Yi Nanshu, I want to give birth to a baby for you. I don't know which girl started it, but there was a commotion at first, and then all the girls were screaming. Originally, Yi Nanshu's foundation was not bad. He was sunny and handsome, with sharp facial lines, and especially the power of his last punch, which made the girls at the scene dazzled. Seeing these girls screaming so hard, Sun Fei, who had been watching from the audience, wrinkled her nose slightly. Then, she suddenly stood up, walked slowly to Yi Nanshu, took his arm, and directly declared her sovereignty. Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei exchanged glances, looking at each other affectionately. The scene fell into complete silence, and the excitement just now turned into a state of hatred. The girl hates the campus beauty Sun, and the boy hates Yi Nanshu. Except for one person. At this time, Li Menjing looked at the two affectionate people on the stage with a complicated expression. To be honest, everything Yi Nanshu did just now also shocked his soul. His heroic appearance deeply shocked her heart. The deep affection in their eyes made her feel like a pickled fish, sour, vegetable and redundant. But when she thought of Yi Nanshu ruining her happiness, her eyes flickered, a hint of resentment appeared in her eyes, and she whispered coldly, no matter how powerful you are still a poor guy. Snort. What good does it matter if you have some skills in this society? You are still a bodyguard for the rich. What are you showing off? Cut. Yi Nanshu held Sun Fei's porcelain-like hand and slowly walked off the stage. Wherever his eyes went, everyone looked at him with admiration. When the two arrived at the door, Yi Nanshu paused, turned around, looked at the Taekwondo member who was wailing on the ground, and said suddenly, "She is mine, who else has any objection?" Without. Jin Shishuan said with a pale face, enduring the pain in his arm. Tell Li Jianran that if you want to play, I'm happy to accompany you, but I advise you not to set your sights on my wife, otherwise I won't give you face as the head of the Li family. After saying this, Yi Nanshu subconsciously glanced at the corner, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. It was not until Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei both left that these people, who were still in shock, suddenly became furious. Crazy. Freshman Yi Nanshu fights against the top 10 Taekwondo masters alone. Sun Fei's boyfriend Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu provokes school hunk Li Qingyan. These posts and comments dominated the entire Tunghai University. Yi Nanshu was everywhere, and could be heard everywhere. It could be said that Yi Nanshu was an unknown person last night, but in an instant, he became a celebrity on campus and became a well-known figure. Li Menjing returned to the dormitory angrily. Menjing, don't be sad. Why should I be sad? Yi Nanshu. Bah. So what if he's good at fighting? In the end, he's still only fit to be a bodyguard. A poor guy is a poor guy, and that's never going to change. Li Menjing said disdainfully without waiting for her roommate to finish. But. And then, don't worry, I won't regret it. No, what I mean is that senior sister Dong Qianyu posted a message saying that Yi Nanshu is the chairman of Shida Group and owns 50% of Shida Group's shares, and his car is an Aston Martin worth 45 million. What? Menjing, maybe Yi Nanshu has been testing you before. Maybe he was afraid that you would date him for his money, so he wanted to hide his identity. Boom. Hearing this, Li Menjing was shocked and her face turned pale. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But pictures speak louder than words. The forum has information about Yi Nanshu, including photos of him driving an Aston Martin. The Shida Group also held a press conference to announce that their chairman is Yi Nanshu from Donghai University. Chapter 10 Racing in the Villa? Yi Nanshu, the protagonist of Donghai University's new celebrity, was holding Sun Fei's porcelain-like hand and walking out of the school gate leisurely, making the male students on the roadside envious along the way. Senior, where do you want to go later? You still call me senior. Sun Fei glared at Yi Nanshu angrily. She looked so cute. That's called wife? Yi Nanshu raised the corners of his lips slightly, staring at the beautiful woman's gorgeous face without blinking. Moan. Sun Fei lowered her head and looked at her toes. Her cheeks were as red hot as a piece of iron and blood seemed to be dripping out. Don't want. Oh, forget it. Yi Nanshu was slightly disappointed. Seeing Yi Nanshu's disappointed look, Sun Fei's heart twitched. It's up to you. Hey. Virtue. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar, and the sound came closer. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a bright yellow Dodge GT sports car with two vertical black lines in the middle that seemed to run from the front to the rear of the car, like a bumblebee. Crunch! Bumblebee drifted and stopped steadily in front of the two people. Fei. An extremely showy man got out of the sports car, and he showed off his sports car intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Nanshu's face was full of black lines. Where did this bastard come from? You really made the connection seamlessly. The attention of students and pedestrians on the road were attracted by the rumbling sound of the sports car. When the girls saw Lu Yiming gracefully getting out of the car, they were filled with love. So handsome. Hey, I really want to spend a romantic night with my classmate. Lu Yiming, 21 years old, a third-year student at Donghai University, in the same class as Sun Fei, one of the most popular people on campus at Donghai University, and the first heir to the Lu Group. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded from the system. Hearing this, Yi Nanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he had quite a few enemies. Lu Yiming had had feelings for Sun Fei since he entered university. He tried many tricks, both overt and covert, but failed to win her smile. He had been on leave at home this month, but today, when he saw the school forum flooded with posts about Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei, he rushed back in a hurry. In his opinion, this bumpkin who came from nowhere was looking for death. Come back and kill him first. Are you the Yi something mentioned in the school forum? Lu Yiming walked straight to Yi Nanshu, stared at him with disdain and said. Not that great, just a poor boy. What else can you do except being able to fight? Lu Yiming said sarcastically. Just now my best friend said that Fei-Fei's boyfriend can challenge 10 Taekwondo athletes. Fei-Fei, your vision is not that bad now, right? You don't want to find someone as rich and powerful as me, but a poor boy like this? Lu Yiming turned around and said to Sun Fei with a smile. It's none of your business what kind of boyfriend I find. Sun Fei let go of Yi Nanshu's hand, put her arms around Yi Nanshu's arms, leaned on his shoulder and spoke. When Lu Yiming saw Sun Fei's intimate actions, his eyes flickered with little flames. Damn bumpkin. What's so good about this poor boy? Fei-Fei, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Fei-Fei, my dad recently bought me a 2-story villa in Longwan. It has all the entertainment facilities. Call your best friend and let's go play together. Lu Yiming was so proud of himself that he wanted everyone around him to hear him. Then he said to Yi Nanshu with a look of disdain, Boy, I advise you to have some self-knowledge. What's the point of being able to fight? Have you ever lived in a villa in Longwan? You can't even afford to buy a house in the suburbs of Donghai, let alone Longwan. What can you give Fei Fei? After saying this, Lu Yiming laughed triumphantly. How can this poor boy buy a house? I guess I'll just rent a house in some corner for the rest of my life. Exactly. He's nothing like our brother Yiming who lives in Longwan Villa. Brother Yiming is so handsome and rich. The crazy female fans of Lu Yiming around were chattering one after another. They seemed to be attracted by Lu Yiming's handsomeness and forgot that Yi Nanshu was the new chairman of Shida Group. However, most students don't pay attention to these things. Villa? I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. It seems I have one. He slapped his forehead and muttered softly. The murmur was not loud, but everyone heard it. The people around burst into laughter. It seems like what kind of dream is this in broad daylight? I almost forgot that I have a villa. Do you think I was playing a game? Ha ha. Yi Nanshu shrugged helplessly, thinking that he only knew there was a villa but didn't know where it was, and he didn't even have a key. Yi Nanshu was just thinking when suddenly a black business car stopped beside him. There were 4 big words Sea View Garden written on the side of the car. 2 middle-aged men in suits got out of the car. Dear owner Yi Nanshu, hello. We are from the Sea View Garden Property Management Office. Finally found you. Here is the property certificate of the villa you bought in our Seaview and the key to your villa. The middle-aged man who was speaking took a box from the person behind him, which contained the house deed and his key. He opened it and handed it over respectfully and said, Your villa is the 10th one in the first row by the sea. There is a property phone number on it. If you have any questions about the villa in the future, you can contact us and we will handle it for you as soon as possible. Yi Nanshu took the box and said with a strange look on his face, I was just worrying about where the villa was, and you guys delivered it to my door. Ever since the system was introduced, there have been bugs and hangs everywhere. Can you understand this feeling? The property staff bowed slightly and said, Dear owner, I wish you a happy life in your new home and a harmonious family. If you want to visit your new home now, our VIP car can take you there. The people around were in an uproar, looking incredulous. Seaview Garden? It's the #1 villa area in the East China Sea. It's a famous wealthy area where many dignitaries live. Yes, a villa costs over 100 million yuan, and it's in the first row by the sea. It's a prime location in the Sea View Garden, and the price must be several times higher. Is it true that a poor boy like this can afford a villa with a sea view garden? This must be a lie, right? Lu Yiming looked at the box in Yi Nanshu's hand and sneered, Huh, a poor guy like you can afford a villa with a sea view garden. Do you know what a villa with a sea view looks like? It's the 10th villa in the first row of Sea View Garden. It's not a matter of money. Even our Lu group can't buy a villa in the first row. How much did you pay for these 2 extras per day? Do you want to act like a boss in front of Fei Fei? Even if I give you a golden home, you are still a poor boy who can't be helped. Lu Yiming burst into laughter beside him. He would never believe that the poor boy in front of him could afford a villa with a sea view garden. Wife, call your girlfriends to visit our villa love nest. Yi Nanshu took Sun Fei's hand and prepared to get in the car, then turned to Lu Yiming and said, By the way, brother Lu also looks like he has never seen the world. Do you want me to take you to visit my villa? We can race cars in it. Lu Yiming's face twitched, and then he sneered, You hired an actor, you want to run away with me, right? If you can buy a villa with a sea view garden, I want to see how you end up. Still racing? How, to show how big the villa is. Ha, what a joke. Chapter 11, Wulongxuan, Seaview Garden. Sun Fei's girlfriends got in the business car, and Yi Nanshu drove his own car and followed with Sun Fei. When Yi Nanshu drove out the Aston Martin 177, it caused others to exclaim in surprise. Lu Yiming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face not looking very good. He was actually overshadowed by this poor boy. How much of my limelight has been stolen by this brat today? No. We must find an opportunity to get back our position. Along the way, Lu Yiming overtook various cars to get ahead of Yi Nanshu's car, and at several traffic lights he deliberately stayed behind Yi Nanshu's car. He deliberately stepped on the accelerator and a rumbling sound echoed through the sky, as if mocking Yi Nanshu's car, which was so slow and useless. At this time, we had arrived at the entrance of the Seaview Garden Villa area booth. The security personnel stood upright, saluted the property car and immediately let it in. It was obvious that they had received special training. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a rapid horn sounded, accompanied by Lu Yiming's cursing voice. Who do you think you are? You even dare to stop my car? Open the door and let me pass. The security guard remained unmoved, standing straight and saying to Lu Yiming, Sorry, you can't go in without filing or the owner's permission. Yi Nanshu's car also followed, but the security guards also stopped them from entering. Hello, I'm the owner of this place, please open the door and let you in. Yi Nanshu got out of the car and shrugged. The security guard laughed and said, You are the owner if you say so. This is the largest villa complex in Donghai. Not just anyone can come in. Lu Yiming just wanted to see Yi Nanshu make a fool of himself in front of Sun Fei, and he didn't care that he was also stopped from entering. He sneered at Yi Nanshu. What? You can't act anymore? Didn't you say you bought a villa here? You can't even get into your own house? I was wondering how a poor bastard like you could afford a villa with a sea view and garden. Don't dream, Fei Fei. Take my car and I'll take you to my villa. Lu Yiming was gloating, as if he could regain the limelight that had just been stolen from him in front of Sophie. The property management car found that Yi Nanshu's car did not catch up, so they quickly turned around to check the situation. When he found that Yi Nanshu was stopped outside, he hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the security guard. He said angrily, Who told you to stop Mr. Yi's car? He is our distinguished owner of Building 10 of Wulongswan. You are blind. Let him go. Inform the people at the guard post, remember this is Mr. Yi Nanshu, the owner of our Seaview Garden. If I find you stopping Mr. Yi's car again, you won't have to do this job anymore. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we were negligent. Please come in. After the property manager angrily scolded the security guard, he respectfully asked Yi Nanshu to come in. The security guard had an incredulous look on his face. After being scolded, he quickly opened the door. He didn't expect that Yi Nanshu was really the owner, and of Wulongswan. Afterwards, he quickly saluted Yi Nanshu, fearing that he would blame him. After all, the security guards here have the best salary and benefits. Yi Nanshu opened the car door and said to Lu Yiming with a teasing smile. How about it, brother Lu, do you believe it now? I will take you in to see it today. Then he said to the property management staff, This is brother Lu. He is not really a friend anyway. Let him in this time, but don't let him in next time. After all, I am not responsible for what he does in there. You. At this time, Lu Yiming's face was extremely gloomy, as if it was an eggplant leaf hit by frost, black and purple. Seeing that Yi Nanshu had already entered, Lu Yiming slammed the car door shut and stepped on the accelerator to follow. Dear Mr. Yi, we have arrived at your villa. Our Seaview Garden Villa is the top villa area in the entire East China Sea. The entire villa complex adopts a garden-style architecture and adopts the design concept of changing scenery with every step. Living in it is like living in a garden building. Our security system is also very complete. Ordinary people cannot enter. Express deliveries and takeouts are also left with the guards, and then our special people are responsible for delivering them to you. The property staff explained everything to the group in an orderly manner. Sun Fei's girlfriends were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. They were broadened their horizons, attracted by the villas and surrounding scenery, and were amazed. Wow, that's so impressive. Yes, if I could live in a house like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. I want a villa like this, so I don't have to go out anymore. Fei Fei, I didn't realize your boyfriend is so rich. You are so lucky. Sun Fei walked behind Yi Nanshu holding his hand, looking at the back of his head affectionately. When she noticed that Yi Nanshu had turned his head, and they made eye contact, Sun Fei shyly lowered her head. Inside the villa, the living room is a duplex structure with a height of 8 meters. It has a black marble floor, mirror-like tiles, a glass black oak table, and an imported brand leather sofa. There is also a huge wine cellar in the basement, and behind it is a large outdoor swimming pool. It is also equipped with a constant temperature hot spring system. The third floor is a leisure and entertainment room with a gym, KTV room, and audio-visual room. It was also the first time that Yi Nanshu had seen such a magnificent villa, and he could hardly suppress his excitement. Xiaoxi, how about this villa? It's pretty good in your MO star, right? Yi Nanshu asked in his heart. MO Xiaoxi's voice rang in Yi Nanshu's mind. This kind of concrete house can neither block gamma rays nor artillery bombardment, nor does it have an intelligent system. It can only be regarded as a slum on our MO star. There were black lines on Yi Nanshu's forehead. He didn't want to bother with the system anymore. Is there anyone as Versailles as you? There are only a handful of people on earth who can afford such a villa, but in her words, it is everywhere. You can't play it like this. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. No wonder everything related to currency in the system is so cheap, while skills are so expensive. Yi Nanshu's heart was filled with bitterness. So, I am embarrassing you, Mo Xing? Mo Xiaoxi, yes. The corner of Yi Nanshu's mouth twitched slightly. It was too hurtful. Are all systems this straight? Why are the systems in other people's novels so good? Master, the novels you read are all fiction. You speak as if you are not fictional. Yi Nanshu muttered unhappily. Nanshu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that her boyfriend remained silent, Sun Fei blinked her eyes and asked with a smile. Sun Fei's words brought Yi Nanshu back to his thoughts. He held her hand and said with a smile, I'm thinking about how we should build our love nest. I didn't say I wanted to live with you. Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Sun Fei's cheeks turned red and she stammered. Oh. The girlfriends felt the deep affection between the two and started to cheer. Just then, Lu Yiming walked in ferociously. Chapter 12 Racing Part 1. Didn't you say you wanted to race with me? The fact that you dared to say that shows that you are a very good driver. Do you have the guts to race with me twice? He is one of the top 3 racers in the Donghai City Underground Racing Organization. Racing is his strong point and he often races on various mountain roads with his friends. He had lost face in front of Sun Fei too many times today. Along the way, he saw Yi Nanshu driving slowly, so he planned to get back at him in the racing car. This guy knows nothing about speed. In this regard, I am completely defeated by him. After listening to him, Yi Nanshu said disapprovingly, Brother Lu, do you really want to drive fast? Are you trying to save face? What's the matter, Brother Yi, are you scared? If you are scared, you can just admit it. Lu Yiming raised his head confidently and smiled contemptuously. After all, he is not afraid of anyone when it comes to racing. At this time, Sun Fei's girlfriends came down from upstairs. They couldn't stand Lu Yiming's arrogant face and said angrily, Yi Nanshu, let's compete, who is afraid of who? That's right, let's compete with him and teach him a lesson. Yes, Yi Nanshu, we will cheer you on. Sun Fei stepped forward and pulled Yi Nanshu's hand, signaling him not to be impulsive. Sun Fei knew that Lu Yiming often raced outside, and besides, racing was very dangerous. Yi Nanshu, shall we go upstairs and take a look? Sun Fei held Yi Nanshu's hand and spoke with concern, trying to change the subject. Seeing their intimate actions, Lu Yiming became even more furious. He clenched his fists, as if his nails could dig into his flesh. He said contemptuously, What's the matter? Are you scared? If you are, then just keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Do you dare to compete? If you are a man, have a competition. If you lose, stay away from Sun Fei in the future and don't get in our way. Lu Yiming said sarcastically with the attitude of a proud winner. You're going to lose? Yi Nanshu smiled teasingly, thinking that he hadn't used the top-level driver skills he had just bought, so he used Lu Yiming to practice. Lu Yiming didn't expect Yi Nanshu to really accept the challenge and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, Will I lose? Just because of you? If I lose, I will call you Brother Yi and disappear wherever you are in the future. Okay, it's a deal. You're familiar with racing, so you can choose the location. Oh, you are asking for trouble. Just go to Changhua Mountain Road, Shaoqina Mountain. I will wait for you at the top of the mountain. Sun Fei nervously held Yi Nanshu's arm, frowned and said, Nanshu, let's not pay attention to him. Speeding can be dangerous. I'm worried about you. Yi Nanshu touched Sun Fei's little head, gently lifted her hair behind her ears, and said softly, Don't worry, my dear. I am your husband and I am almighty. My driving skills are also first-rate. You will sit next to me later. Are you afraid? Little Lu Yiming, are you ready to make a big splash? Yi Nanshu's words were like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, striking Sun Fei's heart. Bad guy, there are still people here. I'm not afraid as long as you are here. Sun Fei said hesitantly. For some reason, this grown man gave me a very safe feeling. Is this what they call a sense of security? It was as if, with him around, she dared to fight against the sky. Soon. The top of Little Akina Mountain. The roadside is filled with all kinds of sports cars, colorful and dazzling. Handsome men and beautiful women stood on both sides, waiting to watch the fun. After all, Lu Yiming was one of the top-ranked racers in the Donghai Underground Racing Organization. Everyone wanted to see who was so ignorant as to challenge Lu Yiming. Yi Nanchua got out of the car, and Lu Yiming and a group of his younger brothers swarmed over. I can tell from the looks of it that you've never raced before, so the rules are very simple. The top of the mountain is the starting point, and the finish line is set at the flat ground at the bottom of the mountain. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Lu Yiming spoke first, speaking contemptuously. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but he's not that great. You dare to challenge our Master Lu? Don't you know that Master Lu's nickname is the Little Akina Mountain Driving God? I think you are looking for death. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe young Master Lu will be so happy that he will let you go a few more times. Ha ha. Have you ever driven on a mountain road like this? There are many people who don't know how to live or die trying to do this. They can't stop the car when entering the bend, and they roll down with the car, and bang. It's gone. The younger brothers beside Lu Yiming looked at Yi Nanchua as if he were watching a joke, and they talked to each other. After listening to them, Sun Fei's worry rose again. After all, she had never seen Yi Nanchu speeding, and she was afraid that something might happen to him, so she grabbed Yi Nanchu's arm tightly, until her knuckles turned white. Nanchu. Yi Nanchu gently stroked Sun Fei's head, gave her a reassuring look, and then said to them, "Stop talking nonsense, let's take it out for a walk." At this time, a person next to me spoke on the intercom. The area has been cleared. There are currently no vehicles going up the mountain. We can start. The man picked up the intercom and replied. Got it. Get ready on the mountain. The area has been cleared, Master Lu can begin now. Lu Yiming said loudly to the crowd. Okay, everyone, take your positions and get ready to start. The young men and women watching exclaimed. Mr. Lu is so handsome. Come on, young Master Lu. Come on, young Master Lu. On Yi Nanchu's side, the cheers from Sun Fei's girlfriends had already been drowned out by the sea of noise. Yi Nanchu opened the door for Sun Fei and helped her fasten her seatbelt. Then he got in the car and drove to the starting point. Boom, boom. Lu Yiming was already waiting in position. When he saw Yi Nanchu driving over, he rolled down the window and said contemptuously, "It's not too late to give in now. You may end up in life or death later. It seems that Master Lu didn't give you enough slaps today. After today, your name as the God of Cars will be removed from the list." After saying this, Yi Nanchu confidently rolled up the car window. There was an uproar among the people around. You are really good at pretending. As the 2 cars stepped on their accelerators, the surrounding sounds suddenly stopped. The racing girl was wearing a hip-length skirt, twisting her slender waist gracefully, walking slowly to the middle, waving a racing flag in her hand. Everyone, take your positions. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yiming's car rushed out first and maintained the leading position. Yi Nanchu was unsure at first, as he had never used the skills of the best racer he bought from the mall. But after racing, he found it very easy, as if he was a racing driver with many years of experience. Lu Yiming led the way all the way, followed closely by Yi Nanchua. The 2 cars were running very fast, and the blurry scenery outside the window told the people inside the cars that the speed was extremely fast. Sun Fei held tightly onto the handrail above, but the strong push from her back made it difficult for her to get up. On the other hand, Yi Nanchu put his left hand on the car door, supporting his left cheek, and calmly turned the steering wheel with his right hand. His stern face made the women in the car dazzled. As time went by, the distance between the 2 cars began to widen. When turning, Yi Nanchu's car could hardly see the taillights of Lu Yiming's car. Chapter 13 Racing Part 2. On the big screen. In the first half of the race captured by several cameras, Lu Yiming's bright yellow Dodge was far ahead. At the beginning, the 2 cars basically passed the camera point at the same time, one in front and one behind. In the later shots, Yi Nanchu's car was basically several seconds slower on the screen. The people watching on the top of the mountain seemed to have already started celebrating. I said this kid was looking for death. Young Master Lu has been on this road countless times. He is very familiar with it. Young Master Lu's drifting into the corners was simply perfect. I guess that kid doesn't even know what drifting is. The best part is yet to come. There are more bends in the second half, especially the continuous bends in the middle. That is young Master Lu's specialty. Yes, that's the most prone to rollovers. the guy might have fallen to his death there. In the second half, it is estimated that young Master Lu will leave the guy further and further behind. Look, we're entering the second half. At this time, the two cars were still chasing each other. Sun Fei in the car could clearly feel that the car was chasing her at a high speed, but it felt very stable. She wanted to stand up and check the speed, but the strong push against her back kept her body pressed against the seat and she couldn't get up at all. Another turn. Yi Nanshu maintained full speed, lightly stepped on the brakes, steered sharply towards the curve, and quickly controlled the accelerator to adjust the continuity of power and maintain balance. After the rear of the car was thrown out by inertia, the steering wheel was turned sharply in the opposite direction of the curve. Keep your foot on the accelerator and drift through the corners perfectly at high speed. The whole process took only a few seconds, but Yi Nanshu completed it easily and casually. Although she was always behind, Sun Fei was not worried at all when she saw Yi Nanshu's confident and relaxed expression, as if overtaking him was a very easy thing. Serious men are so handsome. Sun Fei thought to herself as she looked at Yi Nanshu with curved brows. The love and pity in her eyes was hard to describe. Lu Yiming was very depressed at this time. According to the situation in the first half of the race, normally after a few turns in the second half, the distance between him and Yi Nanshu would be further and further away. But after a few bends, Yi Nanshu was not pulled away, but instead felt as if he was getting closer. But thinking that I have always been in the lead, I feel relieved. Never mind, I was always in the lead. There were many bends in the second half, and Yi Nanshu was not familiar with the road conditions, so it was impossible for him to be overtaken. I left him behind completely when we reached the continuous bends. There are 3 consecutive bends 400 meters ahead. Overtake from the inner circle and use the drainage ditch on the side of the road to easily overtake at the second inner bend. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded in his mind. Although it was Yi Nanshu's first time to run Xiaokayaming Mountain, Mo Xiaoxi always planned the best route and the best time to enter the corner in his mind, so the road conditions were not a big problem for him. Your navigation system is even worse than Baidu's. Not bad. I'll give you a compliment. Yi Nanshu secretly praised his own system. Fei Fei, hold on tight. We've been warming up for so long. Now it's time for me to perform. Yi Nanshu adjusted his hairstyle and spoke to Sun Fei in a cocky manner. Sun Fei smiled and held the handrail tightly with both hands. Accelerate. Speed up again. I can't stop, it's even more annoying than Xianmai. Yi Nanshu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car accelerated like lightning, catching up with Lu Yiming in a short while. It turns out that Yi Nanshu has never been running at full speed. Lu Yiming just entered the first turn in the inner circle and saw Yi Nanshu's car suddenly appear beside him. Lu Yiming was stunned for a moment. How could it be possible? Yes. How is that possible? At this time, Yi Nanshu's car suddenly appeared on the big screen next to Lu Yiming's car. The onlookers looked incredulous. What does he want to do? He wants to drift from the outside and pass Lu Xiao? Is he looking for death? This is a series of curves. If he goes at full speed, he will be thrown off the mountain before he reaches the next turn. As soon as the words fell. Lightning? That's right, it can only be described as lightning. It felt like a blink of an eye, and Yi Nanshu's car had passed 3 turns and exited the curve, and his figure was no longer on the screen. Lu Yiming followed closely behind and drove out of the bend. What happened just now? Did you see a ghost? Pinch me now, am I seeing things? That guy actually overtook young Master Lu's car in the continuous curves where young Master Lu is the strongest? Impossible, it must be a fluke. How could that kid surpass young Master Lu? Yes, in the next shot, young Master Lu will definitely overtake us. After Lu Yiming drove out of the series of bends, he slammed the steering wheel. Damn it, how did he get there? Lu Yiming stepped on the accelerator, trying to overtake. A bend. 2 bends. Not only did he fail to catch up, but now he couldn't even see Yi Nanshu's car. On the big screen. Yi Nanshu's car had passed by 2 or 3 minutes ago, but Lu Yiming's car had not appeared yet. Silence. The people watching on the top of the mountain were completely silent. What's going on? Where is Mr. Lu? Yi Nanshu's car had been there for several minutes, but Mr. Lu's car had not appeared on the screen. How far is this distance? Everyone was full of questions. Only Sun Fei's best friends started cheering. Yeah. I knew Yi Nanshu could do it. Now I want to see how arrogant Lu Yiming can be. Lu Yiming's younger brothers stared at Sun Fei's girlfriends with anger, as if they were ready to eat them alive. Another girl next to him said angrily, "What are you so proud of? It's not over yet." But everyone knows what the ending is. At this time, Yi Nanchua had already appeared on the screen at the terminal. Sun Fei jumped out of the car happily and rushed into Yi Nanchu's arms. "Yeah. Nanchu, we won." Then he kissed Yi Nanchu. "This man is awesome." As luck would have it, Lu Yiming also arrived at the finish line and happened to see this scene. Yi Nanchu. Lu Yiming's mentality was completely blown away at this moment. He felt slapped in the face all day and finally lost his most proud racing car. He has gone completely crazy. How can I save face if I don't kill him? Soon. People on the top of the mountain have been coming down one after another. When the younger brothers who came down from the top of the mountain saw Lu Yiming's appearance at this time, they didn't dare to step forward and speak. "Brothers, whoever breaks one of his legs today will be rewarded with 200,000 yuan. Whoever kills him today will be rewarded with 1 million yuan. After hearing this, the younger brothers were all ready to take action. Sun Fei held Yi Nanchu's arm tightly and moved forward slightly, as if trying to block Yi Nanchu behind her. "Lu Yiming. Are you crazy? What do you want to do? You were the one who wanted to race, and now you can't afford to lose?" Sun Fei glared at Lu Yiming. Fei. You get in the car first." Yi Nanchu was deeply moved when he saw Sun Fei protecting him. He pulled Sun Fei into the car, closed the door, turned around, and exuded an aura of contempt that looked down on the pack of dogs. "Fighting is a man's thing," Yi Nanchua said softly. "Superior." Crash. The dogs gathered around. Whoosh. Yi Nanchu's body shook and turned into a residual shadow, moving as fast as thunder and lightning. "Bah, let me see how you die." A gloomy look flashed across Lu Yiming's eyes. He no longer cares about that. Chapter 14 Charity Society. "Come on, scumbags. I'm in a hurry." The voice just fell. Yi Nanchu took a quick step and met the first younger brother. One punch. This little brother flew backwards more than 10 meters. Bang. Bang. Without a pause. Yi Nanchu attacked like a tide, punching one brother after another. Soon, the younger brothers in front of him flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Lu Yiming became furious upon seeing this. He had heard about Taekwondo in the school, but he didn't expect Yi Nanchu to be so good at fighting, knocking down so many people in a short time. "Brothers, take the guy out of the trunk. Let him see what it means to be on the edge of a knife. No matter how good he is at fighting, one person can chop him into a pulp with one knife." Lu Yiming's eyes were flashing with murderous intent at this moment. He only wanted to kill Yi Nanchu and didn't care about anything else. Seeing the people on the opposite side taking out the machetes with bloody grooves from the trunk, Sun Fei's girlfriends were like frightened rabbits, panicking. Although they knew that Yi Nanchu had some kung fu skills, he was able to beat 10 Taekwondo students. But these people are not like the students in school. They have been hanging around in society for years, and fighting and hacking people is commonplace. They are all vicious people who dare to kill people with knives. Sun Fei's aura instantly opened up, and her beautiful face was full of coldness. She took a step forward and said in a low and cold voice, "Lu Yiming, if you dare to touch a hair on his body, I will make you disappear into ashes." Sun Fei's words powerfully penetrated into everyone's ears. Lu Yiming felt a chill piercing his heart. The scene was like the coldness rising from the bottom of a glacier, freezing him to his bones and blood. He was shaking. I have known Sun Fei for such a long time, but I have never seen her so strong. However, this also strengthened his determination to kill Yi Nanchu. As long as Yi Nanchu was not dead, he would not be able to sleep or eat. "Yi Nanchu, are you only good at letting women take the lead?" Yi Nanchu smiled teasingly and said, "Do I need my wife to help you? Come on." The younger brothers over there had already picked up their knives, waving them in their hands from time to time, and cautiously stepped towards Yi Nanchu step by step. Not counting those who were knocked to the ground, there are still 20 or 30 people on our side, and they all have knives in their hands. Even if Yi Nanchu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape death. As the saying goes, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Dry. The 2 younger brothers took the lead and slashed at Yi Nanchu with knives raised, and the people behind them also rushed up one after another. But in Yi Nanchu's eyes, their movements were so slow. He leaned sideways to avoid the slash, raised his hand with an elbow and a high kick, and the two brothers in the front were knocked out. In the process of being knocked flying, he also knocked down 3 or 4 people behind him, and they flew more than 10 meters away. Yi Nanshu's figure flashed and turned into a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the crowd, and in a flash, all the people in the middle were blown to pieces. Too fast. Not to mention his figure, the people next to him couldn't even see how Yi Nanshu threw the punch. It was like a thunderbolt suddenly exploded out of nowhere, with a huge explosion at the center, and those little brothers were blown back more than 10 meters. Yi Nanshu, who was standing in the middle at this moment, looked like a god of war, with a look of contempt for the world in his eyes. In an instant, the remaining subordinates on the periphery were kicked away one by Yi Nanshu. Flash sale. That's right, it was an instant kill. Not to mention using the knife, these guys didn't even have the chance to lift their knives before they were knocked to the ground and couldn't get up. The scene was deathly silent. Before he could react, Yi Nanshu flashed and appeared right in front of Lu Yiming. You. Before Lu Yiming could even open his mouth, Yi Nanshu sneered at him, anyone who touches her will only have one fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the fist arrived. Lu Yiming felt like he was hit by a high-speed car. He flew backwards more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. He wanted to ask what the outcome would be. But, it goes without saying. The only sound at the scene was wailing. Yi Nanshu stood in the middle of the field, his eyes slightly fixed, and his cold gaze swept over the thugs who were lying all over the field. Wherever his eyes went, the thugs who were wailing immediately shut up and dared not say a word. Waste. After that, he walked to the car and asked Sun Fei's friends to get in another car. Then he drove away with Sun Fei. Sun Fei looked at Yi Nanshu who was driving, her eyes full of love and eyebrows curved. However, when I thought about how a good date was interrupted, I felt indignant. Yi Nanshu sent Sun Fei back to the dormitory and said he would pick her up tomorrow. The two embraced each other affectionately. Sun Fei watched Yi Nanshu leave. At this time, several strong men in suits and leather shoes with expressionless faces appeared in front of Sun Fei. When Sun Fei saw these people, a hint of panic flashed across her eyes. The next day, noon. Yi Nanshu couldn't contact Sun Fei by phone, and when he went to Sun Fei's dormitory, she said Sun Fei was not there. Yi Nanshu was extremely anxious, fearing that Lu Yiming would come back to cause trouble for Sun Fei. Host, your girlfriend is safe now, don't worry. You may meet her at the charity gala tonight. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded in Yi Nanshu's mind. After listening to Mo Xiaoxi's words, Yi Nanshu felt relieved and drove to the Hilton Hotel. At the hotel entrance, a masked man got out of the car, handed over an invitation and walked into the hotel. The people around were suspicious. The masked man is Yi Nanshu. He bought a mask on the way because he wanted to remain anonymous. Banquet hall on the 18th floor. The huge banquet hall was packed at this time. Almost all the important figures of Blue Star were there. The banquet was very lively. The small bosses were busy making friends with the big bosses, and the big bosses were busy forming alliances with other big bosses. Yi Nanshu sat down in a deserted place wearing a mask. After some people around him were suspicious for a moment, not many people paid attention to him. Xiaoxi, are you sure that I have completed my mission by anonymously donating 3 billion? Yi Nanshu asked in his mind, and it's not a charity party? Why is it held at noon? Master, yes. As for why it is held at noon, you have to ask the official. It's better to say it's a charity party than a party. Mo Xiaoxi replied in Yi Nanshu's mind. That means as long as I don't reveal my identity, I will complete the mission after donating 3 billion. Yi Nanshu thought proudly that this mission was too easy. But I feel a little heartache. The money is gone just like that, isn't that ridiculous? By the way, what is the purpose of the donation for this banquet? Will someone cheat with the donated money? Yi Nanshu didn't want the money he donated to go into someone else's pocket instead of doing charity. This banquet is mainly for the recent earthquake in Hongshan area. The donations will be used for earthquake relief and post-disaster reconstruction. It is organized and supervised by your officials, so the donations are transparent and open. Hearing this, Yi Nanshu nodded slowly. Just at this moment, a woman came to Yi Nanshu's side with graceful steps. Although few people noticed him, the young woman discovered Yi Nanshu. She wondered why the man was wearing a mask. However, when the people present saw the stunning woman walking towards Yi Nanshu, everyone's eyes followed the woman's footsteps. Chapter 15 Sun Family. Yi Nanshu vaguely felt that many eyes were directed towards him. When I looked up, I found that a gorgeous woman had appeared beside me. She has beautiful eyes, phoenix eyebrows, long eyelashes that tremble slightly, an oval face, fair and flawless skin with a faint pink glow, and slender legs, standing tall and graceful. But she is still worse than my wife, Yi Nanshu thought to himself. Yi Nanshu now understood why all eyes were directed here. Such a gorgeous woman would always be the focus wherever she went. Wu Qianxue, 23 years old, a star in film, television, and music. Her father is one of the major shareholders of the famous enterprise Qinda Group, and the boss behind her is the official figure Wang Zhang. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded again. Why are you wearing a mask at the charity party? Wu Qianxue asked curiously. You talking to me? Is there anyone else wearing a mask here? What does this have to do with you? It was the first time that Wu Qianxue met someone who was so cold to her, and she looked at Yi Nanshu with interest. Who do you think you are? Miss Wu is asking you this because she thinks highly of you. Are you an imposter who came in here? Are you wearing a mask because you're afraid of being recognized? Security, security. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s suddenly walked over. Seeing that Yi Nanshu was so cold towards Wu Qianxue, he wanted to come over and show off in front of Wu Qianxue. Mr. Zhao, since this is a charity banquet, and everyone is here to show their support in the disaster area, don't make things difficult for others. Maybe they just want to do good deeds without leaving a name. Wu Qianxue smiled and spoke to Yi Nanshu's rescue. Mr. Zhao looked Yi Nanshu up and down. Apart from the strange mask, his clothes were ordinary and he didn't look like the CEO of a large company. It's a good opportunity to show your face in front of a beautiful woman. Even if this kind of person manages to sneak into a charity banquet, how much money can he donate to charity? But since Miss Wu has said so, I won't bother with him. Mr. Zhao spoke to Wu Qianxue with a flattering look on his face. Our president Zhao Wenhai is the head of the famous Zhao Group. He is young and promising. The first person to attend the charity banquet tonight must be President Zhao. Yes, Mr. Zhao is very generous in charity. He has donated nearly 100 million or 200 million. He is a well-known philanthropist. Zhao Wenhai enjoyed listening to others bragging, especially when they praised him in front of Wu Qianxue. He pretended to be modest and said, "These are nothing to worry about." After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Zhao believes that he has some ability, and he hopes to help more people. Wu Qianxue smiled and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Zhao is so enthusiastic about charity. He is truly a great entrepreneur with both talent and integrity. After listening to what they said, Yi Nanshu was stunned for a moment. Is Mr. Zhao really a good person? Xiaoxi, is what Zhao Wenhai said true? Yi Nanshu asked in his heart. Host, why are you asking me everything now? Mo Xiaoxi replied. Aren't you omnipotent? If not you, who else should I ask? Let me check it for you. Moment. We have found out that according to Zhao Wenhai and related accounts, the money Zhao Wenhai donated was transferred from one hand to the other, to another fund company under his control, just to establish a good image of a philanthropist. In the end, the money went into his own pocket, and he even exempted himself from some taxes. What's worse, he held a press conference to donate to a child for a bone marrow transplant. After the press conference, the company's stock price rose a lot, but the promised donations were not paid. In the end, the surgery was delayed and the child passed away forever. Mo Xiaoxi replied to Yi Nanshu. This kind of scum is actually still here complacent. Yi Nanshu clenched his fists and fought indignantly. Today is the official taking the lead, and little people like us are trying our best to contribute. Since Mr. Zhao is such a well-known philanthropist, I wonder how much he has donated to the disaster area today. Yi Nanshu unclenched his fists, patted his trouser legs, and looked up. Are you qualified to do charity when you look so poor? You are still trying to hide it. How much can you donate? I'm putting this here today. I'll donate 10 times as much as you donate. Zhao Wenhai looked like he had Yi Nanshu in his grasp. Who wouldn't try to show off without spending much money? Yi Nanshu was very happy. I was just about to dig a hole for you, but you are the kind of person who really jumps into it. Mr. Zhao is indeed a kind man. His word is a deal. You all heard it. It will depend on Mr. Zhao's performance later. At the same time, the voice of the banquet host sounded. Welcome all leaders and bosses to this charity banquet. This banquet is dedicated to raising funds for disaster relief and post-disaster reconstruction. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the bosses on behalf of the people in the disaster area. The charity banquet will now officially begin. 1 million. Okay, Mr. Wang, number 13, will donate 1 million. 3 million. On the 25th, Mr. Liu donated 3 million. 2,800,000. Mr. Xiao, number 78, donated 2.8 million yuan. 5 million. Number 46, Mr. Yang, 5 million. 3 billion. Yi Nanshu raised his number 74 sign. The host was stunned for a moment, and then the whole audience was in an uproar. Quiet, your name is not on the list of guest number 74. Please tell me again, how much is the donation? 3 billion. This time the whole audience burst into laughter because no one believed it. Mr. Zhao Wenhai, it depends on your performance. 10 times is 30 billion? Yi Nanshu stood up and shouted loudly on purpose. Zhao Wenhai looked at him like a clown and said, do you think this is a TV drama? Just say one sentence and it will be fine. Don't think that no one will know who you are because you are wearing a mask. I think you are here to cause trouble on purpose. You are even causing trouble at a charity banquet like this. I will call the police and have you arrested immediately. Guest number 74, this is a charity banquet, please don't deliberately cause trouble. The host said with an expression of disbelief. Yi Nanshu, then I donate on the spot? Ha ha. This funny guy. There was an uproar at the charity event. At this time, at the Sun family. Sun Fei burst into tears and choked up as she said, Dad, I love him. I can't possibly leave him. Presumptuous. Sun Dahai shouted angrily, you must leave him today. I will expel you from school. Also, if you dare to see him again, I will break his legs. Why? He is not worthy of my daughter, and he is not worthy of being the son-in-law of our Sun family. Sun Dahai sneered and said, if the Li family kid hadn't told me about this, I wouldn't have known you were so presumptuous. How did I become so presumptuous? Is it wrong for me to choose the person I love? Love? What do you know? Come, take the young lady back to her room and don't let her step out of the door. Yes. Butler, find someone to warn that brat to stay away from my precious daughter, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking his legs. Chapter 16, The Second Butler. Staff, please send our account information to guest number 74 and notify them to prepare for checking. The host was unsure at the moment, after all, it was the first time he encountered such a large donation amount. But since they said to donate on the spot, he just sent the account information. In the huge banquet hall, all the focus is on the masked man at this moment, but most people are in a mood to watch and make fun of him. Yi Nanshu took the paper with the account information and deliberately took out his mobile phone as if he was making a call, notifying the other party to transfer the money. In fact, this matter still depended on Mo Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, please transfer all the 3 billion in my account. Remember to erase all personal information so that no one can find out my identity. If people know that it was donated by me, I will be bankrupt. Yi Nanshu said in his heart. Okay, host. It's okay. Mo Xiaoxi's voice came after a while. I say, can you be more rigorous and make sure you didn't transfer it wrong? This is 3 billion. Do you spend money so quickly? Yi Nanshu thought about the 3 billion and couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. This is just a basic operation and does not require review. Yi Nanshu's forehead was covered with black lines. Okay, please check. Yi Nanshu put down his phone and gave the transfer information to the staff for review. The staff nodded to the host, and the host hurried backstage. After listening to Yi Nanshu's words, the people in the venue were all in disbelief and surprise. When they saw the host running backstage, they all fell silent and waited for the host's final confirmation. The host came out from the backstage with a smile on his face. Thank you very much to our guest number 74 for donating 3 billion to the people in the disaster area. After repeated confirmation by the staff, all 3 billion has been received without a cent less. It also set a record for the highest individual donations in all previous charity banquets. The venue was in uproar again. No one could have imagined that this masked guy would spend 3 billion in one go, and the money would arrive in seconds. At this moment, everyone was wondering which big consortium this guy belonged to, as he was so generous yet refused to show his true face. Some bosses and organizers sent people to investigate Yi Nanshu's identity, but due to Mo Xiaoxi's skills, they couldn't find anything. Mr. Zhao, are you ready for 30 billion? Yi Nanshu looked in the direction of Zhao Wenhai. At this moment, Zhao Wenhai's face was covered with bruises, and he was in great pain. He originally wanted to show off in front of Wu Qianxue, but he didn't expect to hit a wall. He asked for 3 billion at one go. How could he afford to offend such a person? But 30 billion is too much for me to pay even if I sell all my assets. It is useless to try to please them now. Seeing that most people at the venue were looking at him with gloating eyes, he felt that he had completely lost face today. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? However, he must investigate the identity of this kid after returning. Zhao Wenhai thought so, then ran out of the venue with his head down in anger. Yi Nanshu was the most dazzling presence in the entire venue at the moment. Some women had already begun to move towards him in a coquettish manner, and some male bosses were also ready to come forward and talk to him with a flattering look on their faces. After all, who wouldn't want to curry favor with someone who donated 3 billion to charity? Many people speculated that there must be a bigger force behind him. When Yi Nanshu saw the situation, he felt that it was not good. If he stayed any longer, his identity might be exposed. Before they could react, Yi Nanshu had already taken the opportunity to slip away. What kind of thing is this? It's bad enough that Zhao Wenhai ran away in a mess, but he also had to run away in a mess after donating so much money. It turns out that even the mask can't hide my handsomeness. Ding time limited mission completed, experience 20, ink coins 10, Azure Star currency 10 billion. Yi Nanshu took off his mask and just returned to the car when Mo Xiaoxi's voice rang in his mind. Yi Nanshu was worried about Sun Fei's safety, so he didn't pay attention to Mo Xiaoxi's voice and drove directly to school. As soon as Yi Nanshu arrived downstairs of the dormitory building, he saw Li Jianrun head on. When Li Jianrun saw Yi Nanshu, he took the initiative to walk up to him and said with a sly expression, "Yi Nanshu, your good days are over. The Sun family has taken action. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant." Yi Nanshu was feeling puzzled when he saw a group of strong men in black clothes walking towards him from behind, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s. "You are Yi Nanshu, right?" the middle-aged man said in a condescending tone. "It's me, what's wrong?" Yi Nanshu was not afraid and replied, "I am the housekeeper of the Sun family. I came here today to warn you that you are not worthy of my young lady. Stay away from my young lady." "What if I don't want to?" Yi Nanshu was stunned for a moment, then he understood instantly. No wonder Mo Xiaoxi said she was not in danger, it turned out that she had returned home. Combined with the appearance of Li Jianrun, he guessed a little. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. The two men's eyes met, and there was a feeling of tit for tat, like a bandit meeting a gangster. The housekeeper's son Erie's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, and then he looked Yi Nanshu up and down. "I'm here to inform you, not to discuss with you. If it weren't for the fact that you're still a student under 20 years old, you'd already been ruined." Mr. Sun looked down on Yi Nanshu from the bottom of his heart, thinking that he was getting close to the young lady just to climb up the Sun family's ladder. He had seen many people like him. When the young lady just turned 16, someone who wanted to establish a relationship with her came to visit her and proposed marriage. "Since you said I'm not worthy of Sun Fei, then what does it take to be worthy of her?" Yi Nanshu secretly wondered how powerful his wife's background was. Li Jianrun was very respectful beside him, and the people in front of him seemed to be decisive and experienced in fighting. "Boy, I advise you not to continue to be so unreasonable. It is up to our family master to decide whether you are worthy or not, but you will never be worthy of her," Master Sun said with an unquestionable expression. "Just him? How can he be worthy of his own lady? You are Sun Fei's family, I respect you, don't look down on young people because they are poor. No one knows what will happen in the future. Maybe one day your Sun family will ask me for help." Yi Nanshu's eyes were firm, and he knew that no one could separate his woman. No matter who it is. "Second master, this is just a kid who doesn't know what's good for him. Why are you talking so much? Just destroy him directly." Li Jianrun was fanning the flames, trying to use the Sun family to destroy Yi Nanshu. Killing someone with a borrowed knife is the most satisfying thing. "Boy, I don't care whether you are pretending to be calm or you are scheming, don't be foolish and try to get close to the Sun family. Next time, if we find you getting close to the young lady, the wrath of the Sun family will turn you into ashes," Master Sun threatened. "Since this kid won't take the soft approach, I'll use the hard approach. Otherwise, the head of the family will blame me for not doing my job well." After hearing what Mr. Sun said, Yi Nanshu was unmoved. On the contrary, Li Jianran was overjoyed. Fight with me? You are still a little naive. I just used a small trick to force you to give up. Do you really think of yourself as a human being? When I thought about the fact that this guy actually challenged my Taekwondo club, he must have been in the spotlight these days. He must have fallen badly now, right? When he thought about the chance he would have after this guy was abandoned by the Sun family, Li Jianran was so excited that he clapped his hands. Yi Nanshu shrugged, I know, I won't send you off. Anyway, now it's enough to know that my wife is safe. Anyway, no one can tear me apart. Instead of doing that, I might as well go back and study the Mobi experience I just got and increase my own value. Chapter 17, A Coincidence. On the way back to the dormitory, I saw the school was decorated with lights and colors. Are there any festivals? After a moment of suspicion, Yi Nanshua returned to the dormitory on his own. Immediately, he opened his personal information. Yi Nanshu, male, 19 years old, from the Blue Planet. Experience, 21,100. Force value physical enhancement, 0.52500. Ink coin, 10. Host skills, top level driver skills. Mall unlock level, 0. Did I remember correctly? My strength value automatically increased by 0.01? Seeing his own message, Yi Nanshu looked suspicious. As the host's combat experience increases, his strength will also increase. Mo Xiaoxi's voice rang out. So this is just leveling up by killing monsters, right? The host can understand this as well. Seeing the lonely skill, Yi Nanshu thought that it is always good to have more skills, and he should buy more skills this time when he has money. Mobi is hard-earned, use it and cherish it. Mo Xiaoxi's voice reminded him in his mind. Yi Nanshu shook his head and smiled bitterly, then opened his personal mall. I was busy looking at luxury cars and villas before, this time I want to take a look at other skills. Azure Star 4-wheel vehicle, 0.1 Mobi already owned. East China Sea View Villa, 0.2 Mozambique already owned. 50% equity interest in Shida Group, 0.3 Mexican pesos already owned. Top driver skills, 1 ink coin already owned. Top piano skill, 2 Mo coins purchase. Top cooking skill, 2 ink coins purchase. Top musical talent skill, 2 ink coins purchase. Primary language proficiency skill, 2 ink coins purchase. Photographic memory skill, 2 ink coins purchase. Yi Nanshu was like a nouveau riche. He bought a piano, music, language, and photographic memory skills in one go. Finally, when he saw that he only had 2 ink coins left, he remembered to spend them sparingly. In a moment, Yi Nanshu felt like an electric current was flowing through his whole body. Many characters and musical notes appeared in his mind, and his hands, feet, and limbs became much more coordinated. After a long time, Yi Nanshu adapted to the changes in his body. What does this elementary language proficiency mean? Being proficient in a primary language means being proficient in the languages used in all regions of the host's planet. Is this still called elementary? So what is advanced? Advanced means mastering the language of the entire universe. Yi Nanshu was secretly delighted. Fortunately, he only had the elementary level for me. Otherwise, who would he exchange the advanced level with? He could also save some ink coins. The piano and music talent skills purchased by the host trigger a hidden task. Task content: use the piano to sing and win praise from teachers and students in the school. Experience value 10, ink coin 2. All the teachers and students in the school? Do you want me to move a piano and sing in front of the school? Can I get paid? Yi Nanshu looks like a miser. Is he the same person who spent 3 billion? I never thought that my dream girl, Wu Qianxue, would be invited to the school's centennial celebration. Before anyone even entered the door, they heard the lustful voice of the second brother Su Ming. It turns out that the school is celebrating its centenary these days. No wonder there are so many lights and decorations. I really feel isolated from the world. Third brother, you're back. Great news. My dream girl, Wu Qianxue, is coming to our school to attend the anniversary celebration. Su Ming pushed open the door and saw Yi Nanshu sitting there, and said excitedly, "She's the goddess of us otakus. We never dreamed of having the chance to meet her." The fourth child, Zhuang Bai, said with a crazy look on his face, "If I had the chance to get close to her and kiss her, I would die without regrets." Su Ming closed his eyes and looked intoxicated, as if Wu Qianxue was right in front of him. Yi Nanshu looked at his roommate's infatuated looks and suddenly thought of Sun Fei's matter, becoming upset. Thinking back to Master Sun's words, even though I have changed now, the Sun family's disapproval is like a huge rock weighing on my heart. I have something else to do. I need to go out for a while. After saying that, he walked out of the dormitory. Yi Nanshu was walking absent-mindedly on the playground at this time, when he suddenly felt that he had bumped into something. He looked closely and found that he had bumped into someone else. Xiang Yu's arms were full. Although the woman was wearing a mask and sunglasses, it was not difficult to see that she had a good figure. I'm sorry, classmate. I wasn't paying attention just now. Are you okay? The person who was hit was none other than Wu Qianxue. This time, he was invited to participate in the performance of Tunghai University's centenary celebration. Because he wanted to relive his campus life, he left his bodyguards and agents behind, dressed up in disguise and went out for a walk. At this moment, the voice of the person who bumped into me felt very familiar. The figure and voice were like the person at the charity banquet. Wu Qianxue took off her sunglasses and mask and asked tentatively, "Do you still recognize me?" Wu Qianxue? Yi Nanshu replied in surprise. Wu Qianxue put on her sunglasses and mask again and said, "You really do know me. It was you who wore the mask at the charity banquet that day. I recognized your voice." When Yi Nanshu heard that he was going to be exposed, he said awkwardly, "What charity banquet? Who doesn't know the famous star Wu Qianxue? She is the goddess of us otakus." Really? You weren't as talkative as you are today at the banquet that day. Wu Qianxue smiled in disbelief. I am just an ordinary college student. How can I be qualified to attend a charity banquet? Did the big star recognize the wrong person? Yi Nanshu could only pretend to be stupid and replied. Wu Qianxue saw her bodyguard and agent coming over here and smiled, "I have to go. I don't even know your name, an ordinary college student." Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshua, see you again if we're lucky. Then Wu Qianxue walked towards her agent. Is it him? Could it be such an ordinary college student? But judging from the voice and figure, I shouldn't be wrong. After Wu Qianxue left, Yi Nanshua quickly left the playground with a look as if he had escaped a disaster. Suddenly I thought that if my roommates knew that I had close contact with Wu Qianxue just now, they would probably not allow me to take a shower for a month. Yi Nanshu couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Centennial celebration? Are there any big stars? That means all the teachers and students in the school will gather in the auditorium. Although Yi Nanshu didn't like such occasions where he had to show off and be in the spotlight, he was excited when he thought of the reward of 2 mo coins. 2 ink coins can buy another skill. Yi Nanshu was unsure. After all, he had never learned piano before and couldn't play all 5 notes. What if he embarrassed himself on stage? Then I thought of the experience after buying the God Driver skill, which made me feel like I was using my own arms and legs, and I became more confident in completing the task. Fair. Yi Nanshu raised his head, looking at the sky above the East China Sea, and said firmly and resolutely, I must make your father agree with us. No matter what, no matter who it is, don't try to separate us. At this moment, his eyes were filled with cruelty and stubbornness, as if he wanted to tear a hole in the sky above the East China Sea. Chapter 18 School Celebration. The next day. Tunghai University Auditorium. Because it is the centenary celebration, the school has been building up momentum in various ways, and has also invited many successful people from Tunghai University, with the added bonus of the popularity of big stars. At this time, the auditorium, which can accommodate 3,000 people, was packed with almost all the teachers and students of the school. We welcome all leaders, guests, and seniors from Tunghai University to take time out of your busy schedule to attend the 100th anniversary celebration of Tunghai University. As the host's voice sounded, the celebration officially began. First, the school leaders spoke, followed by some successful people who graduated from Tunghai University, and then representatives of current college students spoke. It's nothing more than looking back at the past, looking forward to the future, and some of my own success stories. Yi Nanshu's roommates were like most of the students. They were basically bored and sat there with patience. They were waiting for the moment when the goddess Wu Qianxue would go on stage to perform. This is the current phenomenon. Entertainment stars always attract more attention and money than technical talents. As the saying goes, no one cares about the bones of a general, but everyone knows the family affairs of an actor. At this moment, Yi Nanshu was thinking about how to get the chance to go on stage and complete the task. Thank you very much for your speeches. We are also honored to have invited Wu Qianxue, a triple star in film, television, and music, to perform for us at this school celebration. Now please welcome Miss Wu Qianxue to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience started to buzz. Wu Qianxue. Wu Qianxue. Wu Qianxue, I love you. Shouts and screams came one after another, as if they could lift the roof of the auditorium off. Of course, most of the noise came from boys. Wu Qianxue walked onto the stage gracefully, wearing a blue off-shoulder gauze dress. Her skin was fair and tight, and her tall figure made her look like an immortal. Her big eyes were smiling, her red lips were slightly parted, and two cute dimples appeared on her face. Wu Qianxue waved and said, "Hello, leaders, guests, and classmates. I am Wu Qianxue." Because Yi Nanshu's roommate wanted to be closer to Wu Qianxue, he came early in the morning and took a seat near the stage. When Wu Qianxue was greeting the audience, she happened to see Yi Nanshu. Their eyes met and Wu Qianxue waved and smiled. Did I see it wrongly? The goddess waved and smiled at us. Boss, pinch me to see if I was dreaming. The sound of the second brother Su Ming slaughtering a pig came from beside him. Yes, he really was waving and smiling at us just now. The boss Bai Yuntao also replied excitedly. Yi Nanshu laughed secretly when he heard his roommate's voice. I am honored to be here to attend the centennial celebration of Tunghai University. Here is a song dedicated to you all. As the accompaniment sounded, the audience fell silent and the students spontaneously swayed to the rhythm. Wu Qianxue's singing voice is as soft and melodious as the murmur of flowing water. She is worthy of being a first-line star and she is very talented. The song is over. There was thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. For the second song, I would like to invite a classmate to sing with me. Is there any classmate who wants to come up and sing with me? Wu Qianxue smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, many students in the audience stood up and raised their hands one after another. Yi Nanshu's roommates were no exception. They waved their hands as if they were injected with chicken blood. The fourth brother even pulled Yi Nanshu up and waved his hands together. I say, you guys are tone deaf, why are you joining in the fun? Aren't you afraid of losing face if you go up there? Yi Nanshu stood up helplessly and said jokingly. Is singing the main point? The main point is that I can get up close to the goddess. If I really get to go on stage, I can just hum along beside her, right? The second brother said proudly. Yi Nanshu changed his mind and thought that this was a good opportunity to complete the task, so he raised his hand and gestured to the stage. Wu Qianxue glanced at the bottom of the stage, looking for students who wanted to sing with her. She happened to see Yi Nanshu waving his hand. She smiled gently, picked up the microphone, raised her hand and pointed at Yi Nanshu and said, "Okay, please invite the student in the gray shirt to come on stage." Third brother, you are so lucky. We are calling you. Go quickly and remember to get our autograph. The roommate next to him excitedly pulled Yi Nanshu and said. Yi Nanshu walked onto the stage amid a crowd of envious gazes and came to Wu Qianxue's side. Classmate, what is your name? What song are you going to sing with me? Wu Qianxue said with a smile. Asking for the name again? Don't you know my name? Hello everyone, my name is Yi Nanshu. Then I'll order a song You Are My Life for a duet, Ms. Wu, is that okay? And can you lend me the piano? Yi Nanshu bowed slightly and murmured. I have you in my life. Yes. Can you also play the piano? It seems that our students at Donghai University are full of hidden talents. Wu Qianxue replied with a chuckle. Then she turned to face the audience and said, Classmates, do you want to hear me sing with this classmate Yi? Think. The audience responded in unison, and then there was cheerful applause again. This country bumpkin wants to sing and even has the audacity to play the piano. Let's see how he makes a fool of himself later. Li Qinyan and his Taekwondo students in the audience were waiting with glee to see Yi Nanshu make a fool of himself. Then let's get started. Wu Qianxue gestured for Yi Nanshu to come in and said. Yi Nanshu sat down at the piano and stroked the keys. Sure enough, just like a racing car, as soon as I touched the keys, many notes emerged in my mind, and my fingers tapped lightly in the air, as if I were a pianist. Moment. The sound of piano rang out. This is the prelude to this song. Because I dreamed of you leaving. I woke up crying. Yi Nanshu closed his eyes and sang with deep emotion. Fei Fei, are you okay? Yi Nanshu was full of thoughts. The voice seemed to have experienced vicissitudes of life, like water, cleansing the air. It is as poetic and picturesque as a painting, cleansing everyone's heart. That voice, filled with countless emotions, made thousands of teachers and students intoxicated. The hot and turbid tears of the teachers and students wet their eyes and blurred their vision, but Yi Nanshu's body was so tall and majestic. After hearing this, Wu Qianxue was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that he could play the piano so well and sing so beautifully. Then he gathered his emotions and sang, "Look at the night wind blowing through the windowsill, can you feel my love?" At this time, the audience was deeply attracted by the two people's affectionate chorus. No one expected that Yi Nanshu's singing and playing on stage was not inferior to Wu Qianxue at all. The two of them sang in perfect harmony, and everyone unconsciously waved their hands along. Seeing this scene, Li Jianran was so angry that he slammed the chair heavily and said angrily, "This guy stole the limelight again." After the song on stage was over, the audience was still not satisfied. One more. Oh my god, is this the Yi Nanshu who collects school beauties, trains in Taekwondo, and drives a supercar? So handsome. Ah. There was a commotion on the field, and everyone was shouting Yi Nanshu. Wu Qianxue is now becoming more and more curious about Yi Nanshu. She wonders how many surprises this treasure boy has that have not been seen by others. Chapter 19 Anger. Ding received praise from all teachers and students in the school, completed the hidden mission, 10 experience points, 2 MO coins. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded in my mind. It is detected that the school beauty Sun Fei is in danger. The emergency task is triggered below. Task content: rescue the school beauty Sun Fei, experience 10, ink coin 2. After hearing what Mo Xiaoxi said, Yi Nanshu's face changed drastically. He jumped off the stage and rushed out, completely ignoring the shouts from the audience for another song. Tell me Fei Fei's location quickly. Yi Nanshu, who had just gotten into the car after rushing out of the school gate, shouted anxiously. In a moment, a map appeared in front of Yi Nanshu. The destination is 30 kilometers away and it is expected to take 15 minutes to arrive. 15 minutes is too long. Point out every obstacle to me. I want to get there as quickly as possible. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Yi Nanshu was anxious, fearing that Sun Fei would get into an accident if he was even a second late, so he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out while speaking. The other side. After Sun Fei saw Yi Nanshu's performance at the school's centenary celebration on the internet, her longing for him was overwhelmed with words. She secretly ran away while the guard was delivering food. After walking around a few streets, I was about to take a taxi to school. As luck would have it, Lu Yiming happened to be coming out of the hotel with the leader of their racing gang and a group of his followers, who were all drunk after having dinner. When Lu Yiming saw Sun Fei waiting for the bus, he became jealous. Alcohol made him brave. He was beaten so badly last time, how could he not want to take revenge? Lu Yiming whispered something to the leader of the racing gang, and the leader ordered his followers to force Sun Fei into the car. You. Lu Yiming, what do you want to do? Sun Fei shouted angrily after being taken into the car. Fei Fei, I don't want to embarrass you. Call Yi Nanshu and ask him to come to the unfinished building in the south of the city in half an hour. My boss is here too. We must kill him today. Lu Yiming said viciously. You're looking for death. Sun Fei's bright eyes revealed a hint of hatred, and she clenched her little pink fists. It's all my fault. I let this guy deliberately go against Nanshu, and now he has caught me and is trying to blackmail him. Ha, I won't touch you. I want you to be my wife. Lu Yiming looked at Sun Fei with lustful eyes. Now he just wants to kill Yi Nanshu. It can make a student want to kill others everywhere, so one can imagine how deep Lu Yiming's hatred for Yi Nanshu is. Villains always die because they talk too much. In a moment, the roar of street explosion came from behind. Lu Yiming glanced at the rearview mirror, and the car that looked like bad news entered his eyes. That car has appeared in my dreams countless times in the past 2 days, and I woke up on the hospital bed every time. Born in the year of the dog? How come he caught up so quickly? I'm not even ready yet. Just step on the accelerator and drive away. Yi Nanshu had just arrived and was about to get out of the car to deal with them, but he saw Lu Yiming had already driven away, so he stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. In a moment, the two cars had chased for a long distance, and there was no trace of the two cars behind. Both of them have top-notch driving skills. The two cars chased each other on the road, constantly weaving in and out between the vehicles on the road. Some drivers who were not paying attention braked suddenly and caused rear-end collisions. There were fewer and fewer vehicles heading towards the suburbs. Yi Nanshu followed Lu Yiming closely all the way. Because he was worried about Sun Fei in the car, he did not dare to force his way into Lu Yiming's car. The roads ahead are getting narrower on both sides, and there are no vehicles passing ahead. Mo Xiaoxi's voice came. That's it. Yi Nanshu's mind moved. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and accelerated, and Yi Nanshu was the first to enter the narrow road. In an instant, a drifting car turned sideways and rushed down quickly. At this time, Lu Yiming had no time to react and could only step on the brakes. Because Yi Nanshu had braked in advance and left some distance for the inertia of the cars, the impact of the two cars was not strong. Yi Nanshu's black eyes, which were soaked in biting cold, shot out scorching anger as he walked towards Lu Yiming step by step. When Lu Yiming saw Yi Nanshu slowly walking towards him, his Adam's apple rolled up and down. You, don't come over here. Lu Yiming took out a nail clipper from his pocket and pressed it against Sun Fei's neck. When Yi Nanshu saw Sun Fei being held hostage, he stopped in front of the car. At this moment, Yi Nanshu's aura was fully open, and his anger soared to the sky, as if the sky had changed color. He stared at Lu Yiming intently. The tone was neither salty nor bland, neither cold nor icy. You are looking for death. Although these words were plain, they were like a sharp sword breaking out of the ground, piercing Lu Yiming's body and causing him to tremble. Lu Yiming, you can survive if it's God's will, but you can't if it's man's will. Yi Nanshu's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and his cold gaze focused on Lu Yiming. Originally, I wouldn't bother with you, but if you dare to threaten the life and safety of my woman, I will not be at peace unless I destroy you. Hearing this, Lu Yiming shuddered like a wild cat, and his voice trembled a little. I know you can fight, but if you dare to move, I will kill her. Seeing that Lu Yiming's dagger was already against Sun Fei's neck, a little blood was dripping out. Yi Nanshu was completely furious. His transformed body burst out with all its potential and he moved. At this moment, Yi Nanshu was like a god descending from the sky, his aura was fully open, and an overwhelming aura emerged instantly. Whoosh! In a moment, Lu Yiming felt a flash before his eyes, a pain in his abdomen, and his body flew into the air. Plop! In the blink of an eye, Lu Yiming fell to the ground. Yi Nanshu's body shook, like a tiger out of a cage, roaring in the mountains. He came in front of Lu Yiming and kicked him with his leg. Ah! Lu Yiming let out a shrill cry. I saw that his legs had turned into meat paste. At this time, Lu Yiming might have only one breath left. Yi Nanshu turned around and looked at the beautiful lady in front of him. All the hostility in his heart disappeared. He grinned and said, Wife, I'm late. Sun Fei pursed her lips and threw herself into Yi Nanshu's arms. Okay, it's okay, I'm here. Yi Nanshu whispered. Feeling the strong heartbeat in the big boy's chest, Sun Fei bit his pink lips lightly with her pearly teeth, then raised her eyes. When she found that he was also looking at her, Sun Fei immediately lowered her head, her face flushed. Some say that a woman's blush is worth 1,000 words. Seeing this, Yi Nanshu's appetite increased. Sun Fei suddenly stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and gave this Prince Charming like man a sweet and delicious kiss. A kiss ends. Nanshu, I. Yi Nanshu rested his chin on the small dark head, sniffing the fragrance of the beauty's hair, and interrupted in a soft voice, I know everything, Fei, believe me, I will definitely lose my head. Bah, I will become famous and let your Sun family accept me. Phew. Yi Nanshu cleverly made Sun Fei forget her worries. Looking at Sun Fei with a sweet smile, Yi Nanshu swallowed his saliva and said, Wife, we haven't seen each other for so long. Let's find a place where there is no one and do something interesting? Spit. Whatever. Sun family. Sun Dahai roared, useless, a bunch of useless people, they can't even look down on anyone. Go to Donghai University to find that guy and destroy him. Chapter 20 Expelled. Yi Nanshu considerately opened the car door for Sun Fei, and the two drove away after getting in the car. The leader of the drag racing gang and his gang who had been left behind earlier finally arrived. Seeing Lu Yiming lying on the ground dying, they quickly called an ambulance to send him to the hospital. In this state, even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will probably have to stay in bed for the rest of his life. At the gate of Donghai University, Yi Nanshu called the forest shop staff and asked them to drive the car back to the repair shop, then took Sun Fei's hand and prepared to go in. The security guard recognized Yi Nanshu, blocked his way and said, You are Yi Nanshu, right? I have received a notice from the school leaders that you have been expelled and are prohibited from entering Donghai University. Upon hearing this, the two of them exchanged glances, both of them filled with shock. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. Yi Nanshu rubbed his nose bitterly. Uncle wants to torture me to death. Sun Fei's beautiful eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness, with mixed feelings. Just as the two were thinking about how to get back, Li Jianran also came over, as if he was waiting for them here, and said with a smug look on his face, "Fei Fei, Uncle asked me to pick you up." Then he turned around and said to Yi Nanshu in a victorious manner, "Yi Nanshu, you really won't cry until you get into the coffin. The Sun family has already sent people to warn you, but you still dare to pester Fei Fei. Firing you is only the first step. Next, you can wait for death." After he finished speaking, little flames flickered in his eyes, as if, in his eyes, Yi Nanshu was already a dead person. "The Sun family has taken action this time, and you are still alive?" The anger in Sun Fei's eyes burst out. "Li Jianran, you don't need to interfere in our affairs." "Fei Fei, there's no need to bother with me." Yi Nanshu shrugged. "Who are you talking about? I say you are a villain who can only fan the flames of evil. Do you think you can achieve anything?" Yi Nanshu retorted calmly. "It's just a matter of a word to expel you? Do you really think you are such a big shot? I will step on you so hard that you can't even hold your head up in the East China Sea. Just get out of the East China Sea now." Li Jianren said viciously when he saw Yi Nanshu still holding Sun Fei's hand. "If this kid hadn't interfered, it should have been me holding Sun Fei's hand." As they were talking, a GMC RV with license plate QX721 stopped next to them. A beautiful woman in a blue gauze dress stepped out of the car. Upon closer inspection, it was Wu Qianxue who had just finished a performance. After the performance, Wu Qianxue happened to see Yi Nanshu who had hurriedly left at the school gate. She asked the driver to stop the car, wanting to say goodbye to this treasure boy. Wu Qianxue saw Sun Fei holding hands with Yi Nanshu and said with a smile, "You left in a hurry just to pick up your girlfriend? You have good taste. It turns out that you have such a beautiful girl as your companion. No wonder you were so cold to me before." Yi Nanshu only felt a sharp pain in his waist. It turned out that Sun Fei, who was standing next to him, felt jealous after hearing what he said and pinched Yi Nanshu on the waist. Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Fei innocently, and Sun Fei turned her head away pretending to be angry. This made Wu Qianxue laugh continuously. It can be considered as revenge for leaving without saying goodbye. Wu Qianxue quickly explained, "After working with your boyfriend on stage before, I felt that he had great musical attainments, so I just wanted to invite him to perform on stage as a guest at the next concert. Besides, your beauty is so great that even I am ashamed of myself, so I guess he doesn't like other girls either." "I don't think he would dare. I definitely wouldn't dare to do that," Yi Nanshu said helplessly. "What if my wife gets angry?" Sun Fei pretended to pinch Yi Nanshu again. Then, the cheeks bulged slightly. She wanted to laugh, but when she saw the big boy looking at her, her face immediately deflated. "I just heard vaguely that you were fired. What happened?" Wu Qianxue asked doubtfully. Li Jianran saw Wu Qianxue and Yi Nanshu chatting and laughing, and said sarcastically, "Miss Wu, don't be deceived by his appearance. This kid just wants to climb up the social ladder. Is it so easy to climb up the social ladder? Isn't this retribution?" There was a hint of impatience between Wu Qianxue's brows. She roughly understood the reason. No matter how big a background this Sun Fei had, she donated 3 billion to charity right away, and did it anonymously. Basically, no one could do that. And his performance on stage today also proved his outstanding musical attainments. Does such a person still need to climb up the social ladder? Maybe he wanted to hide his identity. What a joke. I have some connections with the school. I'll help you solve this problem today. Let's just be friends. After saying that, Wu Qianxue led them into the car and turned back to the office building. When the security guard saw that Wu Qianxue was going to find the school leaders on behalf of Yi Nanshu, he didn't dare to go forward and bring bad luck, so he let him in obediently. Only Li Jianran was left alone there, and Wu Qianxue never even looked at him from beginning to end. What's so good about this guy? Why do all the top beauties lean on him? Moment. Wu Qianxue led Yi Nanshu and the others to the principal's office. When they pushed the door open, they saw the principal and the dean of studies. Principal Chen. Wu Qianxue was the first to speak. "Ms. Wu, please come in. Didn't you leave after the performance?" Is there anything else? Principal Chen came forward to greet Wu Qianxue warmly, and then saw Yi Nanxue and Sun Fei behind him. How did you get in? Principal Chen asked doubtfully. Principal Chen, Yi Nanxue's performance today is considered a talent in your school. I was planning to invite him to attend my concert as a guest performer. Now he has been expelled from your school for no apparent reason. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Wu Qianxue said with a smile. Ms. Wu, this is our school's own business. How dare we trouble you to come here? The implication was that it was none of her business. Principal Chen had probably heard something about Wu Qianxue's background, so he didn't dare to offend her openly. This student was not disciplined and behaved improperly at school, violating school rules, so the school decided to expel him. Principal Chen, this is indeed your school's business. It is not convenient for me to comment, but now Yi Nanxue is also my friend, so I have to speak up for him. Excuse me, Principal Chen, which school rules did Yi Nanxue violate? Wu Qianxue asked back in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. This. Principal Chen looked at Wu Qianxue awkwardly. It was just a matter of one sentence, so I didn't think of finding any excuse. Principal Chen walked up to Wu Qianxue and whispered, Miss Wu, you don't know the whole story. This kid offended the Sun family. You know the Sun family. The head of the Sun family personally warned me. I am also in a difficult situation and can only expel him. Principal Chen, as the head of a school that teaches and educates people, how can you be so unprincipled in treating your students? Carrying someone, right? So do I need to call Wang Bu now and explain the whole story to him and let Wang Bu talk to you? Wu Qianxue turned around and smoothed her skirt with her bare hands, then sat down and said with a little anger. I didn't expect that the person behind Wu Qianxue was actually him. After all, I am still under his jurisdiction, a businessman and an official boss. It goes without saying which is more important. Chapter 21 You answer. Ms. Wu, how can you have the nerve to bother the royal department with such a trivial matter? It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I will revoke the notice of Yi Nanxue's expulsion from school right now. Since Miss Wu is the one who is mediating, I will also say hello to the head of the Sun family and explain the whole story. Is that okay with you? Principal Chen quickly said with a smile. Yi Nanxue laughed secretly beside him. It is said that a turtle lives for 10,000 years. Principal Chen was afraid that it would be difficult to explain to the Sun family, so he wanted to bring up Wu Qianxue and even the Wang Bu behind her to give an explanation to the Sun family. He was extremely smooth. Principal Chen immediately dialed Sun Dahai's number and turned on the speakerphone. Hello. Principal Chen. This was the first time Yi Nanxue heard Sun Dahai's voice. It was low and magnetic, with the majesty of a superior without even getting angry. Mr. Sun, you called to tell me about Yi Nanxue. After all, Yi Nanxue is just a primary school student. As a friend, Miss Wu Qianxue came forward to intercede for Yi Nanxue. Don't bother with this kid. You two can mediate the conflict. Then let Miss Wu convey your greetings to Minister Wang. Is that okay with you? The nature of cinnamon and ginger is that they become spicier as they age. The old fox was very smooth, and he didn't want to offend either side. He acted as a mediator and also brought up Wang's department. Sun Dahai seemed to breathe more heavily. Oh? Principal Chen, please help me warn that boy to stay away from my daughter. There won't be a next time. Also, please ask Miss Wu to give a hello to Wang Bu for me. Okay. I'll definitely pass it on. After that, he hung up the phone and said to Wu Qianxue, Ms. Wu, do you think this is okay? Wu Qianxue smiled meaningfully and said, very good, Principal Chen is worthy of being the head of the school. He handles things flawlessly. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we will not disturb Principal Chen's work. We will leave first. Wu Qianxue stood up and said with a smile. Ms. Wu, thank you for the compliment. I'll give it to you. Principal Chen wanted to send him off, then turned to Yi Nanxue and said, Yi Nanxue, you heard the warning just now. This time, thanks to Miss Wu's intervention, you should take care of yourself. As a student, you should study hard. I will keep an eye on you at all times. Yi Nanxue shrugged and said with a smile, don't worry, Principal. As a student of the new era, I will definitely face the challenges head-on and achieve my goals without fear of any difficulties. You. Principal Chen heard the double entendre in Yi Nanxue's words. This made Wu Qianxue and Sun Fei laugh. Principal Chen, please stay. We are leaving first. Wu Qianxue quickly tried to smooth things over and led them out. Come to the front of the car. Wu Qianxue said jokingly, I can only help you up to this point. You still have a long way to go if you want to gain the approval of your future father-in-law. I am optimistic about you. Thank you very much for your help this time, Miss Wu. If you need my help in the future, apart from promising yourself to be with me, all you have to do is talk. Yi Nanshu replied with a smile. Sun Fei pinched Yi Nanshu and said coquettishly, You are so unruly. Sun Fei, who seemed neither angry nor happy, made Yi Nanshu salivate. My eyes will fall out if you keep looking at me. Sun Fei stamped her feet and said softly, the corners of her delicate mouth slightly raised, full of love. In front of Wu Qianxue, his attention was still focused on himself, which was good. Yi Nanshu smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Mr. Yi, next time we meet, can you give me some music instruction? I see you are very accomplished in music. By the way, let me introduce you to Wang Bu. Wang Bu likes talented young people very much. Wu Qianxue said to Sun Fei. Yi Nanshu's mouth twitched slightly. You asked me to guide you, why are you looking at my wife? Your wife doesn't agree, do you dare? Ha, just kidding, I'm afraid of getting old. Yi Nanshu straightened his chest, but found a cold glare coming at him, and his voice stopped abruptly. He smiled awkwardly, I dare not. After saying this, he scratched his head in a naive manner. His idiocy caused the two girls to roll their eyes. The principal has said that as students we should focus on studying and we should be good students. Yi Nanshu looked like a good student and said seriously, I don't have any accomplishments in music. I just sing blindly. Now you know how to be a good student. Wu Qianxue shook her head helplessly, got in the car, closed the door, and everything went smoothly. I don't know if it was because she was rejected or for some other reason, but she slammed the car door shut. Bang! A loud voice cut through the void. The car door seemed to say, Are you polite? Not long after Wu Qianxue left, the Sun family sent someone to take Sun Fei home. Before leaving, Yi Nanshu told Sun Fei not to sneak out again, and that he would visit her in person. When Yi Nanshu returned to the dormitory, he found that his roommates were not there, so he climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Third brother, get up. You have Miju's foreign language class in the morning. If you skip it again, she will make you fail the course. At the urging of his roommate, Yi Nanshu hurriedly washed up and rushed to the classroom. When several people rushed to the classroom, the teacher had not arrived yet. The second oldest, Su Ming, said with a look of relief, Fortunately, extinction has not yet arrived. The extinction mentioned by the second brother is the deputy director of their foreign languages department, Ms. Li Hongxia, who is in her 40s or 50s, a graduate student supervisor, has published more than 30 papers, including 5 in core journals. Her teaching style is strict, and the credit cards are very strict. Basically, no one dares to skip her class. Li Hongxia walked into the classroom, adjusted her glasses, and glanced around the room. Original. The noisy classroom became so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Now we will start the roll call. Ma Shengfeng. Arrive. Shi Zhenxiang. Arrive. Yi Nanshu. Here. Li Hongxia first looked at Yi Nanshu over the top of her glasses, then adjusted her glasses and looked at him. Yi Nanshu has become so famous these days that even the teacher can't help but look at her a little more. There's something interesting to watch. The students watched the show with great interest. Because, when Miju looks at you, all traces of people disappear. She doesn't look at you because she likes you. What Ming Xue likes to deal with most are those troublemakers who like to show off and have fun everywhere and don't study seriously. Yi Nanshu and his roommates did not have good grades to begin with and were generally at the bottom of the class, especially in spoken English, which could not be worse. When Yi Nanshu's roommate saw Li Hongxia calling his name, he deliberately looked at Yi Nanshu's position. He was silently praying for him in his heart, and even moved his butt slightly to the side, as if to say, I don't know him. After taking the roll call, Li Hongxia started the class. After roughly reviewing the knowledge points from the previous class, he looked up and said, Now let's ask a classmate to translate the meaning of this passage. After looking at the students below, he shouted, Yi Nanshu. You answer. When Li Hongxia called Yi Nanshu's name, a burst of whispers and laughter came from the classroom. Quiet. When Yi Nanshu heard his name being called, he knew that he couldn't escape today. Chapter 22, Oral Show. Yi Nanshu? Can you answer this question? Trigger the classroom task, get the French teacher's affirmation, experience 15, Inc. 3. Seeing that Yi Nanshu did not stand up immediately, Li Hongxia called out again. At this moment, Yi Nanshu was adapting to the changes in spoken language, as well as the words and sentences that appeared in his mind, and was thinking about how to get the affirmation of his French teacher. The classmates around him were talking about it and thought that Yi Nanshu would not be able to answer, and he didn't even dare to stand up. I know how to do it. It's quite simple. After Yi Nanshu sorted out the vocabulary in his mind, he stood up and said, "Boom! Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, dozens of students burst into laughter. Pretty simple? When men are crazy, disaster will come. When the sky is crazy, it will rain. How dare you act so arrogantly in the face of extinction? Nanshu was crying behind him. Does he really think he is omnipotent? He knows everything, but he has no idea what he is doing? Doesn't he know how his English grades are? People may slander me, but my heart is pure. Yi Nanshu paused. Everyone couldn't help but feel gloating. No way? But after a while, Yi Nanshu's voice forcefully penetrated into everyone's ears. My Kenshin sestasen tainty din spit off from slenders from the outside. Everyone's glasses were broken. They don't know if it's wrong or not, but the pronunciation is so beautiful and the melody is so cool. As for although brothers have a small grudge, they cannot abandon their blood ties, it can be translated as differences between brothers cannot sever their blood ties. Quiet. Deathly silence. Be it Li Hongxia or the other students, they all opened their mouths so wide that an egg could almost fit in. Teacher? This time, it was Li Hongxia's turn to be stunned. Hearing this, Li Hongxia smiled awkwardly. The wording is very accurate, but Nanshu, do you think it would be more objective to replace my with ones? Yi Nanshu was stunned when he heard this, then suddenly realized, thank you, teacher, I understand. Your spoken English. Li Hongxia was a little embarrassed. Well, let him speak more to test his ability. That's a good answer. Now please introduce yourself in English. Li Hongxia adjusted her glasses and said to Yi Nanshua. Yes, teacher. My. Yi Nanshua spoke fluently. After hearing Yi Nanshu's spoken English, not only the students present, but even Li Hongxia were shocked. Yi Nanshu's three roommates looked at each other in confusion. Is this the same Lao San we know? Is it because an alien has taken over his body? Ever since he hooked up with the school beauty, he has been more powerful than using cheats. Not only is he rich, but he also has a good family background, and now he is so good at studying? Li Hongxia was shocked, then walked down from the podium and listened carefully, trying to find any mistakes in grammar, vocabulary, and so on. After listening, she found it was perfect, with no problems in grammar, vocabulary, and so on. Is it because I've watched too many American movies? 4 minutes later. Teacher, I have finished my introduction. Do you think I need to introduce it again in other languages? Do you know other languages? Li Hongxia seemed a little frightened. Yi Nanshu rubbed the tip of his nose and said with a wry smile, well, I've watched too many movies. Really? Then you try it. Next, Yi Nanshu began to introduce in more than 10 languages including German, French, Japanese, Russian, Spanish, Korean, etc. As Yi Nanshu spoke more and more languages, the discussions in the classroom began to get louder and louder. After all, at the beginning, Li Hongxia and some other classmates could understand part of Yi Nanshu's language. As Yi Nanshu spoke more and more, except for the 3 words Yi Nanshu, basically no one could understand the rest. Is he making this up? No one would understand him anyway. It's probably just a fabrication. Even if he knows 1 or 2 languages, he wouldn't be so abnormal as to know so many languages, right? Although I don't understand what he said, I feel like his pronunciation is very clear and it doesn't sound like he's making it up. At this time, the sound of discussion was almost drowning out Yi Nanshu's voice. Quiet. Quiet. Li Hongxia slammed the table heavily. The classroom became quiet again. Teacher, do you want to continue? Yi Nanshua said bitterly after being interrupted by the sound of Li Hongxia slamming the table. If it wasn't for the ink coins and experience points, would I have to be so prominent? But only with MOBI and other things can I change myself and make the Sun family accept me, so, never mind. Student G, are you sure those so-called other languages you said were not made up by yourself? Li Hongxia looked a little unnatural. Teacher, if you don't believe it, you can call teachers of other languages to verify it. I don't mind saying it again. Yi Nanshua said with a smile. Just call the French teacher. You guys, go and invite all the teachers of various languages in the school to come here for me. Li Hongxia said while directing the people in front. Regardless of gender, everyone likes to listen to gossip. In a short while, the gossip spread to almost the entire Tunghai University by spreading from one point to another by a few students who went out to ask the teacher for advice. After all, the name of Master Miju is well known in Donghai Dahai University. Countless people have failed under her, and Yi Nanshu, who is currently in the limelight, is also involved. 3 people make a tiger, and the rumor became more and more outrageous. What's worse, some people said that someone had a fight with Miju, with a bloody head, and called many teachers to help. At this time, Yi Nanshu's classroom was already crowded with people inside and outside, all of whom had come to watch the fun. The students were talking about it. After hearing about Yi Nanshu's story, some crazy girls exclaimed, "Yi Nanshu is so handsome and seems to be very knowledgeable." Finally, all the teachers of various languages were invited and sat in a row below. It looked like a 3-judicial meeting. Quiet, quiet. Don't you guys have to go to class? Li Hongxia slammed the table heavily with the book, and the room instantly became quiet. When Miju is angry, all gods and humans will be destroyed. This is the prestige she has established over the years. Yi Nanshu, go up and start. Yi Nanshua didn't expect the matter to get bigger and bigger, so he could only walk up to the podium with a helpless smile. Then he started introducing himself again in various languages. During the period, another teacher asked Yi Nanshu questions in the same language, and Yi Nanshu answered them fluently, as if he was chatting with friends, and it didn't feel awkward at all. There were some unfamiliar words that even the teacher could not answer, but fortunately, those who can become university teachers have some knowledge. An hour later, Yi Nanshu was like Lu Bu fighting against many heroes, like the god of war in the literary world. Teachers from various subjects were defeated one after another, and no one could trouble him. It had been raining for more than 10 minutes, but the students were reluctant to leave because of the scene. What if I missed it? The French teacher stood up at this time, looked at Yi Nanshu and frowned. Chapter 23 Mission Failure. After the French teacher stood up, he looked at Yi Nanshu deeply, as if he had made a decision, and said in a low voice, "This is not French." Hearing this, there was an uproar in the arena. Could it be that Yi Nanshu was really guessing? However, this statement also stunned the other foreign language teachers. Sometimes, people's eyes are black and their hearts are red, but once their eyes turn red, their hearts turn black. The French teacher was obviously unwilling to admit that Yi Nanshu was a better student than him. But think about it. If he admitted it, wouldn't his position be in jeopardy? They didn't think too much about it. At that time, they just thought that Yi Nanshu really knew these foreign languages. But, to be honest, all foreign languages are correct and so standard, only French is wrong? The problem is self-evident. The French teacher said directly, "It's wrong. Even though you are from the foreign languages department, don't always think about branching out. French is not so easy to learn. Yi Nanshu, take care of yourself." After saying this, the French teacher walked away. These teachers are all very smart people. The French teacher obviously doesn't want to acknowledge Yi Nanshu's spoken French. It's just that people like us are not as narrow-minded as the French teacher. All of a sudden, everyone was talking about it. Some people said that Yi Nanshu had a fight with the French teacher, while others said that the French teacher couldn't stand Yi Nanshu's behavior of seeking attention. If you ask who is the most famous person in Tunghai University now, if Yi Nanshu says he is second, no one dares to say he is first. But what made Yi Nanshu depressed was that the mission ended in failure. "I thought these tasks were very simple. If I had known this, I would not have taken on this kind of thing. What a shame." Yi Nanshu felt very depressed. Sometimes it was really like this. This damn system probably knew what kind of person the French teacher was, so it triggered this classroom task, right? The failure of the first mission made Yi Nanshu feel frustrated. Maybe, now he just wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, or maybe he wants to get the recognition of the Sun family as soon as possible. Of course, the biggest possibility is that the mission has always been completed perfectly, but this time it ended in failure. Yi Nanshu returned to the dormitory with a depressed look on his face. Sanner. Several brothers had already returned here early, but at this time they were staring at the mountains of gifts. When they saw Yi Nanshu coming back, they all looked envious. "Sanner, I noticed that you have become a completely different person after breaking up with Li Menjiang. You are simply the king of cheating." Bai Yuntao looked at Yi Nanshu meaningfully. "Yes, many people are saying now that you were always pretending and never showed off. The reason you have such a strong desire to show off now may be related to your dropping out of school. Zhuang Bai also said. Yi Nanshu was startled. Why do you say that? Think about it, you weren't that amazing when you were with Li Menjing. You showed it after you were with Senior because you wanted to be worthy of her. Su Ming said seriously, some classmates in the forum analyzed that it was because you always wanted to test Li Menjing, so you didn't show it. Before you dropped out of school involuntarily, someone said that it was Senior Sun Fei's family who went to the school in person to ask you to drop out. So you don't want to hide it, and show your lifelong skills. You want to show your master's son that you are worthy of your senior sister, right? Yi Nanshu laughed at these words and then said, I told you that I have a new system in my body. Do you guys believe me? Roll. Please forget it. The other side. In the principal's office. The foreign language teachers who had just returned from the classroom and had witnessed Yi Nanshu's foreign language level came here one after another. Teacher Wang, Teacher Li. Seeing this, the principal quickly stood up and asked, What are you doing? President, our Donghai University is saved. German teacher Wang said excitedly, We have a very good candidate for this academic exchange seminar. Upon hearing this, Principal Chen frowned and asked, Who? This academic exchange summit has always been a pain for my university. Every time I am left far behind by others. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that each time the final winner is never someone from his own country. This has become a scar for many students. Teacher Wang was so excited that he clapped his hands and said, Yi Nanshu from the Foreign Languages Department. Who? This time, the principal exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This name almost made him fail. Seeing the principal's reaction, several teachers smiled bitterly in their hearts. Everyone has heard about the principal's previous dismissal of Yi Nanshu without any reason. Although we don't know what happened between you and Yi Nanshu. Teacher Wang said with a little embarrassment, But, Principal, this is not only about the reputation of our Donghai University, but also about the reputation of our country. I can guarantee that as long as Yi Nanshu participates in the competition, he will definitely be able to kill everyone in seconds. What on earth has happened that makes you praise him so much? Since the teachers arrived right after the incident, the principal had no idea what was going on. The other teachers all talked about Yi Nanshu's performance in class. Hearing this, the principal frowned and said, Have you noticed that Yi Nanshu has been acting a little strange recently? From an unknown little character, he has transformed himself into a well-known figure in the school. Previously, he had a record of defeating 10 people at once. This is indeed a bit exaggerated. Principal, we don't know what his past was like, but now that Yi Nanshu is willing to take the spotlight, our school is saved. But, the principal said bitterly, I had some unpleasant experiences with this classmate not long ago, but I didn't expect that I would have to rely on him now. Originally, I thought he got Wu Qianshu's help because of his good singing, but now it seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Okay, I get it, you guys go back first. He must be hiding a lot of secrets. At a certain experimental base, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, holding Yi Nanshu's information in his hand. Have you investigated thoroughly? We have already investigated it clearly. He has no family background and is innocent. But this is also the most suspicious part. It can be said that he became a completely different person overnight. Not only is he a top scholar in both civil and military affairs, but he is also ruthless. There was a motorcycle gang that wanted to seek revenge, but he ignored them and directly destroyed them. He got along very well with a human controlled by aliens that we studied before. Hearing this, the middle-aged man sneered and said, Then catch him and study him together. Chapter 24 Rejection of Li Menjing. Girls' Dormitory Room 438. Menjing, I remember Yi Nanshu is your ex-boyfriend, right? Li Menjing asked, looking at the computer screen. Yeah. Li Menjing replied expressionlessly. Another roommate just pushed the door open and heard their conversation and exclaimed. If other people knew that Yi Nanshu, the current famous figure in Dongda University, had once fallen in love with our Menjing, they would probably die of envy and hatred. The first girl who spoke said with a crazy look on her face, If I had an ex-boyfriend who was so rich, handsome, good at studying, and had a good singing voice, I would definitely cling to him tightly. Yes, Menjing, now so many girls want to get into Yi Nanshu's arms, why don't you turn back and try? Maybe Yi Nanshu still has feelings for you, and you two can rekindle your past relationship. The roommate next to her said with a smile. Li Menjing seemed not to hear and continued to tidy up her clothes. Although she did not answer them, Li Menjing felt mixed emotions. She was already upset before, and now after hearing what her roommate said, she felt even more remorseful. This damn Yin Anshua was obviously in such good conditions, but he pretended to be poor to test me. Otherwise, I would not have left him. If I want to go back to him now, I probably won't even have the chance to speak. Li Menjing, someone is looking for you downstairs. Li Menjing's thoughts were interrupted by her classmates shouting. Who is it? I'll be down right away. Li Menjing put down her clothes and replied. Li Menjing came downstairs and saw that the person waiting for her was President Meng of their badminton club. Seeing Li Menjing coming down, President Meng excitedly stepped forward, took her hand and walked towards the teaching building, saying as he walked, Menjing, come with me to a place. I have something to discuss with you. Where are we going? What's the matter? Li Menjing followed the president with a puzzled look on her face. You'll know when you get there. In the teaching building, the bell rang. Yi Nanchua and several roommates were walking out of the classroom and preparing to return to the dormitory when they happened to meet President Meng and Li Menjing, who had rushed over. Hello, Yi Nanshu, I'm the president of the school's badminton club, my last name is Meng. As soon as President Meng saw Yi Nanshu, he was the first to greet him. Li Menjing was very surprised at this time. It turned out that the president was in a hurry to bring her to see him. Li Menjing secretly glanced at Yi Nanshu from the side, feeling complicated. This man is in the spotlight these days. Unfortunately, Yi Nanshu didn't even look at her now. Seeing that Yi Nanshu didn't reply, President Meng simply went straight to the point and said, I would like to invite you to join our badminton club. Are you interested? Can you join our club for Menjing's sake? Hearing the president mention her, Li Menjing couldn't help but look at Yi Nanshu again, wanting to see Yi Nanshu's attitude. She also knew that the president wanted to use the star effect to attract more students to join. Before Yi Nanshu could speak, the fourth brother Zhuangbai pointed at Li Menjing and said, President Meng, you are too short-sighted. Your club accepts all swords like this. If you hadn't mentioned this thing today, maybe our third brother would have agreed to it if he was in a good mood. You brought this thing here, I tell you, it's hopeless. You. Li Menjing turned around and wanted to leave in anger, but was stopped by President Meng, who then said to Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu, if Menjing did something wrong in the past, I asked her to apologize to you. I sincerely want to invite you to join our club. Sorry, not interested. Yi Nanshu replied indifferently. After saying that, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and wanted to leave. President Meng took a look at Li Menjing and was extremely unhappy. He didn't expect that he had done something counterproductive and brought a jinx with him. Just as he was about to leave, he saw two teachers running towards him in a hurry. Yi Nanshu, Yi Nanshu. Teachers, is there anything wrong? Yi Nanshu looked at the teacher who was running to his side and called out. We want to invite you to attend this international academic seminar for college students. The two teachers who just ran over from the principal's office were a little out of breath. Academic seminar? Yi Nanshu muttered to himself. After waiting for a while, Yi Nanshu asked in his heart, Xiaoxi, how did you hear the mission triggered this time? Host, the tasks are randomly triggered by the system, so Xiaoxi has no idea. Mo Xiaoxi's voice echoed in her mind. Yi Nanshu showed disappointment on his face. Ever since the failure of the last mission, he had been looking forward to the system giving him another mission, and he thought it would be triggered this time. Now I just want to complete more tasks and earn more MO coins so that I can get recognition from the Sun family as soon as possible. The two teachers saw Yi Nanshu was silent for a while and then showed a disappointed expression. They thought that Yi Nanshu did not want to participate, so they quickly said, We teachers have studied it carefully and unanimously believe that you are the most suitable candidate. If you can participate, we believe that you will definitely get a good ranking this time. When Yi Nanshu saw that there were no system tasks, he really didn't want to participate. He shrugged and said with a smile, Teacher, you are too kind. I really don't want to go. Teacher Li said righteously, Yi Nanshu, you should know that the good rankings in the past were won by foreign universities. This time you have the opportunity to win a good ranking, but you are unwilling to go. This is the time to win glory for the country. It is the righteousness of the country. You have wasted all these years studying. When the country needs you, you hide and dodge. This. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the teacher would raise this to the level of patriotism. If he continued to refuse, all these years of studying would be in vain. Teacher. It's the righteousness of the country, Nanshu-san. Oh well. Okay, I was right about you, kid. It's settled then. We'll inform you of the details when the time comes. Hearing that Yi Nanshu agreed, the two teachers said happily, I finally have a chance to get a good ranking in this seminar. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and burly boy ran out and said that he was from the basketball club and wanted to invite Yi Nanchua to join the club. Before Yi Nanchua could answer, another person from the street dance club came over and also invited Yi Nanchua. This was like a lit fuse, and leaders of various clubs swarmed up. This is the star effect. Now that Yi Nanshu is so famous, all clubs want to recruit Yi Nanshu into their club. After all, with Yi Nanshu's golden signboard, there will naturally be a large number of students rushing to join this club. Unfortunately, Yi Nanchua did not agree to any of them and rejected them all with just one sentence. Li Menjing, who was standing aside, did not leave. Looking at Yi Nanshu, who was treated like a star, she felt extremely regretful. From the beginning to the end, Yi Nanshu had never even looked at her. In addition, she was ridiculed by Yi Nanshu's roommate just now, and she felt as if she had eaten a few cockroaches. She felt very uncomfortable. President. Student Li Menjing, for the sake of our feather club, I think you should know what to do, right? You should quit the club yourself, otherwise the feather club will be doomed. We don't want to keep you as a bad guy. Boom. Chapter 25 Rich Young Master. Li Menjing didn't know how she walked out of the classroom. After hearing the president's words, she walked out of the classroom and found that many people were looking at her strangely. Now Dingpeng has abandoned me because of that guy, and now I have become a rat crossing the street. Hateful. Li Menjing clenched her little pink fists. Just as she returned to the dormitory downstairs, an Audi S6 stopped beside her. Then, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came up to her with a smile on his face. Excuse me, are you Li Menjing? I am, who are you? It's like this, we have something to ask you about classmate Yi Nanshu. Get lost. Upon hearing the name Yi Nanchua, Li Menjing thought that these people came to her to lobby, and her face turned gloomy. Student Li, I think you misunderstood. The middle-aged man smiled and said, we suspect that the change in student Yi Nanshu is related to the meteorite fall not long ago, so we would like to ask you to join us in the investigation. What's the meaning? Please get in the car and we'll talk. The other side. It was time for lunch, and Yi Nanchua and his roommates came to the cafeteria of Dongda University. I smell the aroma of meat. We must be having braised pork today. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria door, the eldest brother raised his nose and smelled the aroma. Several people have arrived and lined up to get food. Boss, you really are worthy of being a dog. You can smell the food from such a distance. Don't show off. The cafeteria ant has decades of experience in flipping the wok, and the amount that ends up in your bowl is at most 4 pieces. Su Ming teased. Nonsense, I am the most handsome man. Don't you know that facial features determine 3 outlooks? Bai Yuntao said with a sneer. Yi Nanshu, who was standing by, also laughed and said, looking at the boss's appearance, I guess it's at most 3. When it was the eldest brother's turn to get food, he smiled at the cafeteria auntie and said, Auntie, I want this braised pork. I saw the cafeteria ant scooping a spoonful at a time, a big full spoonful. Seeing this, Bai Yuntao puffed out his chest and looked at Yi Nanchua and the others provocatively, as if to say, I am familiar with my aunt. Little did I know that the ant's hands were shaking like a sieve and several pieces of meat fell off. Bai Yuntao's heart was in his throat. Auntie, stop shaking. But in the end, there were only 2 pieces of meat left in his bowl. Looking at the only 2 pieces of meat in the bowl, Bai Yuntao felt a flock of black crows flying over his head. Yi Nanshu and others behind were laughing like crazy. Sister, I want this braised pork too. When it was Yi Nanshu's turn to serve the food, Yi Nanshu suppressed his smile and said. When the cafeteria ant heard someone calling her sister, she looked up at Yi Nanshu. Then he asked with a smile, are you the boy of that uncle? Sister, don't be like this. I'm still young. Don't call me Xiao Shu. You can call me Ziananan. Yi Nanshu smiled. He. Auntie laughed so hard that her body shook. Just now, my daughter said something extra, saying that if she could get tutoring from Yi Nanshu, her foreign language skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I watched the video briefly before starting work and recognized this person. You want some braised pork too, right? Bring the plate over here. You have to eat your fill so you have more energy to study. The cafeteria ant said with a smile. Then he scooped a spoonful of the braised pork, without even shaking it, and put it directly on Yi Nanshu's plate. After thinking for a while, he felt it was not enough, so he got another spoonful for Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu. Looking at the mountain of braised pork in front of him, Yi Nanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Thank you, sister." After saying that, Yi Nanchua took the plate and left the team. This left the people behind stunned. Seeing this, the people who followed Yi Nanshu's example and began to flatter the cafeteria auntie. He kept calling me sister, saying things like "sister is so beautiful, sister is so young," and so on. But the cafeteria auntie remained unmoved and kept stirring the spoon until it was needed. There were basically only 2 or 3 pieces of meat on the plate. When the 3 roommates saw the pile of braised pork on Yi Nanshu's plate, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and expressed envy. "Sanner, we have unanimously decided that from now on, all meals in our dormitory will be prepared by you. Could it be that handsome guys can eat so much more meat?" Then the braised pork on Yi Nanshu's plate was divided among the 3 of them. I don't know who spread the news that Yi Nanshu was eating in the cafeteria, and many people who never came to the cafeteria to eat rushed over. After a while, the cafeteria, which originally had only a dozen people, was suddenly filled with people with Yi Nanshu as the center. From time to time, there were girls coming up to serve drinks. This forced Yi Nanshu and his companions to quickly finish their plates and escape from the cafeteria. After leaving the cafeteria, since there were no classes in the afternoon, the eldest brother suggested going to the internet cafe to play games. Yi Nanchua and others had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they agreed to the eldest brother's suggestion. The eldest and the fourth went back to the dormitory to get their ID cards, and asked Yi Nanchua and the others to occupy the machine first. "I'll let the boss play support later. He's really bad. Today, let's see how the ADC, can carry the whole game. As long as you guys don't give up, I'll help you get a big score today." The second one gestured with great joy. The 2 of them came to the internet cafe, chatting and laughing, and occupied a 4-seat computer. The 2 waited for a long time, but the eldest and the fourth had not come yet. Fortunately, there were not many people online at this time, otherwise the computer would have been snatched away. After a while, the 4th brother came running to Yi Nanshu breathlessly and said, "Second brother, third brother, come with me quickly, the eldest brother has been beaten." When Su Ming and Yi Nanshu heard this, they took off their headphones and stood up abruptly. Yi Nanshu asked hurriedly, "What happened? Who hit me? Don't waste time, go take a look first and talk while you walk." It turned out that the eldest and the 4th brother went back to the dormitory to get their ID cards and rushed to the internet cafe. When they were about to cross the road, a sports car happened to pick up a girl at the school gate. It started directly without looking at the roadside or turning on the turn signal, and just knocked over the eldest brother by Yuntao, who was about to cross the road. Fortunately, they were just preparing to start and were not going very fast, so no one was hurt. As soon as the guy on the other side got out of the car, he said the boss was a scammer and kept swearing at him. The 2 of them almost got into a fight. The guy on the other side also said he was calling for help, so the 4th guy hurried to the internet cafe to call them. "You poor student, you still want to touch my porcelain? You just want to extort money, right? I have plenty of money. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, I will use my money to kill you. Do you still want to fight? When I get here, I will cripple you today and then compensate you." Yi Nanchua and others had already arrived across the street. They saw a Porsche 718 convertible sports car. A tall and thin young man was standing next to the car, cursing it by Yuntao. Many students gathered around to watch. "You hit someone and you're blaming me for what happened. Why don't you just kill me today?" Not only did he get hit, but he also asked him to apologize in return. "It's just a few bucks, what does it matter?" The boss also replied angrily. Kid, just wait. I won't kill you today. I will just cripple you so that you can only lie down for the rest of your life. I have plenty of money to compensate you." At this time, Yi Nanshu and others had already come to the boss side. Seeing that the boss was covered with a lot of dust, they asked him with concern if he was okay. "You are very rich, right?" Yi Nanshu's voice was low and deep. Chapter 26, Competition of Wealth. "I don't have anything else but a lot of money." The tall and thin young man glanced at Yi Nanshu and others who had come over and said contemptuously, "Cut." A few more poor boys came. "My name is Wang Qingshou. Go ask around. Yang Plaza is mine. If he kneels down and apologizes to me today, I might give you some money if I'm happy." It's just right for me to have some fun today. Wang Qingshou put his arm around the woman next to him and said as he teased her by lifting her chin with his finger. If I ask you to kneel down and apologize today, how much would it cost? Yi Nanshu retorted. What did you just say? Who do you think you are? Wang Qingshou felt insulted when he heard Yi Nanshu's words. There are students who want to throw money at me? Are you kidding me? Hey, isn't this Yi Nanshu, the new celebrity in our school? Young Master Wang, you have to pay attention. Yi Nanshu has many young female fans who are ignorant of the world. But for someone like you, how can you have the nerve to ask young Master Wang for money? The woman in Wang Qingshou's arms sneered with a fake smile. This woman was also a student of Dongda University. She should have recognized Yi Nanshu, but she only heard a little about him. After all, she only had eyes for rich people. Bah, you still have the nerve to say that you are a student of Tokyo University. Don't you have any idea who you are? The second brother said with a look of disdain on the side, and then laughed. The onlookers also started laughing. You. Hearing the second brother say this, the woman became furious and started to act coquettishly in Wang Qingshou's arms. Master Wang. Wang Qingshou patted her gently, then laughed and said, Influential figures? I like to step on influential figures the most. I have changed my mind. Today I am going to destroy all of you and let your little female fans see what it means to have money and do whatever you want. At this moment, suddenly there was a sound of accelerators roaring in the distance, coming from far away and getting closer. After a moment, 7 or 8 colorful sports cars lined up neatly behind Wang Qingshou's car, and a dozen people got out of the cars. Young Master Wang, why did you call us here? What fun have you found today? Asked the leader. Wang Qingshou saw his group of second-generation rich friends coming over, and turned around and shouted. You came just in time. I want to help with their medical expenses today. What do you think, brothers? It's fun, count us in. The group responded. The eldest brother saw so many people coming suddenly, and each of them looked like a rich second generation. Although he knew that the third brother had some strength, he didn't know the background of the group of people on the opposite side. He was a little worried about implicating several roommates, so he prepared to go up and apologize himself. Bai Yuntao shook his head at Yi Nanshu and the others, and took a step forward. Yi Nanshu looked at Bai Yuntao's expression and guessed that the boss saw that the situation was not right and was afraid of implicating himself and others, so he was ready to compromise. Yi Nanshu held Bai Yuntao and looked like he was leaving it to me. Not to mention that this group of people will not give up easily. The most important thing is that they are my, Yi Nanshua's brothers. How could I allow myself to be bullied? You just said that if you have money you can do whatever you want, right? What if I am richer than you? Yi Nanshu said in a low voice. Yi Nanshu's words caused Wang Qingshou and his group to burst into laughter, as if they had heard a huge joke. Are you crazy? If you are richer than me, then you have the final say? Wang Qingshou laughed. In that case, all of you can come together. Yi Nanshu pointed in a circle and then made a waving gesture. Boy, are you planning to beat us all by yourself? One of the rich second generation stepped forward and said viciously. No, no, no. Fighting is uncivilized in a civilized society. I'm talking about how much money we have. You all, come on together. Yi Nanshu said with a cynical expression, my total assets are greater than all of you. Anyway, you can get this money by signing in casually, although signing in these 2 days did not add any experience coins or money. In Xiaoxi's words, these are all random. Besides, they cannot use the money in their own name, but it does not say that they cannot gamble with it. If they lose after gambling, then they will lose the money to themselves, right? This money makes good money. Mr. Wang, what day is today? There are still people who are competing with us for money? Are you crazy? The rich second generation sneered. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with the 4 of us brothers. Similarly, if you lose, you can do whatever I want with you. Do you dare to compete? Yi Nanshu said with a shrug. It's fun, I like it. How do you think we should compare it? Wang Qingshou clapped his hands with an expression that looked like he was teasing you. Just compare the balance on the card. Whoever has more can come together. Yi Nanshu said slowly. Okay, boy, if you lose, not only will you kowtow to me and admit your mistake, I will also beat you so hard that you can't get up. Wang Qingshou said, gritting his teeth. What a joke, how much money can this student have? I guess his family won't be able to earn the same amount of money as my monthly living expenses in several years. If you lose, you have to apologize to my brother and use the money in the card as compensation. Okay, it's a deal. Yi Nanshuo and Wang Qingshou and his gang immediately went to the ATM next to the school. Everyone came to watch the show. Let me go first. One of the second-generation rich had long been fed up with Yi Nanshu's arrogant face. Comparing the balance? Ha, he was never afraid of anyone. The young man inserted the card and entered the password, all in one go. After pressing the search button, everyone's eyes bulged, wanting to see the numbers clearly. Hiss. When they saw that the balance on the youth card was more than 7 million, everyone gasped. Be good. More than 7 million. Really rich. Boy, it's your turn. Taking the card, the young man looked at Yi Nanshu provocatively. Yi Nanshu shook his head gently. They haven't seen it yet. You. I'll do it. 5 million. 8 million. 11 million. In the end, when everyone saw Wang Qingshou's remaining balance, they were all numb. There are so many rich people in this world. This money of theirs is just pocket money, right? Millions of dollars at a time. How come this money is not money? But come to think of it, they all drive luxury cars. Sanner. Bai Yuntao couldn't help but feel a little worried. He doesn't want to implicate his brothers with his own affairs. Although Sanner is the president, does he have so much money? He really had no idea. Yi Nanshu gave a reassuring look and slowly walked to the ATM under the gaze of everyone. Seeing Yi Nanshu dithering, Wang Qingshou said with disdain, "It's not too late to admit defeat now. Don't worry, I won't make it too difficult for you." Ha, my shoes are dirty. It's not bad to kneel down and call me daddy. 2A, and a man of the hour. Do you think you can just delay it? The rich young men thought that Yi Nanshu didn't dare to show the balance, so they spoke in a domineering manner. Chapter 27 Stunned. Yi Nanshu slowly took out the bank card from his pocket and inserted it. Everyone's heart was in their throat, especially those in the dormitory, as this was a matter of life and death for the dormitory. Bai Yuntao clenched his fists, veins bulging. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Nanshu entered the password and checked the balance. Let's take a look. Yi Nanshu glanced at Wang Qingshou and others and said calmly. After listening to this, Wang Qingshou casually glanced at the ATM. Hiss. When they saw the numbers on the ATM, their breathing became heavier. Impossible. Absolutely not. It's not that they don't believe it, but that they dare not believe it. Wang Qingshou lay down in front of the ATM and watched carefully. Come and take a look quickly. Am I dazzled? Wang Qingshou said with an expression of disbelief. Hearing Wang Qingshou shout, a group of people gathered around. After looking at the numbers on the ATM screen, a group of people rubbed their eyes at the same time, and then counted in unison, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. 10 billion? Although these people are all second-generation rich, no one has ever seen so much money lying around in anyone's card. This is 10 billion, not 1 million. Putting aside fixed assets, how many people would have so much money in their cards? There was a rich second-generation man looking around, as if trying to confirm whether this was a real bank branch, or if it was some kind of cosplay. There were also a few people scratching at the ATM screen, and I wondered if a picture was photoshopped on it. But it was all in vain. After all, I just checked my own balance. How can this be compared? Not to mention all their money added up, even if they invited their fathers together, the money wouldn't be that much. The three people in the dormitory heard their exclamations and walked forward to take a look out of curiosity. The three of them were so shocked that their mouths were open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Isn't this third brother too exaggerated? Who are you? Why is there so much money in the card? Wang Qingshou asked vigilantly, looking as ferocious as a maggot, his face turning pale and blue. Don't worry about who I am. Do I have to give you my money? Are you willing to accept the loss? Yi Nanshu asked with a squint. Wang Qingshou's face turned blue and purple at this time, looking extremely ugly, and he was in a dilemma. He is definitely a loser. Putting aside the apology, am I just going to give him all this money? Although everyone in my family is rich, the total amount of money among the dozen or so people there is more than 48 million. Can they just give it away like that? This was the biggest bet of my life. I thought I would win for sure, but If he refuses to admit it, Yi Nanshu would easily have 10 billion in his card, so his background is definitely not simple. I'm afraid things are not that simple. Although they are playboys, they are all from merchant families, and they have been exposed to the ability to judge the situation since childhood. Brother Yi, I was blind to your talent just now. I will apologize to you right now, Wang Xingshou said with a smile. After saying that, he came to the boss by Yuntao, bowed and said, Brother, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, it's our fault, please help me talk to Brother Yi and ask him to forgive me this time, I will pay for all the consumption in the Yang Plaza in the future. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The sudden change in attitude stunned the spectators and the rich young men. Bai Yuntao was not a person who cared about trivial matters. Seeing Wang Xingshou being so sincere, his anger had mostly subsided. He helped Wang Xingshou up and turned to look at Yi Nanshu. After all, it was Yi Nanshu who helped him regain his face, and he did not dare to make the decision himself. Wang Xingshou felt that Bai Yuntao didn't care anymore, so he turned around and led the group of rich second generations to bow and say, Brother Yi, your brother has calmed down, and I will pay him another 5 million to make friends, and we can put this matter behind us. 5 million? Yi Nanshu looked at Wang Xingshou in confusion. When we made the bet just now, I made it very clear. It was all our assets, and you all agreed to it. So, you want to default on your debt now? Yi Nanshu's aura was released and his voice became a few notches higher. Are you kidding? I have to rely on these playboys for my living expenses. There were two simple-minded people in the group of rich second generations who were very unhappy. Without thinking too much, they said to Wang Xingshou, Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you today? Are you afraid of him? Shut up. Can't you see that Brother Yi and I are discussing something? Wang Xingshou felt a headache with these two simple-minded people, and then signaled others to hold them back. When they heard Wang Xingshou lose his temper, the two of them stopped talking. After all, Wang Xingshou had the most prominent family background among them, and they usually listened to him. What? You can't afford to lose and want to deny your debt? If you want to fight, I still say the same thing. You all, come together. Yi Nanshu smiled coldly. Brother Yi, they are ignorant, don't bother with them. After all, it was caused by me, so I will pay 5 million yuan personally. From now on, all the purchases at Yang Plaza will be in my name. Let's make friends. After all, one more friend means one more way in the future. Wang Xingshou said with a smile. But he was thinking about something secretly in his heart. Although I am very unwilling, but when have I ever suffered such a loss? Yi Nanshu originally thought that it was not so easy to pay back the money, and he wanted to have another fight, but he did not expect that Wang Xingshou's attitude would change so quickly after he looked at his balance. He could not help but look up to Wang Xingshou. Since my brother doesn't intend to bother with you anymore, I'll give you a favor. 8 million, and we'll put this matter behind us. Yi Nanshu shrugged, feeling a pain in his heart. The tough attitude just now was intended to scare them, but now he has to stop while he is ahead. However, the more he can extort from them, the better. After all, it is impossible to ask them to hand over their entire fortune, and he will inevitably get into trouble if the time comes. After all, it is 8 million. Wang Xingshou only felt a pang of pain in his flesh, and it would be difficult for him to report back. 8 million is 8 million. I'll arrange for someone to transfer it to you now. Wang Xingshou was already in a dilemma and could only bite the bullet and give it to Yi Nanshu. After a while. Bite. Yi Nanshu's cell phone rang and he took out his phone to check. Your account with the last digit 5438 received 8 million renminbi at 1348. The balance after the transaction is 10,008,038,438 renminbi. Cosmos Bank. Mr. Wang really keeps his word. He transferred the 8 million right away. We brothers would like to thank you here. Yi Nanshu looked at Wang Xingshou deeply. Then, the four of them slowly left. At this moment, Wang Xingshou felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a few cockroaches. After seeing Yi Nanshu leave, Wang Xingshou pulled the group of rich second generations together and said viciously, there was too much noise just now. I am afraid of the identity behind him, so I can only reconcile. Listen to me, when you go back, use all your connections to find out who he is. I plan to hire someone to kill him without anyone knowing. If I don't do this, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. The two people who had just shouted said happily, I said that Master Wang would not be so tolerant. If it were me, I would have killed him just now. That's right. Now that so many of us have united, it would be too easy to kill him without anyone noticing. Chapter 28 Class Basketball Game Part 1. After such a commotion, Yi Nanshu and his friends no longer felt like going to the internet cafe to play games, so they went back to the dormitory. Along the way, the three people in the dormitory happily recalled the slap in the face that had just happened. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly. "Dad, your son called you." A strange ringing sound was heard. Bai Yuntao took out his cell phone and saw that it was his captain's number, so he quickly picked up the phone. "Bai Yuntao, where the hell have you been? Don't you know that we have a match with Class 3 this afternoon?" When the boss answered the phone, he heard the angry roar of their captain. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao slapped his forehead with his left hand and said, "Oh no, I forgot about this. Captain, I just had something to do and forgot about the game. We will be there soon." Bai Yuntao explained with a wry smile. Bai Yuntao hurriedly called Su Ming and Zhuang Bai back to the dormitory to change clothes and then rushed to the basketball court. Since Yi Nanshu had nothing to do, he was dragged to the basketball court by them. There were few boys in each class in their foreign languages department, so the three people in the dormitory were all on the class basketball team. As for Yi Nanshu, since he had never played basketball and his skills were average, and he didn't want to join in, he was the only one in the dormitory who was not on the class basketball team. When several people arrived at the stadium, Captain Jia Tianyi gave them a lecture and the game started immediately. There are few boys in the foreign languages department, and except for a few of them, the skills of the others are very average, so in every basketball game, the four classes of the foreign languages department are basically ranked at the bottom. Other departments commented that the competition among several classes in the foreign languages department was just a fight between weaklings. Apart from some girls from their own class who came to cheer, there were very few other people watching. So Yi Nanshu found a stone bench to sit on the sidelines, and it didn't cause any big commotion. As the referee whistled, players from both classes were preparing to enter the field, and Bai Yuntao stood in the center, ready to grab the ball. The eldest brother Bai Yuntao and the captain Jia Tianyi are among the few with good skills in the foreign languages department. As a center, Bai Yuntao takes advantage of his size and has some skills, cooperating with the captain to play as a guard, so he can still compete for first or second place among the bottom four classes in the school. This year, a new transfer student came to Class 3 of the Foreign Languages Department. He has been on the school team since high school and has very good skills. In the first game, he led the team to win against Class 2 of the Computer Department. This year, they don't have to be in the bottom four and even have hope of moving up in the rankings. So if nothing unexpected happens today, Yi Nanshu and his Class 2 will basically not be able to beat Class 3. The whistle blows. The competition officially begins. Bai Yuntao used his height advantage to hit the ball directly into Jia Tianyi's hands and took possession of the ball. Everyone's skills are average, so there are no techniques or tactics, it's just man-to-man marking. Jia Tianyi dribbled the ball across half court, where he was defended by the new transfer student Li Desui. Jia Tianyi was looking for Bai Yuntao outside the three-point line. In a flash, Li Desui took advantage of the captain's look for someone, stepped forward and headed the ball away, then picked up the basketball and carried it directly to the backcourt at an extremely fast speed. By the time Jia Tianyi wanted to catch up, it was too late. Bang! An easy three-step layup that hit the backboard and went into the basket, easily scoring 2 points. Su Ming passed the ball to Jia Tianyi from the backcourt and brought him across half court. This time Jia Tianyi did not dare to be careless. He immediately directed Bai Yuntao to come up and block the player when he was still a little distance from the three-point line. Both of them had some awareness, so they often cooperated in pick and rolls together. After blocking, Bai Yuntao immediately went down. Jia Tianyi dribbled the ball past Li Desui, and when Bai Yuntao got to the basket, Jia Tianyi had already passed the ball to him, and he turned around and made a layup for 2 points. In this way, the two sides exchanged blows, and Li Desui was like a fish in water. He made three-step layups, fadeaway jump shots, and everything else he did. He basically scored most of the points by himself. At the beginning, Class 2 relied on the pick and roll between Bai Yuntao and Jia Tianyi to closely follow the score. Later, Li Desui directed Class 3 to narrow the defensive circle. 2 or 3 people helped to block Bai Yuntao, who couldn't even catch the ball. Su Ming and Zhuang Bai were also disappointing. Bai Yuntao couldn't catch the ball, but they had many shooting opportunities. However, the basket was pounded by them and it was difficult to make a shot. Another teammate was just a runner-up the whole time. The whistle blows. The first half is over. Just like that, at the end of the first half, the score was fixed at 38-17. Trailing by 21 points, the audience already sensed the outcome of the game and many girls had already started to leave. But Bai Yuntao and his teammates had not given up. During the break, they were still communicating with them, asking them to run more and help him block the defense when the opponent came to assist. Watching his roommates struggling, Yi Nanshu felt a little excited, but it was a pity that his level was only half-baked, otherwise he would have wanted to go up and give it a try. Youth is short, but every youth has a passionate basketball story. The break is over and the second half begins. Ah! Not long after the game started, a sudden wailing was heard from the court. The player who had been running with the team the whole time jumped up to fight for the rebound. When he landed, his right foot stepped on the opponent's foot, sprained his ankle, and he immediately lay on the ground. Teammates from Class 2 rushed forward to check. His ankle was already starting to get swollen, and he must have sprained the bone. Captain Jia quickly arranged for 2 boys to carry him to the infirmary. There were originally 6 players, and one of the substitute players asked for leave to go home 2 days ago because of family matters. What should we do? 4 against 5? Is there nothing I can do but admit defeat? Jia Tianyi glanced at the sidelines, trying to find out if there was anyone who could come on as a substitute. He saw that his classmates were all looking at the stone bench next to them, so he turned around and looked. Yi Nanshu? Yes, and there is Yi Nanshu too. At this time, the girls and the team leader in the class all looked at Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu had undergone earth-shaking changes during this period of time, especially the girls, who felt that Yi Nanshu was omnipotent. They all thought, how could such a talented person not know how to play basketball? Jia Tianyi turned around and asked Bai Yuntao, does Yi Nanshu in your dormitory know how to play basketball? Bai Yuntao shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't seen the third brother play basketball very often. He should know a little bit, right? Whatever, we'll just have to give it our all. We can only use him to make up for it. After saying that, he led Bai Yuntao to pull Yi Nanshu. When Yi Nanshu saw that the man was injured, he felt that everyone around him was looking at him, and he thought to himself that something was not good. I was just inspired by the passion and enthusiasm of the bosses, and I had a few ideas. They wouldn't really want me to play, would they? I'm just a mediocre player. Seeing Jia Tianyi and Bai Yuntao walking towards him, Yi Nanshu touched his nose with a wry smile. Just as he was about to refuse, Jia Tianyi's voice suddenly came, as if tearing through the void, as if afraid that others could not hear it. Yi Nanshu, come on stage, for the honor of the class. Yi Nanshu only felt a group of black crows flying over his head. This isn't a school of morality, is it? Do you all like to use morality to blackmail people? Moreover, after he shouted like that, everyone looked over here. Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu. I don't know which girl shouted first, but the 3 words Yi Nanshu seemed to tear a hole in the sky. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly. Could he refuse at this time? Can I say, I can't? Chapter 29 Class Basketball Game Part 2. Amid the shouts, Yi Nanshu gritted his teeth and went onto the field. Listening to the cheers of many girls, Li Desui and others from Class 3 looked at Yi Nanshu curiously. The cheers are so loud, is this a master coming? Could it be that Class 2 still has a hidden trump card? The players of Class 2, who had originally relaxed, became serious again due to the shouting from the audience. The game continues. Class 2 had the ball, and Jia Tianyi again dribbled across half-court. However, because they did not know Yi Nanshu's strength and were leading by a large margin, Class 3 adopted their original defensive strategy and locked down Bai Yuntao. Jia Tianyi tried to break through several times but failed. He had no chance. Bai Yuntao was locked down by 2 defenders. The attack time was almost up and he had no chance to shoot. At this time, Jia Tianyi saw that Yi Nanshu was open, so he could only pass the ball to Yi Nanshu and shouted, Yi Nanshu, there is no time, shoot quickly. Yi Nanshu received the pass from Jia Tianyi, with no one defending in front of him. Yi Nanshu jumped up and threw the ball with a not-so-standard shooting motion. Here it comes. Yi Nanshu took a shot in the first attack as soon as he came on the court. The world seemed to slow down 10 times. The players on the court watched the basketball being shot from Yi Nanshu while positioning themselves. The girls off the court watched quietly while clenching their fists, as if ready to celebrate at any moment. Bang! The ball hit Bai Yuntao's head as he was blocking the basket, and then fell out of the court, knocking Bai Yuntao unconscious. Third brother, what are you doing? Are you from the opposite side? Do you want to smash me to death? Bai Yuntao said to Yi Nanshu with his hand on his forehead. Seeing this, the players on the field and the girls off the field were already laughing. Ha, Yi Nanshu, you are so cute, I love you. Get lost, he's mine, Yi Nanshu, I'll give birth to a baby for you too. The people in class 3, who were originally laughing so hard, all looked grim after hearing these sharp voices. What's going on? Is this the expert that we have been waiting for? He only has a support group and no skills at all? He missed all 3 shots at the start and it looked like he didn't shoot very well. We are all from the same department. Just give up and don't embarrass yourself. With your level, I really don't want to bully you. Lee Desui said sarcastically. Who are you calling a disgrace? Say it again. Su Ming said excitedly. I'm talking to you. What's wrong? Did you say something wrong? The players from Class 3 gathered around at this time. Bai Yuntao and the others were about to step forward to confront him, but Jia Tianyi stood up and shouted, What are you arguing about? This is playing basketball, not fighting. Then he said to Lee Desui, The game isn't over yet. Don't be complacent. Seeing everyone being ridiculed because of him, Yi Nanshu felt very uncomfortable. With his strengthened body, there was no problem with his physical fitness and speed, but this was basketball, and he was not proficient in techniques such as shooting. Can I cheat? Yi Nanshu was thinking about it, and suddenly an idea came to him. He said in his mind, Xiaoxi, show me some basketball rules and teaching videos on shooting, dribbling, etc. Okay, host, I'll find it for you right away. Mo Xiaoxi replied in Yi Nanshu's mind. Soon, various teaching videos on basketball game rules, shooting movements, dribbling movements were displayed in front of Yi Nanshu like a constant stream of traffic. A normal person might not be able to see them clearly, but Yi Nanshu had the ability to remember everything he saw. In a moment, Yi Nanshu understood everything. Xiaoxi, when I dribble and shoot, can you calculate the route, shooting strength, and shooting time accurately like a car navigation system, and then tell me quickly? Host, it's no problem. This is nothing. Don't you think it's a waste of my advanced system to play basketball? Mo Xiaoxi replied calmly. Yi Nanshu's forehead was covered with black lines. Did he learn this skill of bragging from me? Sanner, what are you doing? Go back to defense. Seeing Yi Nanshu in a daze, Bai Yuntao walked over and patted Yi Nanshu. Bai Yuntao thought Yi Nanshu had been hit by the blow just now, and hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, Sanner, it's not your fault. You will be responsible for guarding the people later, and leave the rest to us. After saying that, he clenched his fist and placed it in front of Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu looked at Bai Yuntao, clenched his fist, and bumped into Bai Yuntao's fist. When 2 fists collide, brothers become united. Yi Nanshu smiled and looked at Bai Yuntao confidently and said, It's okay, boss. We will definitely win this game today. Bai Yuntao looked at Yi Nanshu's eyes and wondered what was going on with this confident look. It seemed like he had seen it before. After all, we are not a group of people. Bai Yuntao. Class 3 had already kicked off, so without giving it any more thought, both of them ran to the backcourt. Lee Desui dribbled the ball to the front court, took a cross step, and quickly changed direction to pass Jia Tianyi. Then Su Ming quickly stepped forward to make up for the defense, but his own defender missed it. Lee Desui took advantage of the opportunity and passed the ball to the defender that Su Ming missed. It was too late for Su Ming to go back and make up for the defense. After the receiver received the ball inside the 3-point line, he jumped quickly. At the moment the ball was shot, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the ball. It's Yi Nanshu. Isn't he standing on the other side? This figure was none other than Yi Nanshu. After watching those videos, Yi Nanshu already knew a lot of things, such as pick and roll, help defense, steals, blocks, etc. So when he saw that person was open, he immediately accelerated and ran over, blocking the ball before the shot was taken, for he was afraid of accidentally causing interference. While everyone was surprised, Yi Nanshu had already picked up the ball and was quickly running to the other side with it. Etc. Yi Nanshu felt something was wrong. He was running too fast. He was almost at the basket, but where was the ball? That is right, he couldn't catch up with Yi Nanshu after just 2 steps. What a miscalculation. It seems I still need to adapt to it. Catch the ball, Yi Nanshu. Jia Tianyi, who was the first to react, quickly picked up the ball and threw it into Yi Nanshu's hands. After receiving the pass, Yi Nanshu followed the movements taught in the video and wiped the ball off the board with one hand. The ball goes in, 2 points. When the crowd saw Yi Nanshu score a goal, they instantly went wild. The female students danced and shouted, Yeah, he got in. Yi Nanshu is so handsome. Li Desui and others were all confused. Seeing the cheers from the audience, I secretly despised them. Isn't it just a bank ball? As for Bai Yuntao, Su Ming, and other teammates all ran over and high-fived Yi Nanshu to celebrate. Good job, Sanner. Then Bai Yuntao clapped his hands again and said, brothers, defend, defend, and defend the next ball. This goal boosted the morale of the players in Class 3 and officially sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Chapter 30 Class Basketball Game Part 2. Class 3 has the ball, and Li Desui gets it at the top of the arc. Seeing that Class 2 was gearing up and seemed to be gaining momentum, Li Desui thought to himself that he should use his personal ability to score a single goal and let these guys know the difference in strength. Want to chase? No way. Li Desui waved his hand, signaling his teammates to move away and move the defenders to the three-point line to face Jia Tiany's defense directly. Li Desui swayed left and right, then suddenly accelerated forward, and Jia Tiany was thrown away. After playing for so long, the people in Class 2 already knew Li Desui's ability, so the defenders were ready to make up for the defense at any time. As soon as they saw Jia Tiany being passed, Su Ming had already come over to make up for the defense. Li Desui swayed to the left again, then turned around with the ball and passed Su Ming again. But an accident happened. Yi Nanshu suddenly appeared and stole the ball when Li Desui turned around and wasn't paying attention. After suffering a loss just now, Yi Nanshu grabbed the ball and passed it directly to Jia Tiany. After receiving the ball, Jia Tiany quickly moved forward, trying to make a fast break, but unfortunately the players from Class 3 returned to defense quickly, and two of them had already followed Jia Tiany to the basket. Jia Tiany had no chance for a fast break, so he could only dribble the ball back to the three-point line and wait for Bai Yuntao and others to get into position before reorganizing the offense. As a defender, Jia Tiany is very conscious. He knows that now is the time to catch up, so he can't be impatient, but must defend well and seize every opportunity to attack. After the attack and defense switched, the players on both sides quickly took their respective positions. Class 3 still adopted the strategy of narrowing the defensive circle. They didn't want Bai Yuntao and Jia Tiany to pass the ball and cooperate with each other, so Li Desui was responsible for keeping an eye on Jia Tiany. Yi Nanshu stood outside the three-point line and saw that the opponent's defense focused on the free throw line. He waved at Jia Tiany, signaling Jia Tiany to pass the ball to him. Jia Tiany saw Yi Nanshu's gesture, but he did not pass it on immediately. After all, everyone saw the three no-touch moves clearly. After dribbling the ball for a while, Jia Tiany didn't find a good opportunity. He wasn't very confident if he wanted to break through an attack, plus Yi Nanshu's side was even more open. After all, you don't trust your teammates very much, let alone your opponents, so they just let you shoot and grab rebounds. Jia Tiany dribbled the ball to the left and pretended to break through, then passed the ball to Yi Nanshu on the right. After Yi Nanshu received the ball, Mo Xiaoxi's voice quickly rang in his mind. The target distance is 7.3 meters, the wind speed is 10 kilometers per hour, and the defender's speed is 10 kilometers per hour. You can shoot. After hearing what Mo Xiaoxi said, Yi Nanshu jumped up with the shooting action in the video. After jumping up, I found that there was a sight in front of me, and the sight moved as my hand moved. This is too professional, right? Are you sure you're not playing a 3D basketball game? This is a cheat, no wonder Xiaoxi said it was a waste of talent. Yi Nanshu was extremely surprised at this moment. Yi Nanshu adjusted his arm, aimed the sight at the basket, and shot. Brush. The basketball went into the net with a crisp sound. A perfect goal, 3 points scored. After seeing the ball go in, Yi Nanshu was also very excited. After all, he had just missed 3 shots, and with the help of Mo Xiaoxi, he still made it 100%. The players on the court saw Yi Nanshu jump up and shoot, so they all squeezed to the basket and got ready to grab the rebound. However, the ball went into the net, leaving the players on the field stunned again. There was another round of cheering from the audience. Some girls even jumped up with excitement. Yi Nanshu, so handsome. Bai Yuntao and others all ran over happily to celebrate with Yi Nanshu. Sure, Sanner. I was afraid you would hit me on the head again, so I was ready to block it. I didn't expect you to hit it in the air. You scored 5 points in a row. That's awesome. Bai Yuntao patted Yi Nanshu happily and said, then everyone ran to the backcourt. Only the confused players from Class 3 were left in the backcourt. Could it be that this kid was deliberately hiding his abilities just now? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful all of a sudden and score 5 points in a row? Li Lan, you go defend Jia Tiany, and leave Yi Nanshu to me. Li Desui shouted to his teammates in frustration. The score was 38-22, with 15 minutes left in the game. Next, the two teams attacked each other back and forth. Yi Nanshu has gradually mastered the basketball skills he just learned. On the offensive end, he used his physical advantage to score several goals. After all, with Mo Xiaoxi's help, it was hard not to score goals. On the defensive end, Yi Nanshu's strength and body was just like before in a fight. The movements of the opposing players were too slow in Yi Nanshu's eyes. Yi Nanshu could basically predict their next move. Thanks to Yi Nanshu's heroic performance, the score has been chased to 41-35, but there is only 1.5 minutes left in the game. After all, they were too far behind in the first half, and it would take time to switch between offense and defense and catch up. Class 2 had the ball, and because they were somewhat dependent on Yi Nanshu's bravery, Su Ming passed the ball directly to Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu rushed across the half-court with the ball, and Li Desui came up to him. He had been passed by several times, and Li Desui thought secretly in his heart, "I'm going to defend you this time." Li Desui had just finished his thought when he saw Yi Nanshu jumping up with the ball in one hand. "What do you mean? Another three-pointer? But what is this one-handed ball-raising action? Is he trying to smash the ball in from far away?" He immediately followed Yi Nanshu and jumped up. A strange scene happened. Li Desui jumped late and fell down when he reached the top, but Yi Nanshu was still in the air. He then passed over Li Desui in the air and headed straight for the basket with the ball in his hand. Bang! There was a loud noise, and then Yi Nanshu saw one hand hanging on the basket, swinging left and right. This is a tomahawk dunk. And it was a slam dunk directly from the three-point line. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Nanshu hanging on the basket. It's not like I haven't seen slam dunks before. There are many people with good physical fitness in school who often show off slam dunks. But this is a slam dunk that starts directly from the three-point line. Even players in top basketball tournaments probably can't do it, right? Perverted, so perverted. This thought occurred to everyone at this moment. The girls in the audience were cheering when they saw Yi Nanshu's dunk, and some of them even lost their voices. Although they didn't understand how difficult this slam dunk was, that wasn't the point. The point was that Yi Nanshu looked so handsome hanging there. If they hadn't seen that the game was not over yet, they would have rushed up long ago. The referee who was counting the points on the sidelines was also confused and looked at each other. How many points is this? Since he jumped from outside the three-point line, it would be counted as a three-pointer. 41:38. Although they were still 4 points behind, the players in Class 3 no longer had the confidence to continue playing. How to fight this kind of pervert? Yi Nanshu stood under the basket in his own backcourt, and the opposing player just passed the ball symbolically. In the final moments, with no one defending, Su Ming successfully made a three-pointer and Bai Yuntao scored 2 points. The score was fixed at 41-43. The game is over and Class 2 wins. Chapter 31 Ex-Girlfriend. In a laboratory in the East China Sea. Li Menjiying's face was a little gloomy. She glanced at the various instruments in the laboratory and clenched her fists. These people who brought themselves here are said to be scientific researchers who study alien life, meteorites, etc. Because of Yi Nanshu's sudden change, they now suspect that Yi Nanshu has been transformed by alien life. Li Menjiying herself didn't believe these things because they were too absurd, but they couldn't explain Yi Nanshu's transformation. Because they showed them Yi Nanshu's family information and so on, he was just an ordinary college student, and it was really hard to understand how he could have changed so drastically overnight. Ms. Li, I have no choice but to inconvenience you now. We have a miniature detector here that can detect whether he has been touched by alien creatures. As long as it is detected, then we will have a way to turn him back into an ordinary person. The middle-aged man said on the side. What do you mean by I've been wronged? Li Menjiying asked puzzledly. Because our detector requires close contact to detect more effectively, we have also roughly investigated your relationship with Yi Nanshu. I know you have had some conflicts, but we know you will definitely have a way. The middle-aged man looked at Li Menjiying and said. Since you can invite me, why don't you just capture Yi Nanshu and study him? Why bother with this? Li Menjiying said in surprise. You are so powerful, yet you still want a little girl like me to investigate? Student Li, you don't know that before we have investigated thoroughly, it is not convenient for us to take action directly. First, if we alert him and he runs away, he will be on guard and it will be difficult to catch him in the future. Second, we don't know what other abilities he has. If we are not well prepared, there may be other serious consequences. so we can only ask you to go and investigate first. The middle-aged man explained to Li Menjing with a smile. After seeing everything in this laboratory and listening to the words of the person in front of her, Li Menjing began to doubt whether Yi Nanchua had really been transformed by aliens or something like that. Otherwise, how could he have gone from being ordinary to being so brilliant now? Yi Nanchua, let me expose your true face. Okay, I promise you. How do I use this detector? Seeing that Li Menjing agreed, the middle-aged man explained with the watch-like thing, in order to hide better, we implanted this micro-detector in this watch. You only need to use the watch to detect close to your body, focusing on the head and chest. The middle-aged man paused and continued, then the detection data we want will appear in it. Afterwards, you just need to hand over the watch to us. Mr. Li, I believe you can do it. Li Menjing took the watch, put it on her hand, shook it and said, no problem, but I want to know the detection results afterwards. Okay, maybe we'll need your help after the results come out. On the other side, after the basketball game, everyone returned to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes. Jia Tianyi booked a private room in the hotel early on and invited everyone to have a meal together to celebrate today's victory and discuss how to play the next game. After all, with Yi Nanchu as their ultimate weapon, Jia Tianyi and others have new expectations for the competition, and maybe they can get a good ranking this year. When everyone arrived at the door of the hotel's private room, they heard a group of hooligans making a lot of noise there. Boss, I'm so sorry, this private room has already been reserved by someone else. Please eat in the hall first. I'll arrange another one for you when another private room becomes available. I only heard the waiter trying to explain. There's no one in this private room. Why can't I go in and eat? I'm telling you, I'm having a party with my brothers today, so we have to sit in a private room. Tell the person who booked this room to eat in the hall. The gangster said this with a scoundrel look on his face and was about to go into the box. This is the box we booked in advance. Please make way. We want to go in. Jia Tianyi spoke first in front of everyone. Kid, this is the private room you reserved, right? It's just right, let me tell you, we guys want to eat here, so you guys move aside and eat in the hall. The gangster said arrogantly. We ordered it first, why should we give it to you? Jia Tianyi said relentlessly. I'm telling you this to give you face, but you shouldn't be ungrateful. You want to get beaten, right? The gangster grabbed Jia Tianyi's collar and threatened him. Jia Tianyi pushed the gangster's hand away and said, want to fight? Come on. Although Jia Tianyi and others are all students, they are young and hot-tempered and can easily get angry if they disagree with something. Seeing this, the waiter nearby immediately ran over to call the manager over. The leading gangster was extremely angry when he saw Jia Tianyi pushing his hand away. Have today's students never experienced the harsh punishments of society? How dare they be so arrogant? He stepped forward, pushed Jia Tianyi's shoulder and said, what's wrong with wanting to fight? Do you dare to fight back? You're a student, right? At this moment, Jia Tianyi was extremely angry. Although he was usually relatively calm, he could not bear being bullied. He raised his foot and kicked the gangster. People who hang out on the streets have been in a lot of fights and have some skills. He just dodged the attack and then turned around and kicked Jia Tianyi. Although Jia Tianyi often plays basketball and has some physical fitness, he is really not good at fighting. Seeing Jia Tianyi suffer a loss, Bai Yuntao, Su Ming and others hurried forward to help, cursing and beating the gangster. The two groups started fighting each other. Yi Nanchu shook his head helplessly. Can't there be some peace and quiet every day? Seeing that Bai Yuntao and others had been hit by many punches, he hurried forward to help. Because this was a corridor, which was not spacious to begin with more than 10 people fighting together, Yi Nanchu felt he had no idea where to move. He flashed, punched left and kicked right, and kicked the two hooligans several meters away. Then he said to Bai Yuntao and others, this place is too narrow, you step back and leave it to me. Seeing Yi Nanchu's extraordinary moves, Bai Yuntao and others also hid behind Yi Nanchu. Seeing the two brothers flying out, the leading gangster said viciously. Bah, kid, you have some skills, you want to be the leader, right? Brothers, kill him first, and then deal with those guys. All the thugs rushed towards Yi Nanchu. Yi Nanchu jumped into the air, put one foot on the wall, used the force to kick the gangster on the left. The gangster flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and knocked several people behind him away. The force was too great, and they could only lie on the ground wailing. This was because Yi Nanchu was holding back and not intending to kill. Otherwise, with Yi Nanchu's current level of strength, he would have probably fainted. Chapter 32 Li Menjing. Bai Yuntao and others were secretly shocked when they saw that he could take care of several people with just one kick. Jia Tianyi's admiration grew even stronger. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Great, great, Yi Nanshu is so good at playing basketball, I didn't expect him to be even better at fighting." Su Ming and others boasted proudly, "Our third brother is omnipotent, there are many things you don't know." The leading thug saw that he only had a few men left and knew that he could not win the fight, but he could not stand the anger. "Wait, kid." He immediately took out his cell phone and called someone. After the call, he bared his teeth and said to Yi Nanshu, "Boy, you can fight, right? I called my boss, and he has brought people here. If you have the guts, don't leave. I want to see how much you can fight by yourself. If I don't get rid of this evil today, I swear I will not be a human being." Yi Nanshu was unmoved and said nonchalantly, "Tell your boss to hurry up and finish the game and have dinner. I'm hungry." "Kid, you won't be so proud for long." Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, the gangster became a little angry. Then he kept making noise and yelling beside me. After a while, "Who the hell hit my little brother? Stand up." There was a shout from behind. "Boss, here, here." The gangster ran over to greet him, and pointed at Yi Nanshu and said, "Boss, this is the guy who beat us up and didn't tell anyone. When I told him your name, he said you were nothing." Hearing what the gangster said, the boss looked carefully. He didn't know until he looked that he was frightened. This was the killer god. He raised his hand and slapped the gangster on the head. He was very depressed at this time. "You really are looking for trouble for me? You dare to mess with this killer god? The last person who messed with him, your boss's boss, is still in the hospital." He hurriedly walked towards Yi Nanshu and said in a flattering manner, "Brother Yi, you are so magnanimous. These little brothers don't recognize me as your real brother. I will definitely teach them a lesson. Don't be surprised, don't be surprised." After saying this, he kept bowing. Yi Nanshu laughed secretly and wondered who this boss was. It turned out to be the little brother who ran away from Lu Yiming's car last time. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaw dropped, especially the gangster who was stunned. Seeing that Yi Nanshu didn't say anything, the boss thought that he was still angry, so he ran over, picked up the gangster and kicked him to the ground, saying angrily, "Hurry up and kowtow to Brother Yi and admit your mistake. This means that Brother Yi will show mercy, otherwise you will stay in the hospital for the rest of your life." When the gangster heard what his boss said, he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly kowtowed and apologized. "Today I met a ruthless guy. I have never seen the boss so scared. Go away and don't disturb us while we eat," Yi Nanshu said in a low voice. Then he greeted Bai Yuntao and others. Walk, eat. I'm starving." Seeing Yi Nanshu telling them to get out, the boss hurriedly kicked the gangster and walked out while apologizing. Everyone walked into the box and sat down, and Jia Tianyi greeted the waiter. The hotel manager rushed over with the waiters. When the fight broke out, the waiters called the manager over, but when they saw that the fight had already started, they didn't dare to come up to stop it. Afterwards, Jia Tianyi ordered the dishes and asked them to serve them quickly. The manager did not dare to delay and went downstairs to arrange them immediately. Soon, the dishes were served. When everyone was about to eat, the door of the box opened and Li Menjing appeared at the door. "May I come inside?" As soon as Li Menjing returned to school, she heard about what happened at the basketball court in the afternoon. She went directly to Yi Nanshu's dormitory, but didn't find anyone. Then she used her connections to find people in Yi Nanshu's class and found out that they were having a party here. When Su Ming saw Li Menjing at the door, he said with disgust, "Didn't you see that our basketball team was having a party? What are you doing here, bitch?" "I'm here to apologize, Yi Nanshu. I know I was wrong before. Can you give me a chance to apologize to you today?" Li Menjing ignored Su Ming's abuse and walked up to Yi Nanshu and said. Yi Nanshu was eating by himself and ignored her. Seeing Li Menjing standing there shamelessly, Su Ming said angrily, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? The third brother doesn't want to pay attention to you, why are you still standing here shamelessly? For the mission, I will repay you double for the humiliation today." Li Menjing was so angry that she was going crazy. She muttered to herself, tugging at her skirt with her fists, and said with a humiliated voice, "I really came here to apologize, Yi Nanshu. I was blind and did something to let you down before. I'm sorry." Jia Tianyi didn't quite understand what was going on. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he thought that they were all from the same school, so he wanted to smooth things over and said, "We're all classmates, there's nothing we can't talk about. Yi Nanshu isn't a stingy person, why don't you sit down and talk first? Su Ming slammed the table and stood up and shouted, Old Jia, if you don't know, don't say anything. There is nothing good to say about this bitch. Li Menjing saw the white wine on the table, picked up the bottle and said, Yi Nanshu, I don't know how you can forgive me, I will punish myself with a bottle first. After saying that, he picked up the bottle and started drinking. Yi Nanshu originally had no feelings for this woman, but when he heard her sincerely apologize and pick up the bottle to drink the white wine, he suddenly felt a little softened. Li Lixian, who happened to be having dinner here, passed by the box and saw Li Menjing and Yi Nanshu having dinner. She thought something good was going to happen, so she quickly picked up the phone and called Sun Fei. After Sun Fei's repeated requests, Sun Dahai finally agreed to let Sun Fei return to school, but he repeatedly emphasized that he was not allowed to be with Yi Nanshu anymore. Sun Fei, who had just returned to school, received a call from Li Lixian, asking her to come to the hotel quickly, saying that there was something urgent. In the box, Yi Nanshu stood up and snatched the bottle from Li Menjing, who had already drunk almost half of it. Li Menjing could actually drink quite a bit, and when she saw Yi Nanshu snatch the bottle, she knew that he had softened his heart, so she leaned into Yi Nanshu's arms, put her watch-wearing hand on his shoulder, and waved her hand behind Yi Nanshu's head. When Yi Nanshu saw Li Menjing approaching him, he felt disgusted, but because he felt a little soft-hearted and saw that she had drunk so much, he did not push her away. He helped her up and prepared to put her on the stool. The detection was not over yet, and Li Menjing was unwilling to let go of Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu helped her onto a stool, but she still held Yi Nanshu's neck tightly. She pretended to be drunk and kept muttering, Yi Nanshu, you are so cruel. I have been so humble, but you still won't forgive me. Yi Nanshu felt a headache. He couldn't just throw her on the ground, right? He looked at Zhuang Bai, wanting him to help. Just then the door was pushed open again and Li Lixian's voice was heard. Sun Fei, look here, I knew there was something wrong with this couple. As soon as Sun Fei entered the box, she saw Li Menjing hugging Yi Nanshu. Chapter 33. Can you listen to me? Fei Fei, why are you here? When did you return to school? Seeing Sun Fei suddenly appear, Yi Nanshu was extremely surprised and happy. I came at the wrong time, didn't I? I'm sorry to disturb you. Sun Fei wrinkled her nose, and a tear seemed to be about to burst out of her eyes. After hearing what Sun Fei said, he looked at Li Menjing who was lying on him. Yi Nanshu quickly stood up and explained, Fei Fei, listen to my explanation. Seeing this, Li Menjing burst into tears. Nanshu, you sent me a text message to come here, saying that you would give me another chance. What do you mean by calling classmate Sun here now? You. Sun Fei choked up sadly when she heard Li Menjing's words. Sure enough, if the ex cries, the current one will lose. Yi Nanshu never expected Li Menjing to suddenly say such a thing. He was about to explain, but Sun Fei had already run out. Yi Nanshu was about to chase after her, but Li Menjing was still holding his hand. Nanshu. Get lost. Yi Nanshu growled, his vocal cords trembling as the words that came out were absolutely cold and without any warmth. This woman could actually say such divisive words. Yi Nanshu knew that Li Menjing was not drunk, so she did it on purpose just now. At this time, Yi Nanshu didn't care about so much and hurriedly chased after him. While chasing her, he kept calling her, but Sun Fei rejected the call every time. When I chased after her, I found that she had already got into the car and left. Everyone in the box looked at each other in bewilderment. After seeing Yi Nanshu chasing after her, Li Menjing wiped away her tears and asked, why? You called me here but you left? Who don't make mistakes? I already know I was wrong, can't you forgive me? I was once his woman, but now I have nothing. Looking at Li Menjing's pitiful and delicate appearance, everyone frowned. The three people in the dormitory would never believe that Yi Nanshu was the kind of person who was two-timing and flirting with others. Seeing that Li Menjing was still playing the victim, Su Mingxian couldn't help but scolded angrily, you are so angry, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I believe that the third brother would not ask you to come, you wrote and performed it yourself here, right? I guessed that you wouldn't be so sincere. Why did you suddenly come to apologize? Was this planned? Just as Su Ming was speaking, Zhuang Bai stood up, kicked away the stool next to him, pointed at Li Menjing and said, Li Menjing, I'm telling you, don't waste your time. In our hearts, we only recognize Sun Fei as the third son's wife. You are not worthy. Big brother, second brother, let's go out and see if we can help the third brother explain. After saying that, Zhuang Bai called Bai Yuntao and Su Ming to go out. After everyone left, Li Menjing looked at the watch on her hand, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Li Menjing clenched her fists. You deserve it. Sun family. Yi Nanshu took a taxi and followed him here, but he kept wandering around the door. After all, it was her first time here. You know, her father hated her very much and even offered to kick her out of school. The reason why I have been constantly showing off during this period of time is not just to get more ink coins and experience so that I can improve myself. After explaining his purpose, Ding Yi, led by his bodyguard with contempt, came to the reception room of the Sun family. At this time, Sun Dahai and others were probably doing business outside, and the room was very quiet. As soon as Sun Fei returned home, she locked herself in the bedroom on the second floor. The servants of the Sun family brought tea and snacks and greeted Yi Nanshu. Auntie, could you please call Fei Fei out for me? Yi Nanshu said politely to the Sun family servant. Who are you? The servant looked at Yi Nanshu and replied. Fei Fei and I. You are Yi Nanshu, right? The servant suddenly thought of something and said abruptly, I didn't expect you to come here so shamelessly. The servants all knew that the master and the young lady had been having conflicts these days because of this man named Yi Nanshu. Just now the young lady ran back with a sad look on her face. It must be related to the student. What's up with the bodyguards at the door? Are they letting in any cat or dog? The servants looked Yi Nanshu up and down and continued, I don't think you are that great. A poor boy wants to marry into a rich family. You are far inferior to those young men from aristocratic families who come to propose marriage. Which one of them doesn't have a distinguished family background? Another servant echoed, that's right. Our young lady is not here, so you can go now. Don't think that because the master is not here today, he won't dare to do anything to you. You still dare to find our house. You will be in trouble when the master comes back. Yi Nanshu felt bitter in his heart. Maybe it's because he loves Fei Fei so much, right? If I hadn't obtained some system, to be honest, I really wouldn't be worthy of Fei Fei. From their point of view, it's true. I suggest you go away. The master is not here. Considering your young age, we will not tell the head of the family about your coming here today. Also, I advise you, young man, wear a hat that fits your head. Yi Nanshu took a deep breath. I know I am not worthy of Fei Fei now, but I will spend my whole life loving her. She is my heaven and my earth. Without her, my life. Shut up. Yi Nanshu wanted to say something, but the two servants interrupted him directly, with a hint of sarcasm in their expressions. Upstairs. In Sun Fei's boudoir. At this moment, a little head was pressed against the wooden door. Sometimes she frowns, sometimes she smiles. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, but when she heard her nanny scolding Yi Nanshu, her eyebrows slightly frowned, she put on her slippers, and walked downstairs with a clatter. So you still have time to get out now. Why don't you two go away first? Sun Feeten opened her mouth slightly, her voice ethereal and clear. Although I am very angry. Moreover, she didn't want to care about Yi Nanshu anymore, but after all, he was her boyfriend and no one could interfere. Fei Fei. Miss. I don't want to see you, go away. Sun Fei glanced at Yi Nanshu and said coldly. Just a glance and that cold tone were enough to make Yi Nanshu feel cold all over. He clenched his fists nervously, and his veins were exposed. Whoosh. Yi Nanshu rushed to Sun Fei without saying a word, and without waiting for her to speak, he held her tightly in his arms and pressed his lips hard against her cherry lips. Wow. For a long time. The four lips left reluctantly. Yi Nanshu raised the corners of his lips slightly. Now, can you listen to my explanation? Sun Fei blushed, glared at Yi Nanshu, and said with red eyes, I don't want to see you again, I don't want to listen. Okay then, I'll go. You. Looking at Yi Nanshu's back, Sun Fei's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Stinky Nanshu, stop right there. Chapter 34 Promise. Fei Fei, do you believe me? Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Fei lovingly. Looking at Yi Nanshu's affectionate eyes, Sun Fei felt conflicted. Do you believe him? I believe it. After all, my judgment should not be wrong. This man has proved his love for me too many times, but when I see them hugging each other, I still feel uncomfortable. Am I being a little unreasonable? I believe you. Sun Fei said while looking at Yi Nanshu infatuatedly. Yi Nanshu stroked Sun Fei's little head, smiled slightly and said affectionately, Thank you, Fei Fei. Looking at Yi Nanshu's smile, Sun Fei smiled briefly, then put away her smile and pretended to be angry and turned her head away and said, I believe you, but I didn't say I forgive you. The meaning is obvious. Humph, although I believe in you, it won't be that easy for you to get away with it. Yi Nanshu saw Sun Fei's expression and smiled helplessly. It seemed that it would not be so easy to get through this. He needed to coax her somehow. Where is that kid? He actually dared to run into our house. He's so brave. A hurried and low voice came from outside the house. The person who came was Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai was originally doing some work outside when the servant at home suddenly called him and said that the boy named Yi Nanshu had found his home. When Sun Dahai heard this, he was furious. How dare the man come to his door? It seemed that warning him was useless. He hurriedly called Sun Eri and went to his house to kill him. As soon as Sun Fei heard her father Sun Dahai's voice, an anxious look appeared on her face. Yi Nanshu pulled Sun Fei in turn, shook his head and said, "You will have to face it sooner or later, believe me." Looking at Yi Nanshu's determined eyes, Sun Fei was speechless. Yi Nanshu held Sun Fei's hand and walked towards Sun Dahai, and the two stood side by side. In a blink of an eye, Sun Dahai came to the reception room with a group of bodyguards. Seeing Yi Nanshu standing there holding Sun Fei's hand, he instantly became furious. "Boy, you are so brave, kill him for me." Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Dahai who came in. He was wearing a neat Zhongshan suit, had a sturdy figure, and a crew cut. He had an aura of majesty without even being angry. Yi Nanshu felt secretly bitter in his heart. This future father-in-law was really giving him face. He didn't even have the chance to speak. As soon as they met, he ordered people to kill him. Before Yi Nanshu could finish his thought, a punch arrived. One of the bodyguards was very agile and punched Yi Nanshu, while the other bodyguard pulled Sun Fei to Sun Dahai. These bodyguards have all been trained, and some are even retired soldiers, so they are all very skilled in skills and strength. After being punched, Yi Nanshu had a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yi Nanshu could only endure it silently at this time. After all, he was Sun Fei's father. Would he fight? The situation would be difficult to control, and it would be even more difficult to gain Sun Dahai's approval. The bodyguards came out one after another, punching and kicking Yi Nanshu, and he was knocked to the ground. Yi Nanshu climbed up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and stood up again. Fortunately, my body has been strengthened. If it were my previous self, I would probably not be able to stand up after being hit to this extent. The host has been detected to be under attack, and the system has requested to activate the automatic defense system. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded in my mind. Turn off the phone. Yi Nanshu said silently in his heart. He believed that Sun Dahai would not really kill him. Didn't you eat? I don't want to see him stand up again. If he does, you'll have to lie down. Sun Dahai said in a low voice. After hearing what Sun Dahai said, the bodyguards rushed towards Yi Nanshu with all their strength and started punching and kicking him again. Yi Nanshu was knocked down again and stood up again and again. Sun Fei, who was standing aside, had already cried until she was hoarse. She struggled to break free from the bodyguards and rushed to Yi Nanshu. Who dares to take a step forward? Sun Fei glanced coldly, and the bodyguards felt a chill coming towards them, as if the reception room had fallen into an ice cellar. The bodyguards looked at each other and stood there blankly, no one daring to take another step forward. Stand back. Sun Dahai's voice came in an imperative tone. The bodyguards felt relieved and retreated one after another. Sun Fei turned around and wiped the blood off Yi Nanshu's face with her clothes with a look of heartache. Yi Nanshu stopped Sun Fei's actions, wiped Sun Fei's tears with his hands, and smiled to indicate that he was fine. You won't be beautiful if you cry again. Yi Nanshu murmured. You are very courageous and can take a beating. You took the beating for such a long time without making a sound. Sun Dahai said coldly. His expression was no longer as angry as it had been just now. Very good, I feel your sincerity. Sun Dahai walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning back on the sofa, crossing his legs and said majestically. Judging from your merciless beating, it must be sincere enough. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly and said, So, uncle, have you calmed down? Can you give me a chance to speak? Don't be too happy too soon. I haven't agreed to your relationship with Fei Fei yet. Although I see your sincerity, I still look down on you now. My daughter, I know how much effort I put into her cultivation to make her so outstanding. She is the apple of my eye. I have rejected many marriage proposals from noble families. Therefore, only an equally outstanding man is worthy of my daughter. Do you understand? Uncle, I understand. Yi Nanshu answered affirmatively. So do you think you are qualified? Sun Dahai looked up at Yi Nanshu coldly. I don't know what it means to be outstanding and what it means to be worthy of Fei Fei in my uncle's mind. Yi Nanshua replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. You are very courageous, but it is useless for a man to have nothing but courage. You need to show me your ability to protect Fei Fei. Sun Dahai paused, then continued, I heard that you are the chairman of Shida Group? It's very simple. As long as you can make Shida Group catch up with the level of our Sun family, I will recognize you. Sun Dahai also roughly investigated Yi Nanshu's background. He was also surprised by the drastic changes that Yi Nanshu had undergone in a short period of time, but he was not in the mood to delve into it too much. As long as he had the ability and as long as he was really good to his daughter, he would be fine. No problem. Within a year, I will make the Shida Group reach the level of the Sun family. Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Fei tenderly and said confidently. For Fei Fei, if I want to fight against the sky, I will tear the sky apart. If I want to fight the earth, I will overturn it. Yi Nanshu exuded a shocking aura in his heart and swore secretly. 1 year? Good job. Where does this brat get the confidence from? Doesn't he know how powerful his Sun family is? Yes. Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Dahai with a firm gaze. 1 year, but during this period, I hope you can send Fei Fei to school. Chapter 35 Inspection. The next day, at the Shida Group office building. Although Yi Nanshu owns 50% of the shares of Shida Group and serves as the chairman, he has never visited Shida Group once. In order to achieve Sun Dahai's goal as soon as possible, Yi Nanshu brought Sun Fei to the Shida Group. After all, how could he lead the Shida Group to the level of the Sun family if he didn't even know the business it was running? The Shida Group is also a well-known company in Donghai, mainly relying on its Shida hotels and Shida real estate operations. Yi Nanshu held Sun Fei's hand and walked into the Shida Group office building, but was stopped by security guards as soon as they entered. Yi Nanshu nodded and smiled awkwardly at Sun Fei. You won't be fired again, will you? Sun Fei glared at Yi Nanshu in annoyance. What a familiar scene. Was it like the last time at school, when the security guard informed me that I was fired? This time, I was the chairman, so no one should be able to fire me, right? What do you mean by expulsion? Are you new here or are you here to look for someone? You don't have an access card. You need to register before you can enter. Then I will take you upstairs. The security guard asked curiously. We are new interns and don't have access cards yet. Please register. Yi Nanshua said jokingly. The chairman who comes for the first time can also be considered a new intern, right? After hearing that they were new, the security guard took them to the Human Resources Department after they completed the registration. Seeing the security guard so professional, Yi Nanshu was amazed. It seems that the Shida Group is managed in an orderly manner. Because it was rush hour in the morning, it was very difficult to wait for the elevator. After finally waiting for one, it was full in the blink of an eye. However, there were still seats for 3 people. The normal security guard was leading Yi Nanshu to enter the elevator when suddenly a rude voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Don't you see everyone is rushing to work? You, a security guard, are going to join in the fun at this time. Get out of the way. Let me go first. I saw a man with a slicked back hair and wearing a blue suit speaking with a look of disdain behind me. We've been waiting for a long time, why should we let you go in first? Yi Nanshu replied unhappily. The security guard nearby saw the people coming and tried to smooth things over. Boss Kai. These 2 are new interns. Please forgive me. Then he pulled Yi Nanshu to make room for Mr. Kai and said, This is Mr. Kai Rishing, the employee in charge of the Shida Hotel. Newcomers should be polite and let Mr. Kai go first. Kai Rishing raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, Are you new here? You're so arrogant, what's your name? Yi Nanshu. Okay, I'll remember you. Kai Rishing said and walked into the elevator with a swagger. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Kai Rishing turned around and noticed Sun Fei next to him. His eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately pressed the button to open the elevator door, but it was too late. After seeing Kai Rishing coming up, the security guard said, This man is the brother-in-law of Mr. Lee from the Human Resources Department. He has no skills and usually bullies others in the company. You are new here, so don't offend him. Most people in the company dare not say anything to him. Is there no one in the Shida Group who cares about people like this? Yi Nanshu asked doubtfully. Mr. Kai is very good at flattering people. He handles the relationships with the higher-ups very well and relies on his brother-in-law in the human resources department. No one below dares to speak out. I think I said too much. Anyway, you work here, so please be more careful in the future. The security guard said, touching his head. Thank you for your reminder, brother. What's your name? Yi Nanshu asked curiously. Yi Nanshu was very grateful to the security guard for his reminder. It could be seen that he was a very honest person. My name is Guan Sanpao. We're from the same company now, so don't be polite. The security guard touched his head and said. Okay, I'll remember you too. After a long time, the three finally got on the elevator. Shortly after getting on the elevator, a voice came from Guan Sanpao's intercom. 3 shots, 3 shots. Hearing the call, Guan Sanpao pressed the intercom and said, Sanpao received. Did you bring 2 interns with you? Mr. Kai asked you to bring them to the hotel affairs department on the 12th floor. Guan Sanpao glanced at the 2 and replied, okay, got it. Guan Sanpao pressed the button for the 12th floor, turned around and said to Yi Nanshu, Boss Kai is looking for you, you better be careful. Yi Nanshu didn't take it seriously and smiled slightly, it's okay, it's just a small matter. Then he asked, have you ever served in the military? Guan Sanpao didn't expect Yi Nanshu to see that he had been a soldier. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said honestly, I used to serve in a certain unit. I was considered a special forces soldier. I stayed in the army for a long time. After retiring, I don't know what I did but became a security guard. Yi Nanshu looked at Guan Sanpao deeply. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the 12th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, they saw Kai Rixing standing at the elevator door with a lustful look in his eyes, waiting for them. Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei walked out of the elevator. Little girl, what's your name? Kai Rixing asked Sun Fei directly. Sun Fei's pretty face was slightly cold and she did not answer. I wonder why Mr. Kai asked us here. Seeing Kai Rixing's lustful eyes, Yi Nanshu asked with a hint of anger. Are you new here? I see that this girl has a good appearance and temperament, so I plan to let her be my secretary. Kai Rixing said in a serious tone. We are new here, but we are not here to be interns. Yi Nanshu sneered. Oh, you are so arrogant. New here should just start from the bottom. There is no work for you now. Go down. Come on, little girl, let me show you the office. Kai Rixing said as he took Sun Fei's hand. Kai Rixing doesn't have time to chat with this boy now. The girl looks more and more beautiful. Most of the beautiful girls in the company have been teased by Kai Rixing. Yi Nanshu grabbed Kai Rixing's dirty hands and raised his hands behind Kai Rixing's head. Ouch, let go, let go. Kai Rixing wailed in pain. The employees on the 12th floor heard the noise and gathered around. Where did this kid come from? How dare President Kai hit him? The newcomer is in trouble. Seeing everyone gathering around him, Yi Nanshu kicked Kai Rixing away. Kai Rixing got up and cursed, You little bastard, you dare to hit me, I'm going to make you pay today. Security guard, where the hell are you? Kill this kid for me. The security guards also gathered around at this time. Kid, my brother-in-law is in the human resources department. If you dare to offend me, I will make you pay for it in the Shida group. Kai Rixing said viciously. Yi Nanshu retorted, Boy, I am the chairman of Shida group. If you dare to offend me, I will make you pay for it. Kai Rixing burst into laughter, as if he had heard a huge joke. Are you still the chairman? These days you don't have to pay tax for bragging, and anyone can pretend to be something, but they still can't even pretend to be good enough. Chapter 36 Chairman's Wife. Boy, have you become stupid from reading so much that you dare to say that you are the chairman? If you are the chairman, I am still the chairman's father. Kai Rixing sneered while enduring the pain. The staff watching all laughed. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can ask your brother-in-law. As the human resources manager, he should have received the notice. Yi Nanshu replied coldly. Who do you think you are? You ask questions just like that. I think you are just stalling for time. Security guard, help tie this guy up, beat him up and throw him out. Kai Rixing said angrily. Then he said to Sun Fei with a wicked smile, As for this little girl, she is my new secretary. Just bring her to the office later. The anger in Sun Fei's eyes burst out. He can tease me and I will just pretend not to hear him. After all, it has been like this since I was a child. However, I must never say anything bad about Nanshu. Yi Nanshu looked at Guan Sanpao next to him, smiled and said, "Brother Guan, please help me call the HR manager, but I'm afraid he's old and his eyesight is blurry, so it's best to ask him to bring the information of the new chairman." Okay. Looking at the young man in front of him who was talking calmly and confidently, Guan Sanpao unexpectedly agreed and turned to find the HR manager. "Boy, you really won't cry until you see the coffin, and you dare to call my brother-in-law. When my brother-in-law comes, I'll see how you end it. This matter is not so easy to let go." Kai Rixing rubbed his aching right hand as he spoke. After a while, Human Resources Manager Li Haofan came over. "What are you doing? Why are you all gathered here? Aren't you going to work anymore?" Li Haofan said as he looked at everyone gathered together. "Brother-in-law, you're here. This kid came to the company to cause trouble and beat me up. He even said shamelessly that he was the new chairman. I'm the chairman's father." Seeing Li Haofan coming, Kai Rixing pointed at Yi Nanshu and ran up to say, "New chairman? Didn't you hear that the chairman would come today?" Li Haofan looked in the direction Kai Rixing pointed, looked at Yi Nanshu carefully, and then quickly took out the information for comparison. He is really the new chairman. Li Haofan quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Chairman, why did you come today without anyone notifying you?" Hearing Li Haofan's words, everyone who was laughing just now was startled. Is this person really the new chairman? So young? After hearing what his brother-in-law said, Kai Rixing's face turned blue and purple. He didn't know whether it was due to pain or shock, but his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. "What? I come to my own company and I have to report to you?" Yi Nanshu said unhappily. No, Chairman, what I mean is that you just arrived, so you should inform us in advance so that we can prepare a welcome ceremony for you," Li Haofan said with a flattering look on his face. "No need, today's welcome ceremony is good enough." Yi Nanshu shrugged and said, "I heard that this man is your brother-in-law?" Yi Nanshu asked back. "Yes, Chairman, he is my brother-in-law. He is usually in charge of some of the business of the Shida Hotel and is quite conscientious," Li Haofan said with a smile. "So Manager Li is quite good at using people wisely?" "I dare not." Yi Nanshu changed the subject and said coldly, "You are the HR manager. If I want to make a personnel transfer, do I have the right to do so?" Li Haofan looked at Kai Rixing and thought that his brother-in-law was in trouble. "You are the chairman and the company listens to you. Of course you have the right," Li Haofan said with a wry smile. "Okay, this Kai Rixing who usually bullies others in the company will be kicked out of Shida Group from today onwards, and the vacant position will be taken by Guan Sanpao," Yi Nanshu said calmly. Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Kai Rixing quickly crawled in front of Yi Nanshu and said, "Chairman, I was blind. Please don't hold grudges against me. Please don't fire me. I will never dare to do that again." Yi Nanshu remained silent and ignored Kai Rixing. Seeing that Yi Nanshu didn't say anything, he wanted to crawl to Li Haofan, brother-in-law, please help me beg for mercy. My sister will be very sad if she knows that I was fired." Seeing Kai Rixing kick out his tigress sister, Li Haofan was about to speak but was interrupted by Yi Nanshu. "As for you, Manager Li, I think your position as HR manager is also debatable. However, I just got here, and there are some things I'm not clear about yet. I will keep an eye on you from time to time." Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Li Haofan was shocked. "It's over. I'm going to be implicated by this guy. What I've done in the company over the years won't stand up to investigation." Li Haofan kicked Kai Rixing away and said to Yi Nanshu, "Chairman, although Kai Rixing is my brother-in-law, I don't know what he does in the company on a daily basis. If I knew he was such a person, I would have fired him long ago. Security, drag this man away. You don't even need to go through the resignation procedures. Get him out immediately." Li Haofan, who was eager to distance himself from Kai Rixing, was afraid that Kai Rixing would say nonsense again, so he quickly asked the security guards to kick Kai Rixing out. Upon hearing this, 2 or 3 security guards carried Kai Rixing away. Kai Rixing saw that the situation was hopeless and cursed as he walked away, "Li Haofan, you are crossing the river and destroying the bridge. I will let my sister deal with you. Yi Nanshu, you bastard, you dare to fire me? Just wait, you will suffer in the future." "Shut his mouth," Li Haofan shouted at the security guard angrily. Then he said to Yi Nanshu, "This man is crazy. Chairman, please forgive me. Don't stand there. I will take you to the chairman's office. Nanshu, let's get down to business." Sun Fei looked at Yi Nanshu gently. Then his face straightened. Managerly, please notify everyone to sort out the information of all the group's subsidiaries and the financial statements for the past 2 years, and send them all to the chairman's office. Looking at the beautiful woman giving orders in front of him, Li Haofan looked at Yi Nanshu in confusion. Yi Nanshu looked at the serious Sun Fei. As expected, she came from a big family. She had clear ideas and was well organized, with the temperament of a strong woman. This is the chairman's wife. I have to listen to her. Yi Nanshu took Sun Fei's hand and said tenderly. Okay, Madam Chairman, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away. When Li Haofan heard it was the chairman's wife, he responded readily. Who is your wife? Sun Fei blushed when Yi Nanshu said that, like a ripe apple, so red that blood could drip out. Yi Nanshu was very excited when he saw it. Yi, Chairman. Guan Sanpao originally wanted to call Yi brother, but then he thought of the other person's identity and quickly changed his words. I'm a rough guy. I can be a security guard, but I really can't do this job. Guan Sanpao said in panic. Brother Guan, don't be so formal, just call me Xiaoye. Brother Guan, you can learn even if you are not familiar with the business, but you can never learn if you don't have good character. You were a soldier, and I admire soldiers the most. You defended the country and were not afraid of hard training. Why are you afraid of this? But Guan Sanpao wanted to say something. Yi Nanshu interrupted, I believe you. Chapter 37, A Show of Power. Office of the Chairman of the Cedar Group. Yi Nanshu placed a cup of tea next to Sun Fei and said tenderly, Fei Fei, take a rest. After the secretary brought the information up, Sun Fei had been checking and organizing it. Yi Nanshu stared at Fei Fei infatuatedly as she looked at the information seriously. Her slender hands like white jade were flipping through the information quickly. She had a beautiful face with rosy cheeks and was extremely beautiful. I have to help you organize the information as soon as possible so that you can understand the Shida Group as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can you deal with the board of directors you initiated? Those people are all old foxes. Sun Fei said to Yi Nanshu with her red lips slightly opened. It seems that there are still many problems and disagreements within the Shida Group. If we want to bring it to the level of the Sun family within a year, we must first resolve the internal disputes and promote more capable people. Yi Nanshu couldn't help but sigh. Sun Fei smiled and said, Why, you have no confidence? Your husband will allow you another chance to reorganize your words. Please speak nicely. Am I a man without confidence? For the sake of my beloved wife, I will show you how I can do whatever it takes. Yi Nanshu teased Sun Fei in a theatrical tone. Spit. You are not serious at all. Just take a look at the information. Sun Fei said shyly with her eyebrows lowered. Chairman, almost all the board members are here, just waiting for you to show up. The secretary said as he opened the door. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yi Nanshu replied. Yi Nanshu pecked Sun Fei on the forehead and turned to walk towards the meeting room. Yi Nanshu pushed open the door and walked in. There were about 10 people sitting on both sides of the conference table, both men and women, most of them were in their 40s, chatting among themselves. When Yi Nanshu scanned the room, the people sitting there also looked at him. Seeing that Yi Nanshu was very young, most of the people on the board of directors turned a deaf ear. I heard before that the chairman who suddenly came in and holds 50% of the shares was a young man, but I didn't expect him to be so young, almost still a student, right? What can a little brat do? Everyone smiled at each other knowingly. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Nanshu, and I'm the new chairman of the Shida Group. Chairman Yi, the introduction is over, we can adjourn the meeting. Just go back to school and wait to get paid. You can't get involved in the company's affairs anyway. One of the directors clearly wanted to take advantage of Yi Nanshu's young age and give him a warning. All the directors burst into laughter after hearing this. In terms of age, all of you are my elders, but please understand that I own 50% of the shares of the Shida Group, and I am the chairman of the Shida Group. Yi Nanshu glanced at the directors and said in a low voice. The directors did not expect Yi Nanshu to be so domineering right from the start, emphasizing that he is the largest shareholder of the Shida Group. Since the chairman mentioned equity, it just so happens that our board of directors has been discussing the proposal to issue new shares for a long time. The chairman will approve it. Another director said. You have a lot of shares, right? Then your shares will be diluted. I have studied the information. Currently, the Shida Group is growing stronger and stronger. The hotel industry is our leading enterprise, which guarantees the profitability of our Shida group. The real estate industry has been profitable in the past 2 years. Our Shida real estate has many plots of land under construction. This is our upper limit. I don't want anyone to mention the issue of issuing new shares again in the future. Our primary goal is to steadily carry out this process, which is also the purpose of my convening this board meeting. I have a goal. Within a year, I want Shida Group to be among the top 5 companies in Donghai Province. Yi Nanshu paused, glanced at the reactions of the directors below, and then said, "Everyone, are you confident?" There was an uproar below. Do you know what you are talking about? The top 5 companies in Donghai Province. Do you know what kind of giants are the top 10 companies in Donghai Province now? Exactly. It's really shameless. You want to be in the top 5 within a year. You are such a liar. I am very worried that you will lead the Shida Group to a dead end. After hearing what Yi Nanshu said, the directors all felt that Yi Nanshu was dreaming. Yi Nanshu looked at the directors and said with an expression as if he had known this would happen long ago, "If I cannot bring Shida into the top 5 in 1 year, I will voluntarily withdraw from Shida Group. However, if I find someone pretending to obey but actually disobeying my orders during this period, I will never show mercy." The directors began to talk among themselves. Where does this guy get the confidence to make such bold statements? Kid, this is not a joke. Think it over carefully before you speak. A director shouted at Yi Nanshu in a rough voice. I, Yi Nanshu, will never go back on my word, as the board of directors said today. Yi Nanshu replied confidently. Since the chairman is so ambitious, and there is a troublesome matter right now, why don't the chairman deal with it? A director suddenly spoke up. This was something they had arranged long ago to embarrass Yi Nanshu. Oh? What's the matter? Tell me about it. Yi Nanshu said in a low voice. Just now, when Shida Real Estate was developing the second phase of the Hangshui site, the nearby villagers suddenly changed their minds and disagreed with the original demolition compensation. They were blocking the construction site, hindering the construction, and clamoring that if you want to start construction, you have to step over them. The director replied slowly. I've learned about the first phase of the project in Hangshui, and the property sales are quite good. Now housing prices continue to rise, and raw materials are also increasing in price. If the second phase of the project is delayed for too long, it will be slower than the launch of other companies' properties. The price of steel bars and cement changes every day, and this must not be delayed. Yi Nanshu spoke fluently about the situation of the property. Yi Nanshu paused and continued, I have read the relevant documents and materials. I remember that the compensation for the demolition of the nearby villagers was strictly implemented in accordance with the National Demolition Compensation Policy. More than 90% of the villagers have signed their consent. Only a few did not sign due to some details. Why did they suddenly block the construction today? Yi Nanshu glanced at the directors present. Several of them looked back at him with a joking look on their faces, while some turned their heads away and avoided his gaze when they saw Yi Nanshu staring at them. At this time, Yi Nanshu knew clearly that the sudden appearance of the troublemaker was someone who was trying to sabotage him and intimidate him. I had just taken office and something that had been discussed had suddenly changed. It seemed that it was useless to just talk about it. I had to find out the whole story. If I found out that someone deliberately made trouble, I had to make an example of him. I'll take care of this matter. I hope you will remember what I just said. I'm going to the construction site. Today's meeting ends here. Chapter 38 Reasons. After the meeting, Yi Nanshu took Sun Fei and called Guan Sanpa to drive to Hangshui Phase 2. Yi Nanshu, who was sitting in the car, leaned back with his eyes closed. Sun Fei, who was standing next to him, thought that Yi Nanshu was very tired from the board meeting just now, so she didn't disturb him. Turn on the phone. Yi Nanshu said silently in his heart. It felt like I hadn't heard Mo Xiaoxi's voice for a long time, and then I remembered that I turned off my phone at Sun's house that day and hadn't turned it on since. I wondered if there were any new tasks. Starting up. After turning on the computer, Yi Nanshu briefly browsed through his personal information. Apart from the slight increase in his combat power, there was nothing else he could do. Xiaoxi, have you released any new tasks? The system has not given any new tasks yet. Mo Xiaoxi replied in her mind. After a moment of disappointment, Yi Nanshu asked again. Xiaoxi, is there any real-time monitoring of the rioters at the Shida Real Estate Hangshui Phase 2 construction site? I also want to know the relevant information of the leader of the rioters. I have such a powerful cheat on me, there is no need to wait any longer. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. I will find the real-time monitoring of the location you want immediately. Please wait. After a moment, the surveillance screen appeared in front of Yi Nanshu. The first thing that caught my eye was an old lady who was probably around 80 years old. She moved a stool and sat at the gate of the construction site. Behind her was a group of people dressed as farmers, both men and women, holding farm tools such as hoes and sickles in their hands, and cursing at the same time. If you have the guts, just push past us, otherwise no one will be able to get in and start work today. You profiteers, you turn against me so easily. I only have one life left. I will fight you to the death today. From the surveillance video, we saw that the company had sent people over, but they could only persuade them kindly at the door. Before they could get to the point where the problem lay, someone came out to interrupt and make a fuss, and the issue was left unresolved. Yi Nanshu roughly heard the clue of the matter from the surveillance video. What the villagers said was that Shida Real Estate had changed its mind and gone back on its word regarding the demolition payment. Yi Nanshu quickly found the person who was fanning the flames. He was about 3 or 4 years old, with a flat head. He did not stand in front of the team, but would say a few words from the back from time to time, stirring up the emotions of the villagers. Xiaoxi, I want this person's information. Yi Nanshu immediately found the problem. The other villagers must have been instigated by this person and came to cause trouble without knowing the truth. Lu Ermo, from Shangtou Township, Hengshui District, is 36 years old, has no legitimate job, is idle on weekdays, plays cards and gambles all year round, and is the leader of the gangsters in the village. Check his account and call records to see if you can find any clues. Also, see if there is anyone in the Shida group who has any connection with this person. After seeing the information about Lu Ermo, Yi Nanshu immediately guessed that Lu Ermo was not capable of instigating the villagers to cause trouble. There must be someone behind the scenes directing him, and such a person is easiest to bribe with money. Host, the bank account records of Lu Ermo used to have a few tens or hundreds of dollars in transactions, but today there was a sudden transfer record of 500,000 yuan. The remitter was Li Shufan. I found that Lu Ermo's call records in the past few days showed that he frequently contacted Xiao Qingxiong of Shida Group with an uncommon number. In addition, the remitter Li Shufan is Xiao Qingxiong's wife. Mo Xiaoxi reported in Yi Nanshu's mind. Yi Nanshu has read the personnel information. He has a photographic memory and remembers the information of everyone in the company. Xiao Qingxiong is one of the directors and vice president of the group company, mainly in charge of Shida Real Estate. After Mo Xiaoxi's investigation, the matter became clear. Xiao Qingxiong bribed Lu Ermo to instigate the villagers to cause trouble. Is it just to give yourself a warning? Nanshu. We're here. Sun Fei gently pushed Yi Nanshu and shouted. Hearing Sun Fei's gentle call, Yi Nanshu opened his eyes and smiled at Sun Fei. Are you too tired? Sun Fei said with concern. No, I was thinking about something. Now that I've figured it out, it's easy to deal with. Yi Nanshu pulled Sun Fei and patted her a few times and said. Then, Yi Nanshu pointed at Lu Sanmao and said to Guan Sanpao, Brother Guan, after we get off the car, sneak behind the villagers and take that hoodlum-looking guy away and control him. Okay, no problem. Guan Sanpao agreed readily. Yi Nanshu got out of the car, and the secretary who led the way whispered a few words to the person in charge on the scene, who looked at Yi Nanshu with surprise. Hello, Chairman. Thank you for coming to inspect in person. The on-site person in charge stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Yi Nanshu walked straight up to the villagers and said loudly, Hello, fellow villagers. I am the new chairman of the Shida Group. If you have any requests, please tell me. Come on, a company as big as the Shida Group would hire a kid who hasn't even grown up yet as its chairman? Lu Ermo started to make trouble again from behind. Yeah, kid, you're not just someone sent by the Shida Group to deal with this, are you? Kid, don't bully us because we haven't seen the world. Those big chairmen on TV are all in their 40s or 50s. The villagers were talking to each other. Yi Nanshu winked at Guan Sanpao, and Guan Sanpao sneaked around to the back, letting Lu Ermo step aside to talk, and then carried him away like a chicken. Don't worry, folks. There are people from the Shida Group here. No one dares to pretend to be the chairman. I know that you have lived here for generations and have deep feelings for the company. But our country is changing with each passing day and cities are developing rapidly. This is inevitable. You can tell me any questions you have. I promise to solve them one by one and give each of you proper resettlement. Yi Nanshua said passionately. Are you really the chairman? The villagers still didn't quite believe that there was such a young chairman. It's absolutely true, he is our new chairman, said the construction site manager next to him. Yi Nanshu walked up to the old lady and said, Grandma, you are so old and you still come here. Your health is very important. Young man, there is nothing we can do. My son has been working outside all year round. It was originally agreed that we would be given a house and relocation compensation. But after the house was demolished, the relocation compensation was given to each household in the amount of 100,000 yuan. Ermao asked us to make a fuss. The old lady said with a hoarse throat. Why don't you compensate for the demolition and relocation? Yi Nanshu glanced at the person in charge. The person in charge of the construction site said with an uncertain expression, I thought so too. The group had not allocated any money before. After some money came, it was enough to pay 500 yuan per mu of land. Is it Mr. Xiao who was responsible for the demolition compensation of the group? Yi Nanshu asked back. Yes. So he was the one who enriched himself and instigated the villagers to cause trouble, firstly to intimidate himself, and secondly to get the company to allocate more funds to make up the difference. Didn't expect me to come down in person? Chapter 39 Mr. Xiao. Fellow villagers, I have understood the situation. Don't worry, within 3 days, the demolition compensation promised by Shida Real Estate will be in place. Yi Nanshu said seriously. Without the person leading the commotion, the villagers' goal was just to get the relocation compensation. Now that the chairman of the Shida group had spoken, there was no point for the villagers to continue making trouble. Okay, we'll trust you this time. If you can't solve it within 3 days, we won't be so easy to talk to. After getting Yi Nanshu's assurance, the villagers dispersed. Yi Nanshu called the person in charge of the construction site and asked them to start work as soon as possible so as not to delay the progress. Then, Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei came to a temporary mobile house. Lu Ermo was pinned to his seat by Guan Sanpao. When he saw Yi Nanshu coming in, he shouted, What are you doing? Do you want to kidnap us? I tell you, don't think we will surrender. Lu Ermo, right? Xiao Qingxiong treats you very well. He spent 500,000 to invite you to cause trouble. Have you ever thought about why? Yi Nanshu asked jokingly. Lu Ermo was stunned for a moment when he heard Yi Nanshu's words. How did he know this? Then he said, Who is Xiao Qingxiong? What do you mean by 500,000? I'm telling you, Lu Ermo, don't think we know nothing. Xiao Qingxiong is suspected of embezzlement. I've already called the police. Are you still going to deny it? Your 500,000 was transferred by his wife, right? Yi Nanshu shouted angrily. How many years do you want to stay in prison? Do you think you can get not only the 500,000 yuan, but also your relocation compensation? Lu Ermo was shocked. Did he really know everything? He quickly replied, I don't know anything else. He just said he would give me 500,000 yuan to encourage the villagers to cause trouble so that Shida Group could make more money. Lu Ermo said tremblingly. You've come to your senses quickly. I'll ask you to testify in a few days, and then I won't pursue the matter any further. But don't let me catch you continuing to do bad things. Yi Nanshua said leisurely to Lu Ermo. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again. Lu Ermo said while bowing as if he had been granted amnesty. Xiao Qingxiong heard that Yi Nanshu went to the construction site in person. Although he looked down on the immature Yi Nanshu, he was also worried that Lu Ermo would not handle the situation well. He immediately picked up another phone and called Lu Ermo to ask about the progress of the matter. Lu Ermo's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Xiao Qingxiong's number. He showed the phone to Yi Nanshua, indicating that it was Xiao Qingxiong. Hold him steady first, don't let him run away. Yi Nanshu motioned Lu Ermo to answer the phone. Lu Ermo understood what he meant and picked up the phone and said, Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm still on the construction site. Xiao Qingxiong asked about the situation anxiously. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, everything will go according to plan. I guarantee that the new chairman will not find out anything. Lu Ermo said as he nodded to Yi Nanshu to apologize. Okay, you wait nearby first. There will be a big show later that requires you to perform. Yi Nanshua said after seeing Lu Ermo hung up the phone. After Lu Ermo left, Sun Fei came up to him and asked curiously, How did you know about this? Have you investigated it? But you have been with me all the time? Yi Nanshu rubbed Sun Fei's head and said with a smile, I said that when I closed my eyes and rested in the car, my soul left my body and investigated everything. Do you believe it? Sun Fei punched Yi Nanshu on the chest and said, Stop it, you are so dishonest every day. Then he asked with concern, What are you going to do next? Xiao Qingxiong can't be kept. Yi Nanshu laughed and said, This kind of person deceives his superiors and subordinates. We must not let him stay. He has made a lot of money this time. Since a monkey has stretched its head in front of me and asked me to kill it, I will kill it in front of the chickens behind it. Yi Nanshu immediately called Wu Dong, the president of Shida Group, and explained the matter at the construction site in detail. He asked Wu Dong to organize an investigation team within the company to get to the bottom of the whole matter, and then asked all the members of the board of directors to come to the construction site, especially Xiao Qingxiong. While waiting for someone, Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei called the people from Zedati Real Estate and asked them to take them to visit the Phase 1 of the Hangshui site and the Phase 2 which was under construction. After all, since they were already here, they had to get a feel for the situation. The directors came to the Phase 2 construction site one after another, and each of them looked extremely reluctant. Otherwise, if the president Wu Dong didn't greet them personally, the directors wouldn't want to come. Everyone was talking about how Yi Nanshu had nothing to do, and the board meeting that had just begun called everyone to the construction site. Xiao Qingxiong echoed from the side. At this moment, he had no idea what Yi Nanshu was up to. He just thought that he couldn't handle it and asked the directors for help. After visiting the construction site, Yi Nanshu came to the temporary meeting room arranged by Shida Real Estate. The directors were getting impatient waiting. Dear directors, thank you for keeping me waiting. Yi Nanshu spoke first. Chairman Yi, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. What's the point of calling everyone here? A director said impatiently. Chairman Yi, can't you handle the things at the construction site? There's no need to invite all the directors for such a small matter, right? Xiao Qingxiong mocked from the side. Yi Nanshu looked at Xiao Qingxiong meaningfully, and then said to CEO Wu Dong, Are there any results? Wu Dong handed Yi Nanshu a document and said, We were in a hurry, but we found some evidence in other crimes. Yi Nanshu took the information, nodded respectfully to Wu Dong and said, These are all I need. I can check them later. Yi Nanshu flipped through the information and said leisurely, I invited all the directors here today because I discovered something very interesting when I was dealing with the troublemakers on the construction site. Then he shouted to the outside of the door, Bring the person in. Guan Sanpao, who was outside the door, walked in with Lu Ermo. Looking at Lu Ermo who came in, the directors didn't know what Yi Nanshu was up to. Only when Xiao Qingxiong saw Lu Ermo did he start to feel restless. At this time, Xiao Qingxiong knew that Lu Ermo must have been killed. He didn't expect Yi Nanshu to investigate him so quickly. This was like shooting himself in the foot. This is the instigator of today's trouble. His name is Lu Ermo. Yi Nanshu explained Lu Ermo's background to everyone. But he was just being ordered by someone. Does Lu Ermo know the person who ordered you? Yi Nanshu turned and said to Lu Ermo. Lu Ermo raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Qingxiong. Everyone looked at Xiao Qingxiong in confusion. Who did you come from, you jerk? I don't even know you. What right do you have to say that I ordered you around? Xiao Qingxiong retorted. Yi Nanshu threw the information on the table and said in a low voice, I asked President Wu to set up an emergency investigation team. Here are the preliminary investigation results and the transfer records from Xiao Qingxiong's wife to Lu Ermo. Everyone can take a look. What else do you have to say? Yi Nanshu asked angrily. Xiao Qingxiong's body softened and he slumped into the chair. Chapter 40 Not convinced? After hearing Yi Nanshu's words, all the directors looked at each other in bewilderment. Xiao Qingxiong had done so many things in the Hangshui Phase 2 project. One could imagine how much the CEO of Shida Real Estate had embezzled over the years. If Yi Nanshu hadn't investigated the matter, he and others would still be kept in the dark, and everyone would have to look at the new chairman differently. I have already said in the previous board meeting that within a year, I will make Shida Group one of the top 5 companies in Donghai province. So within this year, from directors to ordinary employees, if I find anyone who hinders the development of the company, I will not show mercy. Today I will start with you, Xiao Qingxiong. Do the directors here have any objections? Yi Nanshu scanned the entire room with an air of dominance. None of the directors dared to say a word. The new chairman had already dealt with 3 people as soon as he took office. If Xiao Qingxiong were to pull out a radish, there would be mud too. Many more people might be implicated. This kind of courage is definitely not something a young boy can do. I am going to send Xiao Qingxiang to the police station for occupational embezzlement. The company will set up an investigation team to thoroughly investigate the matter and recover all the company's lost funds. As for the people involved in the follow-up, we are now in a period of time when we are looking for people, so those with minor offenses will not be pursued. Lu Ermo was sent to the police station for rioting. Do you have any objection to this outcome? What objections could anyone have? Dealing with the culprit Xiao Qingxiang as a warning to others, and not pursuing the subsequent implicated persons, would not cause panic in the company, and the offenders would be grateful and dare not commit the same crime again. This approach is quite sophisticated. Chairman, I am willing to return the embezzled funds. Please don't send me to the police station. I don't want to go to jail, I don't want to go to jail. Xiao Qingxiang begged Yi Nanshu hysterically. Yi Nanshu glanced at Xiao Qingxiang and said, "This is originally the company's money. Even if I agree, the directors present will not agree. If you have any questions, you should talk to the police." All the directors echoed Yi Nanshu's words. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. This is reality. When you are down and out, there are many people who will step on you, and those who remain silent may be considered to have some friendship with you. In just one day, Yi Nanshu established his prestige in the Shida group. After dealing with Xiao Qingxiang's matter, Yi Nanshu was specifically instructed that the villagers' demolition compensation must be dealt with within 3 days, asked everyone to do their job, and then adjourned the meeting. It was getting late, and after Yi Nanshu accompanied Sun Fei for dinner, they both returned to school. The next day, the teacher in charge of the seminar called Yi Nanshu early in the morning to inform him to attend the training. After a simple wash, Yi Nanshu came to the training classroom. There were already about 10 people sitting in the classroom, all of them were outstanding students from Tunghai University who were attending this seminar. Find a seat in the front. Li Hongxia saw Yi Nanshu coming and asked him to sit down. Classmates, everyone has heard about Yi Nanshu's oral English level in the last class, so the main speaker of this seminar is Yi Nanshu. Let's help each other and strive to get a good ranking this time, Li Hongxia said with a smile. This seminar was led by Li Hongxia. Ever since Yi Nanshu challenged teachers of various subjects with various oral skills last time, Li Hongxia has been full of praise for Yi Nanshu. After all, which teacher doesn't like students with good grades? Teacher Li, many of us have participated in the previous seminar. Who among you is not excellent in both character and academics? This opportunity is very important to everyone. Why should he become the main speaker as soon as he arrives? A classmate disagreed with what Li Hongxia said. That's right. Besides, you said that he didn't get the approval of the French teacher in the last oral argument. What he said was not French at all. The French teacher is so upright that he can't lie. Yes, we all have the ability, why should we choose him? At worst, we can just practice other subjects. Most of these students who are both good in character and academic performance are not convinced by Yi Nanshu. Apart from the fact that Yi Nanshu is in the limelight, they are all doing things that are not serious about their studies. They have never heard that he is good at studying. In the last oral debate, the French teacher denied Yi Nanshu's oral level, which made some people doubt its authenticity. However, teachers of other subjects all praised me, and this time I even attended the seminar as the keynote speaker on behalf of the school. Everyone was talking about it, saying that the teachers of various subjects must have been bribed by Yi Nanshu and deliberately let Yi Nanshu steal the spotlight. Anjing, what are you doing? Are you saying that I and other teachers are covering up for Yi Nanshu and lying together? Li Hongxia got angry when she heard the students' discussion. The students were so scared that they hurried to explain. After all, no one wanted to offend this extinction. Teacher Li, that's not what we meant. We doubt the authenticity of this matter. Even if the oral English was good that day, it was possible that it was discussed in advance, and it was just a simple self-introduction. A seminar is not as simple as introducing yourself. It is an academic seminar that brings together outstanding college students from all over the world. Can he do it? The students present did not approve of Yi Nanshu, and were even jealous that Yi Nanshu had snatched away the spot to be the main speaker. After hearing Yi Nanshu's oral level, Li Hongxia became more confident in him. She said to Yi Nanshu in a serious tone, "Yi Nanshu, don't hide. Where's your momentum from that day? Since everyone is dissatisfied with you, let's compete." Yi Nanshu shrugged and said with a smile, "Since everyone is so confident in themselves, I will give up the position of main speaker." Li Hongxia said with a look of disappointment, "Yi Nanshu, This is a matter of winning glory for the country. How can you be so careless? If you don't compete today, you will fail the course. Yi Nanshu's forehead was covered with black lines. Still wearing this? Okay, how do we compare? Yi Nanshu smiled helplessly. It's very simple. Students who are not convinced can choose a real-time report, each of them can give a speech, and let other students judge it. Do you have any objections? Li Hongxia said. No. Can. In this way, this group of students with excellent character and academic performance sent someone who thought he had the best oral English to select an English current affairs report. Who will come first? Yi Nanshu asked. You first. The representative was unsure. After all, everyone was talking about how amazing he was, so he wanted to let Yi Nanshu try first to see his level. Yi Nanshu took the report, read it from beginning to end, put it down and walked onto the stage. Everyone was confused and puzzled. Doesn't he have to read it? You memorized it after reading it once? Did he memorize this report before? I found the report at the last minute. It couldn't be such a coincidence that he just happened to memorize it. Chapter 41, Challenge. A massive volcanic eruption in Tongathat. Yi Nanshu began to read out the current affairs report in fluent spoken English. To be precise, he should have memorized it. After all, he only read it once. Tuthius land nation Scapitalan's mother ready tindist. It was as if he was really reporting a news story on TV, and everyone felt that Yi Nanshu's spoken English was better than that of the English announcers. Is this the spoken English that everyone is talking about, which is more Oxford than Oxford? Everyone looked at each other. Li Hongxia watched Yi Nanshu's recitation from the side and nodded from time to time. She had seen it before, and this time it was still worthy of praise. Li Hongxia inexplicably felt more confident about this seminar. Having a representative with such excellent oral English speaking skills giving speeches and communicating on the stage could help the school gain crucial points. A long time. I finished reading, it's your turn. Yi Nanshu paused and looked down. Everyone was still immersed in Yi Nanshu's words. After hearing what Yi Nanshu said, they all fell silent. Everyone glanced at the student who was nominated to compete. Feeling everyone's gaze, the man felt extremely embarrassed. I was brought out to compete with Yi Nanshu. I originally thought that Yi Nanshu was just gaining fame in vain, but I didn't expect that his spoken English was really so good. Moreover, he can recite a report after reading it once. If he goes up to compete at this time, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? I give up. I have nothing to say about the teacher's reasonable arrangement. The student simply admitted defeat and decided not to go up and make a fool of himself after seeing such a great example. Clap, clap, clap. Li Hongxia was the first to applaud, and then everyone followed suit. Li Hongxia put her hands forward, signaling for silence, and then said, Everyone has seen how well Yi speaks, right? Judging from the attitudes of the students, I believe no one will have any objections. The school must achieve a good ranking in this International University Student Symposium. Of course, this is not just the task of Yi alone. We also need all students to work together to win the first place and bring glory to the country. Students, do you have confidence? The students answered in unison, yes. Li Hongxia smiled and said, Okay, the theme of this seminar is Sustainable Development and Innovation, Human, Environmental, Economic and Technological Development. Let's discuss this topic now. The training session is in full swing. After the training session, Li Hongxia kept Yi Nanshu and explained things to him for a long time before letting him leave. After dinner, Yi Nanshu returned to the dormitory and was about to take a nap when the voice of the system came into his mind. Trigger the force growth task, increase the force value by 0.1, experience 25, ink coin 5. This system is really random. The mission finally arrived. Military strength increased? Is this the start of me killing monsters to level up? Then Yi Nanshu clicked on his personal information to check his current strength value. Yi Nanshu, male, 19 years old, from the blue planet. Experience value, 41,100. Force value physical enhancement, 0.55500. Coins, 6. Host skills, top driver skills, top piano skills, top music talent skills, elementary language proficiency skills, photographic memory skills. Mall unlock level, 0. The force value directly increased by 0.03. Could it be that the one in the restaurant increased so much? The force value increases according to the combat experience and the growth of the body's strengthening. The host was beaten up at the Sun family last time and was seriously injured. The system will help repair the body and naturally strengthen the body. Mo Xiaoxi's voice came in his mind. Is this possible? Getting beaten can increase your strength, and the harder you beat, the more you gain? Yi Nanshu couldn't help laughing out loud. He really was the king of cheating. Yi Nanshu resisted the urge to open his personal mall. He was only 60 experience points away from unlocking the next level mall. Yi Nanshu was also looking forward to the things in the next level mall. It would be even more frustrating if he saw something good but didn't have MO coins to buy it, so his current goal was to save MO coins and gain experience. After closing his personal mall, Yi Nanshu started to worry. The profit only increased by 0.01 for each fight. If the profit increased by 0.1, how could he afford to fight so many fights? Do you want to go out on the street and pick a fight with someone for no reason? The host cannot use force to bully ordinary people. Bullying the weak will be despised by Xiaoxi, and the system will judge it invalid. As the host's force value increases, one-sided beatings cannot increase combat experience and physical strengthening. Yi Nanshu was speechless. He was just thinking about it, but Xiaoxi looked down on him. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Li Qinyan? I don't know why, but when Yi Nanshu thought about beating someone, the name Li Jianrun appeared in his mind. But just the name is enough to make me ask for a beating, and then I remembered that Jianrun had been doing small things and sowing discord behind my back time and time again recently. As the saying goes, one good punch is enough to prevent 100. Just take this opportunity. I'm afraid I won't beat you anymore because you're always causing trouble. It's you. Thinking of Yi Nanshu, he got up and left the dormitory. Inside the Taekwondo club, Li Jianrun was drinking coffee leisurely, with a few junior high school girls who had just joined the Taekwondo club sitting next to him. They were laughing and joking with each other. Vice President Jin Shishuan was guiding the members in their training. Suddenly, a member ran in a panic and said, "Boss, this is bad, that. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Speak slowly." Li Jianrun cursed angrily. "President, Yi Nanshu is here at our Taekwondo club again." The member finally calmed down and said. After hearing this, all the members gathered around. Jin Shishuan was also stunned after hearing this and quickly said, "Why did this disaster come to our Taekwondo club again?" After all, in the last battle, he took a punch from Yi Nanshu and was traumatized. "Why are you panicking? There are so many people in our Taekwondo club here, how can he really turn the tables?" Li Jianrun encouraged everyone and of course gave himself courage. "President, last time." Jin Shishuan hesitated to speak. "Last time, Yi Nanshu beat 10 of his own people alone." "What about last time?" "Last time it was because I was not there." "Just wait and see. If he dares to cause trouble this time, I will just destroy him." Li Jianrun said viciously. "Boy, I didn't look for you, but you came to my door. I might as well deal with you today. Is there anyone here? How come I can't see anyone when I walk in?" While everyone in the Taekwondo club was still discussing the purpose of Yi Nanshu's visit, the person involved had already walked in. When everyone heard Yi Nanshu's voice, they all looked at Yi Nanshu. "Yi Nanshu, what are you doing here?" Li Jianrun roared. "Kick the door." Chapter 42, Nanshu's Arrogance. When everyone heard that Yi Nanshu was coming to challenge them, they felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and they all got into fighting stances. "Ha ha!" Li Jianrun couldn't help laughing when he heard Yi Nanshu say he was here to challenge him. "Yi Nanshu, I think you are here to seek death. You want to challenge my Taekwondo club alone? Are we going to beat you alone, or are you going to beat us all? Brothers, get ready." Good. As the saying goes, there is courage in numbers. No matter how strong Yi Nanshu is, he will be beaten to death if everyone rushes over to him. "Wait, don't get me wrong." Yi Nanshu tried to stop him. "What? Are you scared? Didn't you just say you wanted to challenge me?" Li Jianrun sneered. "How many people are there in your Taekwondo group?" Yi Nanshu asked. "Why are you asking this?" "Our Taekwondo club is one of the best clubs in the school, with at least 100 members." Yi Nanshu thought about it. There are more than 100 of them. This is really the right place, a good place to fight monsters and level up. Last time Xiaoxi said I could beat 10, and if I had more combat experience I could beat 31. Yi Nanshu shrugged and said, "I want to fight 40 this time." There are about 100 of you all coming together to fight me alone. As one of the best Taekwondo clubs, don't you have any dignity? It will be embarrassing if people tell others about it. Who will dare to join us in the future? Jianrun, you said so, right? Who are you scolding? Li Jianrun said angrily. Isn't your name Jianrun? Yi Nanshu replied innocently. You. Li Jianrun was so angry that he was speechless. Okay, 40 is 40. This is what you asked for. Don't accuse us of bullying the minority with our numbers. Li Jianrun said, gritting his teeth. No, come on. Yi Nanshu said as he started to move his hands and feet. Jin Shishuang, take 40 key members with you and teach him a lesson for me. Li Jianrun said to Jin Shishuang. Good. After saying that, Jin Shishuang started to pick people. Just to avenge last time, 40 people can knock you down with one punch each. In a moment, 40 people were ready to move towards Yi Nanshu. Aren't you going to go? Yi Nanshu said to Li Jianrun. There's no need for me to take action against a small character like you. Li Jianrun said sarcastically. Come on. Yi Nanshu said with regret. I originally wanted to beat Jianrun into a pig's head first. 40 people rushed forward, each one with a ferocious look on their face, and rushed towards Yi Nanshu. Old rules, the center blooms. After fighting the biker gang last time, Yi Nanshu had experience in dealing with large groups of people. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Nanshu's figure flashed. Whoosh! Before those who were rushing forward could react, Yi Nanshu had already reached the center of the crowd. He leaped up and kicked 2 people away, then somersaulted down, supporting himself on the ground with his hands, and his legs spun rapidly like a propeller. The people in the middle flew out backwards like kites with broken strings. In just a moment, it was like a missile dropped in the middle of the field, blowing people apart. From the perspective of the onlookers, it looked like there was a tornado in the middle, and people were constantly being blown out. Seeing this, Jin Shishuang and others who were running in the front immediately turned back and shouted, Everyone calm down, we have more people, come together. Yi Nanshu, who was in the center of the attack, unexpectedly kicked more than a dozen people away in an instant. But after everyone reacted, they surrounded Yi Nanshu. Unfortunately, these people had no way to deal with Yi Nanshu. Too fast. Yi Nanshu was seen moving swiftly and agilely among the crowd, and no one could escape the fate of being kicked away. There was no way. In the eyes of Yi Nanshu, whose body was strengthened, these people moved too slowly, and the people from the Taekwondo club had too many fancy moves. Suddenly, Yi Nanshu felt a gust of wind coming from behind, and he pulled away to look. You again? Not scared yet. It was Jin Shishuang who rushed over with a punch. Seeing that Yi Nanshu was busy dodging everyone's punches and kicks, Jin Shishuang immediately punched him with all his strength, trying to attack him from behind. Let you know what power is. Yi Nanshu sneered. Then he turned around and raised his fist to meet him. When the two fists collided, everything was dark, and the sun and the moon lost their luster. Ha! It seems to be a bit stronger than last time. Pity. It's a pity that you met me. Bang. There was a loud bang, and Jin Shishuang flew backwards as if he was hit by a high-speed train. No, this won't add much experience. Jianrun, give me 20 more. Yi Nanshu shouted to Li Jianrun while fighting. At this moment, Yi Nanshu was standing in the center of the venue like a god descending from heaven, with a group of wailing members lying around him. Fortunately, Yi Nanshu did not use his full strength, and they were able to stand up one by one. Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Li Jianrun jumped off the stage and shouted to everyone, Do you really think you can level up by killing monsters here? Useless things, get up, come at me together. Whoever hits him will be fined 10,000 yuan per punch. We must kill him today. Wow, there are only about 80 or 90 people in the Taekwondo club today, not counting the dozen girls, there are still 30 or 40 left. Together with those who were able to get up earlier, there are more than 70 people in total. Hearing that one punch means 10,000, one person gathered all his strength and rushed forward. Now Yi Nanshu was a little overwhelmed. After all, no matter how slow these people were, they were outnumbered. As soon as I dodged 2 punches, 2 kicks came at the same time. I fought and dodged at the same time, but there were people everywhere I dodged. In a moment, although Yi Nanshu kicked many people away, he also suffered a lot of dirty punches. Yi Nanshu sighed secretly. He still needed to practice. His strength and physical skills were far from enough. Seeing that Yi Nanshu's attack had slightly decreased, Li Jianrun was extremely excited. Boy, you must be tired. Let me kill you. Li Jianrun's face turned cold. He supported himself on the shoulder of the person in front of him, jumped into the air, and kicked towards Yi Nanshu. Although Yi Nanshu's offensive power was slightly reduced, he still had a grasp of the situation on the field. Seeing Li Jianrun kicking away from the wing, he flashed and kicked away several people who were close to him in an instant. It happened in a flash. Just as Li Jianrun's foot arrived, Yi Nanshu turned quickly, waved his right hand, grabbed Li Jianrun's foot, and then threw it down hard. Boom! Li Jianrun was thrown heavily to the ground. He thought Yi Nanshu was dying, but he didn't expect him to react so quickly. He launched a sneak attack and was knocked to the ground. After Yi Nanshu knocked Li Jianrun over, he saw Li Jianrun turn over and get up after a while. As expected, he is the president of the Taekwondo club. Ha, if I don't beat you into a pig's head today, I will take your surname. Yi Nanshu thought secretly with anger. Then, he kicked with his right foot and flew towards Li Jianrun with his fist. Yi Nanshu, who was flying with his fist raised, seemed like a shock wave, and people in his path were blown away one after another. Seeing Yi Nanshu's fist approaching, Li Jianrun, who had no way to retreat, wanted to pull someone over to block it, but when he stretched out his hand, there was nothing. Everyone around him was knocked away by Yi Nanshu. There is no other choice but to bite the bullet and gather strength to fight back. Bang! After the two fists collided, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. There was another moment of darkness and gloom, as if a violent storm was raging. Li Jianrun flew backwards like a kite caught in a strong wind. It's not over yet. Yi Nanshu flashed and chased after Li Jianrun, who was flying backwards. If you say pig face, it must be pig face. Chapter 43, Just Messing Around. After Yi Nanshu caught up with Li Jianrun, he didn't hit anywhere else, but just hit him in the face with clever force. Li Jianrun wanted to dodge at first, but after repeated attempts, he still couldn't escape the fate of being beaten, so he basically gave up resisting. In a moment, Jianrun's face was beaten into a pulp by Yi Nanshu, and it was swollen like a big fat pig. Looking at Li Jianrun's appearance, Yi Nanshu was secretly proud of his control over strength. After all, with his current strength, he was able to beat someone for such a long time and only made the person swollen but not fatal. This was a technical job. Before Yi Nanshu could continue to feel proud, another barrage of punches came from behind. When Yi Nanshu pointed at Li Jianrun's face and hit him, everyone in the Taekwondo club saw that the president was beaten without any ability to fight back, so they all surrounded him. Although Yi Nanshu was hitting Li Jianrun in the face while dodging the attacks from behind, there were too many people and Yi Nanshu was hit and kicked many times. There were too many people, so to catch a thief, one must catch the leader first. Yi Nanshu did not care about the attack from behind, and secretly increased his strength, and could only continue to hammer Li Jianrun. Let us see who can't hold on first. If Li Jianrun knew what Yi Nanshu was thinking, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy long ago. The fists from behind came at him like rain, and Yi Nanshu was hit so hard that the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Finally, Li Jianrun raised his right hand with difficulty, afraid of hitting the ground, and said weakly, "Surrender. Surrender. No. No more fighting." Hearing Li Jianrun finally begging for mercy, Yi Nanshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the fight continued, he would be seriously injured. After all, he came here to level up, and he couldn't kill him. There were dozens of people here, and his control over strength was still a little lacking, so people he knocked down kept coming up. Yi Nanshu supported himself on Li Jianrun with his hands, and with Li Jianrun as the center, he kicked his legs quickly and violently, knocking over a bunch of people. He landed on the ground with his feet, and then used the momentum to lift Li Jianrun up like a chicken and blocked him in front of him, grinning, "Stop, stop, stop, your president can't take it anymore. Speak quickly." Yi Nanshu punched Li Jianrun in the face again and said, "Stop, stop, stop hitting me." Li Jianrun felt like he had lost all hope in life. He just wanted to stop being beaten and lie down to rest. Seeing Yi Nanshu holding the bruised and battered Li Jianrun in his arms, everyone felt a little amused. Seeing Li Qinyan raise his hands and surrender, everyone actually breathed a sigh of relief. This killer was too good a fighter. He fought so many people alone. Everyone was beaten black and blue, and the scene was chaotic, but he was only slightly injured. "I want to say that everyone here is," Yi Nanshu said with a cocky look on his face. Before he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong with the situation. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Taekwondo club gathered around him again. If these members met Yi Nanshu one-on-one, they would have to avoid him, but now they were bolder because they had more people. Everyone looked at Yi Nanshu's cheeky look and wanted to laugh for some reason. I want to say that everyone here is a hero. Today's sparring should be effective. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Next time, gather everyone together and we'll compete again. After saying this, Yi Nanshua left like a puff of smoke. What did he say? Will you come again next time? Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their mood became solemn again. At this time, everyone's thoughts are, God of killing, please don't come here. Yi Nanshu was in a very good mood as he had found a good place to level up for a long time. I couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory and open my personal information to check it. Force value physical enhancement, 0.58500. Sure enough, it increased, and it increased by 0.03 at one time. Yi Nanshu was secretly delighted, thanks to brother Jianrun. He had been moving around among dozens of people today, and had to control the strength. His body movements and control of strength had increased a lot of experience. This is much better than the last beating. Not only has my fighting power increased a lot, but I also don't suffer such serious injuries. It's a pity that I am still too lacking in skills. Not long after Yi Nanshu left Taekwondo, the news that he had joined the Taekwondo club spread like wildfire. It is said that he single-handedly challenged the entire Taekwondo club for the sake of the school beauty. It's really a case of risking one's life for the beauty one loves. There were also many people who didn't believe that Yi Nanshu could take on a Taekwondo club of more than 100 people by himself, but when someone saw the pig-headed Li Qingyan, they had to believe it. Yi Nanshu once again became the center of attention, and aroused the love of many crazy girls. Sun Fei heard the news from her roommate, and immediately went to find Yi Nanshu in a hurry. Sun Fei, who was so concerned that she was confused, went straight to the boys' dormitory. When she opened the door, she saw Yi Nanshu sitting there in a daze. I felt a little relieved when I saw that he wasn't seriously injured. Fei, why are you here? Yi Nanshu said with a smile. Seeing Yi Nanshu still smiling there, Sun Fei said angrily, look at how powerful our hero is. He actually went to challenge a Taekwondo club by himself. Yi Nanshu found Sun Fei's angry look so adorable, but he felt a headache when he thought that Sun Fei came to him to question him because she was worried that he would get hurt. Yi Nanshu walked forward, took Sun Fei's slender hand and was about to say something. Sun Fei took advantage of the situation and tried to avoid Yi Nanshu's hand. Ouch! Seeing that the donkey was downhill, Yi Nanshu pretended to be in pain and howled. Sun Fei quickly stepped forward to support Yi Nanshu and asked with concern, are you okay? Where are you injured? Let me take a look. Yi Nanshu took the opportunity to hold Sun Fei tightly in his arms, and before Sun Fei could react, his lips quickly stuck to the beautiful woman's pink lips. Sun Fei felt shy and happy, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she closed her eyes. After a long time, the four lips reluctantly parted. Looking at the charming and attractive Sun Fei, Yi Nanshu smacked his lips, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and said in a clear and loud voice, so tender. Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Sun Fei gave Yi Nanshu a look that seemed neither happy nor angry. You just mess around. Yi Nanshu stared at Sun Fei without blinking. Sun Fei's gorgeous face was reflected in his black pupils. He whispered, Fei, you are really beautiful. After saying that, this guy wanted to move his head closer to Sun Fei's lips again, and it seemed that he wanted to kiss her again. Sun Fei pursed her lips slightly, blinked her eyes, and then closed them. He thought, just give him a kiss. But the weather was not good. Just when the two were about to kiss, the voices of other people in the dormitory came from outside the door. Sun Fei immediately opened her eyes and hid behind Yi Nanshu like a frightened rabbit, saying in a mosquito-like voice, someone is coming. Yi Nanshu only felt a flock of black crows flying over his head. Are those guys in the dormitory doing this on purpose? The three people who pushed the door open saw Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei in the dormitory. They looked at each other, gave Yi Nanshu a look that said reassurance, buddy, understanding, and then said in a dramatic tone, oh, we went to the wrong place. This is not our dormitory. After hearing this, Sun Fei said goodbye to Yi Nanshu in a low voice and ran out shyly. Chapter 44, Cutting in Line. The weather is fine. Yi Nanshu was in the classroom, listening to the teacher's passionate lecture at the podium. There are only two kinds of mental states among college students on campus. Some people believe that college is just an extension of high school, and that one has to continue studying as hard as in high school here. There is also a group of people who believe that once they enter university, their future and career are guaranteed, and they can have fun for 4 years. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and people were running back and forth outside from time to time. I heard that a student was so depressed that he wanted to jump off the rooftop of the complex building. Really? Which department are you from? Are you trapped in love? It looks like he's from the computer department. Let's go take a look first. Two people passed by outside the classroom, talking as they walked. Upon hearing that someone had jumped from the building, the teacher stopped teaching and went out to see what happened. After seeing the teacher go out, the students in the class also walked out and went straight to the comprehensive building. Yi Nanshu also walked out of the classroom and followed the crowd to the bottom of the comprehensive building. People nowadays are very curious and want to see everything. Once they come across the source that arouses their curiosity, they will rush over to watch and satisfy themselves with their eyes, but few people will think about what they can do for the person involved. A student on the rooftop climbed over the railing and sat on the edge. While crying, he was saying something in a convincing manner. The downstairs of the comprehensive building is already full of students and teachers. The teachers looked up and persuaded the suicidal person while calling the police. The students below began to talk among themselves. Isn't this Jiang Guji from the computer science department? Yeah, I heard that he was tricked into online gambling and owed a lot of money. He even borrowed a lot from others, and also borrowed a lot from campus loan sharks, and borrowed everything he could from credit cards. What a pity. Jiang Guji seemed to have great grades in the computer department. I don't know how he got involved in this. Everyone felt sorry. Jiang Guji is usually quite taciturn and doesn't have many friends. He likes to chat and make friends on the internet. Later, he met a horse stacker. After the two became familiar with each other, he began to guide Jiang Guji step by step to gamble online. I started playing for a small amount, and with the guidance of the horse stacker, I won a little money. This made Jiang Guji, who is usually lonely, suddenly find some fun. Once you become addicted, you slowly start losing money, and the losses get bigger and bigger. Before losing, you think about making up for the loss, but what should you do if you have no capital? I started borrowing, first from the loan sharks introduced by Dayamazai, then I applied for a credit card, and after I emptied it, I started borrowing from campus loans, online loans, relatives, friends, and classmates. I can only borrow money, even if it's someone I've only known for a few days. In the end, there was nothing left to borrow, and without the original capital, there was no way to make up for the loss. In the end, usury in campus loans, interest is compounded, and the amount keeps growing like a snowball. When relatives and friends heard that the situation was not right, they all forced him to pay back the debt. He is just a student, how can he bear such pressure? I can't think of any other solution. I feel abandoned by the whole world, and it seems that only death can bring me relief. Yi Nanshu looked at the person who was trying to commit suicide on the rooftop and wanted to save him. No matter what someone has done wrong in the past or whether they want to commit suicide, life always comes first. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The door leading to the rooftop was locked, and the teachers were trying to find a way to unlock it. Yi Nanshu quickly walked around the complex building and saw the water pipes at the back leading directly to the rooftop. Without saying a word, he climbed up along the water pipe. Finally, they climbed onto the rooftop. Jiang Guji was facing away from them, but he was sitting on a corner of the edge. If they pulled him hard, he might panic and fail to save anyone. Yi Nanshu thought quickly to see if there was any safe way to rescue him. After thinking for a moment, it seems that forcing him won't work, so we can only persuade him with kind words. Brother, are you filming? Yi Nanshu walked up step by step. Who are you? Don't come over here. Jiang Guji heard the voice, turned around, and looked at Yi Nanshu with horror. Yi Nanshu felt that Jiang Guji was very excited and was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. Brother, what about jumping off the building? What I mean is, can you cut in line? Let me jump first and then you. Yi Nanshu spread his hands helplessly and smiled bitterly. You? Jiang Guji looked hesitant. Alas, even though he was cuckolded, he still showed off his love in front of me and even beat me up when we had a disagreement. All the money he saved with great difficulty was spent by me in one day. Yi Nanshu said pitifully. It's all gone, everything is gone, no women, no money. What's the point of living? I get bullied by all kinds of people every day. Life is so tiring. Yi Nanshu showed despair on his face and sat down next to Jiang Guji. What's your problem? It's not a big deal at all. I'm the one who really has nothing. Yi Nanshu's comparison of misery made Jiang Guji slowly let down his guard and gradually open up. Are you comparing your misery? Is there anyone more miserable than me? I had a bright future, but it turned into a mess. I made one mistake after another. Now I am in debt everywhere. People come to me every day to collect debts. When my relatives and friends see me, they turn around and hide from me, for fear that I will lend them money. I'm afraid that only death can bring peace and put an end to everything. Although I already know that I was wrong, it's too late and nothing can be changed. John Guji choked up. For so long, John Gujia has been handling these things by himself and has never talked to anyone about them. Facing Yi Nanshu, I felt like I had found someone to talk to. Yi Nanshu glanced at John Guji and said softly, I remember someone told me that only by surviving can we fight, and only by living can we have hope. Death may be the best way to escape the world, but there are too many concerns and ties in life, and we cannot let our families down. Why don't we try to give ourselves another chance? Maybe after trying hard, we will find that it is not that difficult after all. John Guji wiped the tears from his eyes and said, What's the point of saying so much? Don't you want to die too? After saying so much, I feel like I don't want to die anymore. Look, there are still so many beautiful things in the world. Yi Nanshu stood up as he spoke, as if he was not afraid that John Gujia would try to commit suicide again. He walked to the center of the rooftop, pointing at the sky and then at the trees. As they chatted, John Gujia stood up unconsciously and followed Yi Nanshu to the center of the rooftop. Then, Yi Nanshu changed his momentum, turned around and said, 40, do you know the real reason why I don't want to die? That's because if someone bullies me, I will make you lie down, and if someone cheats on me, I will drag you down with me. Dare to bully me, I will make you pay the price. Chapter 45 John Guji. Revenge. John Gujia's voice trembled, and he expressed great hatred. There was a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. But, forget it. John Guji softened, touched the tip of his nose, and said miserably, I am born weak and can't fight. I have been a good kid in the eyes of others since I was young. I only knew how to study quietly. The so-called other people's children were me. However, who would have thought that other people's children would fall to this point now? Do we have to fight to get revenge? If it were you, how would you take revenge? Yi Nanshu raised the corners of his lips slightly, forming a meaningful arc. He couldn't understand why John Gujie, who had excellent computer skills, was cheated out of so much money on the internet. Is the firewall technology of today's online gambling platforms so powerful? It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I have never used the internet to do bad things, and I don't dare to. I'm afraid the internet police will find out and arrest me. Being a hacker is illegal. Zhang Gujie said bitterly. Have I never thought about it? However, since I have already done this, do I still need to be reported to the police and be infamous forever? So you actually can do it? But you just don't dare? Yi Nanshu held his forehead and smiled bitterly. He was thinking about committing suicide, but he didn't dare to do this. You can think of it this way. Yi Nanshu hesitated for a moment, as if he was choosing his words. After a long while, he slowly said, You collected all the evidence of their crimes and handed it over to the authorities. How many people like you can be saved? Then let me try? Try it now. John Guji took the computer out of the bag, patted his face and took a deep breath. He made eye contact with Yi Nanshu and noticed his encouraging look. He clenched his fists, then unclenched them, then clenched them again, then unclenched them again, to vent his nervous heart. Clap, clap, clap. Soon, he recovered. His hands turned into afterimages, rapidly tapping the keyboard. Looking at the fast hands on the keyboard, Yi Nanshu nodded slightly. Here, Zhang Gujia has self-confidence. On this battlefield, he is the king. Zhang Guji said, Okay. Yi Nanshu looked at Zhang Gujie in surprise. So fast? Shaoxi, how long will it take you to break into a firewall like this? Yi Nanshu asked in his mind. Host, I can hack into this low-level firewall in 30 seconds. However, this person was able to crack it in 5 minutes. He is still considered a talented person in your blue star. Mo Xiaoxi said in a calm voice. Is this guy so powerful? Yi Nanshu's feeling of cherishing talent surged in his heart. Seeing that Yi Nanshu didn't react, Zhang Guji thought he didn't understand, and explained, I didn't think this firewall was so low level. You see, after invading, you can tamper with the data at will in the background, and tamper with the winning and losing routines set in the background. I didn't dare to do it before, otherwise I could invade at any time and do it without anyone noticing. Experts look at the details, while laymen just watch the excitement. Yi Nanshu had no idea what computers were. If he hadn't been communicating with Mo Xiaoxi and had been controlling it manually, he would have probably collapsed. Collect all the information, Yi Nanshu said coldly. This thing can cause great harm to people, why keep it? Here is some information. Let me see what it is. It's actually encrypted. The password is a bit more difficult. It's a 128-bit encryption system. Suddenly, it seemed as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He checked it quickly and said in surprise. So can it be opened? Yi Nanshu asked doubtfully. Okay, small problem. In a blink of an eye. It's open. Take a look. No wonder it's encrypted. These are all the information of the platform staff, and there are also many peripheral horse stackers. This person is the one who lured me into online gambling in the first place. Jiang Guji pointed at the screen, murderous intent gushing out of his black eyes. Very good. The internet is not a lawless place. Send it to the authorities along with the personnel information. Yi Nanshu thought calmly and decided that this time he must catch them completely, uproot them, and make sure they could never harm anyone else again. Okay, I have sent all the information to the police station. Now it's up to the police officer. After he finished speaking, Jiang Guji clenched his fist and waved it in the air. It is not difficult to see that at this moment, apart from being excited, he could hardly show anything else. Your name, what's your name? Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu. Ah. You are the school beauty Yi Nanshu? Yi Nanshu. Hearing this, Jiang Guji blinked his eyes, looked at Yi Nanshu carefully, and then said excitedly, I didn't expect that it was the school's celebrity who saved me. Can I pledge my love to him? Yi Nanshu's body shuddered like a wildcat, and he asked quickly, how much do you still owe? After all, you can choose not to repay online loans and those high-interest loans on 714, but you cannot choose not to repay credit cards, otherwise the child's life will be ruined. The total amount, including principal and interest, is almost 4 or 500,000. Yi Nanshu was stunned. The credit card has 4 or 500,000? Ah. Just the credit card bill is over 170,000. Yi Nanshu's brows were tightly knitted. It's amazing that a college student can apply for so much credit card limit, ha. However, today this kid has tasted the sweetness of being a hacker. If it happens once, it will happen twice. Who knows if he will go down the path of breaking the law and committing crimes one day. Thinking of this, Yi Nanshu looked at Jiang Guji seriously and said, I can pay off the money for you first, but from now on you will be mine. You have to work for me in the next few years in college to offset the debt. Can. Yi Nanshu interrupted Jiang Guji's concerns, of course, I won't let you do anything illegal or criminal. These are all things that can be brought to the table. You can rest assured about this. Hearing this, Jiang Guji stared at Yi Nanshu. Finally, he made a decision and nodded heavily. Now, the interview begins. Interview? Well, I'll give you 10 minutes to check my cell phone number. Yi Nanshu smiled. The sense of ceremony is still there. After saying this, he secretly said in his heart, Xiaoxi, my phone is set to highly confidential, so we can't check it. It is what it is. Jiang Guji took photos of Yi Nanshu from time to time and also entered Yi Nanshu's name. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Jiang Guji's forehead. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful firewall? Moreover, will this firewall counterattack? Be good. What's going on? The more he inquired, the more shocked Jiang Guji was, and his Adam's apple kept rolling up and down. Suddenly he remembered something, and at the last minute, he hit the enter key and grinned, your cell phone number is 158. Yi Nanshu. Chapter 46 Mysterious Island. Xiaoxi, has my phone been hacked? Yi Nanshu asked silently. This guy is so powerful? Even advanced intelligence is no match for him. Isn't this too advanced? No, he didn't get the information by breaking through my firewall. No one on Azure Star has been able to break into the firewall I set up. Mo Xiaoxi still said without showing any emotion. Yi Nanshu was indeed an outsider when it came to the internet. He asked curiously, how did you do it? Jiang Guji smiled innocently, Li Menjiang. Jiang Guji tried to hack into Yi Nanshu's mobile phone several times but to no avail. Instead, he was almost counter-invaded. He had never encountered such a powerful opponent and was completely unable to fight back. At the last minute, Jiang Gujie thought of Li Menjing in desperation. Since he couldn't break through from the front, he could find other ways. After all, the goal was just a mobile phone number. So you found my phone through Li Menjing's phone? Yi Nanshu was extremely surprised. Talented people don't want to be as stubborn as people in life. When a direct attack fails, they will immediately think of a roundabout attack. But Jiang Gujie had a strange expression again. What amazing thing have you discovered again? Seeing Jiang Gujie's puzzled expression, Yi Nanshu guessed that he must have discovered something again. Look, when I searched your name on her phone, I found some strange messages. It seemed like some laboratory mentioned you. Jiang Gujie put the computer screen in front of Yi Nanshu and pointed. Yi Nanshu took a closer look and found that it was indeed the case. The information seemed to be about detecting something about me? Yi Nanshu was terrified when he thought about it. Could it be that someone had discovered the system on me? Was I being targeted? You have to come for your first mission. Track them down for me. I want to know the specific information of this laboratory. Let me try. This doesn't seem to have an address or a specific number. I'll try to see if I can track the location. Xiaoxi, please help me check it too. I need specific information. Okay, host. Having a position alone is useless. Yi Nanshu knows that he is being targeted, so he must find out the other party's identity. Only by knowing both yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. The fact that the other party could investigate me through Li Menjing meant that he had already investigated me thoroughly, but I was completely unaware of it. I can't find it. There is too little information. Jiang Gujie was very depressed. What happened today? First, he couldn't hack into a single mobile phone, and now he couldn't even locate the location of another one. What kind of laboratory is this encryption method? Unfortunately, there is too little information to find out. Seeing Jiang Gujie shook his head, Yi Nanshu could only place his hopes on Mo Xiaoxi. How is it, can you find it? Yi Nanshu asked in his heart. I found out that this is a laboratory that specializes in studying extraterrestrial objects. It is located on an island near Donghai City. Rather than studying extraterrestrial objects, they mostly use living people for experiments, studying body structures, and trying to transform some humans into more advanced beings. They have set their sights on you. Perhaps they have noticed the changes in you over time. If they can find research value in you, they can copy thousands and thousands of you. They actually used living people for experiments? What's their background? They are. Host, with your current abilities, it is better not to know for the time being. You do not have the ability to fight them yet. I suggest you avoid them first. Does a laboratory have such great power? Send me the location, I will go to scout it first, I will see but not go in. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. Humans are naturally curious about unknown things. The more they hide something, the stronger their curiosity becomes. What are you afraid of? Don't you still have this cheat? But suddenly, the door to the rooftop began to shake violently. It seemed that the teachers were about to break in. I'll contact you when I have time. Take care of yourself. Yi Nanshu greeted him and then climbed down the water pipe again. Ever since Yi Nanshu obtained the system, his entire life has undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially recently, it feels like I'm on a high-speed train to success, and the journey has been incredibly smooth. He is now full of confidence in himself. He can try even the most dangerous things. If things don't work out, he still has external protection. After all, they are still students under 20 years old. Although they are mentally smarter than ordinary students, they are still a little childish sometimes. After the teachers broke open the door to the rooftop, they were stunned for a moment when they saw Jiang Gujie standing in the middle, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. The teachers were also curious about why Jiang Gujie's emotions suddenly stabilized. But now is not the time to worry about these things. As long as the people are fine, it's fine. If a student really committed suicide by jumping off a building in school, the impact would be huge. The teachers didn't dare to blame Jiang Gujie at the moment. They could only comfort him and take him away first. As for education, they would talk about it later. After Jiang Gujie and others came down, the teachers sent back all the students who were watching and warned them not to spread what happened today. Yi Nanshu walked out of the school gate and came to his car. Because the last accident was relatively minor, the forest shop repaired it and sent it over quickly. Yi Nanshu took out his mobile phone to prepare for navigation. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the island on the map. He had no choice but to ask Mo Xiaoxi to navigate for him. Half an hour later, the road became less crowded and Yi Nanshu drove on a rugged road. The further we drive in, the less people we see. If we turn on the navigation now, we will find that we are already in the sea. Unfortunately, our phone has no signal. This rugged path is the only way leading to the island. If Mo Xiaoxi hadn't found its location, no one would have been able to find it. When traveling on an unknown road, people always feel that the journey is very long because they don't know where the end is. After driving for about 10 minutes, Yi Nanshu felt bored and asked, "Xiaoxi, how long will it take to get there?" "It's only 1 kilometer ahead." "If the host just wants to scout, I suggest you hide the car on the side of the road and walk up," Mo Xiaoxi reminded. "Yes, I am just here for reconnaissance. If I drive in so brazenly, I will be exposed." After thinking about it, Yi Nanshu found a spot nearby and parked the car. After getting off the car, Yi Nanshu looked at the small path extending inside. The tire tracks were obvious, indicating that large trucks ran back and forth on this road from time to time. Under Mo Xiaoxi's command, Yi Nanshu shuttled through the mountains and forests. Looking through the woods, he could see the boundless sea. The laboratory is located in such a secluded place, one can imagine what shady things are going on there. There is a lookout at 3 o'clock. Chapter 47 found. Hearing this, Yi Nanshu quickly crouched down. After confirming the position below, he asked, "Is there any other way to avoid being discovered?" "No, unless you go to the island from the other side, but you can't avoid this place. But if you take advantage of the gap between the observation posts, you can calculate the best route and bypass the surveillance and observation posts to enter. The advanced system is different. When you point out the difficulties, it can immediately give the best solution." When the laboratory was first built, these people surveyed all the terrain to increase safety and concealment. This observation post was the best location to enter the laboratory so that they could issue an early warning at any time if any problems were discovered. Yi Nanshu thought that he had come this far and had not found anything, so he couldn't back out now. "Now that we are here, let us just wait and see." Time passed minute by minute. Yi Nanshu was lucky as he was able to change shifts at the observation post in less than 10 minutes. Yi Nanshu crouched down and stretched his hands and feet, then under Mo Xiaoxi's command, he used his body to move forward left and right. The two people on the observation post were passing cigarettes to each other, chatting and joking, and did not notice at all that there were people moving around below. After all, no outsiders had ever approached the laboratory for such a long time, so they could not help but be a little careless. Yi Nanshu's figure flashed, leaving only a trail of afterimages, and he changed positions one after another under Mo Xiaoxi's precise calculation. During this period, there were many people hiding in the dark, but we were able to basically avoid them, so it was a safe escape. Finally, we arrived at the entrance of a cave. According to Mo Xiaoxi, this was the entrance. Yi Nanshu couldn't help but sigh that these people really put a lot of thought into it. They arranged a lot of visible and hidden sentries, and finally even hid the entrance in the cave. Today I must find out what kind of monsters are inside. Entering the cave, there is a huge door blocking the way, with a button next to it. Yi Nanshu knew that this was a piece of cake for Mo Xiaoxi. Sure enough, in less than a moment, Mo Xiaoxi deciphered the code and the door opened. "Host, Xiaoxi recommends that you do not go in any further. Xiaoxi has detected that there may be danger," Mo Xiaoxi warned after unlocking the password of the door. At this time, Yi Nanshu had already arrived at the gate. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He would not leave without finding out the truth. "Go in and take a look. If there is any danger, retreat immediately." When Yi Nanshu stepped forward to go in, Mo Xiaoxi seemed to have a premonition and sent a video and the location of the laboratory to the outside. What Yi Nanshu didn't know was that when he stepped into the laboratory, Mo Xiaoxi fell into a dormant state as if the signal was cut off. Yi Nanshu walked straight inside. It was a long and narrow corridor. Every time he walked to a position, the lights under his feet would light up automatically. It felt like he was in a science fiction movie. "Xiaoxi, can you hack into the laboratory system and find the schematic?" Yi Nanshu felt that walking aimlessly like this was not a good idea, so he couldn't help but ask. After a long time, Mo Xiaoxi did not respond. "Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi." Still no response. Turn on the computer. Yi Nanshu had never encountered such a situation before. He wondered if the phone was turned off, but there was still no response. Yi Nanshu had a vague feeling of uneasiness, and then turned around without thinking and prepared to retreat. In the laboratory, Li Menjing was with the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses because the test data were out. Student Li, I want to thank you for your help this time. Although no abnormal vital signs were detected in Yi Nanshu's body, a special data was detected in his brain. As for what it is specifically, we'll need to catch Yi Nanshu and study him to find out. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and said thoughtfully. Now that we have discovered it, let's catch it quickly. Li Menjing said excitedly. Li Menjing thought about it, then sneered. He was indeed abnormal. I was wondering how a poor boy could change so much in an instant. Yi Nanshua, I will watch carefully and see how you lose everything you have now. I will return all the humiliation to you. Whatever I can't have, I destroy. Li Menjing clenched her fists tightly, her nails seeming to dig into the flesh, which showed how deep her obsession was. At this moment, Li Menjing has gone through everything and has become a little crazy. She can no longer bear to see any good in Yi Nanshu. Suddenly, a surveillance video appeared on the screen in front of him, and then a voice said, Boss, the surveillance found an intrusion by an unknown person. How did you get in? Why wasn't anyone noticing? The middle-aged man cursed angrily. Yi Nanshua. Li Menjing's eyes were red and her tone was full of hatred. I will never forget this back view. After listening to this, the middle-aged man looked at Li Menjing and then became extremely excited. It's true that when you're sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. I was thinking of how to catch Yi Nanshu, but I didn't expect that he would come to me on his own. Things here are different from those outside. Sound the alarm immediately. Everyone, move out. Don't use your guns. Capture him alive. I can be of great use to him. Woo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, I remembered an alarm. Yi Nanshu thought to himself that something was wrong and prepared to run. But it was too late, he had been discovered before the alarm sounded, and the pursuers had already caught up with him. The sound of running was also heard in the corridor outside. It seemed that they were being double-teamed. Yi Nanshu grinned. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight his way out. Once outside, he would see if he could connect with Mo Xiaoxi again. He vaguely guessed some of the reasons. A group of men in black have rushed up to the front, forming a dark mass. Yi Nanshu accelerated towards the exit, his figure flashed, leaving only a shadow as he shook off the pursuers behind him. He could only rush forward with all his strength and get out of the laboratory first. Suddenly, a group of people in black appeared in front. They were people who came from outside to provide support. Yi Nanshu did not slow down, he jumped into the air, leaped forward, and kicked towards the man in black in front of him. The man in black bent his legs into a bow shape, clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his body to block the kick from Yi Nanshu. Bang! Fists and feet collided, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the powerful momentum seemed to turn into a gust of wind blowing towards everyone. He actually blocked it and only took a few steps back, but his hands were probably disabled. Yi Nanshu was extremely surprised. His brows slightly wrinkled, and he looked around with his bright eyes. It seems that I have met a real opponent today. I didn't fly backwards after receiving his full strength kick, but only broke my hands. The most terrifying thing is that there are a group of such men in black. I don't know if there will be any backup plan. No wonder Xiaoxi keeps reminding herself that she doesn't have enough ability to come here now. This was the most difficult and dangerous battle Yi Nanshu had ever faced in such a long time. Since there is no way out, if you want to fight, then fight. Bring it on. Chapter 48 War. Most of these people have been trained as death warriors since childhood. They have received the most rigorous training and the most ruthless elimination system. Those who can stay are those who have fought through life and death. It's definitely not comparable to those student thugs before. After Yi Nanshu shouted loudly, he began a fierce attack. The man in black also rushed forward fearlessly. The black-clad man in the front row was punching. Yi Nanshu blocked the punch with his left hand and attacked with a straight punch with his right hand, hitting the black-clad man in the chest, and blood spurted out instantly. Yi Nanshu actually doesn't have many tricks, so he can only use the same old tricks. The figure flashed and rushed forward again. The people in black thought that Yi Nanshu was going to rush out with all his strength. Knowing that they might not be able to keep up with him, they actually built a human wall, trying to block his way with their bodies. Who are these people? Yi Nanshu frowned, and a strong murderous intent burst out. After jumping into the air, he kicked the man in black who was chasing him from behind in the chest. With the help of the rebound force, he jumped into the crowd. He kicked sideways with his legs repeatedly and knocked over a row of men in black. After all, Yi Nanshu's body has undergone enhanced transformation, so even when facing these men in black, he still has the advantage in strength and speed. It's just that he lacks killing moves, and the men in black are all deadly moves, so Yi Nanshu is a little exhausted. At this moment, in front of a huge screen, Li Menjing grasped the table tightly with both hands, looking very worried. The middle-aged man was still smiling as he looked at the screen. He could see that Li Menjing was nervous and said, "Ms. Li, you are worried about your ex-boyfriend." "I am worried. I'm worried that your men are too useless and let him get away. So many people went up there, but we haven't caught him yet. I just want to catch him as soon as possible. I want to torture him until he's worse than death." Li Menjing hammered the table with her hands, snorted coldly, and said through gritted teeth, "Don't worry, it won't be long before we catch him. Just kidding, it may be hard to say outside, but this is my base camp. I have made so many arrangements, no matter what he has on him, he will not be able to use it. Facing so many of my assassins, you are still able to hold your own. I am really more and more surprised. After you are captured, I will study you carefully to find out what secrets you have." The middle-aged man half narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and then he began to speak as if talking to himself. Here, Yi Nanshu was fighting back and forth with the man in black. Men in black were constantly knocked to the ground, but new ones kept coming in. The exit is right in front of me, but I just can't get there. At this time, I was isolated and helpless, and I regretted being too careless in coming in without telling anyone. I don't know what is in here that has affected Mo Xiaoxi, but no matter what, the only way to find a solution is to rush out. While Yi Nanshu remained calm, his brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to break this killing spree. After hundreds of rounds, Yi Nanshu felt a little exhausted, and he twisted his hands hard. Click! He twisted the neck of a man in black. Then he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. There were so many people that Yi Nanshu could only use his speed to maneuver among them. At the beginning, some of the men in black who fell down rested for a while and then got up again. After fighting for so long, Yi Nanshu has slowly learned how to kill people, and there are corpses lying all over the ground. The middle-aged man in front of the screen did not feel distressed. After all, as long as Yi Nanshu was caught, all losses could be recovered. Before he could rest, another fist came and hit Yi Nanshu in the face. Yi Nanshu quickly moved sideways to avoid the next attack. His body was already covered in wounds one after another, and was covered in blood, and he didn't know whether it was his own or someone else's. "I admit that you are a good fighter, but you have no strength left, so just surrender," a man in black said mockingly. Yi Nanshu spat out a mouthful of blood, then waved his thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. "So much nonsense. Come on if you're not afraid of death." Yi Nanshu took a step forward, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. His whole body was covered in blood, and at this moment, he looked like a god of death who had descended to the earth, ready to wipe out all living beings. Even the fearless men in black were shocked by this momentum and took several steps back. "Don't panic, he is already at the end of his strength and can't hold on for much longer. Don't stop, follow me," a man in black shouted to encourage everyone when he saw them starting to retreat. "Then go to hell." Yi Nanshu roared and rushed forward with his fist. The fist formed a powerful airwave in the air and made a rumbling sound that broke through the air. The mountains and rivers changed color and the earth shook. A punch hit the man who was speaking, and his clothes were shattered into pieces, and then he flew backwards. Yi Nanshu gasped again. After fighting for such a long time, Yi Nanshu really had no strength left and his body had slowed down. A man in black kicked towards him, and Yi Nanshu dodged, but was hit hard by a fist from the side, and was kicked to the ground by the man in black who followed him. Blood was flowing out, and Yi Nanshu's consciousness felt a little fuzzy at this time. After struggling for a while, he staggered to his feet. Seeing Yi Nanshu getting up, a man in black threw another punch at him. Yi Nanshu used up his last bit of strength, grabbed the black man's hand, and slightly bent his right leg to push him out. But another kick followed. Yi Nanshu fell heavily to the ground. "Am I going to die here today? No. I have to get up." Yi Nanshu tried hard to prop himself up with his hands, but fell down again. Just like that, I got up again and fell down again and again. Finally, I had no more strength. After confirming that Yi Nanshu really couldn't get up. Two men in black unceremoniously lifted him up from the left and right and walked towards the laboratory. Yi Nanshu was brought to Li Menjing and the others. Li Menjing was extremely excited to see Yi Nanshu finally subdued. Yi Nanshu, I said that one day I would make you kneel in front of me. Li Menjing, with bloodshot eyes, grabbed the pen beside her and stabbed it directly into Yi Nanshu's chest. Yi Nanshu was in great pain, but did not make a sound. He looked up at Li Menjing, sneered, and then fainted. Seeing this, the middle-aged man felt distressed. This is a treasure, and he hasn't done any research on it yet. He might as well kill it later. Miss Li, you're already in our hands. We'll have plenty of opportunities to take revenge in the future. How can we have fun if we kill you right away? After saying that, he pulled down Li Menjing's hand that was covered in blood and was holding the pen. Hurry, find a doctor to take care of it first. Don't let him die. I still need to study it carefully. Afterwards, he hurriedly ordered his men to find someone to treat the wound. Chapter 49 Injury. Yi Nanshu was carried to the medical room, and the doctor gave Yi Nanshu a simple hemostatic bandage. At this moment, his handsome face was covered with red and black patches, and his face was basically invisible. The only part that still showed a bright look was his eyes, but unfortunately, because he was in a coma, his eyes were closed. His clothes were already in tatters, and in addition to the wounds caused by Li Menjing, there were also some knife wounds and injuries from falls. The doctors gave the wounds simple treatment and sent someone to do a simple clean and change of clothes. As for internal injuries, the doctor ignored it. The boss just said not to die from excessive blood loss, but he didn't say that the internal injuries should also be cured. I don't know if the internal injuries will kill you in a short time. To put it bluntly, it was because Yi Nanshu was too good at fighting. If he was cured and ran away accidentally, it would be difficult to catch him. After dealing with these, Yi Nanshu was pushed into a room. This was a laboratory full of instruments. There were all kinds of instrument tubes. It seemed that all the equipment was available. It could be seen that this laboratory had been conducting research for a long time. If you smell carefully, you can smell the room full of blood. That's because a human dissection operation had just been completed here a few hours before Yi Nanshu came in. Just because a college student attracted the attention of the laboratory because of his extraordinary memory, which was far beyond the average person's level, he was captured and studied for half a month and was also treated inhumanely for half a month. Finally, when he was dying, he underwent a craniotomy. The boss of the laboratory is obsessed with exploring the structure of the human body, and he wants to replicate these talents perfectly. There are many examples like this. Anyone who shows superior talent will be targeted by the laboratory and will inevitably suffer the fate of being targeted. It's a pity that many talented people died tragically in this laboratory before they could show their value. Yi Nanshu was tied tightly to the bed with straps and lay there quietly. After a long time, Yi Nanshu regained some consciousness, his eyeballs rolled slightly, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. Yi Nanshu slowly opened his eyes, then raised his head tremblingly to scan the surrounding environment, and immediately fell down again. Crunch! The laboratory door was pushed open. Li Menjing and the middle-aged man walked in. Mr. Yi, your recovery ability is indeed amazing. The middle-aged man walked to the bedside, smiled at Yi Nanshu and said. He was seriously injured and fainted, but he regained consciousness so quickly. How many secrets do you have waiting for me to discover? After so many years, I finally found the perfect experimental subject. The middle-aged man was in a very good mood and couldn't help laughing out loud. What exactly do you want to do? Yi Nanshu looked at the two of them and said with a weak voice. Yi Nanshua, you never thought that one day you would fall into my hands. Li Menjing sneered. It was all because of the person in front of him that he was ruined, penniless, and insulted and laughed at by everyone. Seeing Yi Nanshu dying in front of her, Li Menjing was so happy. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you the center of attention? Come on, get up, keep going. Li Menjing laughed wildly. I can't believe you have fallen to this point and are actually helping the evil. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Yi Nanshu didn't want to pay attention to her, but seeing that she had become so obsessed, he had to say something. Ending? What will be my ending? Do you still want to preach it this time? You should worry about your own ending. If you hadn't had a sudden adventure, you would have been trampled under my feet like this a long time ago. I told you I would make your life worse than death. Why don't you beg me? Ask me to let you go. Maybe I will let you go once I feel better. Spit. What do you want to do? Come at me. Yi Nanchua spat at Li Menjing and said. When Li Menjing saw that Yi Nanchu was still acting so arrogantly and even dared to spit at her and humiliate her, she immediately became furious and pressed hard on Yi Nanchu's wound. Please beg for mercy, Yi Nanchu. Will you beg for mercy? Li Menjing had a ferocious expression, gritted her teeth and pressed on Yi Nanchu's wound, speaking with great confidence. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What do you have to brag about? You were originally just an ordinary poor student, but you were just lucky, which allowed you to get everything that did not belong to you, and deprived me of all my glory. I will also let you taste the feeling of losing everything and make your life worse than death. Yi Nanchu, whose wound was suddenly pressed, groaned softly, and then remained silent, allowing her to use as much force as she could. The blood soaked the new clothes, seeped out from Li Menjing's hands, and dripped onto the ground. Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly pulled Li Menjing's hand away and said with a slightly angry expression, Ms. Li, after I finish my research, you can do whatever you want with it, but not now. Seeing that she didn't get any favor from Yi Nanchu, Li Menjing slammed the door and left angrily. Come here, we can start now. The middle-aged man called the researchers in. Let's do a comprehensive and systematic inspection first. The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiled evilly, and was secretly happy. The perfect experimental subject is finally about to begin. At the command, the researchers got busy. While debugging the machine, Yi Nanchu was first given a comprehensive and systematic inspection. The test report shows that there is an abnormal data in the brain, which is the same as the last result. A researcher came over with the report. What is so good about the same result? The middle-aged man stared at Yi Nanchu. That means his changes are related to that data. What are you waiting for? Check it out. Since it's a data, just copy it. Next, the researchers helped Yi Nanchu put on a cap full of tubes, and other instruments were also inserted into his hands and feet one after another. I was the fish on the chopping board, and Yi Nanchua lay there quietly, without any ability to resist. At this moment, Yi Nanchu's mind was flashing like a flash, and all the past events appeared before his eyes. My life seems to be divided into two parts. Ever since I inexplicably obtained a system, my life has been reversed like a cheat, and I have become the talk of the town. He thought of Sun Fei again, and he had not yet fulfilled his promise to the Sun family. I only regret that I got too proud of myself and didn't listen to the advice. I thought that with Mo Xiaoxi's help, I could take on any situation. Little do people know that only when one is strong within oneself can one be truly strong. I just regret that I didn't leave any backup plan before I came in. I should have left a way out for everything. Fei, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you again in this life. Yi Nanchu slowly closed his eyes, and the intense pain made him faint again. The researcher next to him typed quickly on the keyboard in front of the screen, and data came in segments. Chapter 50 Urgent. Tunghai University. Buzz. Sun Fei's cell phone vibrated while she was in class. Sun Fei turned on her phone and saw an unfamiliar text message. The content is a location, a video, and a few words at the end. Yi Nanchu is in danger. Seeing these words, Sun Fei stood up suddenly, and without paying attention to the surprised looks of the teacher and classmates, she hurriedly walked out of the classroom to call Yi Nanchua. I called several times in a row but couldn't get through. I called Yi Nanchua's roommates and they all said that they hadn't seen him since the third brother finished class. Sun Fei felt restless and began to worry, and then she thought of something. I quickly called Guan Sanpao again, and the reply I got was that he was not at Shida Company. After Guan Sanpao heard this, he rushed over to Sun Fei while comforting her. No one knew where Yi Nanchu had gone. Sun Fei knew that Yi Nanchu must have been in danger. She opened the video, which was shot from Yi Nanchu's perspective. In the video, Yi Nanchu walked all the way and finally came to a cave and entered a laboratory, and then the video ended. Sun Fei didn't understand why Yi Nanchu suddenly went to such a place, but she couldn't worry about so many things at the moment. Saving people was the most important thing. Sun Fei went to the police station to report the case first, but because Yi Nanchu had not been missing for more than 24 hours, and the content of a video alone could not prove that Yi Nanchu had encountered any danger, the police could not file a case for the time being and could only let Sun Fei go back and wait for news. At this time, Sun Fei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Since the information warning had been issued and now the contact was lost, it meant that she must have encountered danger. She didn't want to wait any longer. Every minute she delayed would put Yi Nanchu in greater danger. Guan Sanpao, Bai Yuntao and others hurried over to meet Sun Fei. After some discussion, they studied the location and video. Several people were confused. They used the mobile phone navigation to get the location, but it turned out to be in the sea. However, since it was a warning, it couldn't be the wrong location. Is it possible that this place exists but the navigation doesn't show it? When I was in the army, I also saw that many military bases or hidden projects were not displayed in civilian navigation, or there were special means to block the satellite signals, so they could not be displayed. Guan Sanpao said thoughtfully. After a pause, he continued, "How about you guys wait here for news while I rush over to investigate?" "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." Nanshu went alone and lost contact. And if Nanshu is really found, you can't save him alone. Sun Fei held her forehead with her hand and spoke as her mind raced. Sun Fei was extremely anxious, but at this moment she could only try her best to calm herself down. Only in this way could she think of a way to save people. "Let's go with Brother Guan," Bai Yuntao and others said one after another. "No, you are not as good as Brother Guan. He is a special forces soldier. If Nanshu is really in danger, you will not be able to handle it. Brother Guan, come back to the Sun family with me." After a calm analysis, Sun Fei said to Guan Sanpao. Now she can only go home to ask for help. Her father has a group of people under him, and they are all well trained, which should be enough to save people. Sun Fei asked Bai Yuntao and others to go back to the dormitory and wait for news, and she rushed home with Guan Sanpao. After a while, Sun Fei rushed back home. Sun Dahai was sitting leisurely on the sofa, drinking tea and listening to Peking opera. "Dad, lend me your men," Sun Fei said as soon as she got home before she even got close. "Fei, you're back. Why do you want to borrow someone?" Sun Dahai asked with a puzzled look on his face. This precious daughter has never said that she wants to borrow anyone from her subordinates. What happened today? "Nanshu, he may be in danger. I need to bring people to rescue him." Sun Fei was already extremely anxious and said with a frown. "That kid? What's going on?" Sun Dahai saw his daughter's anxious state and waved his hand to signal her to sit down first. Then, Sun Fei told Sun Dahai the content of the text message. Sun Dahai took the phone and sorted out the context of the matter. The covert work was done so well, the power of this place should not be underestimated. If it were in the past, Sun Dahai would never care about Yi Nanshu's life or death. After the last incident, Sun Dahai's attitude towards Yi Nanshu has changed, and he also wants to see if Yi Nanshu can fulfill his promise. But why did he go to this place alone? Sun Dahai was also puzzled. Looking at his anxious daughter, Sun Dahai comforted her. Fei, don't worry, maybe the boy is fine. I promised to send someone to check it out, but you can't go. Stay home with me and wait for news." Although Sun Dahai agreed to send someone, he didn't want Sun Fei to take the risk. "Dad, you just need to lend me the person. I must go there myself this time." Sun Fei looked at Sun Dahai with a firm look, and said without any doubt. How could he possibly wait at home? He wished he could fly to Yi Nanshu's side right away. Looking at his daughter's expression, Sun Dahai sighed and then shouted, "Sun Heir." "Master." The butler, Mr. Sun, walked in and responded. "Gather everyone and follow the young lady. You must stay with her and ensure her safety. Report any situation to me at any time." Sun Dahai knew his daughter's character. Even if he didn't allow her to go, she would sneak away. It would be better to send more people to protect her. "I'm here, and the young lady is here." The butler, Mr. Sun, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Master. Let's go now." After saying that, Sun Fei took Master Sun out. Sun Dahai shook his head helplessly, then took out his cell phone and called Director Chen of the police station. After telling him about the situation here in the hidden laboratory, the two of them discussed it in detail. In a blink of an eye, Master Sun gathered 40 or 50 bodyguards, and a group of 10 or so cars set off in a mighty manner. In the laboratory, Yi Nanshu was still in a coma. "Boss, we studied the data and feel that it is very much like an artificial intelligence system. Although it is blocked by signals and in standby mode, it has strong protection measures and is difficult to break." A researcher handed a pile of information to the middle-aged man. "Artificial intelligence system?" the middle-aged man asked with a puzzled look. "Yes. With our current technology, we dare not invade deeper. It is very aggressive. If we are not careful, I am afraid it will wake up and it will be difficult to control," the researcher said worriedly. Can we copy it? Copy an identical system. The middle-aged man said expectantly. We'll try, but we don't know how much of the functionality we can replicate. After that, the researchers got busy again. Chapter 51 found. Sun Fei and his group were traveling on the highway at this time. Soon, the phone issued a voice, "You have deviated from the route and are being replanned for you. Can't find the route, now give it to the goose intestine map. Goose intestine map, can't find the route to the destination, now let the navigation be handed over to the ferry map. Ferry map, you two are 250, trying to cheat me, can't find the destination, navigation has been automatically closed." Everyone only felt a group of black crows flying over their heads. Fortunately, there was a video that showed the route from the starting point to the end point, so I just followed the video. If He Nanshu was here, he would definitely sigh that Mo Xiaoxi was really a prophet, knowing that this unreliable navigation would not be able to find the location. After more than an hour, the group finally reached their destination. After all, they were groping their way forward, so they were much slower than Yi Nanshu. "Look, that's Nanshu's car," Sun Fei exclaimed as she looked at the roadside. "It looks like this is the place," Guan Sanpao said. Everyone got out of the car and came to Yi Nanshu's car to observe. "Miss Guan, since the chairman parked the car here, it must be for concealment. I will take someone up to take a look first." Guan Sanpao spoke. Disguised reconnaissance and silent combat are Guan Sanpao's specialties. "Well, Brother Guan, please be safe." Sun Fei nodded and said. "The situation inside is unclear now, and we cannot confirm Yi Nanshu's safety. A strong attack will definitely not work, so we can only let Guan Sanpao go up and take a look first." Guan Sanpao pointed at a few people and then walked up the path. After a while, following the route in the video, several people arrived near the observation post. Guan Sanpao, who was at the front, clenched his right fist and raised it, and everyone stopped. After a brief observation, Guan Sanpao made a plan. After all, he couldn't use his body skills to get in like Yi Nanshu by taking advantage of the blind spot in his vision. He pointed at the observation post, then pointed at himself and made a neck-wiping gesture, then pointed at the surveillance camera over there and made a scissors gesture. Guan Sanpao crouched down and moved forward under the cover of trees, then threw a stone not far away. The people at the observation post heard the noise and walked forward to check without any precautions. In an instant, I saw a figure appear in front of me, and then he was knocked unconscious by a knife. At the same time, the nearby surveillance line was also cut. After dealing with the obvious observation post, Guan Sanpao learned from the video that there were several secret posts further inside. He signaled a few people to wait for him here and he would go up first. Then Guan Sanpao crouched down and tiptoed forward. Although they are tiptoeing, their speed is not slow. The special forces in the jungle are like the Tiger King returning to the mountains. Because special forces are the kings of the jungle. At this moment, Guan Sanpao no longer looked as silly as before. His face was as frosty as before, and his eyes were determined, like a tiger staring at its prey and ready to attack at any time. Guan Sanpao was simply a dimensionality reduction attack on them. Looking around carefully, Guan Sanpao almost laughed out loud. How dare you call him a secret sentry? Guan Sanpao found 2 or 3 abnormal places with just a quick glance. They were considered well hidden, as if he had received normal training. There were 2 people who simply sat on the rocks and played with their mobile phones. Guan Sanpao, who originally wanted to go back and call for help, was too lazy to do so after seeing this situation. He simply used the woods for cover and moved back and forth, taking out 3 or 4 secret sentries and knocking them out. Enter silently, fight silently. If it were a battlefield, these people would die without knowing how they died. Guan Sanpao came to the last place and looked at the man who was playing with his mobile phone enthusiastically. Guan Sanpao patted his shoulder and said jokingly, "Brother, can I borrow a light?" The man's body trembled with fear. "You." Before he could finish, another knife attack came. Guan Sanpao called upon the people who had come up and asked them to gag all those people and tie them up together. Then he went downstairs and called Sun Fei and others. "Brother Guan, how is it?" Sun Fei asked when she saw Guan Sanpao coming down. "It's all solved, let's go up." Guan Sanpao smiled naively again. Hearing that Guan Sanpao was the one who dealt with the 7 or 8 people who were tied up together, everyone gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Master Sun also looked at Guan Sanpao in surprise. The group entered the cave unimpeded and arrived at the gate that appeared at the end of the video. "Miss, the situation inside is unclear. Let this young brother take people to clear the obstacles first. Master Sun reminded. Sun Fei was not hypocritical. She knew that after entering, everyone would have to focus on protecting themselves, so she said to Guan Sanpao, "Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Guan. After entering, it's important to save people. Be careful." "Miss Sun, don't worry." Guan Sanpao smiled and nodded. Following the video, Guan Sanpao entered the password, opened the door, and let everyone in. When they arrived at the place where Yinanshu was fighting, Guan Sanpao and others were discovered by surveillance. "Boss, dozens of intruders were suddenly found in the laboratory. A man in black came to report after discovering it." "What did you say? Dozens? Have they entered the laboratory?" The middle-aged man looked at the man in black with surprise. Then he slapped him and said angrily, "Where are the people outside? They are all useless. Why don't you wait until they come to me before reporting?" The middle-aged man was furious at this time. This was the second time. He didn't notice Yinanshu coming in last time, but this time there were dozens of people coming in, and his own people didn't even notice it. The sentries outside were useless. "Sound the alarm and solve it all for me immediately." A strong murderous intent flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. "With so many people coming in at once, it looks like this place has been exposed. We have to retreat immediately after the copying is completed." Woo woo woo. The alarm sounded. Guan Sanpa knew that he would be discovered sooner or later after coming in. "After we go in, search separately. Saving people is the most important thing." Guan Sanpao shouted as he accelerated and rushed in. At this time, the men in black had also rushed over. Guan Sanpao took the lead and rushed forward first. He took down one of them in a few rounds and then started fighting with another one. After the two groups started fighting, they all started to fight each other. Guan Sanpao rushed to the front and after knocking down several people, he also got 2 cuts on his arm. "You can't catch a knife with your bare hands." Guan Sanpao faced another man in black. He flashed and grabbed the man's hand holding the knife. After a sidekick, he snatched the knife from his hand and turned around beautifully to stab him. Since the other party had already made a fatal move, Guan Sanpao would not hold back anymore. The bloodiness of those who have served in the military is to repay blood with blood and tooth for tooth. "You hit me, I hit you back." Chapter 52. Destroy them. The middle-aged man saw through the surveillance that Guan Sanpao was very skilled. He led his men into the corridor and had already knocked down many of his men. Although both sides suffered casualties, the corridor was too narrow after all, and the advantage of numbers could not be fully utilized. The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses that had fallen off his nose, his eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, and he said to the man in black beside him, "Put everyone in the laboratory, catch them all in one fell swoop, and kill them all. Anyone who dares to enter the laboratory will die." "Okay, boss." The man in black nodded, then turned and walked out. Guan Sanpao grabbed the shoulder of a man in black with his left hand, and stabbed the short knife in his right hand into his chest. Blood spurted out, and then he was pushed aside. Another one was solved. Guan Sanpao took the lead and solved several men in black. Guan Sanpao gradually discovered that something was wrong. The number of people on the opposite side was decreasing, as if they were deliberately shrinking. At this time, except for the body of the man in black lying on the ground, there were no other men in black standing beside him, and his side had also lost 4 or 5 people. "Brother Guan." Sun Fei's shouting came from behind. Ever since she heard the alarm, Sun Fei has been worried about the situation inside. Hearing the noise getting smaller and smaller, Sun Fei rushed in regardless of Sun Eri's dissuasion. "Miss Sun, the enemy has tightened their defenses. I feel like they are deliberately luring us in. There must be an ambush inside." Guan Sanpao thought for a moment and said, "We're already here. We can stop them if they come. Don't fight anymore. Saving lives is the most important thing." Sun Fei's pretty face turned slightly cold as she spoke in a decisive tone. Seeing these desperate criminals on the ground, Yinanshu came in here alone. Sun Fei was very worried about Yinanshu's safety because she still didn't know Yinanshu's whereabouts. "Superior." Guan Sanpao gave the order and rushed forward. Everyone rushed in unhindered. When they looked up, they saw Yinanshu on the screen. His body was full of instrument catheters. Although he was simply bandaged, his clothes were stained with blood again. After looking at Yinanshu's appearance on the screen, Sun Fei remained silent, but her eyes were blurred by tears. Fortunately, Yi Nanshu's location was finally found, but his life was in danger and he needed to be rescued immediately. I can't believe that our Donghai University's campus beauty, who is so deeply in love with him, would actually come here to die for such a poor boy. I don't know what's so good about this kid. I'm just throwing away things I don't want. Li Menjing saw Sun Fei rushing in with a victorious attitude and couldn't help but speak sarcastically. After a long moment, Sun Fei looked at Li Menjing and a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing next to her. I didn't expect it to be you. Sun Fei's face darkened, her beautiful face showing a chill. She glanced at Li Menjing and said in a low voice, "Quickly release Nanshu. If anything happens to him, I want all of you to be buried with him." Sun Fei's words powerfully penetrated into everyone's ears. Everyone felt a chill sweeping over them, and the scene seemed like a glacier rising from the bottom of the sea. Li Menjing was so frightened that she almost collapsed on the table and chair. Pa. The middle-aged people applauded. Then he smiled grimly and said, "What a powerful aura. This kid is so lucky to have such a confidant. In that case, I will be your matchmaker and send you to the underworld to reunite. Surround them. Kill them for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men in black suddenly rushed out and surrounded all their ways. Seeing this, Sun Yuri and others quickly protected Sun Fei. There was indeed an ambush. There are at least 100 people here. Brother Guan, save the people first and then find a way to break out. Sun Fei said to Guan Sanpao calmly in the face of danger. The bodyguards of the Sun family were also elite, and they fought with the men in black who rushed over, with Sun Fei as the center. Guan Sanpao raised his sword and knocked down several men in black one after another. He originally wanted to take a few people to open the gap first, rush in and rescue Yi Nanshua. Unfortunately, there were too many people. Just as he knocked down a few, more came from behind, and the blades of his daggers were already bent. Gradually, Guan Sanpao was stabbed several times indiscriminately by the many men in black. Although Guan Sanpao was brave and good at fighting, he was no match for the tiger, and the continuous fighting also made Guan Sanpao a little exhausted. Many people from the Sun family also suffered casualties. Everyone had to retreat and defend. "Miss, we will fight to the death to break through. I will send you out first and go out to find support." Sun Eri swung his short knife quickly and shouted after killing the man who was close to him. "I didn't expect that there were so many assassins hiding in this laboratory. Now it's no use fighting head-on." Before leaving, Mr. Sun Air promised Sun Dahai that he could only risk his life to protect the young lady's safety. The middle-aged man and Li Menjing opposite were smiling triumphantly at this moment. "Want to run? You won't be able to leave the laboratory alone today," the middle-aged man said with a wicked smile. "What a joke. I have so many men under my command, and yet you guys can escape? This laboratory took a lot of effort to build, and we don't want it to be exposed easily." Just as the middle-aged man was watching the desperate fight of the Sun family with a smug look on his face, there was a faint sound of police car sirens outside. Then, there was a loud shout. "Listen, everyone inside. We are the police. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately and come out to surrender. I repeat, lay down your weapons immediately and come out to surrender." Everyone in the Sun family also heard the shouting and looked at each other. The police came and we were saved. Everyone sped up their attacks, turning defense into offense and rushing forward. It turned out that just after Sun Fei and his group left, Sun Dahai called the official Mr. Chen and explained the situation. Mr. Chen also revealed that he had always noticed such a force, and it was closely related to many missing people recently. But no evidence was found and they were extremely cunning, so the location of the base was impossible to find. Unexpectedly, Yi Nanshu found the base by accident this time, and the two hit it off immediately. Lord Qin quickly mobilized the entire city's police force, deployed operations, and prepared to capture them in one fell swoop. Hearing that the police had arrived, the middle-aged man thought to himself that something was wrong and the laboratory had been exposed. He had no time to feel upset. Using his men as a cover, he quietly retreated and rushed to Yi Nanshu's laboratory and asked anxiously, "Is the copying complete?" 20% left, the researcher replied. "Hurry, speed up for me." The middle-aged man became anxious, and then he picked up the intercom and shouted hysterically, "Stop these people and the police outside." When the men in black heard the order, they rushed forward to block the attack of the Sun family. The police were rushing inside, and the Sun family could only fight and retreat while waiting for the arrival of the police. When Li Menjing heard the police's voice, she turned pale with fright. Seeing the middle-aged man quietly retreat, she also followed him. Chapter 53 Surgery. Put down your weapons and stop resisting. I heard the police shouting from behind. I saw a group of riot police holding shields and batons, lined up in 2 neat rows and walked in with great momentum. After entering the laboratory, the policemen protected the Sun family members behind them, then lined up in a row and walked forward in an orderly formation, compressing the space for the men in black to move around. This is just the vanguard, and there are special police with guns standing by outside at any time. After all, no gunshots were heard inside, so only anti-explosion police were sent in to subdue the suspects. The man in black received the order to prevent the other side from entering and delay time. So the men in black rushed forward to try to block it, but unfortunately the shields were too hard and had no effect. The riot police held shields in their left hands to block and used batons in their right hands to hit the resisting men in black. The space for this group of men in black was compressed step by step, and they could only move forward slowly. Seeing the enemy charging towards them with overwhelming force, his men were unable to stop them and fled in disarray. Is it finished? The middle-aged man asked nervously with a pale face and big beads of sweat on his forehead. Bite. Okay. The researcher replied immediately after hearing the completion sound. Retreat quickly. The middle-aged man hurried forward to pull out the USB drive. While the middle-aged man was pulling out the USB drive, Li Menjing, who was standing by, actually took out a dagger she had picked up outside, and hastily stabbed Yi Nanshu with it. I must kill you. The middle-aged man looked at Li Menjing thoughtfully. This woman is a ruthless character. She didn't forget to finish off the enemy even when she was running for her life. How deep of a grudge does she have? Then he pulled him to the secret room at the back. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could such a person not have a way to escape? If Yi Nanshu was conscious at this moment, he would probably not be able to help but curse. Young people have no moral principles. How could a villain forget to finish off the protagonist while escaping? The men in black outside had been suppressed to the point where they had no power to fight back, and their morale was low. After a while, someone dropped his dagger and raised his hands in surrender. Someone surrendered first, and in a chain reaction, the people in black raised their hands to surrender one after another. Put down your weapons and put your hands behind your head against the wall. The riot police shouted with great momentum. The men in black held their heads in their hands and squatted against the wall. After the man in black was subdued, some police officers and Sun Fei and others chased him inside. Then the men in black were escorted out one by one. The remaining people began to clean up the battlefield, collect evidence, pack up the remaining instruments and equipment in the laboratory, etc. When Sun Fei and the others entered the room, it was empty except for Yi Nanshu, who was lying alone on the bed. Yi Nanshu still had a dagger stuck in his body, blood oozing out from time to time. The line indicating his heartbeat on the electrocardiograph next to him curved up and down twice and then suddenly became a straight line. No! Sun Fei rushed forward in grief, and tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yi Nanshu's beautiful face lying quietly. Am I still late? No, it won't, there is definitely hope. Sun Fei stretched out her bare hand and touched Yi Nanshu's nose. He's still breathing. Hurry, send him to the hospital. There's still hope. Sun Fei screamed hysterically at the people around her. The moment they saw the electrocardiogram, everyone already knew the result and felt very sorry. Seeing Sun Fei's emotional breakdown, Master Sun stepped forward and tried to help her up. Sun Fei grabbed Master Sun's hand and said tearfully, Master, there is still hope. Save him. Master Sun shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, someone's cell phone rang and there was a signal. It is possible that the police cut off the device that blocked the signal during the cleanup, and the signal was restored. The lines on Yi Nanshu's electrocardiograph began to beat again. Sun Fei and the others were surprised at first, then suddenly delighted. He hurriedly and carefully pushed the bedcart outside, and then rushed to the nearest hospital in a helicopter sent by the police station. The moment the signal was restored, Mo Xiaoxi woke up. Fortunately, Li Menjing's knife in a hurry did not stab the heart, but the new and old wounds caused Yi Nanshu's heart to stop. After waking up, Mo Xiaoxi activated the emergency master protection system, which protected Yi Nanshu's heart like magic and revived his heart. A hospital in Donghai City. Sophie sat nervously on the bench outside the operating room. Her continued sadness and worry made her once beautiful face look haggard. After Guan Sanpao had the wound bandaged, he went outside the operating room with the bandage on his body to wait for news. He was so restless that he could only walk back and forth. Although they had known each other for a short time after their previous interactions, Guan Sanpao admired and was grateful for Yi Nanshu's character and courage, as well as his kindness in promoting him. "Brother Guan, how is the third brother? Is he seriously injured?" The second brother Su Ming started shouting at the end of the corridor. After hearing the news, several people in the dormitory rushed to the hospital in a hurry. Guan Sanpao shook his head and sighed, not sure, the operation is still ongoing. "What's going on? The operation isn't over yet? Is it so serious?" The boss Bai Yuntao asked anxiously. "Can you please be quiet? There's an operation going on inside," the nurse at the door of the operating room reminded. Hearing what the nurse said, Guan Sanpao made a gesture to silence her and whispered, "Sit down first. Good luck will come to you. Let's wait and see." Then, several people resisted the urge to rush into the operating room to check, and sat on the bench with anxious mood. Beep. The lights in the operating room went out. Sun Fei and others quickly stood up and walked to the door of the operating room and waited. After a while, a doctor came out, took off his mask, sighed, looked at everyone and said, "Who is the patient's family member?" Sun Fei wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, walked up and said, "I'm his girlfriend." "Doctor, what does your sigh mean? How was the operation?" The second son Su Ming said impatiently. It's no wonder that the second brother was anxious. The doctor sighed as he walked out of the operating room. Everyone could feel that it was definitely not good news. "Don't be anxious, listen to what the doctor says. Just tell me directly." Sun Fei suppressed her emotions and asked the doctor. "Don't get me wrong. The operation was successful so far. The wounds have been bandaged. As for the internal injuries, the organs are fine. It's just that some bones were hit hard multiple times and were broken. They need time to heal." The doctor did not want to put too much mental pressure on the family, so he apologized quickly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. "Then what do you mean by sighing?" After hearing what the doctor said, Zhuang Bai couldn't help but complain. "Fourth brother." Bai Yuntao pulled Zhuang Bai, signaling him to speak properly. Zhuang Bai lowered his head in dismay. But after the operation, the patient was in a state of confusion and showed no signs of waking up. "He is not out of danger yet. We need to further examine the specific cause," the doctor said apologetically. After hearing the doctor's words, everyone's heart was in their throat again. Chapter 54, Danger. After the operation, Yi Nanshu was pushed out. No one had time to ask the doctor any more questions and they all leaned over the bed and shouted, "Nanshu! The third one! Brother Yi! Nanshu, wake up!" Sun Fei cried hysterically. "Please make way, we need to send the patient back to the ward first," the nurse reminded. Grandpa Sun Air, who was standing by, helped up the heartbroken Sun Fei. He had never seen the young lady behave so badly. Bai Yuntao and the other two quickly helped push the bed to the ward. After arriving at the ward, the nurse told the patient that he needed to rest now, to keep quiet, and only one person was allowed to accompany him. Sun Fei stayed to accompany Yi Nanshu, while the others were driven out of the ward by the nurse. Everyone could only stare at Yi Nanshu lying on the hospital bed through the window. Sun Fei lay quietly beside the hospital bed, looking at Yi Nanshu lovingly and holding his hands with both hands. He pressed the back of his broad hand tightly against his cheek, as if he wanted him to feel his warmth and his presence. Then he gently stroked Yi Nanshu's cheek with his left hand and said with tears in his eyes, "You haven't fulfilled your promise to my dad yet. How can you be lazy and sleep here without getting up? You're just going to fall asleep like this. Don't you want to be with me anymore? Nanshu, if you are really tired, you get up first, and we will ignore everything and travel around the world together, okay? Nanshu, did you hear that? Wake up." As she spoke, Sun Fei was already in tears, too sad to control herself. The people outside the ward also choked with sadness after hearing Sun Fei's words. Su Ming and Zhuang Bai even walked aside and secretly wiped away their tears. After hearing the news, Sun Dahai finished his work and came to the hospital. When she arrived outside the ward, she saw Sun Fei, who was heartbroken inside. She knew that her daughter was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, so it was not a good idea for her to go up and persuade her at this time. Sun Dahai looked at Yi Nanshu, who was lying there again, and thought to himself, "Boy, if you can't wake up, just lie down like this. Don't blame me for being cruel and taking Fei Fei away." Sun Dahai sighed, then turned and went to the dean's office. In the office, Sun Dahai repeatedly told the dean that he must do everything possible to cure Yi Nanshu, and money was not a problem. After all, he didn't want to see his daughter so heartbroken and haggard. When the dean saw the head of the Sun family coming in person, he nodded repeatedly and expressed his determination to do his best to treat the patient. In this way, Sun Fei stayed by Yi Nanshu's bedside, taking care of him day and night. During this period, the doctor came to check on him several times to see how he was recovering. Seeing Sun Fei getting thinner day by day, Bai Yuntao and others wanted to take over the shift with Sun Fei several times and let her take a rest, but Sun Fei refused them every time. She wanted Yi Nanshu to wake up and see her first. On the third day, Sun Fei finally couldn't bear it anymore and fainted beside the bed. A nurse who passed by quickly sent her to the next ward and called a doctor to check on her. After hearing the news, several people in the dormitory rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, after the examination, the doctor said that it was just a nervous shock caused by excessive sadness and fatigue over the past few days, and that I just needed to pay more attention to rest. After waking up, Sophie hurriedly got up and wanted to go to Yi Nanshu. After hearing about this, Sun Dahai was furious and forced Sun Fei to rest next door. If she didn't obey, Sun Dahai said that he would have to take her back to the Sun family and she would never be able to see Yi Nanshu again. Sun Fei could only lie on the hospital bed and rest. After resting for half a day, Sun Fei got up and returned to Yi Nanshu's ward as soon as Sun Dahai left. Looking at Su Ming, who was resting on the bed, Sun Fei gently patted Su Ming's shoulder. Su Ming was woken up by the slap, raised his hand and stretched. Sun Fei said softly, "You go and rest first, I'll do it." Su Ming replied with a worried look on his face, "But you?" "I'm fine." Sun Fei forced a smile and replied. Su Ming looked at Sun Fei's eager eyes in embarrassment for a long time, then sighed, nodded and said, "Okay." After Su Ming left, Sun Fei sat next to Yi Nanshu and stroked him gently. "Water, water." Suddenly, a faint sound came out of Yi Nanshu's mouth. Sun Fei looked at Yi Nanshu with joy. "Want some water?" Sun Fei hurriedly dipped a cotton swab in some water and put it on Yi Nanshu's lips. "Water, water. It's useless. This method of wetting the lips will definitely not quench Yi Nanshu's thirst." In a hurry, Sun Fei picked up the water cup and took a sip, then leaned over, and their lips stuck together. Then, she gently pried Yi Nanshu's chin with her slender hands, and Sun Fei slightly opened her lips to pour the water in, her fan-like eyelashes fluttering gently. Yi Nanshu sucked Sun Fei's lips unconsciously, his Adam's apple moving up and down, making a gurgling sound. Cough, cough. Perhaps because he was fed too quickly, Yi Nanshu choked and started coughing. Sun Fei quickly stood up, took out a tissue and carefully wiped the water around her mouth. After cleaning up, he immediately called a doctor. "Doctor," he just spoke and asked for water. "Does that mean he's about to wake up?" Sun Fei looked happy and said to the doctor with expectant eyes. The doctor came to the bed, flipped Yi Nanshu's eyelids, took out a small flashlight, looked around, and then carefully checked other parts of the body. The patient's consciousness is recovering, and he is showing great signs of waking up. The doctor put away the flashlight and put it in his pocket and continued. "After these few examinations, we checked the patient's recovery and there are some things we want to tell you." "What's the matter?" Sun Fei asked with a puzzled look. "Come with me." The doctor asked Sun Fei to follow him and then walked towards the office. After arriving at the doctor's office, the doctor took out an X-ray film from the side and pointed it to Sun Fei, saying, "This is the fracture we mentioned earlier due to multiple heavy blows. The previously broken bones are slowly fusing together, but the two broken bones were fused in a wrong direction and have begun to compress the nerves. If the fusion continues like this, it won't be long before the patient's life is in danger. Normally, this kind of fusion would take a month for most people, but this patient has the fastest recovery ability I've ever seen. For someone like him, the broken bones will be completely fused within a week, and by then there will be no way to save him." After hearing the doctor's words, Sun Fei came back from her joy that Yi Nanshu showed signs of waking up. "You mean he only has a week to live?" Sun Fei almost fainted again. She held onto a chair and sat down, saying in a low voice, "Can I have the surgery?" She didn't believe that there was no solution given the current state of medical science. This is not a normal nerve compression. Look at the location. It involves many places. With our technology, we cannot perform this kind of surgery. Unless. Chapter 55, asking for help. Unless what? Sun Fei asked anxiously, as if she had seen a light of hope in the darkness of despair. Unless you can invite Professor Yang Wuqiang, only he can absolutely complete this kind of surgery. The doctor shook his head hesitantly. Where is Professor Yang? I will invite him at all costs. Sun Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and she said resolutely. I know you are the eldest daughter of the Sun family, but this Professor Yang. The doctor paused, then continued, this Professor Yang hasn't been on the operating table in person for many years. He is a very strange person. He is indifferent to money, fame, and gain. He has many strange rules when treating patients. Many dignitaries have asked him to help, but he refused to do anything that did not meet his requirements. After listening to the doctor's words, Sun Fei bowed to the doctor and said, Thank you, doctor. No matter how weird Professor Yang's rules are, there is always hope. I can't just watch my lover die. Please help me take good care of him. I will definitely invite Professor Yang. Sun Fei secretly made up her mind that no matter how difficult it was to invite Professor Yang, she would do it. After all, this was her last hope. After coming out of the doctor's office, Sun Fei came to Yi Nanshu's bed. She raised her hand and gently stroked Yi Nanshu's forehead to his cheek, then leaned down and lightly touched Yi Nanshu's forehead with her soft lips. Nanshu, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Sun Fei walked out of the ward and called Su Ming to ask him to look after Yi Nanshu. After a while, Sun Fei arrived at the research institute where Professor Yang Wuchang worked. Excuse me, miss, who are you looking for? Sun Fei was stopped by the security guard just as she was about to enter the research institute. Hello, I'm here to see Professor Yang Wuchang. Sun Fei replied politely. After all, I'm here to ask for help. Professor Yang is busy, do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment, but I have something urgent to discuss with Professor Yang. Sun Fei said anxiously. I'm sorry, you really can't come in without an appointment. The security guard replied politely. If it weren't for the fact that she was a beauty, the security guards wouldn't want to bother with her. Anyone who came to see Professor Yang was always in a hurry. But in the end, even though I met Professor Yang, I was discouraged by his weird rules. Why bother? Then I'll wait here. Sun Fei was helpless as she was stopped outside by the security guard and couldn't get in. Since I can't get in, I can only wait. I will always come out and go home after get off work. In this way, Sun Fei wandered around the door waiting for Professor Yang to get off work, and when she was tired, she sat down by the flower bed next to her. It was finally time to get off work, and people inside were walking out in an endless stream. Sun Fei stared at the crowd coming out, then looked at the security guard. The security guard shook his head helplessly. After a while, only a few people came out. You're definitely not seeing things. Professor Yang really isn't among the crowd coming out? Seeing that most people had left, Sun Fei asked the security guard anxiously. It turned out that Sun Fei didn't know Professor Yang Wuchang, so he could only ask the security guard for help and remind himself when he saw Professor Yang Wuchang coming out. The beautiful woman asked for help, and the security guard agreed readily. No, I know exactly who comes in and out every day. The security guard answered confidently. Having worked here for so long, he has some confidence that no one coming in and out can escape his eyes. Professor Yang sometimes gets lost in thought and works until very late. It's going to rain soon, beautiful lady, I think you should go back first. Seeing Sun Fei who had waited for so long, the security guard reminded her. Thank you. I have to wait until Professor Yang comes out today. Time is running out. Sun Fei said with a polite smile. The security guard could only shake his head and let her go. How can such a beautiful woman be so stubborn? Not long after, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and in an instant, heavy rain poured down from the sky. Tick tick. Tick tick. Big drops of rain shot down like bullets, hitting the leaves rustling loudly and causing some pain when they fell on people. It was already dark and it was raining heavily, so the temperature was dropping sharply. Achoo! Sun Fei, who was standing by, folded her arms, sneezed, and shivered a little from the cold. So, in front of men, women have a lot of face, let alone a beauty like Sun Fei. If it were an ordinary security guard, they might not dare to step forward and talk to her, because she is so beautiful and they feel ashamed of themselves. It's cold outside. Come in and sit down first. I'll go up and inform him. It's up to Professor Yang whether he sees me or not. The security guard shook his head helplessly. I had to report this at the risk of being scolded. There's nothing I can do about it. She's a beauty and everyone wants to cherish her. Thank you, it's been a hassle. Sun Fei walked in and said with a slight bow. Then the security guard took the elevator and went upstairs. After a while, the security guard rushed down and said to Sun Fei breathlessly after getting out of the elevator. Yang. Professor Yang will finish in half an hour. He asked you to go to his office and wait for him in half an hour. Thank you for reporting. Sun Fei thanked the security guard with gratitude. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sun Fei came to Professor Yang Guoqian's office. Please take a seat. Yang Guoqian took off his white coat and hung it on the rack nearby, then called out to Sun Fei. I heard that you have been waiting for me downstairs for most of the day. What's the matter? Hearing Yang Guoqian's question, Sun Fei nodded slightly and said politely, Hello, Professor Yang. I am sorry to bother you this time. I just want to ask you for help. They said that only you can save my boyfriend now. Then Sun Fei handed over Yi Nanshu's physical condition report and some recent test results and placed them on the table. Yang Guoqian glanced at the information on the table, then flipped through it casually. After a quick look, Yang Guoqian said as if talking to himself, the broken bones in this area have fused and compressed the nerves. This requires immediate surgery, otherwise your life will be in danger. Then he continued without raising his head. Are these guys bragging again that I'm the only one who was confident in performing this kind of surgery? Yes, they said you are a leader in the medical field. Please, Professor Yang, help me save my boyfriend. Sun Fei said anxiously. TSK. The little devils are counting on this guy to take him away. This is like snatching a person from the King of Hell. The King of Hell will definitely hold me responsible. I can't do this. Yang Guoqian said in a mysterious voice. Seeing Yang Guoqian's refusal, Sun Fei stood up, bowed deeply and said, Professor Yang, please help me. For a long time, Sun Fei did not straighten up. It's okay to save people, but I have a rule. Can you fulfill it? Chapter 56 Strange Rules. What regulations? You tell me, and I will definitely complete them. Sun Fei replied firmly. Yang Guoqian said disapprovingly, Do you know why I haven't been on the operating table in all these years? Without waiting for Sun Fei to answer, Yang Guoqian continued. Because almost no one who comes to me for help can complete my requirements. So what are your rules? Sun Fei asked. No matter what your rules are, I must invite you today. Time can't wait. This is like snatching people from the King of Hell. Since I saved one person, I have to send one person down. One life for another, and neither of us owes anything. I don't want the King of Hell to come after me and claim my life. Yang Guoqian said in a low voice with no expression on his face. No problem, I'll fill this role. Sun Fei said without hesitation after listening. Little girl, are you sure you heard it clearly? Yang Guoqian was a little surprised at Sun Fei's answer without even thinking about it. After all, most of the people who came to him for help many years ago, after hearing this rule, thought about it for a long time and finally left in silence. This is the first time I've seen someone agree so readily. Okay, you go back and inform them to prepare. I'll come for the operation at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Since Sun Fei agreed so readily, Yang Guoqian did not drag his feet. As for you, when the operation is successful, you will be alive again. Thank you. We warmly welcome Professor Yang to perform the surgery tomorrow. I will go back and prepare. Sun Fei said with a smile. Immersed in the hope that Yi Nanshu could finally be rescued, Sun Fei did not worry about her own safety at all. For the man I choose, I am willing to give everything, even my life. The next day, early morning. Several people in the dormitory in Guansanpao were waiting in the ward early in the morning, but there was no sign of Sun Fei. Everyone was also very curious. Today was such an important day, but Sun Fei invited Professor Yang to perform the surgery, but she did not show up. The hospital was also ready early in the morning, and the staff lined up at the hospital entrance waiting for Yang Guoqian's arrival. After all, being able to invite Yang Guoqian to take personal action can not only greatly enhance the reputation of the hospital, but also provide me with a great opportunity to observe and learn. The hospital also specially organized a group of backbone personnel to assist and learn. Yang Guoqian didn't waste any time and went straight to a conference room. He listened to the attending physician's detailed report and then discussed it with everyone, which lasted about half an hour. Yang Guoqian then followed the doctors to the operating room. At the same time, Yi Nanshu was also pushed into the operating room by the nurses. The red light came on outside the operating room. Everyone had to wait outside anxiously. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 hours had passed. Is this professor helpful? Why hasn't it finished after so long? Zhuang Bai paced back and forth impatiently. I say, fourth brother, can you please sit quietly for a while? You're making me dizzy. Bai Yuntao said a little irritably. Beep. The lights in the operating room finally went out, indicating that the operation was finally over. The door of the operating room was opened and 2 doctors walked out first. As expected of Professor Yang, he can perform the surgery calmly under such complicated conditions. Yes, that technique is worth our careful study for a long time. But I don't know what they used in exchange for Professor Yang. 2 doctors came out while talking. Su Ming stepped forward anxiously and asked, Doctor, how is it? Was the operation successful? The doctor took off his mask and said to everyone, the operation went smoothly. I believe he will wake up soon. Everyone was secretly delighted. I knew the doctor didn't sigh this time. There must be no problem. Zhuang Bai said happily. Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this. After a while, Yi Nanshu was pushed out and sent back to the ward. Yi Nanshu, who had been sent back to the ward not long ago, had his fingers trembling slightly. As the operation progressed, Yi Nanshu slowly regained consciousness. Yi Nanshu felt like he had slept for a century, and the sounds of people busying around could be heard by his ears. He tried hard to open his eyes and looked around. He lifted his eyelids once, but nothing moved. Then he tried again. Finally, his eyes slowly opened, but the sudden bright light forced him to close his eyes again. After adapting several times, he opened his eyes and looked at everyone. When Bai Yuntao saw Yi Nanshu open his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Old Third, he's awake. Look, Old Third is awake. Su Ming, who was about to go out to fetch water, heard the sound and turned back abruptly. Everyone rushed to Yi Nanshu's bed. Old Third, you finally woke up. Third brother, you made us worried. Yi Nanshu smiled, stood up slightly and glanced at the people lying in front of the bed. Then he hesitated and said weakly, Where's Fei Fei? You looked at me and I looked at you, but no one spoke. They also didn't know where Sun Fei suddenly went. Third brother, Sister Fei has been watching over you non-stop these days, but since I went to invite Professor Yang to perform surgery on you yesterday, I haven't seen Sister Fei. Su Ming hesitated and spoke. After listening, Yi Nanshu squinted his eyes and lay down again. Everyone didn't know how to comfort Yi Nanshu and just looked at each other in silence. Host, you finally woke up. Mo Xiaoxi's voice came in my mind. Hearing Mo Xiaoxi's voice, Yi Nanshu was secretly happy. Xiao Shi, you finally woke up. This incident is all Xiaoxi's fault for being incompetent. The signal was blocked on the Azure Star. I have upgraded the relevant programs. Please punish me, host. During this period, Xiaoxi has been nursing her body in the dormitory, but she cannot do that kind of surgery. Mo Xiaoxi actually revealed a trace of self-blame. This is not your fault. Okay, let's not talk about this. Check Sun Fei's location and see if she is in danger. Check Yang Wuqiang as well. Yi Nanshu, who had just woken up, was only worried about whether Sun Fei was safe. He always felt that something was happening here. I found out. Sun Fei is on the windowsill of the doctor's office. The image of Sun Fei was directly cut to Yi Nanshu's eyes. What is she doing on the office windowsill? Yi Nanshu was also confused. This Yang Wuqiang is a great doctor, but he is a very strange person. Some people call him one-man doctor. As a doctor, he actually believes in not snatching people from the hands of the king of hell, so if he saves one person, he must repay one person. Save one person, return one? Yi Nanshu was still pondering when he suddenly thought of something and secretly cried out in alarm. He suddenly stood up and rushed to the doctor's office. Everyone looked at Yi Nanshu in amazement. He had just woken up. Where was he going so full of energy? This is all thanks to Mo Xiaoxi, who helped Yi Nanshu recover during this period. What is Sun Fei doing in the doctor's office? She was waiting for the news that Yi Nanshu had woken up. After getting the confirmed news, she couldn't bear to look at Yi Nanshu for the last time and say goodbye, because she was afraid that she would not be able to bear to let him go. Sun Fei closed her eyes, walked towards the windowsill, and jumped. Chapter 57. Fortunately, Yi Nanshu pushed open the office door and saw Sun Fei jumping in front of the window. At the critical moment, Yi Nanshu flashed and left a shadow on the ground. He grabbed Sun Fei's hand and pulled her back, and Sun Fei, who was as light as a swallow, was pulled back into Yi Nanshu's arms. Their eyes met, neither of them spoke, but their eyes were filled with boundless affection. This was the man she had been thinking about for some time. At this moment, she was held in his arms, feeling the strong heartbeat in his chest. Sun Fei bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth. The worry, tiredness and reluctance of the past few days came flooding back, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. She has been a strong and tough person since she was a child. In this situation, she couldn't help but reveal her weak side as a little woman in her lover's arms, because she had true love for this man from the bottom of her heart and had immense trust in him. Looking at Sun Fei in front of him, Yi Nanshu felt distressed. This once stunningly beautiful woman has suffered so much for herself these days that she has become so haggard. Thank you for your hard work. I'm late. Thousands of words come together into one sentence. After saying that, Yi Nanshu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Sun Fei's eyes, leaned down, and tenderly kissed the place where his lover's tears had shed. I just hope that all your tears in the future will be tears of joy. Yi Nanshu secretly made up his mind. Nanshu, Sun Fei hesitated to speak. She wanted to say that she had to fulfill Professor Yang's promise, but she didn't dare to tell him the truth. Yi Nanshu put his hand on his lover's soft lips to stop her from speaking. I know, leave it to me. Then he smiled and gave Sun Fei a knowing look. Your man is back, leave the rest to me. At this time, Bai Yuntao and others followed one after another. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also confused, but seeing that the 2 were fine, he felt relieved. Boss, could you please call Professor Yang for me? Yi Nanshu said to Bai Yuntao. This is an agreement between me and Professor Yang. When Sun Fei saw Yi Nanshu was going to invite Professor Yang, her fan-like eyelashes fluttered slightly and she opened her lips and spoke. I know. Trust me. Yi Nanshu smiled slightly. Seeing that everyone had come up, Sun Fei stood up with the help of Yi Nanshu. Xiaoxi, if I stab myself, can you protect me? Yi Nanshu asked in his heart. Host, did the surgery make you stupid? Why did you stab yourself for no reason? Mo Xiaoxi retorted seriously. I find that since you woke up this time, you are less and less like an intelligent system, and more like a human being. Can you save me from death? Always leave a way out when doing things. After this incident, Yi Nanshu doesn't want to be in such a life and death situation again. Not only does he have to be responsible for himself, he also doesn't want to make the people around him worry about him anymore. Every failure is a learning experience. Every kind of trauma is a kind of maturity. It makes people think, makes people strong, and makes people know how to cherish more. I am an intelligent system from an advanced planet. How could I possibly become a stupid human being? In Yi Nanshu's heart, the helpless smile sounded arrogance. As long as you activate the defense in advance, no matter where you stab, your life will be guaranteed. Mo Xiaoxi's voice came again. Okay, let's open it. Activate the master defense system. After a while, Bai Yuntao came up with Professor Yang. Seeing Yang Guoqiang coming in, Yi Nanshu first bowed politely and said, Thank you Professor Yang for helping me in saving my life. I also know Professor Yang's rules. Today I will give you an explanation according to your rules. This life, I owe it, I will pay it back. Before anyone could react, Yi Nanshu grabbed the medical scissors beside him, stabbed them into his chest, and spit out blood. Then he pulled out the scissors, smiled and said, Professor Yang, can you explain this to the King of Hell? Yang Guoqiang stroked his beard and smiled, interesting, both of you kids are interesting, then we're even, it's your own good fortune that you survived. Bai Yuntao hurried forward to support Yi Nanshu, and Zhuang Bai ran out like crazy to call a doctor. Fearing that Sun Fei would be sad again, Yi Nanshu quickly grabbed his lover's hand and said, Fei Fei, believe me, I won't do stupid things that will put myself in a desperate situation again after last time. Sun Fei burst into tears and said, Aren't you doing it now? Believe me, Fei Fei, don't be sad. Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Fei with a firm face and said. Yi Nanshu secretly cried out in pain and couldn't help but warn Mo Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, are you okay? Your life and property are in your hands. Don't worry, if you delay any longer the wound will heal and you will be in trouble. This Xiaoxi started to tease me. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly helplessly. Everyone hurriedly sent Yi Nanshu to the emergency operating room. The nurse couldn't help but complain, why is this person so troublesome? He was just cured and sent out, and then he was sent back in for emergency treatment. After entering the operating room, the doctors were amazed. The patient's blood pressure was normal, heartbeat was stable, all test data were normal, and the bleeding had stopped. The doctor had no choice but to simply sew up the wound. Isn't it possible that Professor Yang opened up your yin and do meridians and made you invulnerable? The doctor couldn't help but make a joke. This was the fastest emergency surgery they had ever performed, and of course, it meant getting out alive. Yi Nanshu smiled awkwardly. It's possible. Not long after I entered, the lights in the operating room went out. Zhuangbai cried in agony, it's over, it's over. The operation is over so soon. The third child must have died after going in. Sun Fei clenched her fist so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. No, he asked me to believe him. The door of the operating room was pushed open and Yi Nanshu's voice was heard. I say, fourth brother, can you please hope for me to be well? Hearing Yi Nanshu's voice, everyone's sadness turned into joy and they hurried over to support the bed. Third brother, I knew that the king of hell wouldn't dare to take you. Look, everything is fine now. Zhuangbai said with a smile. Bai Yuntao patted Zhuangbai on the head and scolded him with a smile, you are the only one who talks too much. Over the next 2 days, as Yi Nanshu recovered, the ward was filled with laughter from time to time. With the help of Mo Xiaoxi and Sun Fei's meticulous care, Yi Nanshu felt that his body had almost recovered, and he even felt that his physical fitness was better than before. So Yi Nanshu has been clamoring to be discharged from the hospital these 2 days, but under Sun Fei's stern, motherly gaze, he can only lie in the hospital obediently. This caused several people in the dormitory to shout that the third child had tracheitis. On this day, several policemen in neat uniforms appeared in the hospital and walked towards Yi Nanshu's ward with brisk steps. Chapter 58 Paul Li. Boom boom boom. Sun Fei and Yi Nanshu, who were talking, were interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in. Then 3 policemen pushed the door open. Hello, Mr. Yi. We are from the Donghai City Police Department. These are my 2 colleagues. The leading policeman came in and introduced himself. Hello, please take a seat. Yi Nanshu got up and called the police. For the last incident, since you have been in a coma, there are still some notes that have not been taken. We heard that your health has improved in the past few days, so we came here this time to make up for the previous notes. Will it not affect your recovery? The policeman found a seat, took out a piece of paper and a pen and said. No, please ask. It is our duty to cooperate with the police. Yi Nanshu smiled and said. I'll get you some hot water for tea. Then, Sun Fei took the thermos, walked out of the ward and closed the door. Do you know these 2 people? The police took out 2 photos and showed them to Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu picked up the photo and looked at it. It was Li Menjiang and the middle-aged man next to her. This is from our school. Her name is Li Menjiang. As for this one, I don't know her, but she should be the head of their laboratory. Yi Nanshu vaguely heard his subordinates calling him boss. In fact, we have been paying attention to this group before, but they are very cunning and hide their whereabouts very secretly. We have never been able to find any evidence or bases of theirs. We saw the situation at the scene. You should have driven in by yourself. We want to know how you knew that place? The policeman wrote something in the notebook and then said to Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu knew that the police had arrived and would definitely ask this question. He couldn't say that the clue was found because Jiang Gujia hacked into Li Menjiang's mobile phone. When the police go looking for him, Yi Nanshu can imagine that Jiang Gujia will be scared half to death. It seems that they have been keeping an eye on me. Later, they may have reached some kind of cooperation with Li Menjiang. They followed me and tested me until I found clues. Then I followed Li Menjiang's clues and went in. Yi Nanshu said slowly. Then Yi Nanshu recounted the process of how to enter the laboratory, omitting the part about Mo Xiaoxi. After all, Mo Xiaoxi's affairs cannot be told. Even if I tell them, people may not believe it. I didn't realize that Mr. Yi is so capable. He broke in all by himself. The policeman who was questioning the matter looked at the 2 people behind him and said with a smile. Yi Nanshu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I didn't think too much at the time. I rushed in relying on the martial arts I learned. I was young and full of energy. I won't dare to do that next time. Yi Nanshu was telling the truth. Relying on Mo Xiaoxi's help, he rushed in without thinking. He didn't expect that there were so many people on the opposite side and so many unexpected events, and he almost lost his life. That's good to know. Next time you encounter this kind of situation, call the police first. You are lucky to have your girlfriend this time. According to our preliminary investigation, this middle-aged man is called Li Baoluo. He has been traveling around China, specializing in capturing young people and children with special talents for human research. Countless people have been persecuted by them across the country. The policeman who was questioning said this indignantly. I didn't expect them to hide in the East China Sea. It's a pity that they escaped. In addition, we received news from Interpol that this Li Baoluo is backed by the powerful Spear of God organization in a foreign country. Li Baoluo is their henchman. These people are evil and tyrannical, and they don't even spare children and women. Student Yi, we tell you this because we hope you won't be reckless in the future. Tell us as soon as you find any clues. The policeman who was questioning him warned Yi Nanshu, fearing that he would be impulsive again like this time. Yi Nanshu nodded without saying anything. After hearing what the police said, he clenched his fists tightly, and a raging rage burst out in his heart. He blamed himself for being reckless and letting such a vicious gangster go. As a Chinese citizen, he became a pawn of foreigners, arresting and harming his own people everywhere. His main targets were gifted young people, who were the future pillars of the country. Unforgivable, he must be found and killed. Student Yi, Student Yi? Seeing Yi Nanshu standing there in a daze, the policeman who was questioning him pushed him. This is a big blow, but you don't have to be afraid. In their eyes, you should be dead. We will also keep an eye on you. If they dare to appear in the East China Sea again, we will definitely catch them. The policeman who was questioning him thought that Yi Nanshu was in a daze and didn't say anything, and was afraid that the other party would retaliate after hearing what he said, so he tried to comfort him. Thank you, I am not afraid. We have a strong police force to protect us. No evil force will escape the day of punishment. Yi Nanshu said in a decisive tone. Well said, Mr. Yi, let's stop here today and not disturb your rest. We'll leave first. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Nanshu stood up and bowed deeply to the three policemen. This was also a bow from Yi Nanshu to all the people's policemen who were fighting wits and courage against criminals on the front line. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. The reason why each of us lives and works in peace and contentment is because of their protection. The three policemen looked at Yi Nanshu's bow, stood straight, raised their right hands and saluted, which made people awe-inspiring. They knew that Yi Nanshu's bow was not only for them, but also to thank the thousands of police officers like them. After the police left, Yi Nanshu picked up his cell phone and called Zhang Gujia. Damn, where have you been these days? I thought the creditor ran away first. Zhang Guji, who received the call, exclaimed loudly. Yi Nanshu laughed and said, You are dreaming. No creditor would run away first. Just do your job honestly and pay back the money. I will give you your first task today. I will send you the photos later. Help me investigate a man named Li Baoluo and find out his whereabouts. Li Baoluo? Who is he? Does he owe you a lot of money? Zhang Guji asked doubtfully. Yes, a lot of debts, and blood debts. No matter what method you use, find him for me. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. But you must be careful and cautious. Don't act on your own if you find any clues. This person is very dangerous. Yi Nanshu was afraid that Zhang Guji would alert the enemy and would not be able to deal with such a vicious criminal, so he warned Zhang Guji. What does this guy do? Is he so dangerous? Why are you talking so much nonsense? I need to know it very clearly. Why would I need you to check it? After you check it, won't you know who this person is? Yi Nanshu couldn't help but laugh and scold. Okay, boss Yi. Chapter 59 Collection. 2 days later, after Yi Nanshu jumped up and down and tried his best to show how energetic he was, and also threw a tantrum and begged hard, Sun Fei finally agreed to let Yi Nanshu be discharged from the hospital and return to school. Yi Nanshu, who had just arrived at school, opened the car door and ran out of the car. He sniffed the air around him and said in a pretentious manner, What a youthful atmosphere. Finally, I don't have to smell the smell of disinfectant all day long. This made Sun Fei in the car smile charmingly. When Yi Nanshu returned to the dormitory and packed his luggage, he heard Mo Xiaoxi's voice. Ding, military power increased by 0.1, military power growth task completed, experience 25, ink coins 5. Yi Nanshu was overjoyed. Just getting injured meant the mission was accomplished? However, Yi Nanshu knew that this was not an ordinary injury and it almost cost him his life. After his injuries healed, Yi Nanshu also clearly felt that his body had become stronger than before. Then, Yi Nanshu opened his personal information to check. Yi Nanshu, male, 19 years old, from the Blue Planet. Experience value, 66,100. Force value physical enhancement, 0.7500. Coins, 11. Host skills, top driver skills, top piano skills, top music talent skills, elementary language proficiency skills, photographic memory skills. Mall unlock level, 0. Yi Nanshu looked at his strength value in amazement. He didn't expect that after escaping death this time, his strength value suddenly increased by 0.12, exceeding the task target. Yi Nanshu was ecstatic, but also melancholy. After this incident, Yi Nanshu matured a lot, and he realized clearly that relying solely on external forces would not always be smooth sailing. Only when he is strong enough can he ensure that nothing goes wrong. If I am strong enough this time, not to mention killing 7 people in and out, I can also find many ways to dismantle this laboratory, and I will not let Li Baoluo escape, and I will not put myself in danger. The most urgent task is to strengthen one's own strength first. In a few days, I will ask Guan Sanpao to give me special training. In the hospital, I have heard a lot about Guan Sanpao's heroic fight in the laboratory. After leaving the hospital, Yi Nanshu returned to his peaceful school life. Time flies and the basketball game begins again. Thanks to their foreign languages department class 2 who were lucky enough to have a bye in the last round of games, with 2 wins and 1 bye, they advanced directly to the semifinals. Some time ago, Yi Nanshu was still in the hospital, his life or death was unknown. Otherwise, without Yi Nanshu, the main force, they would have been eliminated. But even so, they created the best result in the history of the foreign languages department, ranking among the top 4 in the whole school. Yi Nanshu, are you guys ready? Gather at the stadium. Jia Tianyi urged them to come in while knocking on the door. Jia Tianyi was afraid that Yi Nanshu would be absent, so starting from the past 2 days, he came to remind him once a day. Okay, stop pushing me. Bai Yuntao said while putting on his sneakers. You're so hesitant and sissy. Yi Nanshu also put on the new jersey that Jia Tianyi had ordered for him. Number 10, that's his favorite number. After changing their equipment, several people trotted downstairs. Ever since the video of Yi Nanshu's dunk went viral on the school forum, everyone in the school has been impressed by Yi Nanshu's amazing skills, and many people want to see Yi Nanshu on the court again. After it was announced that Class 2 of the Foreign Languages Department where Yi Nanshu was studying had a bye, the competition team was surrounded by many girls who admired Yi Nanshu because they couldn't see Yi Nanshu compete. But later I heard that after Yi Nanshu took leave during that period, things took a big turn, and everyone praised the event team for being sensible, fair, and just. Yi Nanshu and others arrived at the stadium, only to see that the stands were almost full. Most of them were Yi Nanshu's fans. Some were holding up banners with the 5 big words Yi Nanshu is the most handsome written on them, waving them left and right. This indoor arena has never been as packed with people as it is today for any game. When they saw Yi Nanshu coming, the whole gym suddenly exploded, and everyone waved and shouted at Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu, so handsome. Yi Nanshu, I love you. Yi Nanshu, come on. I want to have a baby with you. Shouts came one after another. Looking at this scene, Yi Nanshu couldn't help but feel his face slightly blushing and waved his hand awkwardly. There were even some who were quite excited and rushed up to offer water and gifts. Fortunately, several people from the dormitory stood in front of them and rejected them one by one. When Yi Nanshu walked onto the court, he saw Sun Fei and his friends sitting in the front row. Yi Nanshu waved to Sun Fei happily. The girls in that area screamed continuously. Yi Nanshu and everyone else began to warm up on the court. Today they are playing against Class 3 of the Physical Education Department, who are the second seed of this competition. Their captain is the president of the basketball club who had visited Yi Nanshu last time. The other side had been warming up on the field for a while. When they saw Yi Nanshu and others arriving and being cheered by many girls, they all sneered. What are you so proud of? I will beat you till your teeth are left on the ground soon. Ever since Yi Nanshu bluntly rejected the basketball club's president, he gave up on recruiting Yi Nanshu. This time, he even told his players to beat him to death. After all, if Yi Nanshu could defeat a man with so many fans, he might be able to recruit a lot of people for the basketball club. Although they also watched Yi Nanshu's last dunk, they all found it incredible and too exaggerated. Brothers, let's dunk and warm up, let them see our strength. Basketball club president Lei Yong shouted to the players. Good. Everyone replied in unison. Bang. Bang! Then several players from Class 3 of the Physical Education Department started dunking the ball. From time to time, many girls were attracted and cheered for them, which made them more and more excited. After all, even if Yinanshu didn't exist, they would still have a lot of female fans. After all, which girl doesn't like a boy who is good at playing basketball? Following a whistle. The game is about to begin. Both sides started to guess the coin and choose sides. After choosing the sides, the players from both teams come on the court one by one and stand face to face. Lei Young smiled at Yinanshu and said, "How about it, would you consider joining our basketball club?" Yinanshu shook his head and said, "No." Lei Yang's face changed, and he said jokingly, "Then don't blame us for not showing mercy. No matter how good you are, basketball is for 5 people." Yinanshu shrugged and said, "Just come over here." After the players from both teams shook hands, they took their positions and prepared to fight for the ball. Only after the two teams stood together did they truly feel the height difference. The people in the Foreign Languages Department's team seemed to be a head shorter than the others. Only Bai Yuntao and Yinanshu were barely as tall as the opponents, except for the 2-meter-tall center of the opposing team, of course. The referee blew the whistle and the ball was thrown steadily into the air. Chapter 68 True Man. Bai Yuntao, who was standing in the center circle, and the 2-meter-tall center on the opposite side jumped up at the same time to fight for the ball. There is no doubt that Bai Yuntao will not be able to win against the opponent because of his height and size. The Physical Education Department got the ball, and the opposing defender dribbled across the front court to the left half zone, then threw the ball into the air, which was caught by their center. With his back to Bai Yuntao preparing for a one-on-one play, Bai Yuntao also used all his strength to hold the center forward, forcing him not to take even a single step forward. The center was very agile. He turned around and faced Bai Yuntao with the ball. He hooked the basketball with his right hand and sent it to the left to attract Bai Yuntao's attention. Then he took the ball with his left hand, turned quickly, and passed Bai Yuntao with his back to him. Bang! The center forward broke into the restricted area and slammed the ball into the basket with both hands. Then he looked at Bai Yuntao and roared, as if he was showing off something. 0:2. The sports department started the game with a powerful dunk, which drew applause from many female fans and invisibly strengthened the momentum of his teammates. Yinanshu patted Bai Yuntao and said, "Come on, boss." The Foreign Languages Department had the ball, and Jia Tianyi was about to pass the front court. He waved at Yinanshu, signaling him to come up and receive the ball. At this time, Lei Yang took advantage of Jia Tianyi's inattention and quickly took the basketball away. Then he picked up the basketball and ran quickly. When he was about to reach the basket, he looked back at Jia Tianyi who was chasing him, then jumped and did a 180-degree turn. Bang! Another dunk, and another one with a 180-degree turn. Instantly, the female students supporting the sports department started shouting and applauding. 0:4. The players of Class 3 of the Physical Education Department used their height advantage to put tremendous defensive pressure on the players in Yinanshu's class. Jia Tianyi was locked down as soon as he received the ball and lost the ball several times. On offense, the third class of the Department of Physical Education actively passed the ball and scored from multiple points, and the score quickly came to 0:10. We were beaten 10-0. The morale of the players from the sports department reached a climax. Right from the start, the members of Class 2 of the Foreign Languages Department were given a warning, and everyone felt that the gap in strength was obvious. Yinanshu, attack 1. Yinanshu, attack 1. Seeing that they were far behind at the start, shouts were heard from the audience for Yinanshu to attack. In several attacking opportunities, Yinanshu was intercepted by the opponent before he even touched the ball. "Captain Jia, let's switch. I'll control the ball." Yinanshu patted Jia Tianyi on the shoulder and said, "Okay, it's up to you, Yinanshu." Jia Tianyi nodded, then ran to the backcourt. "Third brother, teach them a lesson." Bai Yuntao passed the ball to Yinanshu at the baseline. As soon as Yinanshu received the ball, Lei Yang came over to defend, and there were also people defending in the center line. The strategy of Class 3 of the Department of Physical Education is very clear. I just want you to be unable to pass the midfield. That dunk of yours was pretty sloppy. Don't you know how to dribble the ball across half court? If you're brave, just fly over my head and see. Lei Yang squatted down, staring at Yinanshu with his eyes, and still mocking him. "I can't fly, but I can walk directly over there," Yinanshu said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinanshu took a step forward with the ball. Before Lei Yang could react, Yi Nanshu had already passed him and reached the center line. So fast. Lei Yang reacted, exclaimed in surprise, and turned around to chase after him. At this time, Yi Nanshu shook off the defender with a cross step and reached the three-point line. In order to prevent Yi Nanshu from breaking through, the center of the opposing team went to the free throw line. Yi Nanshu stopped, jumped, and shot the ball steadily with the help of Mo Xiaoxi's sight. After the shot, Yi Nanshu walked directly to the backcourt. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Swish! Hollow into the net. The ball didn't explode, but the stadium did. The whole audience was boiling. Even if the opponent scored 10 goals, the chances of Yi Nanshu scoring 1 goal were not as high as others. 3-10. Lei Yang, who turned around to chase him, just passed by Yi Nanshu, who was retreating. You have some skills, but you are alone. How long can you last? Lei Yang said jokingly. I can't say anything else, but my endurance is incredible. Yi Nanshu patted his chest and said with a smile. Let's see. After saying that, Lei Yang ran to catch the ball. Good job, third brother. Let me guard you. Bai Yuntao and Yi Nanshua clapped their hands and shouted to everyone. Lei Yang dribbled the ball over and deliberately dribbled it towards Yi Nanshu. He hooked his finger at Yi Nanshu, as if he wanted to challenge him one-on-one. Lei Yang was a little overwhelmed by Yi Nanshu's previous goal. If you hit me, I will hit you back. This is exactly the manifestation of the unwillingness of many basketball fans to admit defeat. Unfortunately, he was overconfident. Lei Yang dribbled the ball to the left, then accelerated and changed direction to the right. He thought his movements were very fast, but in Yi Nanshu's eyes they were pitifully slow. How dare you show off your skills in front of a cheater? Before Lei Yang changed direction, Yi Nanshu stretched out his hand and intercepted the ball. He then picked up the ball and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, imitating the movements in the video, a clean and neat tomahawk dunk. Bang! It hit the basket. 5-10. Lei Yang lost another ball. In front of so many people, he felt like he was hit in the face. He shouted to his teammates in frustration, "Give me the ball." After all, he was the captain and president of the basketball club, so the team members had no choice but to pass the ball to him. He dribbled the ball again and came in front of Yi Nanshu. Same characters, same plot, same outcome. He gave Yi Nanshu another 2 points. These 3 times, Lei Yang got the ball again. Since I can't get past you, I can easily get past others. This time he learned his lesson and avoided the side where Yi Nanshu was defending. He prepared to attack from the other side. Yi Nanshu was also happy to see this happen. At the beginning, the physical education department used skilled passing of the ball to make Yi Nanshu run around and unable to find a good opportunity to steal the ball. Now, Lei Yang's frequent singles are exactly what Yi Nanshu wanted. Lei Yang used his superb dribbling skills to shake off 2 defenders in a row. Seeing Yi Nanshu coming to defend, he stopped and made a quick jump shot. Bang! There was a sound of the basketball hitting the ground heavily. When he jumped, Yi Nanshu had already arrived in front of him and slapped the basketball hard, knocking it down. Jia Tianyi, who is familiar with this routine, has already run from the center line to the opposite basket. Yi Nanshu found the right position and made a long throw, and Jia Tianyi scored a goal steadily after hitting the rebound. 9-10. The referee whistled off the field. Seeing that their captain had lost his temper and their great advantage was lost, the students of Class 3 of the Physical Education Department could only request a timeout to allow the captain to calm down. Well done, Yi Nanshu. Jia Tianyi gave Yi Nanshu a thumbs up and praised him. Class 2 of the Foreign Languages Department high-fived each other and walked towards the rest area. Chapter 61 Domineering. The timeout is over and the game resumes. After the timeout, Lei Yang had calmed down. He had realized that he could not beat Yi Nanshu, and the point guard of Class 3 of the Physical Education Department was also replaced. The new guard was a street basketball player. He dribbled the ball to the front court. Yi Nanshu came up to defend him. He dribbled the ball in a fancy way and then made a fake praying to Buddha move. Yi Nanshu thought he was going to shoot and just jumped on him. The referee whistled, "Foul." What's Yi Nanshu's strange move? This trick didn't appear in the video that Mo Xiaoxi sent to herself. It turned out that Yi Nanshu had previously learned from tutorials and videos of formal competitions, and did not learn any streetball moves. He was called for a foul for no reason. The players on the other side were also surprised to see Yi Nanshu being fooled by the streetball moves. It seems I need to make up for it later, Yi Nanshu thought to himself. Although Yi Nanshu didn't understand the moves of streetball and couldn't predict the opponent's next move to steal the ball, fortunately, no matter how fancy the opponent's moves were, Yi Nanshu would not shoot easily, so no one could surprise Yi Nanshu. However, it was at most an unexpected discovery, and the opponent redeployed after a pause. He continued with the initial offensive rhythm, without touching the ball, and passed the ball in multiple directions to avoid Yi Nanshu. These people have been playing basketball together for a long time, so they are quite skilled in cooperation. They are afraid of Yi Nanshu's speed and always pass the ball to the side that avoids Yi Nanshu. Except for Yi Nanshu, the other players in Class 2 of the Foreign Languages Department have a huge gap in height and skills compared to the players they are facing. So the rest of the team members became gaps. When Yi Nanshu was on the outside, they passed the ball to the inside to attack. Yi Nanshu was in the inside, so they passed the ball to the outside shooters. Although they couldn't make it 100%, they still made a lot of them. On the defensive side, there is a 2-meter-tall center in the interior, and often 2 or even 3 of them will guard Yi Nanshu tightly, while the others can shoot directly from outside the 3-point line. Although Yi Nanshu was able to use his speed to shake off 1 or 2 defenders, the opponents kept sticking to Yi Nanshu and came to defend one after another. At first, Yi Nanshu was helpless and hoped to attract the defense and pass the ball to his teammates. Unfortunately, Bai Yuntao was no match for the opposing center in the interior, and except for Jia Tianyi, who could occasionally score from the outside, Su Ming and others all missed shots. After many rounds of attack and defense, the referee blew the whistle, the first half ended, and the score was fixed at 30-40. The vast majority were scored by Yi Nanshu. Jia Tianyi also scored a few when he had good opportunities, and the rest scored none. When he was leaving the court, Lei Yang did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks in front of Yi Nanshu. What's the point of being good alone? Basketball is a 5-player sport. Can you really play 1 against 9? When you see the second half, you will find that no one can score a goal except you. Lei Yang walked off the stage laughing. During the intermission, a large group of girls came running to give Yi Nanshu water and towels. Yi Nanshu took a quick glance and accurately found Sun Fei in the crowd. The stunningly beautiful Sun Fei was a unique sight wherever she went. Yi Nanshu walked straight towards Sun Fei and took the water and towel she handed over. The girls standing by were envious and jealous, but when they saw that the target was the school beauty Sun Fei, they were all overshadowed and felt ashamed, and they didn't even feel jealous at all. On the contrary, some girls even called Yi Nanshu a very manly man. You just took my things like that, aren't you afraid that your fans will be sad? Sun Fei smiled. No matter how many female fans I have, they can't compare to you. You are enough for me. Yi Nanshu replied tenderly. Sun Fei's pretty face turned red, like a ripe apple, tender and lovely. Sun Fei couldn't stand this display of affection in public, so she ran back to her seat without looking back. After the halftime break, players from both teams returned to the field. Class 3 of the Physical Education Department rotated in 2 more players. The 2 new players were tall and strong. From the very beginning, they used their big strength to defend against the smaller one, guarding Yi Nanshu and Jia Tianyi respectively. Just as the game started, Jia Tianyi was knocked to the ground when he was fighting for position with the opponent. After getting up, Jia Tianyi signaled to the referee that the opponent had committed a deliberate foul, but the referee did not see it at the time and the game continued. While avoiding the referee's sight, the people from the sports department began to make various small moves, mainly targeting Yi Nanshu and Jia Tianyi. Yi Nanshu's actions did not please them. They bumped into Yi Nanshu's body like a piece of steel plate. The rest of their physical movements were resolved. However, when Yi Nanshu wanted to fight back, the referee called a foul instead. As for the other team members, they were not so lucky. They were tortured terribly and were injured accidentally. This was the strategy of Class 3 of the Physical Education Department in the second half. First, injure a few people, preferably Yi Nanshu and Jia Tianyi, who could score. They are not leading by much now, and they are afraid that Yi Nanshu will start to chase points in the second half. Lei Yang is determined to win this game. As the president of the school basketball club, if he loses to the Foreign Languages Department, how can he have the face to stay in school and run the basketball club? So in this battle, he can only win and not lose, even if he has to use some tricks that he thinks are small. After a while, Bai Yuntao was the first to collide with the opponent. Are you playing basketball or hitting people? Bai Yuntao pushed the person opposite and cursed. The players from both sides crowded together, pushing each other. Everyone in the Foreign Languages Department had been holding back their anger with nowhere to vent. Seeing this, the referee blew the whistle and pushed everyone away. Then he shouted loudly, "Want to fight? If you continue to argue, everyone will be disqualified." Everyone quieted down, and Jia Tianyi held Bai Yuntao back to prevent him from getting carried away again. The referee gave Bai Yuntao and the opposing player a technical foul each, and both were sent off the court. Jia Tianyi took the opportunity to request a timeout and pulled Bai Yuntao off the court. "Okay, stop pulling." Bai Yuntao shook off Jia Tianyi's hand, picked up the bottle of water and drank it. "It's so fucking frustrating." Bai Yuntao threw away the water bottle and said angrily, "I really want to have a fight with them." Su Ming slapped the stool and said angrily, "Brothers, hold on. We have to win this game fairly and show them what we have done." Jia Tianyi tried his best to ease the emotions of the team members. Yi Nanshu sat on the stool and looked at the score, 35-46, with 15 minutes left. "Next, don't make physical contact with them. Just stand in the defensive zone. Let them break through if they want to. Just don't let them shoot three-pointers. Leave the rest to me." Yi Nanshu stood up, his eyes blazing with fire, and spoke in a low voice. "Since you want to play, I'll show you what a one-person game is." Chapter 62, Are You Feeling Wronged? The timeout is over and the game resumes. The players from the Foreign Languages Department did not go to the front court after they came on the court, but stood in the back court. The students in Class 3 of the Physical Education Department looked at each other and laughed and mocked each other. Have these people been beaten stupid? This is their ball, why are they all standing back? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just admit defeat. Lei Yang walked over to Yi Nanshu and said jokingly, "That's right, if you just admit defeat earlier, there won't be so many problems." Yi Nanshu ignored Lei Yang and shouted at Su Ming, "Serve." Su Ming passed the ball directly to Yi Nanshu from the baseline. After Yi Nanshu received the ball, he jumped up. Lei Yang stared at Yi Nanshu with eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. "Are you crazy? This is the backcourt, there are no teammates in front of you, and you are shooting here?" Following Mo Xiaoxi's instructions, Yi Nanshu controlled the strength, aimed through the sight, and then made the move quickly and efficiently. Swish! Hollow into the net. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was immersed in shock. This was a super long distance shot, and it actually went in. After a long time, the members of Class 2 of the Foreign Languages Department came to their senses, became excited and cheered. At first, they didn't know what Yi Nanshu wanted to do, but out of trust in Yi Nanshu, they all stayed there and didn't move. Now I understand everything. Is it necessary to run to the front court? He just shot the ball in the back court. The students in Class 3 of the Physical Education Department looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to believe that this was true. It must have been luck, a blind cat catching a dead mouse, and he happened to catch one. After being shocked, Lei Yang reorganized the attack. After breaking through, the people from the Foreign Languages Department made way for him and he scored a goal easily. Lei Yang was completely confused. In the transition from offense to defense, Su Ming directly passed the ball to Yi Nanshu. After Yi Nanshu received the ball, he did not jump up and shoot unreasonably. Swish! Hollow again. Even so, the opponent was unwilling to believe in evil and let Yi Nanshu shoot. The two teams shot 2 points and 3 points respectively, and the score directly came to 65-66. The score has caught up. Now everyone in the sports department woke up from their dream and realized that they only had 2 points, while Yi Nanshu had always counted 3 points. If they continued like this, they would definitely lose. They began to adjust their strategies and started shooting 3-pointers, but as soon as they shot a 3-pointer, the opponents would come forward to interfere. Even if they didn't come to interfere, they couldn't hit the target like Yi Nanshu, the pervert. Then they wanted to interfere with Yi Nanshu's catching the ball. The annoying thing was that Yi Nanshu could jump higher than them, and they couldn't reach Yi Nanshu's head even if they jumped. They were just thinking of waiting for Yi Nanshu to catch the ball and then step on it. The most perverted scene appeared. Yi Nanshu caught the ball in the air and shot directly. Not only did the ball go in, but he was able to find the right position and jump down steadily. Gradually, the score gap widened and the people from the Physical Education Department began to give up. They just stood there with their heads down, neither attacking nor defending. Time passed by minute, and with the referee's whistle, the game ended. 86-70, Class 2 of the Foreign Languages Department won. Cheers were heard both on and off the field. Only the students from Class 2 of the Physical Education Department were left walking off the field dejectedly. Lei Yang and Yi Nanshu passed each other as they walked off the stage. You're not good at playing basketball, and you're even worse at being a human being, Yi Nanshu said in a low voice. You. Lei Yang looked at Yi Nanshu angrily for a long time, then lowered his head and walked out quickly. Lei Yang knew what Yi Nanshu meant. In this game, he tried every means to win and even did a lot of tricks, but he still lost in the end. What else could he say? Yi Nanshu escaped easily amidst the waves. To be honest, if I hadn't promised them before, I wouldn't want to participate in any damn competition. It's not that I have no sense of honor. Now I just want to improve my strength as quickly as possible so that the entire Sun family can trust me. This time, Yi Nanshu refused the celebration party they talked about and went on a date with Sun Fei. In his words, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? For everything she had done for him before, he felt nothing but touched. Lover's wall. Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei clasped their fingers together and held them tightly. The two ignored the strange looks from the couples around them. Look at you, you only know how to show off. Now everyone in the school knows you, huh? Sun Fei wrinkled her nose, looking extremely adorable. Yi Nanshu laughed dumbly, hooked his index finger, and gently scratched her nose. Silly girl, if I wanted to be in the limelight, I would have been immersed in the sea of people by now, and there would be no way I would secretly date you. Hearing this, Sun Fei put her hands on her hips and pretended to be a tiger. So, you still feel wrong to date me now, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Nanshu was slightly stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Immediately, ignoring the people around him, he held the beauty tightly in his arms and smiled jokingly. Yes, I feel wronged now, my wife, I want to. Spit. Upon hearing this, Sun Fei's face immediately turned red. What is this guy thinking about? Don't you even look at where you are now? Nanshu. Sun Fei glanced at Yi Nanshu with her bright eyes, exhaling sweetly, your change is really hard to understand. Now that the Spear of God has come to your door, you. Woo-woo. Before Sun Fei could finish her words, Yi Nanshu's thick lips sealed her cherry lips. Soon, Sun Fei struggled twice, but felt it was futile, so she slowly closed her eyes. This guy. He even knows how to use the sealing technique. If you don't want to know, just say it. Humph, stinky Nanshu. But in Yi Nanshu's opinion, the time is not right yet. There's nothing a kiss can't solve. If one doesn't work, try two. For a long time. Sun Fei panted like a cow, exhaling a fragrance like orchid, and gave Yi Nanshu a faint look. You just know how to mess around. Seeing Sun Fei's blushing face, which was so adorable, Yi Nanshu couldn't help but salivate. That's right. As if she had thought of something, Sun Fei pushed Yi Nanshu away, adjusted her skirt slightly, and looked at him with a complicated look. I want you to come to my grandfather's 80th birthday party tomorrow. Yi Nanshu was slightly startled when he heard this, and thought for a moment, it's Grandpa's birthday, I have to prepare well. But. Go ahead, it's okay. It's just that during this period, someone might come, to propose marriage. When she said this, Sun Fei looked helpless. This is how I have lived since I was a child. Since I was 16 years old, there have always been outsiders taking care of these things. She really couldn't understand why these people were thinking about arranging her marriage at such a young age. However, she also knew that the other party was interested in becoming the son-in-law of the Sun family. These people had ulterior motives. So, I will be tried in court tomorrow? Yi Nanshu said jokingly, but for my wife, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. She can only be mine. I would like to take this opportunity to tell the entire upper-class circle in Donghai that Sun Fei is my, Yi Nanshu's, woman, and they have no right to get involved. Chapter 63, Fighting Against Injustice. The next day. The sky was turning pale. After Yi Nanshu brought breakfast to his roommates, he reminded them to get up early and eat it, as they had been drinking until after 3 in the morning last night. Early in the morning, he arrived at the antique street in Donghai. After all, Mr. Sun's 80th birthday is a grand occasion and he must have a presentable gift. It was bustling here early in the morning with people galloping and it was very lively. He thought that old people all like to collect antiques and other things. Get out. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude to you. Suddenly, an abrupt voice came out. Yi Nanshu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, thrown on the street. The little girl had a haggard face and a thin, emaciated face, and looked very pitiful. However, after being thrown into the street by a big man, no one cared about it. Although many people pointed fingers at her, no one felt sorry for her. Seeing this, Yi Nanshu felt a surge of anger in his heart. He quickly walked over to the little girl and picked her up. Seeing that she was covered in wounds, he suppressed his anger and smiled. "Little sister, what are you doing?" Woo woo. At this moment, the little girl was like a drowning person who was rescued and put on a big bed. Tears immediately gushed out. "Brother, woo woo, they stole my grandfather's things." The little girl cried so heartbreakingly, looking so pitiful. Yi Nanshu's eyes flashed slightly, and his cold gaze was focused on the antique shop in front of him. Immediately, he spoke softly. "It's okay, brother will help you, don't cry, okay?" After saying that, Yi Nanshu wiped the tear marks from her dirty face. Yi Nanshu's words were like a magic needle, striking at the little girl's heart. She nodded subconsciously. Yi Nanshu carried the little girl in his arms and walked into the store. The boss who had wanted to greet Yi Nanshu suddenly turned gloomy when he saw the little girl. "Why, do you want to stand out?" Upon hearing this, Yi Nanshu was speechless for a moment. Immediately, he hugged the little girl tightly and said calmly, "I only know what happened." "I know." Before the big boss could say anything, an old man walked in. The old man has a head full of white hair and still looks like he is in his twilight years. She walked in step by step, leaning on a cane, taking every step with extreme caution. Yi Nanshu hurried over to support him. The old man said word by word, "This store is bullying customers and robbing Mr. Zhang's family heirloom." "Damn it, that was Mr. Zhang's last medical expenses. How dare you? Stinky woman, don't think I won't hit you just because you're old." The antique shop owner came up to the old woman and raised his hand, wanting to slap her hard. However, his hand was raised in the air but did not move at all. At this moment, his face turned red and his right hand seemed to be clamped tightly in pliers. Seeing this, the other shop assistants rushed over and said, "Let my boss go." "Let go of the boss." Yi Nanshu glanced at these people, his eyes were like poison ice knives. Yi Nanshu gave the shop assistants a simple glance and they felt a chill all over their bodies. They shuddered and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Yi Nanshu's every word was like a mountain, weighing down their hearts. "You probably know what he has done, bullying the young and the old, and courting disaster." If it was only the little girl, then he might not believe it completely. But now even the old man has come forward, which is enough to prove that what this guy has done is simply beyond description. Boss Gong Changjiang felt pain in his wrist and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. "Let me go." "Okay." Yi Nanshu smiled calmly. Swish. He just let go of the boss and added a little more strength in the process. Suddenly, the boss retreated again and again. Several shop assistants were quick to help the boss. "Do you know who I am?" "No advice." Ding Yi looked indifferent. "I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you." Yi Nanshu frowned slightly. "Please die." "Is it because of this guy's identity that makes him so cruel?" Gong Changjiang. Yi Nanshu was slightly stunned, his eyes flashing with some hostility. "Since we both have the same surname, Zhang, how could you have the heart to do that to us?" "My last name is Gong, the Gong in Lao Gong, not Zhang the archer." "I don't care whether your surname is a husband or a wife, this matter is not over yet." He. Gong Changjiang smiled. Such an intriguing smile. Now, he can be sure that this guy only has brute force. Let me ask you, who in this entire antique street doesn't recognize himself? This guy. He is just messing around and looking for death. "Grandma, can you tell me what's going on?" This little girl is Zhang Wenwen, the granddaughter of old Zhang. She is suffering from early-stage bone cancer. Old Zhang has no other options, so he brought the antiques from his home here, hoping to sell them for money to pay for Wenwen's treatment. Little did he know that this damned person actually took old Zhang's vase and beat old Zhang severely. As Grandma finished speaking, Yi Nanshu's aura was fully released. He had seen many people who took advantage of others when he watched the news before, but he never expected that he would encounter such a scumbag himself. This is no longer just plundering, it is blatant robbery. At this moment, Yi Nanshu's eyes were as dark and bottomless as a 1,000-year-old dry well. He glanced at Gong Changjiang and smiled coldly. "It seems that you really have no humanity at all." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Gong Changjiang to react, he hugged the little girl and started walking. Whoosh! In a breath, he became as graceful as a startled swan and as elegant as a dragon flying in the sky, running quickly beside these people. Every time he passed by a person, that person would fall down for no apparent reason, and they wouldn't even know why they fell down. A quarter of an hour. The clerk and the boss have become idiots. Yi Nanshu stepped on Gong Changjang's back and shouted coldly, "Let me ask you, is what Grandma said true or false? You're looking for death." "Yes, I'm looking for death." Yi Nanshu looked calm, not taking Gong Changjang's threat seriously, and sneered, "So it's true." Crash. At this moment, more than 20 young men appeared at the door again. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. When these young men saw this, their faces changed drastically and they looked at Yi Nanshu with a grin. "Boy, you are crazy." Yi Nanshu narrowed his eyes, glanced at these hooligans, and said indifferently, "If my name is Quan, then what is his name?" Click. Yi Nanshu suddenly exerted force on his feet. Suddenly, the sound of broken ribs pierced the void. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Gong Changjang let out a pig slaughtering scream. Looking for death, get him. Chapter 64 Tang Chuchu. The host is in danger, self-defense is activated. Just when Yi Nanshu was about to meet these people, suddenly, Mo Xiaoxi's voice came slowly. Before Yi Nanshu could react, he felt as if an electric current was flowing through his body, and his whole body became numb. Then, the whole person flew out. Using both hands and feet, he launched the most fierce attack on these knife-wielding men. In a moment, these gangsters fell to the ground and wailed. Seeing this, Yi Nanshu frowned and cursed in his heart, "I didn't see you activate such a powerful self-defense system in the laboratory before? But after thinking it over, I gave up." After all, Mo Xiaoxi was stuck with some equipment at that time. "Host, there is a person with a physical strength of 0.85 just now. If Xiaoxi does not activate the defense system, the host will be in danger." Yi Nanshu said nothing more. Then, he glanced at these people, and finally his eyes fell on Gong Changjang. Walked towards Gong Changjang step by step. "You." The only sound left at the scene was Yi Nanshu's footsteps, which sounded like death notes, so terrifying. Is this guy still human? He looks to be about 18 or 19, right? How could it be so powerful? Yi Nanshu looked at Gong Changjang coldly, "Is there anyone else?" Gong Changjang was shocked. Hasn't he fought enough? But think about it, he just knocked all of his men away, and his own men didn't even touch the corner of his clothes, right? I'm just a student. I don't want to embarrass you. As long as you return the things to Grandpa Zhang, I can let this account go. If you insist on not changing your ways, don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, Gong Changjang's body trembled. I'll give that. How can I give it? Bring out the vase. Hearing this, Gong Changjang dared not disobey. He stumbled to a cabinet and held the vase in front of Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu took the vase, turned around, looked at Grandma and Zhang Wenwen, grinned and said, "Wenwen, Grandma, we got the things, let's go back first." At this time, Zhang Wenwen shrank behind her grandmother, and her grandmother smiled in a crescent shape. "Hey, good." The people watching at the door looked at each other in bewilderment. How could they have expected things to turn out this way? This young man is a little scary. What? Are you cheating? Even novels wouldn't dare to write like this, right? One man knocked down more than a dozen strong men without any effort. Yi Nanshu naturally didn't know that he was classified as a pervert by these people, and even if he knew, he would not deny it. Looking at the problem from another angle, I also think Mo Xiaoxi is very perverted. This gentleman. As soon as the three of them walked out of the antique shop, a beautiful woman in an OL uniform caught up with them. Yi Nanshu took a closer look at the woman, his brows slightly furrowed. "What's the matter?" The woman was stunned, feeling a little uncomfortable with Yi Nanshu's cold attitude towards her. Maybe I have long been accustomed to the habit of being the center of attention. Although many people approach me because of my appearance, this person's attitude now makes me feel frustrated. "I'm Tang Chuchu from Tang Jewelry." The woman handed over a business card and said with a smile, "I just saw that you are very skilled, sir. I would like to invite you to come to our company and be my personal bodyguard." Hearing Tang Chuchu's words, Yi Nanshu shrugged, not interested. Forehead. No. Seeing that Yi Nanshu was about to leave, Tang Chuchu quickly said, "I really sincerely invite you to our company." Sincerity? Why did you choose me? Tang Chuchu blinked her eyes. "First, you can offend the thugs on the street for someone you have never met, which proves that you have excellent character. Second, you are extraordinary in skills, which is very pleasing to me." Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I really can't. If my wife finds out, I will be in trouble." In this way, I will bear the child's medical expenses and Grandpa Zhang's living expenses in the future. Seeing that Yi Nanshu was not moved, Tang Chuchu turned her attention to Zhang Wenwen. To be honest, she just witnessed the whole process, and now it seems that people like Yi Nanshu are dead. Yi Nanshu looked at Tang Chuchu deeply, but still refused. I have a way with Grandpa Zhang. Besides, I am still a student. Then, how much do I pay you for a day? What's the meaning? There is an auction today, I ask you to protect me for a day. Tang Chuchu said. Yi Nanshu's mind was moved. Shaoxi, I remember that money cannot be used in my own name, right? If I use the money to buy gifts for others, it doesn't count as being in my name, right? Host, you. What's wrong? No. Ha ha. Yi Nanshu laughed heartily. He seemed to know how to spend his money in the future. But is there something wrong with this system? It didn't work before, but it works now. Was it fooled by the instrument last time? Never mind, take advantage of her stupidity and kill her. You promised? Well, you have to take care of Wenwen's living expenses, medical expenses, and Grandpa Zhang's situation. I will be your bodyguard for half a day for free. Long time? Because I have something to do tonight. Well, all right. You actually agreed? This time, it was Yi Nanshu's turn to be stunned. What's going on? Is this woman so generous? Besides, doesn't she have any bodyguards now? Originally, after seeing Wenwen's situation, I wanted to help her, but you took action first. Besides, let me remind you that the auction may be very dangerous, so you should think carefully. Oh? Yi Nanshu was stunned. It's not dangerous now, but will the auction be dangerous? But he didn't think too much about it. Since she agreed, it was a good thing. After all, he might not be able to take care of Wenwen in the future. With the head of a group taking care of her, her daily life with her grandfather would not be too bad in the future. Mr. Tang, V587, if that's the case, then I can't push it anymore. Tang Chuchu was still a little worried. You have to think clearly, this auction is really a bit dangerous. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, if I tell you that I have died several times, would you believe me? Believe it. Tang Chuchu nodded solemnly. The corner of Yi Nanshu's mouth twitched slightly. He himself didn't believe it, but she actually believed it. Grandma, is Grandpa Zhang's house nearby? Unknowingly, Yi Nanshu supported his grandmother and carried Zhang Wenwen on his back to the Donghai shantytown. This is the poorest place in the East China Sea. He felt sad when he thought of Grandpa Zhang and his grandson living in this place. In comparison, I am so happy. When I broke up with Li Menjing, I was desperate, but what about Grandpa Zhang? Where is Wenwen? Wenwen contracted these diseases at such a young age, who was more pitiful? She was able to face it objectively, so why couldn't I at that time? Chapter 65 Auction Part 1. It was already 9 o'clock after Grandpa Zhang's problem was resolved. Yi Nanshu followed Tang Chuchu to the auction site. Yi Nanshu and Tang Chuchu arrived at the auction early. Because they arrived earlier than many people, there were only a few people in the venue when they arrived. When the two of them came here, a Mediterranean man walked over. Mr. Tang. The man bowed slightly and said humbly, I didn't expect to meet Mr. Tang here. It's really fate. Tang Chuchu didn't even look at the middle-aged man. She didn't know how many men like this came to chat with her in a year. She had long been numb to it, except for Yi Nanshu. But the middle-aged man seemed a little unwilling to give up, and continued to ask, Mr. Tang came here today for the land in the east of the city, right? Tang Chuchu continued to remain silent. Is he stupid? He runs his own jewelry company, what does he need land for? The middle-aged man felt a little embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and was about to say something when Yi Nanshu's voice suddenly came. Sir, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush here. When the man heard this, a hint of gloom flashed in the depths of his eyes. But after thinking for a while, he thought that since he could be with Tang Chuchu so closely, their relationship must be extraordinary, so he immediately said, I just want to ask Mr. Tang if he is here for the land in the east of the city. Yi Nanshu, this auction is not for private sellers? Why are you participating in the official land auction? You don't know? I don't know. The man was stunned for a moment, then said, someone has hoarded the land and is selling it now. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanshu felt relieved instantly. So he entrusted this piece of land to be auctioned here. Many people came here today just for this piece of land. Yi Nanshu nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, don't worry, we are not very interested in the land." "That's good, that's good." The man breathed a sigh of relief. "How do you know?" Tang Chuchu asked, puzzled. Yi Nanshu was startled. "Isn't Mr. Tang from a jewelry company? I saw in the auction description that there is a piece of old pit glass jadeite. You should be going for this thing, right?" Tang Chuchu looked at Yi Nanshu in surprise and nodded subconsciously. Soon, people came to the auction site one after another. Undoubtedly, Tang Chuchu and her partner became the most eye-catching sight at the scene. Everyone's eyes stayed here when they came in. There was no way. Firstly, Tang Chuchu's stunning beauty attracted them. Secondly, even if they were not attracted by Tang Chuchu's looks, it was because they knew only a tiny part of Tang Chuchu's identity. They were all curious about why President Tang suddenly appeared at the auction. As more people arrived, the venue became packed. The auctioneer walked onto the field. "Welcome, bosses, to today's auction." The auctioneer walked to the stage and said with a smile, "Let's get back to the point. Our first item for auction today is the Imperial Jade. Imperial Jade, also known as Imperial Green. It is the best and most valuable green color among jadeite, also known as emerald, giving people a sense of noble beauty. In Donghai, a major international city, the price of Imperial Green, which is already extremely rare, has already skyrocketed. In fact, it is more expensive than gold. At the meeting today, there was a piece of old mine Imperial Green that was 1 meter high. Almost all the people who came today came for this big guy. As the auctioneer finished speaking, staff members came up carrying 3 large boxes. These 3 boxes are exactly the same. There is no difference at all in terms of appearance or size. Seeing this, Tang Chuchu frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" Seeing Tang Chuchu's serious expression, Yi Nanshu asked in confusion. Tang Chuchu glanced at Yi Nanshu and said calmly, "Only one piece is jadeite, the other 2 boxes are just a cover." Yi Nanshu was stunned for a moment, full of suspicion. Why do they use such a trick? Make money. Tang Chuchu's answer was concise, but Yi Nanshu understood it instantly. This is very similar to gambling on stones, except that the cost and probability of gambling on stones are low. The cost is high now, but there is a 1 in 3 chance of being selected. I have to say that he admires the person who sold the jade behind the scenes. He has already made a lot of money while others were bidding, and now he has made 3 times the money. But in this case, aren't the people behind the scenes afraid of retaliation when they make so much money from these wealthy businessmen? You need to know whose identity is simple today. With such a large shape, if it were really snapped up, it would be worth at least several hundred million, right? Hundreds of millions to buy a pile of stones? Isn't this nonsense? Whose heart can bear it? Yi Nanshu secretly admired the seller behind this, who could come up with such a dirty trick. Maybe you are wondering whether it is worth it. In fact, this is the same as gambling on stones. Everyone here has money, but if you buy it, not only can you solve your urgent needs, but you can also make a profit. Moreover, we do this to control certain people from operating in secret and bidding at low prices. The auctioneer's words made Yi Nanshu wonder if this guy had taken money from other people. Jade is auctioned without a reserve price or a ceiling. Now we are auctioning box number 1. The bidding will begin. As the auctioneer finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 40s raised his sign and said with a smile, 1 million. After the middle-aged man shouted out the price, it seemed to have inspired a lot of people. 1,100,000. 2 million. 3 million. Yi Nanshu was secretly shocked. These people were really hardworking. I just like gambling. It's just a small amount of money, 10 million. At this moment, a young man said loudly, 11 million. Before Yi Nanshu could react, a cold voice came from his side. Immediately, Tang Chuchu raised the cards in her hand and said calmly. Yi Nanshu's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked in confusion, I guess, the one you said is very dangerous, it should be him, right? Tang Chuchu smiled slyly, well, so, you are miserable. Hey, my Chuchu also wants this jadeite. Yi Nanshu was about to say something when the young man's voice came into his ears again. But Tang Chuchu remained calm and ignored his meaning. He Tian, who was asking for trouble, had a gloomy look in his eyes and held up a sign saying, 100 million. Wow! As soon as He Tian finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. Now it's 100 million, how much more money would it cost to buy this piece of jade? And this is beyond their tolerance. If we continue to fight, it will really cost hundreds of millions to buy a piece of broken stone. As a result, many people just shut up and watch the fight from the sidelines. How about it? Choo-choo can't come up with so much liquid funds. Tian sneered and said, maybe if you drive away the bumpkins around you, I won't compete with you for it. Tang Choo-choo frowned slightly. Immediately, her pearly teeth seemed to gently bite her pink lips, and she held up the sign, 101 million. You. Tian's anger rose sharply. Was Tang Choo-choo's bid telling him that even if she fought him to the death, she had to keep that country bumpkin by her side? Is she trying to tell herself that she would rather keep a young hunk than be with herself? Ha ha. Tian laughed out loud after hearing this. The Tang group is so stingy that they only added 1 million? Yi Nanshu, the great Tang family? That sounds strange. In that case, I will grant you your wish, 150 million. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This guy really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Of course, some people think that Tian did this to show off to Tang Choo-choo. There are also people who know the inside story and are watching the show with their arms folded. When Yi Nanshu heard this, his eagle-like black eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as he stared at Tian. After a long while, Yi Nanshu took a deep breath, turned to look at Tang Choo-choo, and asked, do you really have to get it? That's right. Tang Choo-choo smoothed her hair and said expressionlessly. Mr. Tang, do you believe me? Yi Nanshu looked at Tang Choo-choo's rosy face and asked sincerely. What do you want to do? Give me the cards. Tang Choo-choo was stunned for a moment, frowned slightly, hesitated for a long time, and handed the cards to Yi Nanshu. How much money can you afford? Enough. Tang Choo-choo looked at Yi Nanshu with complicated eyes and said. She didn't know why she should believe it. It was as if he had a charm that was impossible to resist. New. Yi Nanshu's eyes flashed with two dark rays like cones, and he stared at the 3 boxes covered with red cloth. Xiaoxi, I leave it to you. Analyzing data. After a long time, as Mo Xiaoxi finished speaking, Yi Nanshu smiled. 150 million for the first time. 150 million for the second time. 150 million third. 200 million. When the auctioneer's hammer was raised in the air, Yi Nanshu suddenly raised his sign and said, wow! The entire hall was in an uproar. It seems that the dispute over this piece of jade is not peaceful, and everyone's eyes are focused on Yi Nanshu. Tang Choo-choo was stunned and looked at Yi Nanshu, her lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Chapter 66 Auction Part 2. Yi Nanshu's sudden bid seemed to push the atmosphere of the auction to the extreme. Tian is the eldest son of the He family. However, the He family does not have much jewelry business at all, which means that this guy is just being willful, or perhaps he wants to show off something. What is even more interesting is that it is said that Tian has been pursuing Tang Choo-choo, but Tang Choo-choo has never even looked at him. However, everyone present looked at Yi Nanshu with a higher opinion. However, since Tang Choo-choo trusts him so much and Tian is so angry, he must be a bad person. Tian clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. He snorted angrily, if I don't destroy your prestige today, I won't be called Tian. After that, he raised his sign and pretended to be calm and said, no matter how much that idiot offers, I will offer 100,000 more than him. Everyone felt strange when they heard this. He is even more shameless than me. Yi Nanshu curled the corners of his lips slightly and tilted his head to look at Tang Choo-choo's beautiful face. Yeah. Tang Choo-choo was very frugal with her words and slightly opened her pink lips. What does mean? Yi Nanshu was a little stunned. What she meant was, is he also thick-skinned? He couldn't help but look frowned. Seeing the confused look on the face of the big boy she just met, Tang Choo-choo smiled faintly. Beautiful. What a nice view. This is what many people think. No wonder Mr. He is so obsessed. It is difficult to describe her every frown and smile. What do you think, kid? Are you scared? Seeing that Yi Nanshu hadn't said anything, Tian said arrogantly. Yi Nanshu shrugged calmly, pondered for a moment, and raised the sign, 3 billion. I'm playing with my life. My heart can't take it anymore. When they heard Yi Nanshu holding up the sign, their eyes widened and some almost bit their tongues. This is crazy. Does the Tang family really want to fight to the death with the Yi family? Tang Choo-choo frowned and looked at Yi Nanshu in confusion. Did I trust the wrong person? Why? Should. It makes you trust this guy so much. My President Tang, as far as I know, you don't have that much liquid funds, right? He Tian's face turned pale and he said in a deep voice. Don't I have any money myself? Tang Chuchu glanced at Yi Nanshu and calmly replied, who said I have to use the company's account? You. He Tian pointed at Tang Chuchu angrily, clenched his fists, veins popped out, and his brows were filled with coldness and murderousness. Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you knocking? Yi Nanshu said to the auctioneer who was standing there in a daze. Oh. 3,100,000 first times. You. Hearing this, He Tian was furious. But he did say that no matter how much Yi Nanshu gave, he would give him 100,000 more. There is nothing wrong with what the auctioneer said. 3,100,000 second times. 3,100,000 for the third time. Deal. Now I declare that box number 1 belongs to Mr. He Tian. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, there was complete silence. Even if you win 3 billion to buy a piece of Imperial Green? No matter how you calculate it, it's a loss. Although this piece of jade is very large and the Imperial Green is also worth a fortune, its estimated value is only around 900 million to 1 billion. Someone roughly calculated it at the beginning. If it was sold for 900 million, the profit would be around 600 million. Now, He Tian has suffered a loss and probably wants to die, right? But what they are interested in is, will they still bid for the remaining 2 boxes? The bidding for box number 2 will begin now. The auctioneer's words fell, and this time was different from the first time. The first time, these people were all vying to bid. But this time everyone was looking at Yi Nanshu, Tang Chuchu, and the pale-faced He Tian. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, Hey, Master Duanmu, how about you make the first offer? You. He Tian's anger surged, his eyes turned red, 1.5 billion. Crazy. Must be crazy. This is the unanimous opinion of everyone. When everyone was waiting for Yi Nanshu's bid, they saw Yi Nanshu sitting there calmly, not moving at all. Why are you all looking at me? Yi Nanshu noticed that the auctioneer was looking at him, shrugged and said, I didn't say I wanted to bid for this box. Puff. Some people couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is really sharp. He Tian was dizzy from his playing. Yes, they didn't say they wanted to bid, they just asked He Tian to make an offer first. The second box naturally belongs to He Tian. After all, at a high price of 1.5 billion, only a fool would snatch it from him. After all, everyone here is a spirit, and this is the battlefield between Tang Chuchu and He Tian, so they will not get involved. No, the only fool at the scene was He Tian. Now bid for box number 3. The auctioneer spoke with a trembling voice and fear. He's been in this business for so long and he's never seen anything this crazy. The first bid was 1.5 billion, which has never happened before. It's really amazing. However, the higher the bid, the more commission you will get, hee hee. 100,000. Yi Nanshu once again surprised everyone and raised the sign directly. You. He Tian was about to vomit blood. The most important thing is that 4.5 billion is the maximum amount of funds I can afford. Now I don't know how to explain this to my old man at home. Now, let alone 100,000, I can even take out $10. Damn it. Tang Chuchu, you are looking for death. When he thought of this, he clenched his fists, his nails dug into his palms, and blood dripped down. His face was as pale as paper and his body was shaking, revealing his inner anger. When everyone saw this, they knew that He Tian had no working capital, and they all became restless. 500,000. A middle-aged Mediterranean man stood up and raised a sign. 1 million. Yi Nanshu raised the sign without saying a word, and then asked in Tang Chuchu's ear, Hey, Mr. Tang, who do you think will be the next unlucky guy? Yi Nanshu's voice reached everyone's ears like a ghost. As a result, when everyone heard Yi Nanshu's words, cold sweat broke out on their backs. This guy even played He Tian in his hands, so there was no way I would be easily fooled by him. Besides, there is only 1/3 chance left. Maybe there's just a broken stone inside. It is estimated that the Imperial Green has already been in Mr. He's 2 boxes. The auctioneer was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Several minutes had passed and the price had been set at 1 million, but no one dared to bid. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Nanshu said, giving the auctioneer a displeased look. 1 million first times. Everyone's heart trembled violently, and their faces were full of confusion. 1 million second times. The auctioneer's voice struck their hearts hard, but in the end, no one dared to raise a bid. 1 million for the third time, deal. Box number 3 belongs to Ms. Tang Chu Chu. With that, the auctioneer brought down the hammer and the dust settled. Chapter 67 Auction Part 2. The strong smell of gunpowder on the field is more terrifying than the flash of swords and sabers. Especially since He Tian was directly cheated out of billions. Everyone present was a shrewd person. They knew very well that the Yi family did not have much jewelry business and their auction was pure nonsense. And the man next to Tang Chu Chu plunged He Tian into a quagmire with just a few words. Then, box number 3 was bought for only 1 million yuan, and no one dared to grab it. Even if he really bought a piece of stone for 1 million, in comparison, even if he really bought a piece of stone for 1 million, He Tian still lost billions. No one could understand the grudges between the two, but it was obvious that their hatred had reached the point of ruining everything. Now everyone's eyes were on the stage. They had originally planned to open the box backstage, but the angry He Tian said he wanted to open the box on the spot, apparently wanting to get back some face. But what he didn't know was that he would never be able to get back this place. Even if he had a 2/3 chance, even if he finally offered a jadeite worth of fortune, he would still have lost billions. And what about Mr. Tang? The most I lost was 1 million. This man is really a monster. This is also the reason why no one dares to grab the last one. Tang Chu Chu looked at Yi Nanshu meaningfully, and finally smiled faintly. You have so many bad ideas. You have cheated him out of billions just like this. Although I don't know the final result, it really makes me feel relieved. She had known Yi Tian for so long, but she had never seen his face look so ugly. With just a few words from this grown boy, Yi Tian, the arrogant member of the Yi family, lost billions. However, this is only Yi Tian's fault for being narrow-minded, and he can't blame anyone else. If he weren't narrow-minded, this big boy wouldn't have irritated him. Yi Nanshu smiled awkwardly and asked, "How is it, are you relieved?" Tang Chu Chu's face suddenly turned red. I didn't. Tang Chu Chu seemed neither angry nor happy. She couldn't say that she felt relieved, right? Wow. Fuck. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Yi Nanshu and the other person looked in the direction of the sound. I saw that boxes number 1 and number 2 on the stage had been opened, revealing 2 large stones. On the contrary, the imperial green is in stone number 3. Everyone was collectively petrified. Be good. How many hundreds of millions can you earn from 1 million? Isn't this too scary? After everyone was petrified, the look in their eyes when they looked at Yi Nanshu changed completely. Could this guy know the inside story? You didn't know which box the jade was in early on, did you? Tang Chu Chu asked suspiciously after being shocked. Yi Nanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could that be possible? I came here with you on a whim. How could I possibly know the inside story? I can only say that I was blessed by luck. Well, luck is mo-xiaoxi. Tang Chu Chu smiled sweetly. Look at him, his face has turned green with anger. Seeing the woman's smile that came from the heart, Yi Nanshu was a little stunned. Only then did he realize that this woman did have some intellectual beauty. You and this bumpkin are cheating, He Tian said angrily. The auctioneer's expression changed, and he quickly said, Mr. Yi, please be more respectful in your words and deeds. No matter what you bid or what you bid, we have legal effect. Even our staff didn't know which box was the jadeite before they brought it up. I don't care. I won't give you the money. After saying that, He Tian wanted to leave in anger. However, before he could walk out the door, several security guards stopped him. Mr. He, as the representative of the Southwest He family, I think you are well aware that the auction has legal effects. The auctioneer frowned and said, everyone here heard you bid, and we monitored the auction throughout the process. You can't deny it even if you want to. You. He Tian's face was a little ferocious. It's obvious that you guys colluded with each other. He is just a spy. His purpose is to cheat me of my money. The auctioneer was too lazy to explain anything, and just said lightly, if you leave today, then I think all the newspaper headlines tomorrow will talk about the glory of the Yi family's eldest son today. I think if it gets out, it will have an impact of more than 4.5 billion on all the industries under the Yi family, right? You. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, if you have money, give it to me. If you don't have money, call your parents in the Yi family. Don't affect everyone's mood. You're looking for death. Me? Yi Nanshu pointed at himself and said, yes, I'm looking for death. Can you kill me? After saying this, the corners of his lips rose slightly, with a hint of provocation. Tang Chuchu looked at Yi Nanshu in surprise. Is this guy really not afraid of He Tian? You're going to send someone to beat me anyway, aren't you? Yi Nanshu explained calmly. He Tian clenched his fist and took a deep breath, but he felt that what the auctioneer said made sense. If this matter were to get out, it would have a huge impact on the He family. Immediately, he took a deep breath, walked to the front, and took out his bank card. Yi Nanshu naturally didn't take this little episode to heart. Of course, as for the Imperial Green that he got by chance, he also planned to sell it after the press conference. After all, there's no point in coming. Soon. Then came the second round of auction. What's being auctioned now is a ring from the Tears of the Ocean series. It also adopts a model with no reserve price and no upper limit. Each bid is 100,000. As a model came out with a box, the auctioneer said slowly. Yi Nanshu's eyes lit up. This is beautiful, perfect for my wife. It is reported that this ring is one of the Ocean series, all of which are made by famous artists. Even though it's only 5 carats, it's completely handmade, and it was made by a famous artist, so this ring was featured in the magazine. Yi Nanshu narrowed his eyes and said, I want this ring. Mr. Tang? What happened? Tang Chuchu came back to her senses and asked, seeming a little embarrassed. I said I want this ring. Yi Nanshu looked at Tang Chuchu with a smile. His meaning was very clear. I have helped you so much, you should not be stingy with the tens of thousands, right? Although the auction is without reserve price and upper limit, this ring must be worth a lot since it can be featured in a magazine. I am a poor guy. If I don't take advantage of a good opportunity, there must be something wrong with my brain. Tang Chuchu nodded hesitantly. Are you giving it to your girlfriend? At this point, she didn't know what to do except nod. Right. Oh, I'll help you, please. Yi Nanshu held up Tang Chuchu's number plate and said with a smile, everyone is watching the show. I'll make the first offer. 500,000. Wow. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. But when I thought about how Yi Nanshu spent a fortune to win a beauty's smile, I felt relieved. Due to Yi Nanshu's previous sassy behavior, no one dared to bid. Joke. How dare you? They didn't want to anger the Lord. Why should they fight against this guy when even young Master Duanmu was played around by him? Seeing that no one was bidding, Yi Nanshu touched the tip of his nose with a wry smile and said, it's too high. I should have bid 100,000 earlier. Everyone. Auctioneer. Tang Chuchu, puff. Chapter 68 is coming. With Yi Nanshu's operation, the entire auction was pushed into a white-hot stage. Round after round of auctions passed. Every time an item was auctioned, these big guys would only dare to bid when they saw that Yi Nanshu and Tang Chuchu didn't say anything. Otherwise, you don't know if you will be manipulated by others. This man, who looks only 18 or 19 years old, is really too enchanting. The next item to be auctioned is our finale today, an authentic work by Wang Shiji. The reserve price is 10 million. Each bid will be 1 million. There is no upper limit. As the auctioneer finished speaking, Yi Nanshu's eyes lit up. Finally found something suitable for Mr. Sun. He thought, Mr. Sun must like these very much, right? Seeing Yi Nanshu's eyes light up, Tang Chuchu, who had been shining beside him, was slightly stunned. I didn't expect you to study calligraphy? No. I just want to give it to my elders. Yi Nanshu said with a smile. Oh, so this is the reason why you agreed to let me come. Tang Chuchu was not stupid. After hearing what Yi Nanshu said, she naturally understood. Now I met him in Antique Street and saw him fighting for justice. Moreover, I had always refused the invitation I had sent him, but after hearing about the auction, I agreed immediately. He also said that the price was that he had to take care of Grandpa Zhang. Tang Chuchu couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. It would have been fine if He Tian was played by him, but he played tricks on me too. What a shame. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, but I helped you vent your anger and got you the jade you always dreamed of. And you brought me here and gave me a necklace worth 500,000 yuan. I guess we don't owe each other anything. Tang Chuchu frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but when she heard these words that seemed to be drawing a line between the two, she felt a little unhappy. Yes. Logically speaking, he helped me earn hundreds of millions, and also taught He Tian a lesson. It is only right for me to give him some gifts. But why would he draw a line between him and me so quickly? What does it mean to not owe each other anything? Yi Nanshu was unaware that his unintentional words had made Tang Chuchu think so much. After the calligraphy came out, Yi Nanshu asked in his heart, Xiaoxi, is this true? Mo Xiaoxi, host, Xiaoxi discovered a problem. Now you seem to ask me everything. Yi Nanshu didn't notice that Mo Xiaoxi seemed to have some worldly airs, and there was a hint of joking in her tone. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. What else? What use do I have for you? Collecting past information about Azure Star. While Mo Xiaoxi was checking, some people had already seen that Yi Nanshu did not bid and were ready to make a move. The price has now reached 300 million. Yi Nanshu was so anxious. Are you okay? Collection completed. According to the data, 95% of this calligraphy is authentic. Hearing this, Dingy quickly raised his card, 500 million. Wow. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Undoubtedly, today is another day for Yi Nanshu to be in the spotlight. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy meeting hall suddenly fell silent. The auctioneer had a gloomy face and now had the urge to drive Yi Nanshu away. Isn't it? How many times? As long as he held up the sign, no one dared to take pictures. It really is. You have so much money? Tang Chuchu looked at Yi Nanshu in surprise. This guy wouldn't ask me to pay for this, would he? This is several hundred million. Yi Nanshu smiled slightly. Why else would I take pictures? Seeing that Yi Nanshu didn't even blink an eye at the 500 million, Tang Chuchu became even more curious about Yi Nanshu. Can you believe that a student of 18 or 19 years old spends money in the billions? What made her speechless was that if this guy was really that rich, he would have to pay for the 500,000 tears of the ocean himself? This guy really doesn't do anything without benefits. 500 million for the first time. 500 million for the second time. When it came the third time, the auctioneeress hammer wound tea fall. Yi Nanshu frowned. Hey, what do you mean? The auctioneer was speechless. 500 million for the third time, deal. The hammer falls. The dust settled. Yi Nanshu was filled with joy. Next, the last lot, a piece of land on the outskirts of the city. As the auctioneer finished speaking, everyone subconsciously looked at Yi Nanshu. Now many people are secretly investigating who Yi Nanshu is. As if noticing everyone's gaze, Yi Nanshu smiled and said, I really won't grab it this time. You guys take the picture. After saying that, he muttered, why not rob it? The Shita needs to expand anyway. The murmur was not loud, but everyone could hear it. I know who he is. In the new administrative framework of the Shita Group, he is the new executive chairman. The chairman of the board, Yi Nanshu, is a student of Tunghai University and owns 50% of Shita's shares. Someone exclaimed, and this sentence exploded here like a depth charge. Yi Nanshu was stunned. How come he was so famous? Tang Chuchu looked at Yi Nanshu in astonishment. Then she smiled bitterly. No wonder. Judging from his methods, courage, and the way he dealt with He Tian, these are not things that an ordinary person can do. What is funny is that he actually asked Chairman Shida to be his bodyguard. You're amazing. Tang Chuchu praised generously. Thank you, my wife also praised me like this. Spit. Tang Chuchu's pretty face flushed. However, she sighed in her heart. A person with an IQ close to that of a monster and abnormal skills actually holds a high position. As the chairman of Shida, who do you think you can go to for justice? Is this guy cheating? Yi Nanshu was no longer interested in the land on the outskirts of the city. But his heart was very excited, as he was thinking that he would meet Grandpa Sun tonight. If Sun Dahai is the head of the Sun family, then Old Man Sun has the final say in the Sun family. Even if he could really pass Sun Dahai's test, it would still be difficult to pass Old Man Sun's test. My wife said last night that her grandfather has a strange personality and is difficult to understand. Now that it's his 80th birthday, will he chase me away? When he thought about what happened tonight, Yi Nanshu sighed in his heart. Although he was a person with a cheat code now, his inferiority complex might have been formed since he was a child. Now, he was a little scared and didn't know how to deal with what was going to happen next. For a long time. It was already noon. The auction has ended. Yi Nanshu and Tang Chuchu walked out of the hotel. Yes, trouble is coming. Seeing Yi Tian across from him, Yi Nanshu smiled jokingly, Boss Tang, you really are not at a disadvantage. Thanks to Mr. Yi, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to vent my anger today. Yi Nanshu. You should call me classmate Yi. How dare I, a little girl? Yi Nanshu looked at Tang Chuchu strangely and was about to speak when Tang Chuchu actually took his arm and slowly walked out. Court death. He Tian on the opposite side became even more furious when he saw this, and his rage was so intense that it seemed as if he was going to tear a hole in the sky above the East China Sea. Chapter 69. See you again. At this time, He Tian brought a group of people to block Yi Nanshu and Tang Chuchu's way. Seeing the furious He Tian, Yi Nanshu suddenly smiled bitterly. This Tang Chuchu really knows how to stir up trouble. What's wrong, Mr. He? You spent a lot of money to buy 2 big stones today. Are you planning to treat us to a meal to celebrate? Yi Nanshu shrugged and said. Tang Chuchu next to her giggled. This Yi Nanshu is really a man who keeps bringing up things that are not related to the topic. He is so irritating that it makes people die. He Tian was so angry at Yi Nanshu's words that his face turned blue and purple, and he wanted to bite Yi Nanshu alive. Today, not only did he lose his wife but also his army. Not only did he lose billions in vain, but Tang Chuchu was still able to hold Yi Nanshu's arm and show their love in front of him. Boy, you are looking for death. You still want to eat? I will make sure you won't be able to eat from now on. He Tian said, gritting his teeth. Mr. He, why are you getting so angry? Yi Nanshu said jokingly. Yi Nanshu couldn't help but want to tease He Tian, the sucker. Just play. Boy, are you scared? Be smart. If you leave Tang Chuchu, I might leave you a whole body. He Tian looked at Yi Nanshu as if he were meat on the chopping board, waiting for him to slaughter him. I have called dozens of bodyguards. I would not be a human being if I don't take revenge today. There was a glimmer of gloom in He Tian's eyes. Ah, this. Yi Nanshu deliberately showed a frightened expression, then turned to Tang Chuchu and said. Miss Tang, Master He asked me to leave you. What should I do? Master He has a lot of people around him. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Through the brief contact today, Tang Chuchu knew clearly the methods of the man in front of her. He was a fearless person and would naturally not be scared by the current situation. Immediately, Tang Chuchu pursed her lips lightly and smiled, with 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. She took Yi Nanshu's hand and shook it continuously while saying, I don't care. I paid the money, and you are mine today. You have to deal with these people for me. Yi Nanshu only felt a flock of black crows flying over his head. He tightened his collar and said nervously, I sell my body, not my art. Bah, if I sell my art but not my body, how can I be yours? If my wife heard this, she would skin me alive. This made Tang Chuchu burst into laughter again. In He Tian's eyes, this person was just singing the same tune and showing off their affection like acting. He Tian felt a surge of energy and blood, and he almost vomited blood because he couldn't hold it back. Bitch, I've been chasing you for so long and you've never given you a good look, but I didn't expect you'd spend money to support a gigolo. Have you two said enough? He Tian's mood at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt, with magma about to spew out. Mr. He, you heard it. Others spent money and I can't leave. Yi Nanshu said with a smile. You talk too much nonsense, kill this guy and tie the woman up in the car. He Tian didn't want to listen to Yi Nanshu's nagging anymore. He originally wanted to ridicule Yi Nanshu in front of Tang Chuchu, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being ridiculed. If he continued talking, he would be so angry that he would die here. Now he just wanted to cut Yi Nanshu into pieces. After hearing what He Tian said, the bodyguards took out the daggers hidden at their waists and walked towards the 2 men aggressively. Yi Nanshu protected Tang Chuchu behind him and said with a fearless smile, Mr. He is so powerful, brandishing a sword and a stick in broad daylight. Seeing many bodyguards waving daggers and walking towards them, Tang Chuchu felt a little nervous at first, but when she saw that Yi Nanshu's expression did not change and he looked down on everyone, she felt relieved. Especially when Yi Nanshu protected her from behind and she looked at the man's broad back, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. What's wrong with me? Tang Chuchu smelled herself with a slightly blushing face. I don't want to hear any more sound from him. Why are you standing there? Go ahead. He Tian pulled the bodyguard next to him and pushed forward. The bodyguard stabbed Yi Nanshu with daggers. Yi Nanshu stood still and kicked over several bodyguards. Now with the increase of Yi Nanshu's fighting power, it is effortless for him to deal with these people. The number of people is not a problem at all for Yi Nanshu. If they hadn't been afraid that Tang Chuchu would be accidentally injured, all these people would have been knocked away long ago. More than a dozen bodyguards rushed up. While Yinanshu was protecting Tang Chuchu, he used his hands and feet to perform a drama of snatching a sword with his bare hands and sweeping away a group of dogs. He Tian's bodyguards were kicked away one by Yinanshu. Seeing how powerful Yinanshu was, the remaining bodyguards hesitated with daggers in their hands and dared not step forward. This time Tian was completely dumbfounded. He brought so many people with him, but Yinanshu easily dealt with them. Waste, all of them are waste. There are so many people that they can't even take care of one person. Tian just felt dizzy. He had never suffered so much in his life. These bodyguards usually brag about how powerful they are, but when it comes to the crucial moment they can't even beat a single person. Tian cursed and kicked the bodyguard in front of him, saying viciously, "Go." There was no other choice, the remaining bodyguards could only rush towards Yinanshu. Without a doubt, they would get the same result and be kicked away. After dealing with these bodyguards, Yinanshu played with the dagger he had taken away and grinned at Tian and said, "Mr. He, want to play?" After saying that, he threw a dagger at Tian and stabbed it in front of his feet, scaring Tian so much that he sat down on the ground. Then Tian felt a tightness in his crotch, and another dagger cut through his crotch and stuck into the ground. At this time, Tian was so frightened that he was out of his wits and at a loss. With a trembling heart and shaking hands, he tried his best to get up and ran away without looking back. Seeing Tian fleeing in panic, Tang Chuchu was extremely happy. Her face was as bright as a flower and she smiled brilliantly. "Are you relieved?" Seeing Tang Chuchu smiling so happily, Yinanshu shrugged and asked. "It's okay." Tang Chuchu replied with a naughty expression. "Okay, my mission is completed. I have something else to do in the evening, so I'll say goodbye now." Yinanshu patted the dust off his trouser legs and said with his head down. After hearing this, Tang Chuchu felt a strange emotion in her heart. Are we going to say goodbye like this? Why do I feel a little reluctant? After a long while, Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "Thank you so much today. Will there be a chance to see you again in the future?" After packing up, Yinanshu walked away without looking back. When he heard Tang Chuchu's words, he raised his hand and waved it in the air, then turned his back and said, "You're welcome. I'll see you next time if we're lucky." Seeing Yinanshu's gradually disappearing figure, Tang Chuchu whispered softly, "Yinanshu, see you again if we are destined to." Chapter 70 Gift Giving. Yinanshu returned to the dormitory, took a short rest, took a shower, and changed into the suit that Sun Fei had carefully selected for him. Yinanshu doesn't wear suits very often, but when he puts on a suit, he has a different temperament. Although Sun Dahai had met him several times before, it was basically not a formal meeting. They were either verbal or physical. Today is Sun Fei's grandfather's birthday, and it is also Yinanshu's first official visit to the Sun family. Yinanshu's heart is filled with excitement and nervousness. An ugly son-in-law meets his father-in-law. This is probably a hurdle that all men are afraid of, especially someone like Yinanshu who was not yet recognized. Yinanshu straightened his clothes in front of the mirror and smiled at himself. There's nothing to be afraid of. If I stick my head out, I'll be in trouble. If I hide my head, I'll also be in trouble. Anyway, I will not marry anyone but Fei Fei. After packing everything, Yinanshu took the calligraphy and painting and drove to Sun Fei's grandfather's villa. Yinanshu ran all the way and soon arrived at the villa. There was a lot of traffic in front of the villa, with cars parked everywhere. I walked around for a long time before finally finding a place to park. As soon as Yinanshu got off the car, he saw Sun Fei waiting at him at the door. Today, Sun Fei wore a white tube top embroidered with light pink lotus flowers, a long skirt with hundreds of flowers tied around her waist, and a misty green tulle that trailed on the ground. She looked like a fairy walking out of a painting, very captivating. Yinanshu couldn't help but stare at her in a daze for a long time. Then, coming back to his senses, he hurriedly walked toward Sun Fei. "What are you looking at?" Standing there in a daze. Sun Fei held Yinanshu's arm with her bare hand, slightly opened her red lips and smiled. "My wife is so beautiful today. I was stunned by her just now." Yinanshu praised with a stupid expression on his face. Sun Fei's eyes were full of smiles and cuteness. Then, she turned her head away embarrassedly, blushing slightly as she scolded with a smile, "You are so smooth-talking." Just as the two were about to go in, they ran into Sun Dahai who came out to greet them. Sun Dahai glanced at Yinanshu and said nothing. Sun Fei looked at Sun Dahai without daring to breathe, fearing that her father would have another conflict with Yinanshu in public. In fact, after several contacts, Sun Dahai no longer dislikes Yinanshu as much, and gradually begins to accept Yinanshu. But Sun Dahai also saw that his daughter was worried about Yi Nanshu last time. Since Yi Nanshu did not fulfill his promise and was capable of protecting himself and Sun Fei, he would not really hand over his daughter to him. Angry and slightly embarrassed. Uncle. After a brief silence, Yi Nanshu called out. Well, many dignitaries are here today. Don't talk nonsense after you go in. Listen and watch more. Sun Dahai said to Yi Nanshu in a low and majestic voice. Okay, uncle. Yi Nanshu bowed respectfully. Fei, take him in. Sun Dahai said to Sun Fei lovingly. Okay, thank you, Dad. Sun Fei happily kissed Sun Dahai on the face. The two most important men finally stopped confronting each other, and her father also began to recognize Nanshu. Naturally, Sun Fei was very happy. Then Sun Fei took Yi Nanshu's hand and went in. After entering the villa, Yi Nanshu also experienced this kind of upper-class gathering for the first time. Sun Fei's grandfather was once a prominent figure, but as he got older, he retired behind the scenes and lived out his days at home. But Grandpa Sun Fei's words have absolute authority in the Sun family, and even Sun Dahai dares not disobey the old man. Therefore, for the old man's 80th birthday this time, almost all the celebrities and dignitaries in Donghai City, big and small, came. Of course, there were also many children of noble families who wanted to propose marriage to the Sun family, and many outstanding young people also came. Wherever Sun Fei went, she was the center of attention, especially today when she was holding a man's hand. Yi Nanshu also received countless envious and jealous glances, especially those from wealthy families who began to talk about her. Is this Sun Fei's student boyfriend? I don't know what's so good about him that he can hook up with a goddess. TSK, how long can a campus romance last? This guy must be relying on sweet talk to deceive, and he is just getting close to her first. I can tell from the looks of it that this kid is just trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. I guess he can't even afford a gift for the old man's 80th birthday today. After all, Yi Nanshu was not famous, and most of the words looked down on Yi Nanshu, thinking that he was just a gigolo who relied on flattery. However, it did not affect their intention to propose marriage to the Sun family. They knew that Yi Nanshu's proposal would not have any result, and this was the case for all marriages among wealthy families. After all, their main goal was to get married into the Sun family. After a while, almost all the guests had arrived and Mr. Sun came down from the second floor. Although Mr. Sun is 80 years old, he is still in good health and spirits. His white hair is neatly groomed. He is wearing a well-ironed Zhongshan suit and walks down the hall leisurely. After Mr. Sun sat on the armchair in front, Sun Dahai walked forward, bowed and said, I wish my father good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains. I wish Mr. Sun good fortune and a long life. After Sun Dahai finished speaking, the people underground said in unison. After the birthday celebration, everyone began to present gifts. Chen Wenli, a descendant of the Chen family, presents a pair of black jadeite, wishing the old man good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as great as the southern mountains. Wu Lihan, a descendant of the Wu family, presents a set of purple clay teapots to wish the old man good fortune and a long life. The younger generation of the Lu family presents a piece of blue and white porcelain to the old man, wishing him good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as great as the southern mountains. The sons of noble families vied with each other to present their gifts. The more valuable the gift, the louder they shouted. They all wanted to show off and win the old man's favor. But Mr. Sun had seen all kinds of rare treasures, and he just smiled slightly to show his gratitude for the gifts presented by everyone, and did not take them seriously. Grandpa, your granddaughter knows that you like to play chess, so I present you with a set of jade chess pieces. I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as great as the southern mountains. Sun Fei handed over a set of jade chess pieces. Okay, thank you my dear granddaughter. Grandpa Sun was smiling happily. He would be happy with whatever his precious granddaughter gave him. Seeing Sun Fei presenting a gift to the old man, everyone in the audience wanted to embarrass Yi Nanshu, and they all started to make a noise. Fei, what gift did your boyfriend give to the old man today? You didn't prepare anything, so you come here to eat and drink for free, right? Everyone who was making a fuss burst into laughter. What kind of gift can this poor boy give? Probably some cheap stuff. Hearing the noise of the crowd, Yi Nanshu turned a deaf ear to it. But almost everyone has given their gifts, so it's time for me to show some appreciation. Yi Nanshu presented a copy of the calligraphy of the great calligrapher Wang Shiji, wishing the old man good fortune and a long life. Yi Nanshu handed over a wooden box and said respectfully. Chapter 71 Which is true and which is false? When the old man heard Yi Nanshu say that he would present an authentic calligraphy work by Wang Shiji, he tilted his head and looked at Yi Nanshu with interest. There are not many authentic calligraphy works of Wang Shiji handed down. They are hard to come by and are usually priceless. Anyone who hears about them will be interested. The children of the noble families in the underground were surprised for a moment after hearing this, and then burst into laughter. Boy, if you can't afford it, just give me another gift to show your appreciation. What's the point of giving me a fake gift? That's right. Every time Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy appears, it is well known. Where did you get this fake one? How dare you show it to me? Almost no one present believed that Yi Nanshu could produce an authentic calligraphy by Wang Shiji, and they all laughed at him for showing off a fake one. After hearing this, Mr. Sun turned his head away. The interest he had just raised was gone. He was even a little angry that someone was trying to fool him with goods. Just when everyone was still immersed in laughing at Yi Nanshu, the TV playing in the living room suddenly broadcast a report. This morning, an authentic calligraphy work by the great calligrapher Wang Shiji appeared at an auction and was eventually bought by a mysterious young man for 500 million yuan. Each character was worth 8 million yuan, making this work the most expensive calligraphy work per character. Because they were discussing this matter, everyone heard the report clearly. When the news report was finished, everyone looked at them in disbelief. Did Wang Shiji's calligraphy really appear? There was an uproar at the scene. The scene was noisy again. After all, the old man's hearing was not that good. He turned to Sun Fei and asked, Fei, what are they talking about? Grandpa, the TV news just reported that an authentic calligraphy work by Wang Shiji appeared at an auction and was bought for 500 million yuan. Sun Fei smiled and said softly. Oh? So what this kid gave might be the original? The old man became happy again. Old man, don't be fooled by him. Although the authentic work of Wang Shiji has come out, who knows whether it is real or fake? Yeah, what if this guy knew the news in advance and found a fake one to pass off as the real one? No matter how you look at it, this guy doesn't look like someone who can spend 500 million to buy a piece of calligraphy. Today is his father's 80th birthday. Seeing that everyone was still struggling with this issue and deliberately wanted to make fun of Yi Nanshu, Sun Dahai stepped out and said with a smile, Today is my father's birthday. Everyone should stop struggling with these insignificant things. Why don't we? Before Sun Dahai could finish, Old Man Sun spoke. Wait, I also want to see whether this work is real or fake. I have long admired Wang Shiji's works, but unfortunately I have never seen them in person. Everyone, please wait a moment. An old friend of mine will be here soon. He is a great calligrapher and has done extensive research on Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Let's ask him to authenticate it. It seems that the old man is also looking forward to this authentic calligraphy by Wang Shiji. Everyone nodded, but most of them wanted to laugh at Yi Nanshu's joke. If you dare to deceive Mr. Sun, don't even think about entering the Sun family's door again. After a while, an old man pushed the door open and greeted everyone with a bow. Mr. Sun, everyone, I'm sorry for being late. When Mr. Sun saw the person coming, he stood up and greeted him, Mr. Lu, you were so late. Mr. Lu walked up to Mr. Sun and said with a smile, Mr. Sun, I heard that there was an authentic work of Wang Shiji at the auction today. I rushed to see it, but unfortunately, when I got there, it had already been bought. What a pity, I missed it. Mr. Lu sighed and looked regretful. For calligraphy masters like them, the original calligraphy of Wang Shiji is regarded as a treasure. Ha, Mr. Lu, you came at the perfect time. A junior presented me with an authentic calligraphy work by Wang Shiji. Everyone is doubting its authenticity, so I asked Mr. Lu to help me take a look. Mr. Sun laughed at Mr. Lu and said. After hearing what Grandpa Sun said, Grandpa Lu felt that something had finally happened. He said seriously, Are you serious? Who sent it? Let me see it. Someone nearby reminded Mr. Lu, don't be happy yet. This work is probably fake. Old Lu's face turned serious, and he said seriously, Whether it is true or false, I can tell it at a glance. Where is the calligraphy? Mr. Lu asked impatiently. Yi Nanshu walked up with the wooden box in his hand, and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, it's in my hand. Immediately, Yi Nanshu opened the box, took out the work, and slowly pulled open the scroll. Be careful, be careful. Old Lu reminded. Regardless of whether the work is authentic or not, these calligraphy enthusiasts cherish every piece of work. After Yi Nanshu opened it, Old Lu looked at it carefully. The more he read, the more interested he became, with a satisfied smile on his face. Quick, bring me my telescope and gloves. Mr. Liu directed his assistant to get things while looking at them. After putting on gloves, Mr. Liu gently stroked the paper, as if he was more careful than stroking a baby. Then he used a magnifying glass to carefully look at each word, muttering to himself. Great, great, it is worthy of being the work of the saint of calligraphy. The words are as light as floating clouds and as graceful as a startled dragon, which is exactly the characteristics of Wang Shiji. It is undoubtedly a genuine work. Old Liu was overjoyed. He turned around, took Old Man Sun's hand, walked over, pointed at the work and said, Old Man Sun, look, this is an authentic work. It's a rare authentic work. I can see the authentic calligraphy of the calligrapher in my lifetime. I will die without regrets. Mr. Sun also looked at the work with great interest. Upon hearing that it was an authentic work of Wang Shiji, the guests present crowded forward, all wanting to appreciate the style of the famous calligrapher. Most of the people present knew Mr. Liu. He was an absolute authority in calligraphy and no one dared to question a work that had been authenticated by him. The young men from the noble families looked at each other in surprise. They could not believe that this was actually the original. Once these works were taken out, everyone else's gifts pale in comparison. What a generous gift! What a generous gift! I wonder which noble family gave this to me. After Mr. Liu finished speaking, he also wanted to see who was so generous. Sun Fei took Yi Nanshu's hand and walked to Mr. Liu and said, Grandpa Liu, this is my boyfriend, his name is Yi Nanshu. Old Liu looked at Yi Nanshu carefully for a long time, then nodded and said, Great, a talented man and a beautiful woman, Miss Sun is so lucky. Then he turned to Mr. Sun and said, Mr. Sun, can you lend me this work so I can appreciate it at home for 2 days? Grandpa Sun quickly rolled up the calligraphy and said with a stern face, That won't do. What if it gets damaged? I usually ask you to lend me a few of your works, but you always refuse. Mr. Liu was suddenly speechless. Mr. Sun was in a very good mood at the moment. This was the biggest gain of his birthday this time, and it was a good opportunity to annoy Mr. Liu. Fei Fei, quickly take this and your jade chess piece to my study upstairs. As he said that, he led Sun Fei upstairs. Then he turned around and said to Yi Nanshu in a dignified manner, You come up too. Chapter 72 The Name of Nanshu. Hearing Grandpa Sun's call, Yi Nanshu followed him upstairs under the envious gazes of everyone. All the young men from aristocratic families felt uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a fly. They originally wanted to laugh at Yi Nanshu, but instead gave him the opportunity to show off. Now they were favored by Grandpa Sun and followed him directly to the study. Yi Nanshu followed Sun Fei to the study room. Sun Fei looked back at Yi Nanshu with a smile on her face and whispered, Behave well. Yi Nanshu smiled and nodded, with an expression that said, I understand. After entering the study, Mr. Sun took down a painting from the bookshelf, and then carefully took out the work of Wang Shiji and hung it up. After hanging it up, he looked at it carefully for a long time. Good, good, a natural work. Grandpa Sun praised the work again. After a long while, Mr. Sun turned around and asked, Your name is Yi? Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu quickly continued. Oh, Yi Nanshu, can you play chess? Mr. Sun asked intentionally or unintentionally. The quality of a person can be seen from his chess skills. Mr. Sun, who has been immersed in chess for many years, also wants to examine Yi Nanshu's character through playing chess. People of their generation don't really care too much about one's family background, but you must make sure they see your abilities. After all, Sun Fei is not only the apple of Sun Dahai's eye, but also the apple of Mr. Sun's eye. Mr. Sun's beard has been pulled out by Sun Fei many times. Sometimes, Sun Dahai even asked Sun Fei to convey what he didn't dare to say. Therefore, I am particularly concerned about the choice of my grandson-in-law. It can be said that Sun Dahai didn't dare to say anything unless Grandpa Sun agreed. I know a little. Yi Nanshu replied respectfully. Then play 2 games with me. As he said that, Grandpa Sun took out the jade chess pieces given by Sun Fei and started to set up the chess pieces. Yi Nanshu didn't lie, he really was a little slow, but luckily he had a cheat. Xiaoxi, do you know how to play chess? Yi Nanshu asked in his mind. No. This is your Blue Star's toy, Mo Xiaoxi replied. Yi Nanshu was speechless for a while. No way, there is something you can't do? Then this time we are done for. Although I don't know how to do it, I can learn it quickly. After that, the system's voice was heard. Chess search. Chess data connection in progress. After a moment, Mo Xiaoxi's voice came. Okay, I got it. In just a short while, Mo Xiaoxi had input all of the chess knowledge on the Blue Star, as well as various classic endgames from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, into the system. That's it? Just get it? Yi Nanshu's forehead was covered with black lines. My happy life depends on you. You have to help me fight hard, but you can't win in the end, and you can't let anyone see it. Yi Nanshu begged Mo Xiaoxi in his heart. Humans, it's really troublesome. We have to fight evenly, but we can't win. At this time, Sun Fei pushed Yi Nanshu and whispered, Idiot, what are you doing again? Yi Nanshu reacted and saw that Grandpa Sun had already placed the chess pieces. He smiled embarrassedly and quickly placed the chess pieces. After arranging everything, Yi Nanshu made a gesture of invitation and said, You are the elder, please go first. Mr. Sun nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, being modest and polite is a traditional virtue. Old Master Sun didn't give in and fired a direct blow. Next, Yi Nanshu proceeded step by step under Mo Xiaoxi's guidance. The two of them played back and forth for 200 rounds without a clear winner. In fact, by the 50th round, Mo Xiaoxi could have killed him. However, he believed that Yi Nanshu would be in a stalemate and could not win, so he always left a way for Mr. Sun to survive. As the saying goes, chess meets its worthy opponent and general meets his best talent. It has been a long time since Grandpa Sun encountered such an opponent, and it has been a long time since he felt such a refreshing feeling. He became more and more excited as he played. Finally, when it was approaching 300 rounds, both sides had very few chess pieces left. Mo Xiaoxi commanded Yi Nanshu to reveal a flaw, and Grandpa Sun won. Ha, it feels so good. I haven't played such a comfortable game of chess in a long time. Xiaoye, not bad. Old Master Sun praised Yi Nanshu with a smile on his face. After seeing this game was over, Grandpa Sun began to accept his grandson-in-law and even changed his name to Xiaoyi instead of Yi Nanshu. Have you learned this before? I learned a little bit. After another burst of cheerful laughter, Grandpa Sun said, This is not superficial. Anyone who can fight with me for more than 100 rounds is considered an expert. You have fought with me for nearly 300 rounds. You are really a young man to be feared. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Sunday. Yi Nanshu bowed embarrassedly. Indeed, if it weren't for Mo Xiaoxi, he probably wouldn't have lasted more than 30 rounds. Fortunately, Yi Nanshu was thick-skinned. At this time, Sun Fei brought 2 cups of tea over and handed them to Old Sun while saying, Grandpa, please don't praise him. If you continue to praise him, he will go to heaven. After listening to this, Mr. Sun said seriously, When has Grandpa ever praised someone? This Xiaoyi is really good. My dear granddaughter has good taste. After listening to what Old Sun said, she pretended to be angry and said coquettishly, Grandpa, you tease me too. After saying that, he ran away. Ha, come on, another plate. Old Sun started to set up the chessboard again. He had finally met an opponent and he was determined to play to his heart's content. Next, the two of them fought back and forth on the chessboard. This is also thanks to Mo Xiaoxi's plugin. Most people can't grasp the measures so well. When it was almost 300 rounds, Mr. Sun won again. When Mr. Sun was in high spirits, Sun Dahai walked in. Dad, the guests are all here. Please go down and prepare to serve the feast. Old Master Sun looked reluctant and said to Sun Dahai angrily, You are just a spoilsport. Seeing Sun Dahai daring to be angry but not to say anything, Yi Nanshu secretly wanted to laugh. There is always someone who can conquer you. Then he said respectfully, Mr. Sun, there is a long way to go. I will accompany you next time. Mr. Sun replied with a reluctant look, Okay, let's eat today, but don't forget to order for me next time. By the way, why call me Old Sun? Just call me Grandpa like Fei Fei. Okay, Grandpa. Yi Nanshu called affectionately. Then Yi Nanshu led Mr. Sun downstairs. Sun Dahai was left alone, wondering how this kid managed to deal with the old man. After going downstairs, Sun Dahai originally wanted Yi Nanshu to sit at the back, but Old Man Sun insisted that Yi Nanshu sit next to him. This table was the main table today, and all those present were members of the Sun family. When the guests saw that Mr. Sun asked Yi Nanshu to sit at the main table, the meaning was self-evident. From then on, the name of Nanshu became well known. Chapter 73 You are a good person. After tonight, there will be a stir in the entire East China Sea's upper-class society. Many upper-class people were investigating Yi Nanshu's identity. They all wanted to see this man who captured the heart of the eldest daughter of the Sun family, and then gave Mr. Sun a calligraphy work worth 500 million yuan. Finally, he was recognized by the Sun family and became a member of the family. Especially those children from aristocratic families, they all wanted to see how powerful Yi Nanshu was and slapped them in the face. The carefully prepared opportunity to propose marriage was stolen by him alone. Various rumors began to circulate in the market. Some people say that he is the first heir of a big family. Some people also say that he is the eldest son of a certain official above. There were all kinds of rumors, but after a thorough investigation, everyone found out that Yi Nanshu was the chairman of the Shida group, and that he was just an ordinary college student. This made everyone feel incredible. However, after all this effort, the stock price of the Shida group has increased a lot. The protagonist of the rumor, Yi Nanshu, returned to school at night and slept comfortably, completely unaware that his name had spread among the upper-class circles. The next day, after finishing his class in the morning, Yi Nanshu thought about going to the hospital to visit Wenwen. He was also worried about whether Tang Chu had arranged everything. He may not be able to help every person in need, but he will definitely take care of the problems he encounters. Yi Nanshu drove to the hospital, and when passing Jiangnan Road, he found that the roadside was full of people. Yi Nanshu slowed down the car and took a curious look, only to see a silver-gray Lamborghini about to turn onto the sidewalk, and a yellow-haired young man was cursing and punching and kicking an old man on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Nanshu hurriedly stopped the car and walked over there. Stinky old man, you want to scam me, right? I'll let you touch porcelain, I'll let you touch porcelain. The yellow-haired young man staggered and kicked the old man, muttering to himself. He must have drunk quite a lot of alcohol. The area was full of people watching the fun, some even taking photos with their cell phones, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. When Yi Nanshu approached, he pushed Huang Mao far away. Huang Mao, who was not steady, fell to the ground. Damn, who is that? The yellow-haired man lay on the ground cursing. After shaking off the yellow-haired man, Yi Nanshu stepped forward and tried to help the old man up. The old man who had just stood up staggered and nearly fell down again because his left leg was hit by the car. Yi Nanshu quickly reached out to support the old man and held him on the road beam to let him sit down first. Old man, what's going on? Yi Nanshu looked at the old man and asked. He saw that the old man's body was covered with bruises, probably from being beaten, and his clothes were also a little torn. The old man patted the dust off his body, and after a long while, he shook his head and said, "Thank you, young man. You are a good man." Hey, I was just walking on the side of the road, and his car suddenly turned towards me and knocked me to the ground. He said I was trying to scam me, and then he got out of the car and started punching and kicking me. Yi Nanshu's eyes narrowed after hearing this. He glanced at the yellow-haired man, then turned to the old man and said, "Old man, your leg must be broken. I'll take you to the hospital first." When the old man heard that he had to go to the hospital, he quickly hid and said, "Thank you, young man, no need to go to the hospital, I just need to rest for a while, and going to the hospital will cost money." At this time, Huang Mao had already stood up. The fall seemed to have sobered him up a little. He walked over angrily and said, "Who the hell are you? You old bastard, you want help? Watch your mouth. Not only did you hit someone while driving drunk, but you also had the guts to attack without any explanation?" Yi Nanshu looked at the yellow-haired man with eyes wide open in anger. "Boy, are you the grandson of this old guy? He bumped into my car and tried to extort money without even asking who I am. I'm lucky I didn't beat him to death today." The yellow-haired man pointed at Yi Nanshu arrogantly and said, seeing that there were many people gathered around to watch the fun, he shouted in a threatening voice, "What are you looking at? Get out of here." The people around subconsciously took 2 steps back. Yi Nanshu looked at the onlookers with disappointment. So many people watched the old man being beaten, but apart from watching the excitement, no one dared to step forward to speak up for him. Yi Nanshu looked at the skinny old man, who was covered in wounds. After a long while, he clenched his fists and said with an evil smile, "According to what you said, if I were to beat you to death, I could say that you bumped into my fist yourself, right?" Huang Mao laughed as if he heard a very funny joke and said, "Boy, didn't your teacher teach you how to write the word death? How dare you threaten me? I'm going to kill you today too." As he said that, he kicked Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu didn't dodge either, but kicked the yellow-haired man forward. When he kicked Yi Nanshu, Huang Mao felt like he had kicked a towering mountain, which did not move at all. Soon, the towering mountain came crashing down towards Huang Mao. Yi Nanshu kicked Huang Mao hard and he flew away. He fell heavily on his car and fell down again. Huang Mao screamed in pain. You saw it, you kicked my leg yourself, so you can't blame me. Yi Nanshu grinned. But you broke my leg, so I'll let you break one of my legs, and we'll be even. Yi Nanshu smiled and walked towards the yellow-haired man as he spoke. What are you doing? What are you doing? I am Li Erzi, and my father is Li Tai. The yellow-haired man shouted loudly. He was really afraid that Yi Nanshu would cripple his legs. My son? It's useless even if you are my grandson. If I had a son like you, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Yi Nanshu disagreed. He must teach him a lesson today. Son, remember, respect the old and love the young, and don't bully others. Yi Nanshu stepped on the yellow-haired boy's leg. Ah! With a scream from the yellow-haired man, his leg bones were shattered. Ah, my legs, I'm going to kill you. Huang Mao's eyes were red, tears kept falling, and he screamed in pain. After a long while, he endured the severe pain, took out his cell phone and called, Dad, my leg was broken. Bring some people to help me get revenge. Boy, don't run if you dare. I swear I would not be a human being if I don't kill you. If you run away, I will hang this old man up and beat him to death. The yellow-haired man has gone crazy and at this moment he only wants to kill Yi Nanshu to vent his anger. Yi Nanshu, who wanted to send the old man to the hospital, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered when he heard Huang Mao's words. After beating the young one, there is still the old one. Is it a nesting doll? Then I might as well pack it all up so I don't have to worry about it. Yi Nanshu was also afraid that they would really cause trouble for the old man in the future. Chapter 74, Rumor. Hearing Huang Mao's words, the old man was also very worried about Yi Nanshu's safety. He didn't want to implicate Yi Nanshu, so he said tremblingly, Young man, please leave quickly. I am fine. It's okay, old man. It will be solved soon, and then I will take you to the hospital. Yi Nanshu said to the old man with a smile. Young man, you are still a student. Hurry up and leave. You still have to finish your studies so that you can serve the motherland in the future. It's not a pity for me to die, but it's a pity for those kids. I can't help them anymore. The old man sighed silently. Are they your sons? Yi Nanshu asked doubtfully. No. The old man shook his head and said. Just when Yi Nanshu was about to ask, several cars suddenly drove over, and a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses ran down and shouted anxiously. Erzi, where are you? Hearing his father's voice, Huang Mao cried out in pain, Dad, I'm here, my legs are broken. Hearing his son's voice, Li Tai hurried over and saw his son lying on the ground with his left knee flattened. Li Tai is almost 60 years old today. He has only one son, which can be considered a late-born child. He dotes on his son very much and is afraid that his son will get hurt. Seeing his son lying on the ground so miserably, he felt so distressed that he quickly hugged Huang Mao. Who is it? Whoever did this to my son, I will cut him into pieces. Li Tai shouted with gritted teeth. Ah, it's him, Dad. He's the one who broke my leg. Li Erzi said while groaning and pointing at Yi Nanshu. Li Tai stood up, his eyes blazing with anger, and looked at Yi Nanshu and said, You are the one who broke my son's leg? If looks could kill, Yi Nanshu would have been cut into pieces by now. Your son injured someone's leg and still tried to make excuses. Look at what he did to the old man. I was just giving it back to him. Yi Nanshu shrugged and said. He's just a stinky beggar. If he hit me, it's fine. At most, I'll just have to pay you some money. How dare you? You compare him to my son. Li Tai was so furious that he crippled his precious son's leg just because of a stinky beggar. Even if the beggar died 1,000 times, it would not be worth his son's leg. A trace of gloom flashed across Li Tai's eyes. He was extremely angry. He sneered and said, Boy, my name is Li Tai. Remember this. You will have something to say to the king of hell. Destroy him for me and leave him alive. I will torture him slowly. Li Tai held his forehead and said in a low voice. What's your name? Your dad? Damn, is there anyone who takes advantage like this? The names of this family are really interesting. Either they are your sons or your fathers. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly helplessly. If Li Tai knew that Yi Nanshu was still struggling with their names, he would probably be so angry that he would spit out blood and faint. Li Tai's men swarmed in, staring at Yi Nanshu with eager eyes. Hurry up, I have to take the old man to the hospital. Yi Nanshu said with a smile. Arrogant. It's really too arrogant. Still so arrogant even when death is imminent. Li Tai's men rushed towards Yi Nanshu together. Yi Nanshu raised his right hand with ease, and his fist was as powerful as a high-speed train running at 300 kilometers per hour. With one punch, all of Li Tai's men flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Afterwards, Yi Nanshu moved his body casually, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground. He used his left fist and right kick at the same time. In a short while, all his men had fallen to the ground. Flash sale. There were more than a dozen people, and they probably didn't even have time to touch the corner of Yi Nanshu's clothes before they were knocked to the ground one by one. There was only shock in Li Tai's eyes, and his mouth was open so wide that it seemed as if a basketball could be stuffed in. Yi Nanshu stood still, patted his dust-free clothes in a casual manner, and grinned. "My name is Yi Nanshu. Remember, if you need revenge, come to me anytime." Li Tai came back to his senses and was shocked again when he heard Yi Nanshu's name. He said tremblingly, You are Yi Nanshu? This is the Yi Nanshu who became famous overnight. How did this damn guy appear on the side of the road? This time it was Yi Nanshu who was confused. This was a bit unconventional. When did he become so famous? Do you know me? Li Tai didn't say anything, his eyes were red, and he stared at Yi Nanshu with murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that there is no chance to avenge Erzi today. Yi Nanshu glanced at Li Tai's vengeful eyes, but he didn't care. He then thought of the old man on the ground. Come to me if you want revenge. As Yi Nanshu spoke, his face changed and his brows furrowed slightly. From his dark eyes, bursts of cold light shot out, a bone-chilling chill. Everything around him froze instantly, and Li Tai and others felt as if they were in an ice cellar. If I find out that you dare to cause trouble to me again, I will wipe out your entire family. Li Tai couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. After saying that, Yi Nanshu carried the old man on his back to his car and carefully placed him on the seat. Then he smiled and said, Old man, I'll take you to the hospital for treatment. As for the money, don't worry. Since I've encountered this, I will help you to the end. Yi Nanshu thought the old man was afraid that he didn't have enough money to pay for the medical expenses, so he didn't dare to go to the hospital for treatment. Thank you, young man. I really don't want to go to the hospital. It's not that I don't have the money, but I just don't want to waste it on an old man like me. I also have to help raise tuition for several kids. The old man didn't want Yi Nanshu to spend any more money. After all, the other person had already helped him so much, and he got into trouble because of him. How could he have the nerve to let him pay for it? After opening the conversation, Yi Nanshu slowly understood the old man's affairs. It turned out that the old man used to be a rural teacher. He had stayed in the countryside after going to teach many years ago and had taught many students. The old man never married in his life because the conditions there were too poor. The old man used his meager salary to support his students. His mind was all on his students, and he had neither the time nor the money to get married. Later, as he grew older, after seeing one student after another having to give up their studies because of their poor family background, the old man left the countryside and came to Donghai City, where he lived frugally and continued to support those students from poor families. He rides a tricycle every day and picks up bottles, and has sponsored more than 20 poor children to go to college. Now he still has 4 children to sponsor. The children who had been supported by the old man, seeing that he was old, wanted to take him in and take good care of him to repay his kindness, but he refused. The old man told them that now they have the ability, and that the best way to repay him would be to help more students who have the same difficulties as them in the future. He wanted to help more children get out of poverty in the countryside while he could still move. After listening to the old man's story, Yi Nanshu burst into tears. What kind of spirit is this? He dedicated his whole life to these students. Chapter 75, No Way to Save the Situation? People often say that if you are poor, you should take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you should help the world. However, the old man is even more determined when he is poor, and he also helps others when he is rich. He lived frugally and was reluctant to buy clothes or eat a good meal. He usually could not even take out 100 yuan from his pocket, but he single-handedly sponsored so many students. But such a person was knocked to the ground and beaten up. In the eyes of the other party, he was just a stinky beggar. From the time the old man was knocked to the ground and then beaten, there was a constant stream of onlookers, but no one was willing to help. Yi Nanshu was deep in thought while driving. What is wrong with this society? Suddenly, the old man coughed as if he was choked, and vomited blood. Seeing this, Yi Nanshu hurriedly stopped the car, found a tissue and handed it to the old man. Are you okay? Yi Nanshu asked anxiously. The old man wiped the blood from his mouth with a tissue, and then carefully wrapped it with clothes, for fear of dirtying Yi Nanshu's car. It's okay, just spit it out. The old man forced his lips open and said with a kind smile. Then he saw the blood that had just spurted out and got on the floor mat. The old man was embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, young man, I made your car dirty. I'll clean it for you later. What old people fear most in life is causing trouble to others. Yi Nanshu looked at the frail old man without saying a word, only feeling tears welling up in his eyes. I restarted the car and accelerated forward. Looking at the old man's condition, there was no time to waste. Although he was driving at high speed all the way, Yi Nanshu's driving skills were still very stable. After all, he also had to consider the old man's health. Yi Nanshu rushed to the door of the emergency building with the accelerator on his face, got out of the car in a hurry and shouted, Quick, quick, emergency. The nurse who heard the call hurriedly pushed a mobile bed over. Yi Nanshu carefully carried the old man onto the bed, fearing that he would accidentally hurt him again. Immediately, he ran all the way and was sent directly to the emergency operating room. After the old man went in, Yi Nanshu wandered outside nervously. At first, Yi Nanshu thought that the old man only had a broken leg and some external injuries on his body. But after all, he is such an old man. He was first hit by a car, and then beaten and kicked. How could he withstand such torture in one day? After a long time, the doctor came out of the operating room, took off his mask, and asked Yi Nanshu, Are you a family member of the patient? Yi Nanshu hurriedly stepped forward and replied, Yes, how is the old man? The doctor shook his head and said, He won't last much longer. His internal organs are ruptured and he's bleeding profusely. There's no way to save him. After hearing what the doctor said, Yi Nanshu shook his head in disbelief and said, How could it be so serious? It's impossible. He talked to me for a long time all the way here. Yi Nanshu clenched his fist tightly, tears welling in his eyes, and slammed it heavily against the wall, saying self-blamingly, It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I should have sent the old man to the hospital as soon as possible. At this time, Yi Nanshu was immersed in deep self-blame. He originally wanted to help the old man vent his anger and delayed him there for so long. He didn't expect the old man to be so strong and he missed the time for his treatment. The collision at the back was probably caused by continuous beatings. When the old man was beaten, his internal organs were already ruptured. Even if he was sent to the hospital at that time, it would not be possible to stop the heavy bleeding. The old man went to the hospital in great pain. The doctor nearby noticed Yi Nanshu's self-blame and explained. The old man was pushed out of the operating room and sent to the ward. Looking at the dying old man, Yi Nanshu's eyes were wet with tears. Such a kind and loving old man, who spent his entire life helping so many children, was beaten to death. Yi Nanshu felt as if there was a raging fire in his heart with nowhere to vent. If he had known the old man's story from the beginning, if he had known from the beginning that the old man had been beaten to a cripple, Lear would have been torn into pieces. Old man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Yi Nanshu controlled his emotions, leaned down with a smile, and whispered in the old man's ear. The old man raised his hand tremblingly, and only a weak voice came out word by word, I still have 2,000 yuan. The old man was breathing heavily, as if he was in great pain, just not saying a single word. In an iron box under the bed where I live. Please help me with the children. After saying this, the old man could no longer bear the extreme pain and passed away. When the old man was dying, he was still concerned about his children. He was afraid that there was still 2,000 yuan that no one knew about. His last wish was to tell Yi Nanshu to pass the money to the children. The old man devoted his life selflessly, but he never wanted to trouble others. He also did not ask Yi Nanshu to help take care of the children. The only thought in his last moments was that he could not let go of those children. Yi Nanshu suppressed his grief, held the old man's still warm hand and said, I know you can't let go of those children the most. Don't worry, I will support them until they graduate and complete what you have not completed. After saying that, Yi Nanshu walked out, went to the window in the corridor, and looked outside quietly. Compared with the elderly, people like me are so superficial that we complain about trivial matters every day. Such an ordinary old man, through his own hard work, has helped so many children leave the countryside and complete their studies. I have abilities that others don't have, but I have never thought about doing something meaningful to help those in need. Yi Nanshu had actually already thought it through. He wanted to use the old man's name to set up a scholarship foundation to help thousands of poor children like the one the old man had helped, so that they can complete their studies with peace of mind, get out of the mountains, and become qualified and useful people. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. Our country needs generation after generation of qualified young people to shoulder the responsibilities and obligations given by the times, so that our motherland can always stand in the east of the world. After calming down, Yi Nanshu said to Mo Xiaoxi in his heart, Xiaoxi, is there any way to contact those children that the old man once sponsored? It should work. I'll try it. Mo Xiaoxi replied in Yi Nanshu's mind. Yi Nanshu wanted to contact the children who had received the old man's kindness. He believed that those children also wanted to see the old man off for the last time. Although the old man had no children, each of them was his child. I could only find part of it. I edited the information and told them about the old man. After receiving the information, those who had been assisted by the old man rushed to the hospital one after another. Chapter 76 Severe Punishment. What happened on Jiangnan Road was filmed by many onlookers and posted on the internet. It didn't spread quickly at first, and people who saw it condemned the person who beat people up. Not long after, someone found out the old man's identity and learned a lot of stories behind him. A report titled An 80-year-old man sponsored 20 students, but was beaten up in the street, his life or death unknown. As more and more people forwarded the post, the topic quickly spread and became the headline in less than half an hour. The whole country knows about it and everyone is outraged. All major platforms and news reporting stations have begun working overtime and have launched special topics. A barrage of news reports swept in. Those students who had arrived one after another and received the old man's kindness were preparing to take care of the old man's funeral. The news that the old man was in this hospital spread like wildfire, and many media rushed to grab first-hand information, but they were told that the old man had passed away. The media people who got the news started to report it. An 80-year-old man did good deeds all his life, but he was mercilessly beaten to death. It was especially heart-wrenching when reporters interviewed the students who had benefited from the program and burst into tears. Grandpa Wan lived frugally and scavenged waste to support us students one by one. When he was hungry and thirsty, he ate the food and water that others didn't want, just to save that little money for our studies. Many times I saw Grandpa Wang, he was always eating dry steamed buns or plain rice. If it weren't for us, Grandpa Wang's life wouldn't have been so difficult. Grandpa, don't go. Finally, they took out Teacher Wang's last 2,000 yuan, which was made up of many wrinkled pieces of money, or dozens of pieces. One can imagine how hard it was for the old man to save up that money. Each video and each report was forwarded in tens of thousands. Every man, woman, young and old who watched the news was moved from the bottom of their hearts. Their eyes were wet with tears and their noses felt sore, as if something was blocking their chests. The damn murderer must be severely punished. Such people should not be alive in this world. Grandpa Wang, forever. May there be no evil people in heaven. The overwhelming comments are all about severely punishing the murderer and remembering Grandpa Wang. Many people from all over the country lit a candle and prayed for the old man. When the old man was sent to the crematorium, many citizens came to ask for information and waited on both sides of the road. They all wanted to see the old man off for the last time. The father and son, Li Erzi and Li Tai, were also exposed by netizens. The authorities also acted quickly. Li Erzi has been arrested by the police. The evidence is conclusive and he is just waiting for the final trial in court. Some radical citizens would run to Li Tai's home and company every day to throw rotten eggs and leftovers, while others would each hold a white flower and place it at their doorstep. Overnight, Li Tai and his son Li Erzi became bad guys that everyone wanted to kill. The public outcry was so great and had a bad impact that Li would have to spend the rest of his life in prison. As for Li Tai and his Li group, they were subjected to spontaneous boycott by the citizens. Faced with such an unforgivable boss, their employees resigned one after another, not wanting to aid and abet the evil. All suppliers and distributors of the Li Group have terminated their cooperation. The Li Group collapsed overnight. Li Tai, who suffered multiple blows, died without even being able to catch his breath. In the end, no one even sold him a piece of land for a cemetery. On the contrary, Yi Nanshu, who bravely stood up for justice, was also recognized by netizens. A Shida craze has started on the internet. The properties developed by Shida Real Estate are in short supply. Citizens who want to buy a house only choose to buy properties developed by Shida Real Estate. The Shida Hotel has become a check-in spot for many citizens and internet celebrities. There are even many people from other places who go to Donghai City just to stay a night at the Shida Hotel or have a meal. After arranging Grandpa Wang's funeral, Yi Nanshu drove away with a heavy heart. He was originally going to see Wenwen, but he didn't expect to experience such a heavy incident on the road. While driving to the city center hospital to see Wenwen, Yi Nanshu was planning the foundation in his mind. After all, this was the old man's lifelong wish. After a while, we arrived at the central hospital. Yi Nanshu went straight to Wenwen's ward in the inpatient department and pushed the door open and walked in. When Wenwen saw Yi Nanshu coming in, the little girl was very happy. She smiled and called out happily, "Brother Yi, you're here." Yi Nanshu walked to the bed, put down the fruit basket, touched Wenwen's head and said, "Wenwen, how are you? Are you feeling better?" "Much better." Wenwen nodded. It can be seen that Wenwen's mood has become more relaxed in the past 2 days. When Grandpa Wenwen saw Yi Nanshu, he excitedly walked to Yi Nanshu and knelt down, saying, "Thank you, benefactors. I don't know how to repay you." Yi Nanshu hurriedly helped old Zhang up and said, "Grandpa, this is not possible. As long as Wenwen is healthy, that's all that matters." Afterwards, old Zhang brought a stool for Yi Nanshu to sit on and briefly told Yi Nanshu about Wenwen's situation. Fortunately, Wenwen is only in the early stages of bone cancer, which can be treated with surgery. The chances of cure are very high, and it can also reduce the possibility of recurrence. It was also said that Tang Chuchu contacted the hospital and arranged the best doctor for Wenwen to have the surgery, and also got a bed for a companion nearby so that old Zhang could stay in the hospital temporarily. After listening to what old Zhang said, Yi Nanshu was very satisfied with Tang Chuchu's arrangement and was very grateful to Tang Chuchu. He looked at Wenwen. The little girl was fair and clean, with short hair. Although she still looked a little haggard, she was much cuter than the dirty look she had that day. Yi Nanshu touched Wenwen's head lovingly and said softly, "It's time for surgery. Are you afraid, Wenwen?" Wenwen blinked her 2 lively eyes, revealing 2 cute dimples on her face as she replied, "Brother Yi, I'm not afraid. Grandpa said that the surgery can cure Wenwen's disease. After the disease is cured, Grandpa won't have to spend money on me anymore, and I can still do a lot of things for Grandpa. Wenwen, you are so good. When you recover from your illness, you must study hard and repay Grandpa in the future." Yi Nanshu's heart was beating fast. The child was so sensible. She knew that she had been a burden to her grandfather because of her illness. "After I recover from my illness, I will study hard. I want my grandfather to live a good life. I must become a person like my older brothers and sisters in the future. I also want to help many people." After hearing Wenwen's words, old Zhang's eyes became moist and he looked at Wenwen kindly. Yi Nanshu smiled with relief and said, "Okay, then we have a deal." The ward was filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from downstairs. Chapter 77, Making Trouble. "Wenwen, then you should have a good rest. I will come to see you next time." Seeing that Wenwen was fine and chatting for a few minutes, Yi Nanshu wanted to say goodbye and go back to school. "Okay, goodbye, brother." Wenwen waved her little hand and said goodbye to Yi Nanshu. "Goodbye, Wenwen." With that, Yi Nanshu walked out of the ward and went downstairs. After coming down, the noise at the door still didn't stop. Yi Nanshu could hear more clearly when he walked to the door. He saw a woman with a gauze wrapped on her face pulling a doctor and cursing at him, with 2 or 3 bodyguards beside her. "Everyone, please judge for yourself. It was the medicine he prescribed for me that ruined my face. I was fine 2 days ago, but because I took some cold medicine from him, my face is completely deformed. How can I face people?" The woman pulled the doctor's hand in a tantrum, cursing at her. Judging from her attitude, she will never give up today. "Miss, I only have some common cold medicine, it won't cause any damage to the skin. The deformation of your face is most likely caused by other reasons. May I suggest you check the cause first?" The doctor was helpless with this unreasonable person and could only shake his head and try to explain. He knew clearly about the medicine he prescribed. It was just the most common cold medicine. It was impossible for it to cause facial allergies or even facial deformation. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm deliberately blackmailing you? Was I fine when I got the medicine 2 days ago? Everyone, come and see, this is a shady hospital. It's this shady doctor who prescribes random drugs and makes people sick." After hearing what the doctor said, the woman became a little exasperated. She didn't want the doctor to explain anymore, so she started shouting loudly. As long as there were more people watching, she didn't believe that the hospital would not care about its reputation. As she wished, more and more people gathered to watch the excitement. Because it happened to be the flower bed in the middle of the inpatient building and the outpatient building, the patients and their families in the two buildings all stuck their heads out to watch. Seeing that there were many people onlookers, pointing and talking, the doctor did not want to cause a worse impact, so he had to persuade her kindly, "Madam, I will take you for a checkup first. If it is really our medicine that has affected you, we will definitely take responsibility." The woman sneered softly and said, "I think you just want to shirk responsibility. What else is there to check? It was caused by your random prescription of medicine. I'm telling you, I make a living with my beautiful face. Now that you've ruined it, you must compensate me for my losses." The doctor was about to say something when a nurse suddenly ran over in a hurry and said to the doctor breathlessly, "Doctor, why can't I get through on your phone? There's a patient in the emergency department who needs urgent surgery. The other doctors are not here. Please go and take a look." After listening to it, the doctor subconsciously took out his cell phone and took a look. There were a lot of missed calls, but he had been distracted by the woman and had not paid attention. "Prepare the operating room immediately, I'll be there right away." After saying that, the doctor prepared to take the woman's hand and go to the operating room. Seeing the doctor was anxious to leave, the woman became even more excited, grabbing the doctor's hand and pretending to shout, "The doctor hit me, the doctor hit me. Ma'am, I'm going to perform surgery right now. Human life is at stake. Can I give you an explanation after I'm done with the surgery?" the doctor said anxiously. "No, you have to give me an explanation now. Who knows if you two are acting together? Besides, my face is already injured like this, shouldn't I be anxious? What's wrong with the patient? He won't die if he waits a little longer." The woman spoke arrogantly and refused to let go no matter what. She had calculated very well in her mind, the more anxious you are, the less anxious I am. It is impossible to go for a checkup, so it is best to just compensate directly. Yi Nanshu, who was walking through the crowd and didn't want to meddle in other people's business, heard what the nurse said. Yi Nanshu, who still felt a little guilty, immediately contacted Grandpa Wang. Treating a disease and saving lives is sometimes extremely urgent, and 1 minute of delay may result in missing the best opportunity to rescue the patient. When cars on the road see an ambulance with sirens sounding, they will give way to it even if it runs a red light, just to give the patients in the car a better chance of survival. No matter what the reason is, this woman is really being unreasonable. Thinking of this, Yi Nanshu turned around, stepped forward, and opened the woman's hand with a wave of his hand. Then he said to the doctor, "Go save her first." The doctor showed a grateful look to Yi Nanshu and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he ran towards the operating room. The woman who was thrown away was like a big cat with its fur standing on end. Although her face could not be seen clearly, one could tell how angry she was by listening to her panting. "Boy, you are meddling in other people's business. Do you want to die?" Then he saw the doctor was about to leave, and hurriedly shouted to the 2 or 3 bodyguards, "Stop him, he wants to run away," without explaining the matter clearly. Yi Nanshu flashed and stood in front of the bodyguards. The bodyguards wanted to chase him, but Yi Nanshu stretched out his hands and blocked their chests. With a little force, the 2 bodyguards were knocked to the ground. There are times when you should be unreasonable. They are in a hurry to save someone, and you dare to stop them. Yi Nanshu turned around and glanced at the woman coldly. "My face has been messed up like this. You can't run away without paying me. If he wants to save someone, that's his business. Even if someone dies, what does it have to do with me? Whatever I say is none of your business. I think you are tired of living. How dare you meddle in my business?" the woman said, pointing and gesticulating. She was very depressed because Yi Nanshu had ruined her plan. She had originally wanted to come to the hospital today to make a big scene, to shift the blame of her ruined face to the hospital and to extort some money. "I see. You are a thug hired by the hospital to deal with those of us who have been harmed by the hospital." The woman had an idea and came up with a plan. Now he can only make a big deal out of this and win everyone's sympathy. He doesn't believe that the hospital will just sit back and do nothing. Yi Nanshu shook his head helplessly. This woman was really a dog. She would bite anyone she saw. The hospital leader finally arrived at the scene after a long delay. More people heard the news and gathered around to watch. After all, this kind of medical dispute is very interesting in the hospital. "Miss, please stop making trouble and go to the office if you have anything to say." A hospital leader stepped forward and said. You are the lady, and your whole family are ladies. When the woman heard someone calling her miss, she seemed a little annoyed. Okay, ma'am, this lady, please go to our office first. The hospital leader shook his head helplessly. This woman is really difficult to deal with. Chapter 78, The Truth is Revealed. Why go to an office? You destroyed my reputation first, and now you send people to beat me up. Let's judge for ourselves. I tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today, you'll be sued. As she said this, she walked towards the onlookers, as if wanting them to judge the matter for her. At this time, some onlookers recognized the woman and exclaimed loudly, "Are you Zhang Lily? I am your fan." Really? Is it really Zhang Lily? Who is Zhang Lily? I've never heard of her. The people around were talking to each other. Seeing her fans here, Zhang Lily quickly covered her face and pretended to be pitiful and said, "I didn't expect my family members to be here. I am Zhang Lily. I was disfigured by this black-hearted hospital. I just want to die. My family members must seek justice for me." After saying that, he squatted on the ground and started crying hypocritically. This actor's acting skills are terrible, but when he pretends to be pitiful, tears come easily. It's really Zhang Lily, I love you. Zhang Lily, I'm your idol. I like you so much. This black-hearted hospital made our Lily disfigured. They must explain themselves. They must compensate us. Driven by these fans, when they heard that it was a star, the onlookers who had just complained about Zhang Lily suddenly changed their tune and began to blame the hospital. Some of them may not have even heard of her, but when they heard that it was a high-ranking star, they believed what she said. Yi Nanshu was both amused and angry. The person who had disliked Zhang Lily just now changed his position in an instant. Yi Nanshu was also very confused. If the 5 views determined the 3 views, then Zhang Lily was so ugly, so where did the 5 views come from? This may be the star effect nowadays. Many brainless fans think that stars are superior, and they are right. In recent years, there have been many scandals of star endorsements going wrong, and there are even stars who endorse pig-killing schemes, making those who go for them lose all their money, while they are comfortably vacationing with the endorsement fees they earned unscrupulously. These stars will do anything to gain sympathy, stir up topics, and create gimmicks. Then they use their own traffic to reap the profits, make bad movies, and sell goods through live streaming, making a fortune. Compensation. Led by the brainless fans, the onlookers began to support Zhang Lily. This made the hospital leaders very anxious. If such a star made a fuss, even if it was a third-rate star, the hospital's reputation would definitely plummet. After all, those keyboard warriors didn't care whether the matter was true or not. Ms. Zhang, you are also a public figure. This will have a bad impact. Can we go inside and talk in detail? The hospital leaders could only give kind advice. What are you talking about? My face is ruined. My acting career is over. It's all your fault. Pay me 50 million in compensation. Zhang Lily was very proud at this time, having perfectly achieved the purpose of her trip. Then he pointed at Yi Nanshu and said, "Also, this person offended me, I want him to kneel down and apologize." The hospital leaders looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect him to ask for such a huge amount of money, namely 50 million. Yi Nanshu smiled and said, "This guy really dares to climb up even if he is given a pole. I want to see today what kind of cow or horse you are. Xiaoxi, help me check the details of this Zhang Lily." Yi Nanshu asked in his heart. "Okay, host." After a moment, Mo Xiaoxi's voice came into my mind. Zhang Lily, 22 years old, attracted a large number of fans because of her ability to cry. Relying on the traffic of her fans, she debuted as the 3rd place in the competition. She is a third-rate female star with no representative works. What? Because I can cry, I won the 3rd place? Yi Nanshu was a little confused after hearing this. Is this considered a talent? What is wrong with this world? Check again, what's wrong with his face? I checked the relevant records and found her record in a private plastic surgery hospital. She secretly had plastic surgery these 2 days, but the surgery failed and her face was disfigured. So, his face was ruined by plastic surgery? Now Yi Nanshu finally understood her intention. Because her face was ruined by the failed plastic surgery, she couldn't explain to the public. She had signed an agreement with the plastic surgery company and there was a risk of failure in the operation. She could only bring the conflict to this regular hospital. This is why I mentioned the cold medicine story at the beginning. The reason why she was not afraid of exposing her identity and made a scene in public at the hospital was that she wanted to arouse the sympathy of the onlookers and get them to support her. This way, she could ask for compensation from the hospital and gain sympathy without exposing the scandal of her plastic surgery. It really is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Those fans who spoke out might be the internet trolls she hired with money. Yi Nanshu was also amazed. These stars really racked their brains. Xiaoxi, please help me contact the plastic surgeon. I'll pay for him to come over. Seeing Yi Nanshu silent, Zhang Lili thought he was scared, and smugly sneered, "Boy, I told you that you were seeking death by meddling in other people's business." Seeing Zhang Lili's smug look, Yi Nanshu shrugged and walked forward and said with a smile, "Zhang Lili, right? Is your face really ruined by an allergic reaction to the medicine you took in the hospital? I'm afraid there's something else going on." Zhang Lili felt something was wrong when she heard it. Could it be that this guy knew something? Yi Nanshu paused and then said to everyone, "Everyone, don't be fooled by her pretentiousness. Her face was ruined by a failed plastic surgery." "You're talking nonsense," Zhang Lili said angrily. "Where did this little brat come from, making such a fuss here? That's right, our Lily is naturally beautiful, why would she need plastic surgery?" The fans who spoke just now were blaming Yi Nanshu and defending Zhang Lili. "Everyone, please wait a moment. The plastic surgeon will be here soon." Yi Nanshu smiled and said. "Besides, don't you doctors know whether she has had plastic surgery or not?" Yi Nanshu said to the leaders of the hospital. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers began to talk about it. After a while, the doctor from the plastic surgery hospital rushed over. Mo Xiaoxi had already given Yi Nanshu the doctor's information. When he saw the doctor appear, he pulled him over and said, "Doctor, tell me, is this Lily's face the result of a failed plastic surgery in your hospital?" He received an appearance fee for this trip, and besides, he was just asked to state the facts. The plastic surgeon said seriously, "Yes, Ms. Zhang Lily's face was indeed caused by a failed plastic surgery, but an agreement was signed beforehand. Plastic surgery has risks, so you should cherish it." "You are talking nonsense. You are talking nonsense. I am going to sue you." Seeing that the truth was exposed, Zhang Lili wanted to run away. After hearing this, the onlookers began to blame Zhang Lili. The crowd was so large that Zhang Lili couldn't get out at all. Chapter 79, Establishing a Foundation. Amid the crowd's spit, Zhang Lili fled under the cover of her bodyguards. If she didn't leave, she would probably be drowned in the spit. She had plastic surgery, then blackmailed the hospital and caused trouble in the hospital. Any one of these things would be enough to end her acting career. No fans would support her anymore. As a result, it is predictable that there would be overwhelming reports about her and she would be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Everyone applauded Yi Nanshu. Someone first recognized Yi Nanshu and exclaimed, "Isn't this the brave young man who did what was right in the teacher Wang incident?" Yi Nanshu's heroic act that day was also posted on the internet. At first, everyone was attracted by the female star and didn't pay much attention to Yi Nanshu. After the female star's mask was removed, someone recognized Yi Nanshu. Yes, it's him. No wonder he dared to speak up and expose the little star's intentions. Good job. At this moment, Yi Nanshu became the most handsome guy in the whole audience, and everyone started praising Yi Nanshu. It's true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly helplessly. There were even aunties at the scene who asked Yi Nanshu if he had a girlfriend and wanted to introduce their daughter to him. There were also unmarried young women who directly said that they wanted to have a baby with Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu, feeling extremely embarrassed, dodged left and right and ran out of the hospital in a panic. After going through so many hardships and dangers, Yi Nanshu finally ran back to the car. He looked in the mirror and saw that his hair was a mess and his clothes were torn all over the place. He looked very miserable. The people of Donghai are really warm and welcoming, especially the aunties. Yi Nanshu shook his head and could only smile bitterly. After packing up a little, Yi Nanshu drove directly to Shida Group. On the way, Yi Nanshu called his secretary and asked him to notify all directors to convene a board meeting. After receiving the notice, the directors rushed to the company. Now, the directors of Shida Group dared not disobey the new young chairman. Through the previous handling of the Shao Qingxiang incident, everyone knew the courage of this chairman. The most important thing is that after Yi Nanshu's previous heroic act, the Shida Group also became famous. The overall performance of the Shida Group increased several times, the stock price also increased a lot, and all the directors made a lot of money. Cedar Group Meeting Room. The directors waited quietly for Yi Nanshu to speak. All the directors seemed to be in a good mood today. Yi Nanshu said with a smile. Thanks to the chairman's good leadership, our Shida Group's profits have increased several times. Yes, according to what the young people say, the current Shida Group is an internet celebrity company. Everyone started to flatter Yi Nanshu, completely different from their previous attitude when they were extremely dissatisfied with Yi Nanshu and tried every means to make things difficult for him. This is all thanks to the concerted efforts of all the directors. Yi Nanshu also responded to their flattery. Then, he put away his smile and whispered, I called you all together today because I have something to ask you to help me. I will set up a scholarship foundation in the name of the Shida Group to provide financial assistance to children in financial difficulties. But I don't understand the process, so I need your help. I will hold a press conference tomorrow to officially launch the company. After hearing Yi Nanshu's words, the directors looked at each other and whispered. Chairman, I wonder how much money the chairman will prepare to set up the foundation. A director asked first. Businessmen are profit-driven. They are not like Yi Nanshu. They only care about how much money they get. After all, many charities in the past were well known. 2 billion. Once we are on the right track, we will call on more caring entrepreneurs to do something for the children. There was an uproar in the meeting hall. 2 billion? The current market value of the Shida Group is less than 2 billion. Are you going to spend all your money on charity? Chairman, do you want to just go through the motions and push our group's reputation to a new high? Chairman, what a good move. The directors all thought that Yi Nanshu was just going through the motions, making money in exchange for money. What kind of formality? I want to do it in a practical way. Yi Nanshu has never studied the charity tricks of these old foxes. When asked, the directors' faces changed. Are you kidding me? You want to sacrifice the entire company to gain a reputation for yourself? Never think about it. The directors began to show their true colors. You can ask them to make money with you, but forget it if you ask them to risk their entire fortune to accompany Yi Nanshu to set up a student fund. Yi Nanshu glanced at everyone for a long time, then smiled and said, I didn't make it clear. What I meant was that I personally invested 2 billion. This is the main reason why I called them here today. The foundation I want to establish must have a complete system and must provide financial assistance to every child. The directors who had just changed their expressions immediately when they heard that Yi Nanshu would pay for it himself. They all smiled and said, Boss, he is really rich. We will definitely get things done properly. Yes, Mr. Yi, don't worry. 20 billion is not a small amount of money. Everyone was shocked at Yi Nanshu's financial resources. However, Yi Nanshu personally invested and the company gained reputation. Why not do this deal? Directors, you can't just sit there and watch, right? You are all business elites. You all need to take the lead in doing things that benefit the people. Yi Nanshu pursed his lips and smiled cunningly. That's for sure, and we will definitely respond positively. The directors expressed their helplessness. This time they were truly convinced by Yi Nanshu. He casually gave out 2 billion for charity, so one could imagine his true strength. Very good, everyone, get ready. I want to see the establishment of the foundation tomorrow, and I will personally hold a press conference to tell the children every month about this news. It's all right, let's get ready. After the announcement, Yi Nanshu wanted to go out. The chairman is too pressed for time this half day, and there are still official formalities to be completed. The directors were a little worried. We have to do it as quickly as possible. The foundation must be established tomorrow. Yi Nanshu responded domineeringly, This may be Mr. Wang's last wish, I will definitely help you fulfill it as soon as possible. After the meeting, the directors stayed to continue discussing the foundation's affairs, and then everyone began to get busy. Yi Nanshu walked out of the meeting room and asked in his heart. This money doesn't count as spending it on myself, does it? I didn't get a penny. Yi Nanshu had forgotten to ask Mo Xiaoxi before, but when he saw that the directors didn't want to pay, Yi Nanshu paid for it without saying a word. Although Yi Nanshu still had billions in his card, he couldn't use it on himself. No, this money can be used. Mo Xiaoxi replied in Yi Nanshu's mind. After hearing this, Yi Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, it's a good thing that the money can be used, otherwise this would be a disaster. Chapter 80 Press Conference. The next day, at Hida Hotel. The staff are busy setting up the venue. Since this day, under Yinanshu's order, the directors have mobilized a number of employees to handle the various procedures for the foundation. The official authorities also strongly support this kind of foundation that provides financial assistance to poor students and have given the green light all the way. An hour later, Yinanshu drove to the Shida Hotel. There were 2 rows of reporters standing at the entrance. When they saw Yinanshu coming, the reporters swarmed towards Yinanshu with their cameras and cannons. Boss Yi, is this foundation real? Mr. Yi, how much money will the foundation invest in education this time? The staff blocked the group of reporters and let Yinanshu pass. Yinanshu walked to the door, turned around and said to the reporters, "The reason I invited everyone here this time is because of something that happened at the foundation. Please move to the hotel conference room. I will explain the details to you there." "Thank you, everyone." Yinanshu bowed slightly and smiled. After Yinanshu walked to the meeting room, a reporter took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Then he carefully found a secluded corner and whispered, "I'm already at the Shida Hotel. Don't worry, I will definitely do what you asked me to do. It's just that the money you promised." The reporter paused and listened to the voice on the phone, then smiled and said, "Okay, it's a deal." It seems that I got a very satisfactory response. Meeting room at Cedar Hotel. There was a striking banner hanging in front of the stage, which read celebrating the establishment of the Shida Group Wang Ziwen Education Fund. The area below was filled with reporters holding various equipment. The staff member came to Yinanshu and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, everyone is here, we can start." "Okay." Yinanshu nodded in response. Soon, Yinanshu walked onto the stage, bowed to the audience, and said in high spirits, "Hello everyone, I am Yinanshu, chairman of the Shida Group. I invited you all here today for one purpose, to witness the Shida Group's Education Aid Foundation named after Wang Ziwen's grandfather. You all know what happened to Grandpa Wang. I personally sent him off. He was just an ordinary old man, but he did things that millions of other people didn't do. His last wish was for these poor children. So, I must help the old man fulfill his wish and pass on his spirit forever. This time, we hope that journalists will spread the word and let more caring people join us. At the same time, we also want to let more people know about our foundation and find the children who need help." Yinanshu spoke with great emotion, and his eyes gradually became moist as he thought of Grandpa Wang. "Boss Yi, how much money will the foundation inject this time?" 2,300,000,000. There was an uproar in the meeting hall. "So much? Boss Yi, there is so much money. Is this foundation real?" "As far as I know, your company's market value is more than 2.3 billion. It was the reporter who answered the phone who started looking for topics first. He didn't know the exact amount at first, but when he heard about 2.3 billion, he immediately became happy. He thought that it was impossible for the Shida Group to come up with so much money, it must be fake, and he would definitely be able to bring them down this time." After hearing the reporter's question, the audience began to discuss. "For this foundation, we have completed all the formalities. We have official representatives who supervise our foundation throughout the process, which is enough to prove its authenticity." Yinanshu pointed at the person next to him and said, "This doesn't prove that the 2.3 billion you said is real." The reporter just focused on this and talked about it. Yinanshu didn't know that someone would deliberately cause trouble at this press conference, but in order to prove his sincerity and determination in providing financial aid, he was well prepared. Yinanshu then looked at the man in a suit next to him. "Hello everyone, I am a representative of the bank. We can prove the authenticity of the 2.3 billion. The man said seriously. "Isn't this person bribed? After all, no one can see this." This time, the reporter who was looking for trouble did not say anything, but just smiled obscenely on the side. However, someone else spoke up. Suddenly, a picture appeared on the screen, which was a bank deposit slip with it clearly written on it. Special funds of the Wang Ziwen Scholarship Foundation, 2,300,000,000 renminbi. After all, it was the first time they saw so much money. Everyone was stunned. It was actually real. Everyone was speechless. There was thunderous applause from many reporters. The reporter thought he had found a breakthrough, but he didn't expect it to be true. He thought for a moment and then asked, "May I ask if Mr. Ye's establishment of the foundation is just a show? Are you trying to use Grandpa Wang's incident to improve the reputation of your Shida Group? After all, your Shida Group has gained a lot from this incident." After hearing this, Yi Nanshu finally understood that someone was deliberately trying to cause trouble. Are you using 2.3 billion to put on a show? Yi Nanshua replied jokingly. Everyone, on behalf of the Shida Group, I hope that more entrepreneurs can join us and contribute to society. Among you, who is not better than Grandpa Wang? But who can compare with Grandpa Wang? I don't want to hear anyone talking about Grandpa Wang anymore. I named it after the old man just to pass on his spirit. After all, without his selfless dedication, this foundation would not exist. At this time, the reporter was a little anxious, and Yi Nanshu easily resolved several difficulties. The other party had already found out the specific amount before, and they swore that their Shida Group could not come up with so much money, and asked me to expose the conspiracy of the Shida Group. Today's press conference ends here. Thank you all for coming. The words that Yi Nanshu was about to say when he was about to finish reached the reporter's ears, making him extremely anxious, and he could only worry. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He opened it and saw a message. After reading it, he showed a sinister smile. This is explosive news. Then he slowly stood up and raised his voice slightly so that everyone could hear him. Mr. Yi, may I ask if this foundation is trying to cover up the scandal of Shida Real Estate's shoddy construction? The reporters who were about to leave were shocked by the thunder, and they took out their equipment that had not yet been packed. How could you not even know about this explosive news? After all, the current Shida Group is full of positive energy. If such negative news suddenly breaks out, it will definitely be the front page headline. Chapter 81, Shoddy Project. Shoddy construction? Yi Nanshu was also very confused at this time. Although he was the chairman of the Shida Group, he had just taken over the position not long ago. After all, apart from the last time someone made trouble, he had not had time to intervene in the affairs of the group. My dear journalist friend, you said that our Shida Real Estate had shoddy construction. What evidence do you have? Yi Nanshu remained calm, staring at the reporter and speaking calmly. You are now a world-famous philanthropist. How dare I say such things without evidence? Can I borrow your computer for a moment? The reporter said with a wicked smile, but his eyes seemed to carry a hint of reluctance. This is explosive news. The Shida Group, which is at the peak of public opinion, has suddenly been hit by such negative news. It is a shocking reversal. If I can take this back and publish it first, I will become famous in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, we are too soft-hearted. The other party wants to bring down the Shida Group on occasions like today. There are quite a few news media present today. But then he thought that since he was the one who leaked the first-hand information, it was only a matter of time before he became famous. The reporter had a very good plan in mind. Please go ahead. Yi Nanshua bowed and gestured. The reporter walked to the side of the podium, connected his mobile phone with a data cable, and started tinkering with it. After a while, a video appeared on the screen. In a room, a man was seen kicking a wall. A hole was directly broken where he was kicked. Upon looking inside, it turned out that it was made of bricks. Look, my dear colleagues. This is a house built by a real estate company owned by a so-called good man. Let's not talk about the quality of the materials. The bricks used to build the walls can actually make a hole with just one kick. Is this house habitable? The reporter began to explain while playing the video. In fact, he had just watched the video, but for a profession like theirs, telling stories based on pictures and adding fuel to the fire is easy, right? The reporters in the stands were taking notes quickly with their pens and taking pictures frantically with their cameras. Yi Nanshu stood aside and watched quietly, then called the secretary next to him and whispered softly, "Check for me quickly to see if this is true and what the specific situation is, and then ask the relevant person in charge to wait for me in the next office." Upon hearing this, the secretary hurriedly walked out of the venue. The video continued to play, and the people inside were knocking and hammering everywhere, and found a lot of hollow drums and other quality problems. At the end of the video, there were even some people holding up a petition signed in blood by 10,000 people, suing the Shida Group for cutting corners and spending a large amount of money to buy dangerous buildings. After the video was over, the reporter looked at Yi Nanshu quietly. He knew that he didn't need to say anything at this time. As expected, the reporters in the stands raised their cameras and began to criticize. "Mr. Yi, is this the house of your Shida Real Estate? Is this true? Mr. Yi, can you please tell me whether you can build houses of this quality and live up to the trust of consumers? Boss Yi, is this foundation really established to cover up the negative news about this shoddy project?" At this time, Yi Nanshu was not clear about the truth of the matter. He regretted setting up the foundation in the name of Shida Group. He felt that the original intention of setting up the foundation was distorted and these business rivals made a big fuss about it. He originally just wanted to use the fame of the Shida Group to attract more people to participate in charity. A gloomy look flashed across Yi Nanshu's eyes. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he would never allow the foundation to be discredited in any way. Since you are going to resort to some tricks, let me see what kind of beasts you are. Dear journalists, please be patient. I have decided to adjourn the meeting for half an hour. I will give you a satisfactory answer. I don't want anyone to take this opportunity to attack the foundation. Yi Nanshu smiled and spoke slowly. After saying that, Yi Nanshu turned around and walked out of the meeting room, leaving the reporters who still had a lot of questions in the meeting room. After a while, the hotel staff brought some desserts and drinks, which was what Yi Nanshu instructed after he walked out. Yi Nanshu came to the office next door, where the relevant person in charge was already waiting. What do you think, everyone? I need an explanation. After Yi Nanshu pushed the door open, he glanced at these people coldly. After going through so much, Yi Nanshu is now becoming more and more charismatic. Mr. Yi, we have also watched the video and found the building. It is indeed a property of our Shida Group. The person who spoke was the new vice president of Shida Real Estate. The previous vice president had been fired. So, you really built this kind of shoddy project? Yi Nanshu's eyes shot out a cold light, and everyone who was swept by his eyes shivered as if they had fallen into an extremely cold ice cellar. No, Mr. Yi. The vice president hurriedly explained. This is a legacy issue from Shao Qingxiong. The group investigation team discovered this when they were investigating Shao Qingxiong. It was Shao Qingxiong who embezzled money, took kickbacks from top to bottom, and instructed the construction team to cut corners. Because you were in the hospital at the time, but President Wu had dealt with the matter at the time. The building was still in its infancy, and the company had already dealt with it internally and had drawn up a reconstruction plan. Logically speaking, not many people should know about this. Yi Nanshu pondered for a while after listening to the vice president's words. After a long while, he said, President Wu is right. This kind of project cannot happen in Shida Group. Wu Qingxiong is really a disaster that will last for thousands of years. Since it is the first construction, what's the matter with the blood letter signed by 10,000 people? Yi Nanshu asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, this building has not been completed and put into use, so where did these people come from? Moreover, this matter can be completely strangled in the cradle internally, so what about that video? It seems that there are still some fish that have slipped through the net in the Shao Qingxiong incident. No one responded, and for a short while they didn't understand what was going on. Have all the people related to Shao Qingxiong been dealt with? Yi Nanshu asked indifferently. Since Shao Qingxiong was taken away, according to your instructions, all those related to him have been cleared by the internal investigation team. It was President Wu Dong who personally handled this matter. The secretary explained to Yi Nanshu on the side. Yi Nanshu thought about it and he still trusted Wu Dong very much. Since he had handled it personally, there wouldn't be any big problems. At least the company's top management had been checked. No, there is another person who should be related to him. After Yi Nanshu sorted it out, he immediately thought of a person who was most likely the one who caused all these things. Moreover, he should have known about this matter earlier than us, but he is now exaggerating it and using it as a tool to attack our Shida Group. Therefore, the so-called blood letter of 10,000 people was also a prop they made up to make the situation more serious. Chapter 82 Jiaye Group. Yi Nanshu was silent, thinking hard. Now that we have roughly figured out what is going on, how should we deal with it? Suddenly Yi Nanshu patted his forehead and smiled. I was so busy thinking about the cause and effect that I forgot about the existence of the plugin. When everyone saw Yi Nanshu's actions, they were dumbfounded and puzzled. What happened to this chairman suddenly? Xiaoxi, help me check the identities of those people in the back of the video. See if they have any intersection. Yi Nanshu asked in his heart. Okay. This kind of thing was extremely simple for Mo Xiaoxi. She just needed to use facial recognition and search through all the available information on the blue star to easily find the answer. Sure enough, Mo Xiaoxi's voice came into my mind after a while. These people are very ordinary and have no special identities, but they all have a common intersection and a common identity. They are all employees of Jiaye Group. Before Yi Nanshu could open his mouth to ask, Mo Xiaoxi continued. This Jia group has had many competitions with the host's company, and it is also mainly engaged in real estate business. Yi Nanshu smiled and nodded. It turned out to be just as he expected. Please help me check whether Li Haofan has any connection with Jia Group now. The new vice president of Jia Group is called Li Haofan. This is his photo. Yi Nanshu took a look and found that it was indeed him. In fact, Yi Nanshu had already guessed that it was him. He was the second person Yi Nanshu fired from the Shida Group. It seemed that he had a close connection with Wu Qingxiong, because he was not found after he was fired first. He fired him and his brother-in-law as soon as he entered the company. Now they have been poached by Jia Group, and they are trying their best to get revenge. Yi Nanshu's guess was correct. After being fired, this HR manager hated Yi Nanshu to the core. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so Jia Group took the opportunity to poach him. After all, Li Haofan also knew some information about the Shida Group that he could use. Transfer the information of those people in the video to my phone, and also the information of the reporter. Yi Nanshu couldn't help but sigh. With the cheat in hand, I can go anywhere in the world. Chairman? Seeing that Yi Nanshu had remained silent after patting his forehead, the people below were also confused and could only shout in a low voice. Yi Nanshu came back to his senses, smiled at everyone, then looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time, the show can start." After saying that, Yi Nanshu walked towards the venue. Seeing Yi Nanshu walking out confidently, everyone was full of doubts about this young chairman. Dear journalist friends, sorry for the long wait. Yi Nanshu walked to the podium in front and said with a smile. Many reporters in the audience were still reporting what had just happened to their superiors, and they seemed to have already begun discussing how to lay out this explosive news. After hearing Yi Nanshu's voice, everyone hung up the phone and waited for Yi Nanshu to speak. I'm sorry everyone, because of the sudden incident, Yi has suspended the meeting for a while. Yi has already understood the whole story, and I can now give you a satisfactory answer, especially you, reporter Fan Gang. Yi Nanshu looked at the reporter who broke the news with a smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Fan Gang was stunned for a moment. Then he pretended to be pretentious and said, "Boss Yi actually knows the names of small people like us, but Boss Yi wants to use this to get close to us to cover up the scandal, which is impossible." When Fan Gang heard Yi Nanshu calling out his name, he felt very proud. It seems as if a bright future is right before my eyes, and I will continue to dig deeper. No, Yi is also irreconcilable with scandals. However, I would like to ask you, as a journalist, if you accept money and make false statements or reports, is it considered a scandal? Yi Nanshu said jokingly. Fan Gang's heart skipped a beat. Feeling guilty, he hurriedly said excitedly, "What do you mean? Who accepted the money? You are slandering me." After saying that, Fan Gang regretted it. Everyone looked at him in confusion. This was a bit of a confession. At this moment, his face was turning blue and purple, which was extremely ugly. Why is reporter Fan so excited? I'm just asking, I haven't said who it is yet. Yi Nanshu spread his hands and said helplessly. Yi Nanshu walked to the computer, connected it to his phone, and immediately a picture appeared on the screen. It was a transfer record. The payee was Fan Gang, the transferor was Jia Group, and the amount was 200,000. Since you like everyone to look at the screen, I'll let everyone see it too. Yi Nanshu shrugged and said. As soon as he saw the picture on the screen, Fan Gang collapsed in despair. Where did he get the picture? It's fake, this is fake. He must have photoshopped this picture to get revenge on me. Don't believe him. Fan Gang wanted to make a final struggle and shouted hysterically. The evidence is irrefutable, what else is there to say? Everyone looked at Fan Gang with contempt. As for whether it's true or not, that's up to the police to decide. But accepting more than 100,000 yuan in money will probably result in many years in prison. Reporter Fan wishes you good luck. Yi Nanshu grinned, waved at Fan Gang and said. Someone, please take reporter Fan down. The police are on their way. 2 security guards carried Fan Gang out. At first, Fan Gang refused to admit it and kept cursing, but later he cried and begged Yi Nanshu to let him go. Yi Nanshu ignored him and left the next matter to the police. His goal was to get rid of the troublemaker first, otherwise he would continue to interfere. After this incident, it was revealed that he had accepted bribes, and his credibility in front of reporters was greatly reduced as a result of the scandal he exposed. Yi Nanshu walked back onto the podium and said with a smile, that was just a small incident. Now let's get down to business. The building in the video was indeed developed by Shida Real Estate, but it was built by the former general manager Xiao Qingxiong with shoddy workmanship. You have all reported on his ending before. This building was only initially constructed. We later discovered that it had not been delivered for use and would soon be demolished and rebuilt. I'm sorry. This is caused by our poor hiring of people. But I, Yi Nanshu, have only one thing to say. Our Shida Group will never allow such problematic properties to appear on the market. We have actually solved this problem, and it has not had any negative effects. It's just that someone is trying to sabotage us by bribing others and trying to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy us. Boss Yi, what's the matter with the blood letter signed by 10,000 people? Isn't this a negative effect? It has caused so many owners to demand responsibility. A reporter stood up and asked in confusion. Although Yi Nanshu's explanation was very clear, there was still a blood letter written by tens of thousands of people in the video. Chapter 83 Academic Seminar. Yi Nanshu nodded to the employee in front of the computer next to him. After a while, some people's information appeared on the computer, and the reporters in the audience all looked at Yi Nanshu in confusion. According to the information, these are all employees of Jiaye Group. Yi Nanshu looked at everyone's puzzled expressions and smiled without saying anything. As the information on the screen slowly jumped, some sharp-eyed reporters had already recognized a few people. Are these not the people holding up the blood letter written by tens of thousands of people in the video just now? A reporter immediately spoke first. That's right, you are worthy of being a reporter. You are very good at recognizing people. Yi Nanshu said with a smile. Yi Nanshu deliberately kept it a secret, hoping that someone among them would recognize it first. This is the information about the people who signed the blood letter signed by 10,000 people. I don't know if you have noticed that they all have one thing in common. They are all employees of Jiaye Group. The reporters in the audience began to whisper and discuss. The truth behind the so-called blood letter signed by tens of thousands of people is obvious. Would the employees of Jiaye Group go to Shida Group to buy houses? Even if someone wants to buy it, it's impossible for so many people to buy the same building at the same time. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Yi Nanshu continued. My fellow journalists, this is all I have to say about this incident so far. Justice is in the hearts of the people. This is nothing but a farce orchestrated by humans, who are trying to discredit our Shida Group. I would also like to use the hands of my journalist friends to tell those who are sneaking around behind the scenes that you can use whatever means you want. I will make you pay the price. Yi Nanshu stood on the stage and spoke in a high-pitched voice, his eyes exuding a domineering aura that looked down on the world. The reporters in the audience applauded and praised Yi Nanshu repeatedly. Boss Yi, you are so young, but you are amazing. You resolved a crisis so easily. Yes, he spent a lot of money to set up a foundation. He is really a kind person. The company's trust crisis has been resolved, and it will not affect the establishment of the foundation. Yi Nanshu does not want to stay and waste time. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then smiled and said, I still have things to deal with. As for the remaining questions about the foundation, they will be answered by our group's dedicated personnel. After saying this, Yi Nanshu bowed politely and walked out of the venue. Yi Nanshu stretched lazily after returning to the car. It seemed that he was a little tired from fighting wits and courage with these reporters. Yi Nanshu took out his cell phone, turned it on and found that Teacher Lee had made many missed calls to him. His phone was switched to silent mode before the meeting, so he did not hear the phone ringing. He dialed the number and called Teacher Lee back. After a series of beeps, the call was connected. Hello, Teacher Lee, how are you? Yi Nanshu said politely. Hello, Yi Nanshu, your call is finally connected. What were you doing making so many calls? Teacher Lee's somewhat impatient voice came from the other end. After all, Yi Nanshu was selected by several teachers. The seminar was about to begin, but the speaker was nowhere to be found. This was outrageous. Teacher Lee, is there something wrong? I'm doing something and my phone is on silent. Yi Nanshu said with a little embarrassment. After a few brief words, Yi Nanshu hung up the phone and drove back to school. It turned out that Teacher Lee called to inform Yi Nanshu that the time of the International College Student Academic Seminar had been confirmed and would start tomorrow. This seminar would be held at their Tunghai University. The teacher wanted him to return to school as soon as possible so that the participants could meet again. Yi Nanshu went straight back to the dormitory and wanted to change his clothes first. Old 3, you're back. Seeing Yi Nanshu coming back, Su Ming greeted him first and then said, "Have you heard that the evil Li Menjing has been officially expelled from school?" Yi Nanshu shook his head and said nothing. As the saying goes, misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. It is all her own fault that she has come to this point. Yi Nanshu didn't care about Li Menjing's condition, he just wanted to know where the mastermind Li Baoluo was hiding now. After changing his clothes and saying hello to Su Ming, Yi Nanshu went to find teacher Li. After Yi Nanshu arrived, the teachers and students discussed the specific arrangements of the seminar together. The next day, the International College Student Academic Seminar was in full swing in the auditorium. As the host, Yi Nanshu and his group arrived at the auditorium early and took their seats. Student representatives from several key universities across the country also arrived one after another, followed by student representatives from more than a dozen countries. The seminar officially began. The sponsor walked to the stage and said happily, "Dear leaders, teachers, students, and guests, good morning. This seminar officially begins." One of the representatives attending this conference is Tunghai University. The host said while pointing in the direction of Tunghai University. Afterwards, Yi Nanshu and the others stood up and bowed to everyone. Representative of Imperial University. Representative of Magic City University. The host introduced the names of the domestic universities attending the conference one by one. Representatives from universities whose names were called stood up and bowed, just like Tunghai University. Next are the foreign student representatives who have come from far away. Representative of Shimakase University. A representative from Cambridge University. After the host finished reading, the venue was silent for a long time. The students from Cambridge University did not stand up to salute, but sat in their seats. When they saw everyone looking at them in surprise, they simply waved their hands. In their eyes, no one here is their opponent and getting a good ranking is a piece of cake. Many people have complaints about the arrogance of Cambridge University. The host could only continue reading awkwardly. I believe you are all familiar with the content and rules of our seminar. However, in order to promote exchanges and development among universities around the world, we have added a bonus item this year, requiring each school to explain their papers in different languages. After hearing this rule, the representatives of Donghai University looked at each other and finally looked at Yi Nanshu. This is a rule tailor-made for Yi Nanshu. Looking at the confident looks from his teachers and classmates, Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly, helplessly. He now seriously suspected that the principal was taking advantage of being the host to impose these rules on himself. This old fox was definitely capable of doing such a thing. After hearing the new rules, representatives from many schools were able to discuss them. Some people are happy, some are worried. In their opinion, this is simply an easy question, which makes a task that was originally not difficult even simpler. Chapter 84 Ranking. Next, the official representative of Donghai City, the president of Donghai University, and foreign teacher representatives gave speeches in turn, elaborating on the spirit and goals of the seminar. Afterwards, schools from various countries compiled the papers presented by the representatives and handed them over to the judging panel. The judging panel will select 6 outstanding schools based on the number of papers, their level, and the current affairs topics selected. If this is a competition, this would be the first round. In the next second round, the judges will have conversations with the papers of the 6 schools separately, asking them to explain their papers, and then select 3 outstanding schools from them. Finally, in the third round, the 3 schools will select a representative as the keynote speaker to present their papers, and then the final first, second, and third places will be decided. In the last session, Tunghai University was eliminated in the second round. While the judges were reviewing the papers, students from various countries began to communicate and learn from each other. Gathered here are elites from various schools in various countries. Everyone expounds on their own views and comments on current affairs, which is quite like 100 schools of thought contending. After all, who doesn't want to stand out and take the lead on such a stage? This is a good opportunity to become famous. The jury is also composed of top professors from schools in various countries. If they encounter excellent papers, they will also come down to discuss with the students. Get out! A student from Cambridge University pushed away the person next to Yi Nanshu and shouted. The man turned and looked at the person who was cursing. Don't you understand? You illiterate, a good dog doesn't block the road. Then the man spoke in fluent Chinese. John. The Cambridge University student who was traveling with him pulled him. Who are you scolding? The student looked at John with his eyes wide open. What's wrong with scolding you? With your level, what is there to discuss? John said arrogantly. Are you very good at it? Yi Nanshu couldn't stand John's arrogance and said with contempt. This is our own country, what right does he have to be so arrogant? Do you know who I am? I was the first in the last seminar. If the school didn't insist on me coming, I wouldn't want to participate in such a low-level gathering. John said loudly, as if telling everyone. The people around saw that there seemed to be an argument here and looked at them sideways. Didn't your teacher teach you what politeness is? Yi Nanshu said in a low voice. Polite? John laughed as if he had heard a huge joke. Your Chinese teachers only teach you useless things? In the face of absolute strength, what's the use of all this? You are garbage. John laughed sarcastically. What did you say? Say it again. The Chinese students around came up one by one and said indignantly. What are you doing? This is an academic seminar, not a fighting meeting. The school leaders hurried over when they saw the noise. Be careful about the impact and don't destroy the international friendship between countries. The school leader turned to Yi Nanshu and the others and said. Do you dare to compete? Yi Nanshu said coldly. This is China, and we won't tolerate these clowns. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? John laughed exaggeratedly. Are you scared? Yi Nanshu smiled jokingly. John put away his smile, walked to Yi Nanshu's face, and stared at Yi Nanshu, his tall nose almost touching Yi Nanshu's mouth. At this distance, either you want to kiss or fight. After a long while, John took a step back, smiled exaggeratedly again and said, What do you think we should compete in? Weren't you the first in the last session? Then let's compete for the name of the seminar. Okay. In your Chinese terms, you are asking for trouble. He laughed again after saying that. Everyone looked at his exaggerated smile and to be honest, he really deserved a beating. To use the words of our China, you are like a wolf fighting with your bare buttocks so bold and shameless. Yi Nanshu shrugged and said. What? John asked with a puzzled look on his face, indicating that he didn't understand. Now it was everyone's turn to laugh. Hearing everyone's laughter, John knew it was definitely not something good. If you lose, you have to kneel down and crawl under my crotch. John said arrogantly, spreading his legs and pointing. Yi Nanshu shrugged and didn't care. You lost? What? We have to take into account international friendship. If you lose, you have to apologize to us on stage in front of students from all over the world. Yi Nanshu paused, then said in a heavier voice. Then get out of China and never come back again. Many Chinese students applauded. In fact, before Yi Nanshu, John had some friction with other Chinese students. John pointed at Yi Nanshu, then wiped his neck and said, You are doomed to lose. Soon, everyone returned to their seats. The judging panel has finished reviewing and the results of the second round are out. Tunghai University where Yi Nanshu is studying and Cambridge University where John is studying have both been selected. Yi Nanshu still has some confidence in their shrewd principal, and he is determined to win this term. The judging panel came to the discussion areas of several schools and had detailed discussions on their papers. Time passed by minute, and the judges walked to their seats. Afterwards, they had a heated discussion and finally determined the final places: Imperial Capital University, Cambridge University, and Tunghai University. These three schools made it to the finals. Now give the three schools 5 minutes to prepare. Imperial Capital University will start first. The host said to the crowd on the stage. 5 minutes later, the Imperial Capital University sent a pretty girl wearing glasses, with the typical temperament of a top student. She walked onto the stage with confidence and did not show any stage fright. After all, the speakers for the final segment were carefully selected by the school. After all, Imperial Capital University took third place in the last session. The International Academic Symposium for college students has been held 3 times before. The best result of a Chinese school was the third place of Imperial Capital University in the previous session. Therefore, Imperial Capital University has made sufficient preparations for today's seminar and vowed to bring glory to the country. The Chinese students off the field were all looking at the stage nervously. This year is the best opportunity. China occupies 2 of the top 3, which means 2/3 of the chance. But this is not gambling after all, you still have to rely on your strength to win. The female representative from Imperial Capital University first gave a paper presentation in Chinese on the issue of new energy. She then repeated the same statement in English and French. Not to mention Chinese, they also speak English and French very authentically. The judges in the audience nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Chapter 85 shocked the audience. Next up is Cambridge University. The representative they sent was indeed John, the keynote speaker of the previous session. John walked slowly onto the stage with a defiant look on his face. John chose the topic of economic and technological development, and he first presented his paper in English. I have to say that as the speaker of the first place school in the previous session, he is still very capable. He then made the same statement in Chinese, French, German, and Spanish, which means he is proficient in 5 languages. The judges applauded after listening to the speech. Both the presentation of the paper and the oral ability in 5 languages were outstanding. Most of the students in the audience clapped their hands meaningfully. They were not very fond of John. Only a small number, especially those students from Cambridge University, clapped and cheered vigorously. After John finished his speech, he walked off the stage and happened to meet Yi Nanshu, who was about to go on stage. When he passed by Yi Nanshu, he had a mocking look on his face and whispered in Yi Nanshu's ear, "When you crawl under my crotch later, I will definitely clamp your neck tightly." Then he laughed and returned to his seat. Yi Nanshu ignored him. After all, if a dog bites you, would you bite it back? Yi Nanshu walked onto the stage and bowed politely to the audience. As for an international academic conference, we cannot behave like those barbarians and we cannot lose China's great power demeanor. Yi Nanshu's topic was sustainable development and innovation, which was the thesis statement carefully prepared for him by the school professors. This topic is very broad. Yi Nanshu gave a vivid speech in Chinese with a smile on his face. He focused on the development of humanity, environment, economy and technology, and expounded his views in a rhythmic manner. The judges nodded from time to time to show their approval of many of the points made by Yi Nanshu. After finishing the presentation in Chinese, it was Yi Nanshu's turn to perform. Yi Nanshu first made the same statement in English, and then in French, German, and Spanish. At this point, Yi Nanshu had completed the statement in 5 languages, just like John. He paused and did not continue. The Cambridge students in the audience looked at Yi Nanshu with sarcasm at first. In their opinion, Yi Nanshu was just performing beyond his ability. As Yi Nanshu spoke more and more languages, their faces gradually became ugly. After Yi Nanshu finished speaking 5 languages, the Cambridge students could no longer sit still. After all, without the bonus points for language, it was difficult to say for sure the level of the essays and presentations. John's face turned pale at this moment. His face, which was as clear as the sky just now, was instantly covered with dark clouds. His smile disappeared, but when he saw Yi Nanshu pause, he silently comforted himself. It doesn't matter. I was the first in the last class with the same number of languages. How can this garbage compare to me? Suddenly, after a brief pause, Yi Nanshu began to speak in Korean again. When John heard Yi Nanshu speak the 6th language, he couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, damn it." At this time, John was so angry that he was incoherent, venting his anger in English and Chinese. He was angry that he was surpassed by garbage in his eyes, so what was he? Yi Nanshu's performance was still going on, and then he started speaking, which seemed like a cheat in the eyes of everyone. Japanese, Russian, Portuguese, one language after another came out of Yi Nanshu's mouth, and they were all based on the presentation of the thesis. Many obscure words were involved, and his spoken level was as authentic as that of natives from different countries. Yi Nanshu also selectively used the languages of the countries present at the symposium. After all, it would be awkward if he spoke it out loud like last time and people didn't understand. The students and professors from various countries and schools in the audience were stunned and speechless. They looked at Yi Nanshu as if he were a monster. The professors and students of Tunghai University had seen it once before, so they were not surprised at all. Instead, they felt secretly delighted when they saw that everyone's mouths were so surprised that they could fit an egg. President Chen of Tunghai University, who was sitting below, also smiled proudly. This expression looks so familiar. They seem to have had the same expression when they first saw it. At this moment, all the Cambridge students looked like deflated balls. John's face was covered in blue and purple, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. After all the national languages in the conference hall were spoken, Yi Nanshu stopped talking and bowed deeply to indicate that he had finished his statement. The meeting place was silent as everyone had not yet recovered from the shock. I don't know who started applauding first, but everyone finally came to their senses and started applauding as well. The thunderous applause lasted for several minutes before it stopped. Yi Nanshu enjoyed the scene of a hero's return all the way back to his seat. Many Chinese students praised Yi Nanshu. Awesome, Yi Nanshu. Good job. Yi Nanshu. Well done. Yi Nanshu responded to the praise with a smile and a nod. Next, the judges in the audience heatedly discussed the performance of the three student representatives to decide the final ranking. A long time. The host smiled and slowly walked onto the stage. I believe everyone is looking forward to the final result. The host smiled, paused, and then continued. The rankings were announced based on the judges' intense discussions. The school that won first place in this international college student academic seminar is. The host looked in the direction of Tunghai University, then raised his hand and said, Tunghai University. When the host said the name of their school, the students of Tunghai University cheered. Although John knew the result, he still held out a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, he slumped down on the table and chair in frustration, mumbling something inaudible. The second place winner of this international college student academic seminar is Taito University. When the host announced the name of the second place, the students of Imperial Capital University were stunned for a moment, and then they celebrated loudly. They didn't expect that they would actually get second place, which is considered an improvement. As expected of one of the best schools in China, Imperial Capital University prepared for this seminar for a long time, and the topic and content of the paper were determined after a long discussion. Although Cambridge University used 2 more languages than Imperial University in its presentation this time, that was just a plus point. It was not like Yi Nanshu who could overwhelm all the judges with quantity. Many of the viewpoints and suggestions mentioned in the thesis statement of Taito University are very insightful, and many judges believe that these can be used as topics for further research in their respective schools. The majority obeys the minority, and the vast majority of judges voted for Imperial Capital University. So they deserve to be the second place. Chapter 86: A Successful Ending. Then the host's voice sounded again. The third place winner of this international college student academic seminar is Cambridge University. There was total silence, no one celebrated or applauded. Shady dealings. Shady dealings. The students of Cambridge University were filled with indignation and shouted loudly in English. I was determined to get the first place, but now I have become the third place. It would be fine if Donghai University was ranked first, they knew it very well, but they just couldn't accept it when even Imperial Capital University was ranked ahead of them. The results of this conference were unanimously recognized by a panel of top professors from various schools. There is absolutely no shady dealings as you mentioned. Seeing the commotion among the people from Cambridge University, the host explained. Without the conspiracy, how could we become the third place? You are all in the same gang. John stood up and shouted angrily. He was very unconvinced in his heart. Are the judges from so many countries all in the same group? Are the professors in your school also in the same group as us? A classmate was the first to retort. At this time their professors and teachers also came over and scolded them, and the people from Cambridge University blushed after hearing it. At this point, there was nothing more to say, and John took the lead and led everyone to leave. Wait! Yi Nanshu shouted at them. What else do you want to do? John also blared at him. Want to leave like this? Have you forgotten something? Yi Nanshu shrugged. Isn't the seminar almost over? What else could it be? John knew exactly what Yi Nanshu meant, but his pride forced him to play dumb. He had just wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Is this your gentlemanly spirit? Yi Nanshu sneered. Many students heard the bet at that time. If John denied his debt in public, he would really lose face for himself and the school. That would really be like the saying that we have brought shame upon the whole country. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you trying to deny your debt now? Shame on your school and country for having students like this. The students who had been humiliated by John before were gloating over his misfortune. It's not that I don't want to retaliate, it's just that the time has not come yet. You. John was speechless. Yi Nanshu raised his hand and said with a smile. Please. The stage is left for you to perform. This caused the students to burst into laughter. John's face turned pale and his cheeks twitched unconsciously. It was better to embarrass himself than to embarrass the school. John walked towards the stage with heavy steps, as if every step he took was extremely difficult. He was used to being arrogant, and he had never felt so aggrieved in his life. John came to the stage, picked up the microphone and whispered in English, "Sorry. I can't hear you, what are you talking about? Didn't you speak Chinese very well just now? Can't you apologize properly?" The students in the audience would not let this arrogant man off so easily. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize for my behavior just now. Please forgive me." John took a deep breath and spoke it all in Chinese. After hearing this, the students in the audience all burst into laughter. So relieved. After saying that, John ran out dejectedly, not having the nerve to stay here any longer. Afterwards, students from Tunghai University and Taito University came on stage to receive their awards and took photos. The official representative gave a final summary speech, and the seminar officially came to a successful conclusion. This time, China finally came out on top, taking the first and second place respectively, and was very proud of its great harvest. When the event was over, student representatives from various schools came to say goodbye to Yi Nanshu and invited him to visit their school for exchange and study next time he had the chance. He is the undisputed star of this seminar and is recognized by everyone. Yi Nanshu could only nod helplessly and responded, saying that he would definitely go if he had the chance. The seminar lasted a whole day, and after it ended, Yi Nanshu just wanted to go back to the dormitory and have a good sleep. Reporters from the school newspaper published the events of the seminar on the school forum, especially Yi Nanshu's charisma, which was especially highlighted by them. Yi Nanshu became popular throughout the school once again. Donghai University has a new group of Yi Nanshu's top academic fans. Only Yi Nanshu's roommates have become numb to these things because they know that the third brother will be the focus wherever he goes. The next day, Yi Nanshu politely declined the principal's invitation to hold a celebration party for him. He had been so busy these days that he hadn't been able to spend enough time with Sun Fei, so Yi Nanshu ran to Sun Fei's dormitory early in the morning to wait for her. After a while, Sun Fei, wearing a light green long skirt, walked towards Yi Nanshu. The breeze gently blew her long skirt, and her every move was as graceful as the wind caressing the willows. "Busy man, you finally remembered me." Sun Fei walked in front of Yi Nanshu, pouted her lips and said in a pretending angry manner, "Wife, you are so beautiful." Yi Nanshu looked around and said tenderly, "Loquacious." Sun Fei, who wanted to say something, became shy after hearing what Yi Nanshu said. Then Yi Nanshu took Sun Fei's porcelain white hand and walked outside. After leaving the school, the two first found a restaurant to eat, and then Sun Fei wanted to go shopping in the mall, and Yi Nanshu enthusiastically agreed. Soon the two of them came to the mall and started shopping. Seeing such a beautiful woman walking on the street attracted the attention of people around them, and then they saw Yi Nanshu next to her and were full of envy. Sun Fei? As soon as the two of them walked into a famous women's clothing store, a woman dressed up in fancy clothes shouted, "Wang Qianqian?" Sun Fei also called out when she saw the person coming. "I didn't expect to meet you here. I haven't seen you since graduation," Wang Qianqian said with a smile. Wang Qianqian then looked Yi Nanshu up and down, and then said to Sun Fei, "Is this your driver?" Yi Nanshu was speechless. How did he look like a driver? Sun Fei climbed onto Yi Nanshu's arm and said gently, "This is my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Wang Qianqian looked at Yi Nanshu with disdain. Back in high school, Sun Fei was a famous campus belle. I never thought she had such poor taste and dated a poor boy. Wang Qianqian pulled up the man sitting next to her, held his arm intimately, and said proudly, "This is my boyfriend. He is now the vice president of a listed company, with an annual salary of over $1 million. Fei, I'm telling you, you have to be careful when choosing a boyfriend. Don't be fooled by the sweet words of those poor boys." Then he deliberately glanced at Yi Nanshu, as if showing off something. Yi Nanshu didn't pay attention to Wang Qianqian's hint. Wang Qianqian turned her head and saw her boyfriend staring at Sun Fei in a daze. She was so angry that she stepped on her boyfriend's foot. Chapter 84 Class Reunion. Yi Nanshu did not drive his Aston Martin. He said that the traffic in Donghai was too congested. So he drove an electric motorcycle that he borrowed from somewhere. Both of them obeyed the traffic rules and wore helmets. They felt very romantic as they traveled through the streets and alleys of Donghai City, as if they were just like normal students. After a while, they arrived at the Jinqiu Hotel. The two people riding the electric bikes looked extremely out of place at the hotel entrance, which was full of luxury cars. Yi Nanshu took off his helmet and parked his car in the motorcycle parking space. There were still many empty parking spaces. This was the advantage of a motorcycle. There was no need to look for a parking space everywhere. Is it so grand? Yi Nanshu said in surprise. Sun Fei smiled and said, I'll take you to see a beautiful girl today. Huh? Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Fei puzzledly. What do you mean? Fool. Sun Fei said softly, I must attend the high school reunion. Yi Nanshu was slightly stunned when he heard this. After listening to Sun Fei's explanation, he felt relieved. It was said to be a class reunion, but in fact it was initiated by a person named Wang Qianqian. The people invited were all Sun Fei and her friends, so-called friends from high school. Judging from Sun Fei's tone, there are only 1 or 2 people who can be considered her true friends. Yi Nanshu also knows that his wife probably doesn't like this kind of gathering. Why did you suddenly think of coming here? Yi Nanshu asked puzzledly. Sun Fei smiled and said, Why don't you come if there's food to eat? Yi Nanshu. That's a good reason. Sun Fei. As the two were about to enter the hotel, they were stopped by a pretty lady who was walking towards them. Wang Ling. Sun Fei looked at the person coming and shouted happily. It seems you haven't forgotten me yet. Wang Ling said jokingly. How dare you forget the beautiful Ling? Looking at the two beauties playing and fighting, Yi Nanshu realized that this should be one of Sun Fei's friends. True friends will naturally become familiar with each other when they meet again, no matter how long you haven't been in touch. Hey, who's that handsome guy next to him? Wang Ling looked at Yi Nanshu and smiled. This is my boyfriend. Sun Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Nanshu tenderly. Handsome guy, you are amazing. You can even get our Sun University campus beauty. Just think about how many people fell under the spell of our Fei Fei. Yi Nanshu nodded slightly as a greeting, and then smiled and said, The most beautiful woman in the East China Sea is not just a title for nothing. Spit. Sun Fei spat softly, and said in a low voice, as if smiling, You are the one who is being naughty. This made Wang Ling laugh sweetly. The 3 of them walked into the hotel talking and laughing. Landscape Hall. This is the private room that Wang Qianqian booked in advance. When they entered the box, the Shanshui Hall, which was originally bustling with beautiful women, became silent. A large round table was already full of people, both men and women. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Nanshu, who was holding Sun Fei's hand. After all, Sun Fei is the focus wherever she goes. Not to mention that Yi Nanshu is also very handsome, everyone is more curious about how he caught up with Sun Fei. Yi Nanshu was secretly shocked. This was simply a party of school beauties. If these 7 or 8 women were taken out, they could kill those so-called internet celebrities in seconds. Does it mean that their school puts all the school beauties in the same class? Sun Fei on the side frowned slightly. Wang Qianqian said that they were all girls. Now it seems that the ratio of men to women is about the same. Sun University, campus beauty, why are you standing there? Come and sit down. An innocent-looking girl broke the silence and came forward to invite them to sit down. She glanced at Yi Nanshu and whispered to Sun Fei, My boyfriend is quite handsome. Wang Ling, who was standing by, heard this and said in a teasing voice, Why, is little girl Jiang Hong jealous? Jiang Hong pouted and said, When I heard there was a party, I guessed that I was fed with dog food. Let's sit down. Listening to the 2 women's murmurings, Yi Nanshu smiled. Then Jiang Hong pulled Sun Fei to sit next to her, and Yi Nanshu and the others also sat down one after another. Just then, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in from outside, nodded at everyone with a smile on his face, and took out a pack of gold-rimmed Hua cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them one by one. When he handed it to Yi Nanshu, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Sun Fei. Then, Wang Qianqian stood up, enthusiastically took the man's arm, and introduced him with great joy, This is my boyfriend Jiang Weidong. These are specially supplied cigarettes. What does your boyfriend do? Several classmates' families asked curiously while playing with the cigarettes given by Jiang Weidong. Wang Qianqian replied with pride in her eyes, He is the boss of a small listed company. It's still relatively small for a listed company. They were all still students, and when they heard this, all the school beauties were shocked. They didn't expect that Wang Qianqian's boyfriend was the boss of a listed company at such a young age. Everyone's focus immediately shifted from Yi Nanshu to Wang Qianqian and her boyfriend. Yi Nanshu didn't care where their focus was. I came here to eat. Yi Nanshu was peeling shrimps by himself and said to Sun Fei, Wife, these shrimps are really big. They must have been airlifted from Shan province. Watching Yi Nanshu's skillful shrimp peeling movements, Sun Fei asked with a half smile, You peeled shrimp for others a lot before, right? Hearing Sun Fei's hint, Yi Nanshu paused while peeling shrimps and smiled awkwardly. Of course, people often ask me to peel shrimps for several yuan each. Spit. Sun Fei spat and said, I don't believe you. The box was not big, and when Yi Nanshu's words reached everyone's ears, they all expressed contempt. Have you never eaten shrimp before? What a fuss. Yi Nanshu put the peeled shrimp into a small dish with dipping sauce and brought it to Sun Fei's mouth. Here, let's see how it tastes. Sun Fei's pretty face turned slightly red, her red lips slightly opened, she took a light bite, and began to eat slowly. How? Good. The two of them were showing their affection as if no one was around, and everyone who was chatting focused their attention on them. Seeing the sudden silence at the scene, Yi Nanshu felt that the atmosphere was not right. He turned around and saw that everyone was staring at him. Then he put the remaining shrimp tails of Sun Fei into his mouth, smiled and said, Go on, don't worry about us, you guys chat about your things, and we eat ours. If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your thinking. Just eat, why talk about this and that? If you have this much energy, wouldn't it be delicious to eat your fill? After hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Wang Ling and Zhang Hong looked at Sun Fei and smiled bitterly. Your boyfriend is really unconventional in showing his love. In the eyes of others, Yi Nanshu seemed really pretentious, as if everyone had a girlfriend. But they don't know that when one person's eyes are full of the other person, everyone else is just a passing cloud. Chapter 85 Comparing Wealth. Mr. Yi is truly a man of character. Zhang Weidong said to everyone with a joking tone. Yi Nanshu didn't care about that. He kept helping Sun Fei and himself pick up dishes, eating with relish, and responded, There's nothing we can do. We are not as rich as you. We are from the countryside and have never eaten such good food. Everyone was speechless. Zhang Weidong's face stiffened and his expression was unnatural. Who is this guy making fun of? I have vaguely heard from Wang Chanshan that Sun Fei has a profound family background. Even if you are a gigolo, you must have eaten these things before. Although we don't know Sun Fei's specific background, it should not be bad. Wang Chanshan saw Zhang Weidong's unusual expression and saw that he was unhappy. She immediately said without caring about the friendship between classmates, What do you mean? Are you saying that we are nouveau riche? Yi Nanshu was stunned. What kind of comprehension is this? Is that what I mean? Seeing that everyone was angry and a little nervous, someone hurried out to smooth things over and said, We are all classmates, so what's the big deal? Wang Shanshan is the host today and created a place for the party, so we should thank her. Wang Shanshan brought her boyfriend who works for a listed company to treat us to a meal, simply because she wanted to show off in front of her classmates. Yi Nanshu bowed and said, Boss Jiang, Miss Wang, that's definitely not what I meant. Then, Yi Nanshu opened the red wine on the table, poured it, raised his glass and said, What you said just now was wrong. I will drink a glass as a punishment to show my apology. After saying that, Yi Nanshu picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. When Wang Chanshan saw Yi Nanshu apologize, she whispered sarcastically, You are such a poor fellow. You just ate for free and now you want to drink red wine. This wine costs more than 300,000 yuan a bottle. Although, Wang Chanshan's sarcasm was heard by everyone. Sun Fei, who was standing by, looked slightly angry and was about to say something, but Yi Nanshu sat down and shook his head, stopping Sun Fei from moving. We are all classmates, it's okay. Sun Fei calmed down a little. Wang Ling and others also couldn't stand Wang Chanshan's expression, but then they thought that the focus of the whole audience was on Wang Chanshan and Yi Nanshu, and everyone's eyes were on them because of Yi Nanshu's show of affection. How could Wang Chanshan not be angry when she couldn't save face? I've already drunk it, what should I do? Am I going to spit it out? Yi Nanshu shrugged and said. You. If Sun Fei hadn't brought you here, you would have been kicked out long ago. What qualifications do you have to be in a place like this? Wang Chanshan said meaningfully. You are just a pretty boy. Without Sun Fei's help, you will never be able to enter such an occasion in your life. You are absolutely right. Thanks to my wife for bringing me out to see the world. Otherwise, how could I have come to a place like this? So, classmates, rest assured, I will be extra nice to my wife in the future. After saying that, he started peeling shrimps to prepare for Sun Fei to eat. Everyone was dumbfounded by Yi Nanshu's words. Is this what he meant? What country's logic is this? Your boyfriend is really talented. Wang Ling said to Sun Fei with a thumbs up. Your boyfriend is so nice to you. Zhang Hong touched Sun Fei and smiled. When the two saw Wang Shanshan blushing because of Yin Anshu's joking, they did not forget to add fuel to the fire and flatter Yin Anshu. After hearing their compliments, Wang Shanshan became even more furious. The families of the classmates nearby were also very angry. Seeing Wang Shanshan's eyes that seemed to want to eat him alive, Yin Anshu felt secretly bitter in his heart. These two were really just watching the fun and pushing themselves to be roasted. Jiang Weidong's eyes flashed with gloom, and then he pretended to be indifferent and said, Okay, today is your high school reunion, don't ruin the harmony over trivial matters, just eat and drink well. As expected of a CEO of a listed company, he speaks with dignity and class. What is his height? Can those ignorant people compare to him? I propose that we all toast to President Jiang. Seeing Jiang Weidong speaking, everyone started to compliment him. Jiang Weidong enjoyed listening to these people's compliments very much. He accepted all the toasts and they all spoke those heroic words one after another. Wang Shanshan on the side was also smiling happily, enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention, and she did not forget to look at Sun Fei with sarcasm in her eyes. This time, he tried every means to invite Sun Fei, just to show off in front of her. Weren't you a school beauty? What's so great about that? Now you have a boyfriend who works for a listed company. Don't mention how proud you are. What's the point of being pretty? Instead, you find a poor and stupid boyfriend. Instead, she felt a little sympathy for Sun Fei, thinking it was a waste of such a pretty face. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone exchanged contact information with Jiang Weidong and asked him to take care of them in the future. They only ignored Yin Anshu because they knew that Jiang Weidong was unhappy with Yin Anshu, and they didn't want to get into trouble. After all, they might have to rely on Jiang Weidong's support in the future. This is the reality. You will rely on whoever has money and power. After everyone finished eating, they prepared to leave, and the group walked out of the box in a mighty procession. At this time, there was a commotion and the hotel lobby was filled with people. The people coming out of the box also walked over to see the excitement. Yin Anshu also followed him in and saw 3 men sitting at the table in the middle of the hall. The 2 on one side seemed to be Japanese, speaking fluent Chinese, and the one on the other side was a Chinese. Yin Anshu listened to their conversation and roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that these 3 people were making a new type of bet, which was simply a comparison of their wealth. The investment method of the reincarnation system is that one party invests and the other party follows suit. There are also several accountants and accountants nearby. As long as it is valuable, it can be pledged, such as a house, car, storefront or company, etc., and those accountants and accountants will quickly calculate the price. Even if you borrow money from relatives or friends, or get a bank loan, as long as you can get it out, it counts. But there is a time limit. After all, it is impossible for them to wait for you for 10,000 years. Each person takes a round until the other party can't come up with more money. The loser will then transfer the assets he or she has just staked to the winner. The pledged assets are all in the hands of the notary, and once the results are out, the assets will be transferred immediately. Are there really people who would do this? Sun Fei asked Yin Anshu, who was standing beside her. That's hard to say. Some people just have a little blind courage and take chances. They think they have a lot of money and are not afraid of death. Of course, some people may investigate the identities and details of these Japanese Asians beforehand, but who can tell for sure about such things? What if they can borrow them? Chapter 89, The Whole Play. After Yin Anshu and Sun Fei finished chatting, they saw that no one was willing to challenge them, so they were about to leave. I'll do it. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a middle-aged man with a beer belly walking in, muttering to himself. You Japanese people who are living a good life actually dare to set up a ring in my great country of China. Do you think I can teach you a lesson? Hearing this, the people standing nearby started to get busy. The notary gave both parties the notarial certificate, the lawyer quickly drafted the contract, and the other accountants and accountants turned on their computers and prepared to work. These people all brought their professional qualification certificates, which shows that this matter cannot be false in the slightest and is strictly legally binding. After a while, the middle-aged man finished reading the contract and signed all the terms. Seeing this situation, Yin Anshu could only smile bitterly. These Japanese and Asians dare to set up a challenge here so brazenly. For some reason, we guess that there will definitely be angry young people who will come out to fight. The middle-aged man waved his hand, held out a car key and said, Let me go first. This is a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which cost over $1 million. As he said that, he took out the driving license and car keys and handed them to the accountant. The accountant worked quickly and the calculation was completed in a short while. Fully paid car, estimated at $160,000. Because the two were foreigners, they asked for payment in US dollars. Then the accountant gave the middle-aged man a weight of $160,000 and placed it on the other side of his desk. Seeing the middle-aged man joining in, a Japanese also handed over a car key. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, fully paid car, estimated at 1.3 million US dollars. The onlookers were shocked. They must have come prepared, as they increased the money by nearly 10 times with just one move. Brother, I think we should just forget it and stop as soon as possible. Yeah, I think we shouldn't gamble anymore. Everyone kindly reminded the middle-aged man. Who am I afraid of? When I started out, I didn't even know where these little Japanese were. Today, I have to fight for my great Chinese nation. As long as I survive, it's no big deal. Although he said this, the middle-aged man's expression was already a little gloomy. Immediately, he took out a property deed and threw it on the table, shouting, "Let me calculate the price of this villa." After taking the property deed, the accountant quickly entered the information into the computer. A Jinhai villa, valued at 4.8 million US dollars. Hearing this, Yi Nanshu frowned and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really stupid. Now he is being strangled by the neck. However, I secretly admire this man's character. I have never seen these Japanese and Asian people showing off their power in China. It's a pity that he is too obsessed with it. Once he takes the risk, he will find himself in a dilemma sooner or later. The accountant took a weight and gave it to the middle-aged man, so that his total weight came to 4.96 million US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 30 million renminbi. After seeing the total value here, the onlookers also nervously stared at the actions of the Japanese. Although they knew that the middle-aged man's action was too impulsive, his starting point was good. As Chinese people, they certainly didn't want the middle-aged man to lose. But since they dared to set up such a stage, they naturally had to make more than just these preparations. They immediately took out the property rights certificate of an office building in Japan. After about 10 minutes, the accountant finally calculated the price. An office building in Japan and Asia, valued at 14 million US dollars. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to dissuade the middle-aged man. If you keep betting, you will definitely lose everything. The middle-aged man ignored the reminders of the people around him and reached into his bag. Yi Nanshu stepped forward, grabbed the middle-aged man's hand, and said in a low voice, "Brother, stop it. Stop the loss in time." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Nanshu in confusion. Seeing Yi Nanshu approaching, Wang Qianqian said, "You are a poor guy, and you are trying to stop others. How do you know that they can't win the bet? You are trying to persuade them to stop, but they have more than 30 million on the table. If they lose, can you afford to pay?" Yi Nanshu ignored Wang Qianqian and once again said to the middle-aged man in a low voice, "It's okay if you want to fight, but you should at least know the other person's background, right? If you just get angry, you will only fall into the trap set by others." The middle-aged man Gao Hanmin was stunned when he heard this and frowned. Just now I was just thinking about killing the Japanese and didn't think about these things in detail. Thinking about it this way, I realized that I was indeed too impulsive and rushed forward without knowing anything. But it's no use saying anything now. My neck has been stuck. Even if it's a trap, I can only step into it. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth, pulled Yi Nanshu's hand away and said, "Little brother, don't worry about it. You heard it, right? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to meddle in other people's affairs? What the hell?" Wang Qianqian said with an unhappy look on her face. She couldn't stand Yi Nanshu's look of wanting to be in the spotlight. He was clearly a piece of shit, but he still had to give orders. "My boyfriend is so rich but I still don't say anything." Wang Qianqian, don't you have a brain? Do you know what it means to stop loss in time? Wang Ling was also furious after hearing what Wang Qianqian said. She felt that what Yi Nanshu said made sense. After thinking about it carefully, she knew that this bet was not simple. If he dared to do this, he must have been prepared. They just used their identity as Japanese to encourage those angry young people who don't care about anything to place bets, and then they tie up the mouth of the sack and let them get in. They bet that the real asset tycoons are not interested in doing this here, and they specifically lure these blindly confident people to take action. "You. Husband, look." Wang Qianqian threw herself into Jiang Weidong's arms and started acting coquettishly. At this time, Jiang Weidong was staring at Sun Fei in front of him, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Sun Fei is really beautiful, but it's a pity that she has such bad taste and found such a miserable boyfriend. If she was willing to follow me, I would dump Wang Qianqian immediately. Wang Qianqian is not even 1/10 as good as Sun Fei. Wang Qianqian's pounce shook Jiang Weidong slightly. After coming to his senses, he said sarcastically, Mr. Yi is willing to help others. Maybe he will lend a hand. Gao Hanmin knew Yi Nanshu's good intentions and said, Little brother, I know you mean well, but now that things have come to this, I can't back out. Then, Gao Hanmin took out a bank card from his pocket and said, There is a deposit of 500 million in it. This is all my wealth. Come on, don't you want to do it? After Gao Hanmin handed the bank card to the accountant, he leaned his hands on the table, his eyes were red, and he shouted like a madman. Please enter your password, said the accountant on the side. Gao Hanmin grabbed the machine and entered the password. After hearing Gao Hanmin's call, the Japanese people over there remained silent, looking embarrassed, as if things were out of their control. Chapter 90 Playing the Pig and Eating the Tiger. After the accountant confirmed it, he took out new weight and gave it to Gao Hanmin. In this way, the total amount of bargaining chips on Gao Hanmin's side reached $85 million. Japan and Asia seem to be hesitant, and their current bargaining chip is only $15.3 million. When everyone saw the weights on the table and saw Ri Yagua and the other man hesitating, everyone's face lit up with joy. Is he going to win? If Gao Hanmin could win, everyone would be very happy and feel relieved. At this time, Wang Qianqian jumped out and mocked again, Did you see that? If I had listened to you just now, so much money would have been wasted, you idiot. Yi Nanshu didn't say anything, just shook his head and smiled bitterly. Only children would believe such poor acting skills. The indecisiveness they showed at this moment was just for show to everyone. One can imagine how ambitious they were and how big their appetite was. Because they saw that Gao Hanmin had reached his limit and couldn't be squeezed out of him anymore, so they acted like this for the people around them to see, just to tell those who were ready to make a move that their financial resources were almost gone, so they should hurry up and place their bets. Yi Nanshu's face froze and he asked in his heart. Xiaoxi, I'll give you 1 minute to find out the details of these people and how much assets they have. Now the host has started to set a time limit for asking questions, so small matters like this only take seconds. Yi Nanshu was speechless. If you don't pretend, you will die. As Yi Nanshu asked, a Japanese Asian took out a bank card and said, Here is $80 million. Another Japanese Asian guy also took out a bank card and said, Here is $100 million. After confirmation by the accountant, the total weight of the two people from Japan and Asia is $195.3 million. It is more than $100 million more than Gao Hanmin. After knowing the result, Gao Hanmin looked deathly pale and collapsed on the stool. He knew he was finished. It's all over. Even if I beg for a loan, I can only get 100 or 200 million at most. But now I'm short of 600 or 700 million. Where can I borrow so much money? Gao Hanmin's eyes were empty and he remained silent, like a wandering soul. Mr. Gao, are you still following me? That's it. All gone. Gao Hanmin stared blankly ahead, muttering to himself. Everyone felt regretful. If Mr. Gao doesn't follow up, Mr. Yamashima will win this round, said the notary. It would have been great if I had listened to that little brother just now. Who said it wasn't true? Someone just exaggerated it. Wang Qianqian frowned, hearing the hidden meaning of everyone's words, and said coldly, Is it my fault? If you have the ability, do it yourself. If you don't have the ability, why are you still standing there making trouble? Why are you pretending? Gao Hanmin was extremely furious at this moment. It was all this bitch's fault. Even when people were trying to persuade her in a kind way, she was still fanning the flames. If she hadn't said anything, I might not have continued to follow. You. Husband. She couldn't stand this kind of humiliation and had to ask Jiang Weidong for help. At this time, Jiang Weidong's soul had been seduced by Sun Fei, so how could he help her with this? Seeing that Jiang Weidong did not respond, Wang Qianqian whispered, Hubby, as long as you help me win this time, I will help you get her, but only once. Women's intuition is very accurate. Besides, they have been together for so long, how could she not understand Jiang Weidong's thoughts? Real? You. Wang Qianqian clenched her hands and gritted her teeth. Although she was the one who brought it up, Wang Qianqian felt itchy with hatred when she saw Jiang Weidong's interested look. This slutty woman actually stole my man. Her own boyfriend is incompetent, but she actually seduced my boyfriend. Wait, I'm going to make you pay. But now I have to take the lead. So many people are blaming me, and so many classmates are watching me. Where can I save face? Do you have a solution? Yes. Wang Shanshan gritted her teeth and said, but it's only allowed once, don't think about it. After thinking for a while, he said, you're lucky. You will definitely win. After being together for so long, how could the materialistic Wang Shanshan not understand Jiang Weidong's strength? Jiang Weidong pondered for a moment. The total assets of these Japanese and Asian people are only $200 million, and together with Gao Hanmin's, the total is only $300 million. His total assets are almost $400 million, which is a sure win. If he wins, not only can he get Sun Fei, but he can also win back $300 million, which will double his net worth. He will get both money and beauty, which is a huge bargain. Good. Jiang Weidong glanced at Sun Fei again, his heart filled with passion. Then, Jiang Weidong raised his head and stepped forward, waving his hand, I will meet them. Seeing that Wang Shanshan actually persuaded Jiang Weidong to come out for the competition, everyone started to flatter her. Shanshan, your husband is so nice. He listens to you so much. I wish I had such an obedient husband. Boss Jiang is here, one is worth two, we will definitely win. Wang Shanshan felt elated again after being flattered by everyone. Yi Nanshu on this side was looking at the information of these two people carefully. They are the first and second largest shareholders of Shandao Group, so their net worth is 500 million and 300 million respectively. They are also quite famous in Japan. Then there is a lot of personal information and family information, but Yi Nanshu doesn't care about that. The combined net worth of these two people is almost $800 million, and only $200 million has just been taken out, which is less than half of that. Yi Nanshu was a little angry. These people were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, and they were here deliberately to cheat people out of their money. I guess they ran away after harvesting one wave. He's bound to lose. Yi Nanshu shook his head and sneered. Jiang Weidong also went to the notary and signed various agreements and contracts. After looking at it for so long, he didn't hesitate and made a bombshell move, including the cash in my company and the card. The total value of this is $400 million. He just wanted to end the battle quickly, and then let Wang Shanshan deal with Sun Fei so that he could start another competition. Wow. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect Jiang Weidong to be so generous. He is sure to win this time. The two people from Japan and Asia looked at each other and smiled. If there was no one around, they would probably have laughed so hard that their teeth would fall out. Worth it. This trip to China was totally worth it and I made a lot of money. Jiang Weidong directly offered 400 million yuan, and the two of them no longer held back. It was estimated that no one at the scene would offer more. The two people suppressed their excitement and took out 2 bank cards. Add 2 cash cards, and the total here is $800 million. Hearing this, the onlookers were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it was true, especially Jiang Weidong, who stared at the accountant and watched him operate step by step. After a while, the accountant calculated the result. $800 million, yes. Jiang Weidong, like Gao Hanmin before him, collapsed instantly. Chapter 91 Let me try. At this moment, Jiang Weidong felt his mind was blank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's obviously a winning situation, this is all my wealth. Sir, do you have any other assets? The accountant asked with a smile after calculating the weights. And there are no assets. Jiang Weidong cursed in his heart. The other party directly offered $600 million, which is more than 3.8 billion renminbi. My total net worth is only 2.5 billion. With so much more money, what else can I offer? He finally understood that these people were just putting on a show for a fool like him. Got fooled. Jiang Weidong then made up his mind and snatched the bank card from the accountant's hand. The lawyer on the side said hurriedly, Mr. Jiang, you have signed a legal contract. If you lose, the money will be transferred to Mr. Shandao. Jiang Weidong didn't care about these things at the moment. Money was the most important thing. He snatched the bank card. Beep. The transaction was successful. Unfortunately, it was too late. The money had already been transferred to someone else's name, and what he stole was just an empty card. Jiang Weidong also heard it. You 2.5 billion renminbi evaporated in an instant. Jiang Weidong held an empty card in his hand, his face was ashen and his eyes were empty. No more. Nothing. Plop. He just slumped down to the ground. Husband. Wang Qianqian hurriedly ran forward to support Jiang Weidong. It's all your fault. Pop. Jiang Weidong slapped Wang Qianqian in the face, then rushed forward and grabbed her neck. It's all your fault. You made me compete. I'm going to strangle you to death today. Ahem, husband. Wang Qianqian was almost unable to get up because Jiang Weidong was pinching her. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward and pulled Jiang Weidong away. Wang Qianqian got up in panic, crying like a tearful person. He didn't care about the pain of being beaten, he just thought about the 2.5 billion that was gone. Then he thought of something and rushed towards Yi Nanshu like a madman with disheveled hair. It's all because of you, you bastard. I want you dead. Looking at Wang Qianqian who was coming towards him, Yi Nanshu snorted coldly without caring. Just when Wang Qianqian was about to reach Yi Nanshu. Pop. Sun Fei slapped Wang Qianqian in the face, her eyes flashing with cold light, and she said expressionlessly and coldly, if you dare to bother him again, I want you to die. Wang Qianqian covered her burning face and looked at Sun Fei with eyes that felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. She was as if she was frozen and dared not move. Sun Fei's classmates were all dumbfounded. They had never seen Sun Fei angry in such a long time. They were so scared that they lowered their heads and dared not speak. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly helplessly. Once his wife appeared, who would compete with him? But isn't Sun Fei also Yi Nanshu's Achilles heel? Let me try. Yi Nanshu's eyes narrowed and he spoke. Everyone was extremely surprised when they heard this. Is Yi Nanshu crazy? Even Jiang Weidong lost everything, so he still dared to go up. What did he have to offer? Amid the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, Yi Nanshu walked up to the notary office to notarize and sign the agreement and contract with the lawyer. After finishing it, Yi Nanshu came to the table, shrugged and said to Shan Dao and the other man, you go out first. Shan Dao and the other man glanced at each other, pursed their lips and said, that's all on the table. Before coming, the two of them had roughly investigated the information of the hotel. It was impossible for such a wealthy tycoon to be here, so the two of them wanted to make a fortune here. Shan Dao and the other man were a little confused about Yi Nanshu's true colors. The bet had reached this point, and this young man still dared to accept the challenge. He didn't look like the son of some consortium. However, even though they thought so, they were not panicked but rather somewhat tempted. After all, they now had $600 million on the table, plus the money from the previous two people. The total value was nearly 1.1 billion. They could easily borrow another 200 to 300 million. Shan Dao and the other man's eyes rolled around, they were determined to make the money come to their doorstep. Yi Nanshu smiled, handed over a bank card and said, there should be 7.5 billion renminbi in it, which is nearly 1.2 billion. Everyone was in an uproar, especially Sun Fei's classmates, whose eyes were bigger than bells. What's going on? Is he so rich? Even if it was Sun Fei, it wouldn't be possible, right? Everyone stared at the accountant nervously, waiting for the result. After a while, the results came out. The money on the card converted into US dollars is 1.19 billion. Sun Fei was also very surprised. She didn't know that Yi Nanshu had so much cash. At first, she just thought that Yi Nanshu was going to take out the shares of Shida Group. She thought that if it was not enough, she would ask her grandfather for help. Yi Nanshu said with a tut-tut sound, it's not even 1.2 billion. This is all his wealth. Sun Fei chuckled in his heart. He understood that Yi Nanshu was setting a trap for the other party again. At least 50% of the shares of Shida Group were worth at least 900 million US dollars. As expected, as soon as Shan Dao and the other man heard what Yi Nanshu said, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and started calling to raise money. After a while, the two men said with a sinister smile, let's add another 300 million US dollars. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. In the end, he caught a big fish and made another 1.2 billion. Yi Nanshu jokingly asked, you guys still have some? After the accountant finished the calculation, he told everyone the result without adding any weights. The total value of Shan Dao's side is 1.4 billion US dollars, and the total value of Yi Nanshu's side is 1.19 billion. Shan Dao has an extra 210 million yuan, and victory is in sight. Just when everyone thought Yi Nanshu was bound to lose, Yi Nanshu slapped his forehead and said with a look of annoyance, "I forgot that I still have 50% of the shares of Shida Group. It should still be worth a few $100 million, right?" After taking the information, the accountant quickly checked it on the computer. Then he looked at the computer with a shocked expression and said, "The current market value of Shida Group is $2.5 billion US. Mr. Yi holds 50% of the shares, which is equivalent to $1.2 billion. When these words came out, everyone's jaw dropped. He also has such a large group company? Market value of $2.5 billion? Then what about the company of Wang Qianqian's boyfriend that she was showing off just now? It's a joke at best." Sun Fei opened her red lips slightly and smiled faintly. She already knew the result. If Nanshu came on the stage, would he lose? It's impossible. I have the entire Sun family behind me, and I haven't even asked my grandfather for help yet. After knowing the result, Shandao and the other man's faces turned pale, their blood was boiling, and they almost fainted. "Mr. Yamashima, would you two like to raise the bet?" Shandao and the other man steadied themselves and looked at each other, as if trying to find a solution. "You don't want to add more, do you? If you add more, I'll be gone," Yi Nanshu said jokingly. "Is it fun? I'm going to kill you." Everyone held their breath and waited for Shandao's reply. Especially Wang Qianqian was staring at them closely. She hoped that Shandao and the others would join in and defeat this bastard. Chapter 92, Retribution. After hearing what Yi Nanshu said, Ri Yagua and the others looked as if they had swallowed a fly covered in feces, and their expressions were extremely uncomfortable. Who exactly is this person? It's unexpected that such a rich person would appear in this hotel. After looking at each other, they could only shake their heads helplessly. It would be fine if the shortfall was just 200 or 300 million, but now the shortfall is almost $1 billion US. No matter how hard we try, it will be useless. Just give up like that? No. There was a gloom in the eyes of the two men. Since the open and honest approach didn't work, they could only use the backup plan. "We admit defeat." Shandao spoke with his eyes wide open and his face heavy, like an eggplant hit by frost. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded and could not believe their ears. Yi Nanshu actually won? The invisible rich man, this is the real hidden talent. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Nanshu, especially Sun Fei's classmates. Seeing that she had such a rich boyfriend, they were all envious, and at the same time secretly despised Wang Qianqian. He is worth $1 or $2 billion, but he doesn't show off. On the other hand, Wang Qianqian and her husband have been showing off how rich they are from beginning to end and even spoke ill of them. This time they really got a slap in the face. So it's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come. Once the time comes, everything will be repaid. One by one, those classmates began to flirt with Yi Nanshu. Not only was he handsome, but he was also so rich. He was simply the perfect lover. How could the rest of the boys survive? Snort. Seeing those classmates acting like crazy, Sun Fei snorted coldly at Yi Nanshu. Stinky Yi Nanshu is in the limelight again. Be affectionate everywhere. Yi Nanshu didn't know what was going on, but he guessed what Sun Fei was thinking. He smiled and said, "It's really not my fault. I just want to make money." Then he raised his voice again. "Besides, my heart is very small. It can't hold anyone else except you." After hearing Yi Nanshu's love words, Sun Fei felt very sweet. She then smiled and rolled her eyes at him, as if to say, "You're sensible. I'll let you go this time." When those infatuated classmates heard Yi Nanshu's words, their hearts instantly sank. Wang Ling and Zhang Hong looked at each other. They were really in love. From beginning to end, no matter how many girls were flirting with him, Yi Nanshu only had eyes for Sun Fei. There are no other people like this. Get a dozen for yourself. But such a perfect person, it might be hard to find even one, let alone a dozen, right? But as classmates, they are also happy for Sun Fei. As they were talking, the lawyers and accountants were busy working, and all the assets on the table were transferred to Yi Nanshu's name. Yi Nanshu came to Gao Hanmin, who was covering his face with his hands in regret, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Give me your account." What? Gao Hanmin looked confused. "Give me your account number and I'll give you the money you just lost." You are willing to give me back what I lost? Gao Hanmin couldn't believe his ears. After all, that was what Yi Nanshu won and it originally belonged to him. "I think you are also patriotic and fell into someone else's trap, but in the future, when you don't know the other party's background, don't be blindly impulsive. I can only help you this time. Yi Nanshu shook his head and sighed. Really? I kneel down for you. Cao Hanmin was so excited that he was incoherent. He didn't know how to thank Yi Nanshu. In desperation, he just knelt down in front of him. After all, it was such a huge amount of money, and no one knows how to express the roller coaster feeling of being able to get it back. You get up first, don't be so excited. Yi Nanshu was a little at a loss after Gao Hanmin's kneeling, and hurriedly went up to help him up. It seems to be a car, a villa, and 500 million renminbi, right? Yi Nanshu asked after helping Gao Hanmin up. Brother, you are absolutely right. In addition to the car and the house, you should return me half of the 500 million renminbi. After all, I have no way to survive without you. This is a lesson I have learned for myself. You can keep the rest of the money or use it for charity. It's up to you. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly and shook his head. You call me brother? But after hearing what Gao Hanmin said, although he was very surprised, he thought this person was good. Then it's up to you. He then asked the accountants to help transfer the assets to Gao Hanmin. Seeing Yi Nanshu return the money to Gao Hanmin, Wang Qianqian, with disheveled hair, hurriedly pulled Jiang Weidong over and said carefully, There's still our money. Why? Yi Nanshu laughed contemptuously. You. Me what? I didn't bother with you because you were my wife's classmate. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant? Yi Nanshu's face turned cold, showing a fierce murderous intent, and then he turned to Jiang Weidong and said, And you, although I know my wife is beautiful, if I find out that you have evil thoughts again, I will definitely make you regret coming into this world. Jiang Weidong was shocked when he saw Yi Nanshu's undisguised murderous intent. He actually knew. Mr. Yi, I. After seeing Yi Nanshu's strength, Jiang Weidong trembled and was speechless. The other party was really not trying to scare him. Wife, the meal is over, we should go now. Yi Nanshu smiled slightly and took Sun Fei's hand. Sun Fei nodded her pretty face, smiled gently back, and followed Yi Nanshu out of the hotel. Husband. After the two left, Wang Qianqian wanted to hold Jiang Weidong's hand. Seeing Wang Qianqian's pretentious face, Jiang Weidong simply added fuel to the fire. In a rage, he slapped Wang Qianqian in the face and knocked her to the ground. Not feeling satisfied yet, he rushed up and stomped on her a few more times. It's all your fault. What a stupid class reunion. Get out of here. If I see you again, I'll beat you up. Wang Qianqian, who was beaten so badly, heard that Jiang Weidong was going to dump her, so she hugged the leg that had just kicked her and begged desperately. Hubby, don't dump me. Wang Qianqian had finally caught a rich husband, so how could she let him go so easily? Although Jiang Weidong lost so much money, his company was still there and he had some assets, so maybe he still had a chance to turn things around. If I get dumped, not only will I no longer have such a luxurious life, but I will have to continue my previous poor life. Jiang Weidong, whose legs were held, kicked Wang Qianqian hard, but when he knew that Wang Qianqian couldn't bear it anymore, he let go. Watching Jiang Weidong's departing figure gradually become blurred, Wang Qianqian burst into tears and rolled on the ground like a madman. She had originally intended this meal to show off, but she had not expected that the final outcome would be the death knell for everything she wanted to show off, leaving her with nothing. As for those classmates who once flattered Wang Qianqian, they had no mercy at all, watched coldly, and left one after another. Chapter 93 Judo 9th Dan. After leaving the hotel, Yi Nanshu arranged a car for Sun Fei. He wanted Sun Fei to go back first. Because Yi Nanshu caught the murderous intent that flashed in the eyes of the two men from Rhea country when they left. He knew that the other party had made such a bet, so he must have prepared for the worst. After all, it was their entire fortune, so how could they let you get it so easily? Sun Fei was very smart. She guessed Yi Nanshu's intention of asking her to go back first. She knew that if she stayed here, it would only distract Yi Nanshu from protecting her. Before getting on the car, Sun Fei looked at Yi Nanshu with a worried look on her face. Although she knew Yi Nanshu's strength, she was still worried about his safety. The last incident was still vivid in her mind. Yi Nanshu noticed Sun Fei's worry, and he bent down affectionately and kissed the beauty on the forehead. Don't worry, what happened last time won't happen again. Looking at Yi Nanshu's confident eyes, Sun Fei's frown relaxed a little, and her pretty lips parted to reveal a smile. Remember to call me. The car started moving. Looking at the car going away, Yi Nanshu put away the smile on his face, whistled, and walked leisurely towards the electric car. The car hadn't gone far when Sun Fei picked up the phone with her delicate hands and dialed a number. "Hey, Master, I need to trouble you with something. I know you have arranged for someone to be by my side." "You are." After Sun Fei explained what happened with Master Sun on the phone, she put down her phone and looked ahead with sharp eyes. "My man, I trust him, but no one can touch a hair on his head. Riding on my beloved little donkey, it will always." Yi Nanshu got on his electric bike and drove leisurely on the road. After talking for a while, Yi Nanshu shook his head secretly. These people are too cowardly. They can endure so much. Why are they waiting for me in some corner? I should just deal with them as soon as possible and go back. But on second thought, I felt relieved. After all, this is China, the safest country in the world. If you want to hang out here, you still have to think carefully. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Turning into an alley, I saw the two Japanese standing there waiting for Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu slowly stopped the car and leaned aside. "This is borrowed from someone, so if it gets damaged you'll have to pay for it." If that Japanese man knew what Yi Nanshu was thinking at the moment, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. He had just won so much money, but he was still feeling sorry for a broken electric car. "Why, have you too, Mr. Shandao, got the money and want to compete with me again?" Yi Nanshu walked up to him, shrugged and smiled. "Mr. Ye's moves are extraordinary. We are no match for him. But there is no one around right now. We would like to discuss this with Mr. Yi." Ichiro Yamashima spoke gloomily in fluent Chinese. "Little Japanese, you have learned Chinese quite well. Tell me about it." Yi Nanshua said jokingly. "Mr. Yi, please return our money and we will split the winnings in half." "What were you talking about in your sleep for most of the day?" Then Yi Nanshu changed the subject and continued in a deep voice, "What if I say no?" Yamashima Ichiro's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said in a low voice, "You may get some money, but you may not spend it. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, don't blame us for being ruthless. Kill him for me." As they spoke, the two men retreated to the side. Suddenly, 20 or 30 people appeared on both sides. They seemed to be the bodyguards they brought with them. "Little Japanese, you are quite good at using idioms. China will not allow clowns like you to run around like that. You all must die." Yi Nanshu's murderous intent burst out and rushed straight into the sky, and the blue sky seemed to be stirred and changed color. Forget about the others, but Yi Nanshu has no intention of holding back when dealing with these Japanese people with evil ambitions. Host, a person with a force value of 0.55 is detected nearby. Mo Xiaoxi's words suddenly rang in Yi Nanshu's mind. You brought an expert with you?" Yi Nanshu's face straightened, and his strength reached 0.55, which was comparable to his strength before he went to the laboratory. But unfortunately, he was no longer the same as before. The man whose fighting power was detected by Mo Xiaoxi as 0.55 was standing next to Shandao at this time. He was a burly man in a black suit. He watched Yi Nanshu coldly and did not seem to be in a hurry to take action. This man is also a well-known master in Japan, a 9th-degree Judo Master. These bodyguards are all his disciples. For this bet, Shandao and the other man spared no expense to invite him just to deal with this kind of situation. They were ready to rob if they couldn't win. Kill him, leaving him with a breath to tell the password. Ichiro Yamashima shouted through gritted teeth. If it weren't for this kid's interference, he and his friends would have made enough money to return to Japan. Shandao hated Yi Nanshua to the core, and he would not feel satisfied unless he killed him. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards rushed towards Yi Nanshu. In Yi Nanshu's eyes, these people are just minions. What he needs to pay attention to is the one with a force value of 0.55. After all, this is the first time he has met such a master. Yi Nanshu dodged the attacks of the two bodyguards with ease, then sent them flying with one punch. He then continued to move, his figure flashed, leaving a trail of afterimages on the spot, and he moved among the crowd. In a flash, these bodyguards let out screams and were kicked more than 10 meters away like kites with broken strings. The big man made a surprised sound. He originally thought that he was just dealing with a little brat and his disciples were enough to handle it, but he didn't expect that half of his disciples were knocked away after just one encounter. Looking at the other party's body movements and strength, they are no worse than mine. Are all Chinese people so powerful? A young man in his 20s has the strength that he has practiced for decades? The big man was shocked when he saw Yi Nanshu's skills. However, these so-called masters become more powerful as they get older. They are not in a hurry to attack before they understand the opponent's strength and moves. They will only make a fatal attack after they have figured out the opponent's routine. Seeing that the big man opposite had no intention of attacking, Yi Nanshu began to increase his strength. "Old turtle, since you want to see it, I'll let you take a good look." Yi Nanshu directly crippled the hands of the bodyguard in front of him, then leaped up and kicked backwards, shattering the internal organs of several people behind him and sending them flying backwards. After landing, he did not slow down and used his hands and feet at the same time. The bodyguards were beaten horribly, with either their internal organs shattered or their hands and feet broken. Anyone who dares to act rashly in China will be punished, no matter how far away he is. He wants to make these Japanese trash live in China's nightmare from now on. The big man was also cruel and didn't care about the lives of his disciples at all. But seeing this, Yamashima Ichiro could no longer hold back and threatened the big man beside him in a heart-wrenching voice. "Everyone is dead. What are you waiting for? Waiting to collect the bodies?" Chapter 94, Master's Duel. Yi Nanshu, who was fighting with the bodyguards, only felt a powerful pressure coming from behind. This is a pressure that can make ordinary people unable to move. Yi Nanshu knew that the big man finally couldn't help himself and took action. Who says that the big man doesn't feel sorry for them? After all, they are his disciples that he taught, and he is just waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for an opportunity to understand the opponent's tactics and exhaust his physical strength. But now is the time. If we don't take action, all these disciples will die. After Yi Nanshu quickly dealt with the person in front of him, he gathered his strength and turned around with his fist to charge forward. After all, it was the first time that Yi Nanshu encountered such a strong opponent, so he did not dare to take it lightly. At this time, the big man's fist just arrived in front of Yi Nanshu. Originally, the big man wanted to take advantage of Yi Nanshu's struggle and make a surprise attack to catch him off guard, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Yi Nanshu's reaction. Although he was mentally prepared, this punch did not seek to kill the opponent with one blow, but at least to dampen his opponent's fighting spirit, and it would be better if he could injure him. But he didn't know that while Yi Nanshu was dealing with these minions, he was always paying attention to the movements of the big man. In a split second, neither of them had time to think about anything else and could only fight with force. The two fists had not actually touched each other, but the two fists, carrying powerful pressure, had already intersected. The people around felt as if they were swept by a typhoon, and the muscles on their faces trembled rapidly. Boom! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. When the two fists collided, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their luster. The bodyguard who was close to them could no longer withstand the powerful punches, and his body was torn into pieces like a balloon by the strong winds from the two punches. This was the first time that the two people with combat power above 0.5 confronted each other head-on, in the eyes of the scum whose combat power was only 0.1. This combat power is so terrifying. After the collision, both of them took a few steps back at the same time. "It hurts," Yi Nanshu exclaimed while shaking his hands. Although he had been prepared, it was only after the actual fighting that Yi Nanshu felt this amazing power. He knew that if they had the same fighting power, he probably wouldn't be able to beat this big guy. After all, he has been immersed in martial arts for many years. Before he had the system, he was just a piece of trash with a combat power of 0.01. At this time, the big man's left palm was suspended in the air, and his right hand, which had just punched, was behind his back. He looked ready for battle, but his expression was a little strange. In fact, the big man was in terrible pain at this moment, and his right hand was waving rapidly behind his back. However, out of respect for his long-standing status as the Grandmaster, he could only swallow his anger and endure it. Yi Nanshu looked at the big man in front of him and thought it was so funny. "You want to pretend, right? I'll see how long you can keep pretending." After thinking about it, Yi Nanshu took the lead and punched straight towards the big man. Seeing the oncoming fist, the big man didn't want to face it again. He swung his left hand to deflect the punch coming at his face, then grabbed Yi Nanshu's wrist with his backhand, and thrust his right hand straight into Yi Nanshu's waist. He wanted to grab Yi Nanshu's waist and then use the strength of his left hand to throw him into the air. But Yi Nanshu didn't know so many moves. From his point of view, the big man's right hand did not have good intentions. "Be good. Old turtle, you have no moral principles. Do you want me to have no descendants?" When it comes to future generations, Yi Nanshu's reaction can't be said to be slow. He stepped directly into the air, stepped on the big man's right hand with his left foot, and with a roundhouse kick, kicked the big man's face solidly with his left foot. The big man's tall body flew straight out and landed like a perfect vicious dog. His entire face came into close contact with the concrete floor, and his skin was scratched and blood was flowing. Looking at the big man lying on the ground, Yi Nanshu couldn't help laughing. "Old turtle, let us see how you can continue to pretend. You are looking for death." The Showdown brothers spoke word by word, their faces as ferocious as maggots, and they were extremely angry. The big man climbed up in a panic and rushed towards Yi Nanshu like crazy. Even a rabbit will jump over the wall when it is anxious. Not to mention the crazy man. The big man swung his fists at Yi Nanshu quickly. The two of them punched each other hard, but the big man was actually not afraid of death. In desperation, Yi Nanshu could only choose to passively defend by punching. In a panic, Yi Nanshu was hit by many punches in vain. This won't work. Yi Nanshu had an idea and kicked the big man to use the force to retreat. This big man's moves are swift, but his agility is not good enough. After seeing Yi Nanshu retreat, the big man felt that he was back to normal, and shouted, "Come on." Hearing this, Yi Nanshu brushed off the dust on his body, his eyes turned cold, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he let out a creepy sneer. "You've had enough fun, now I'm sending you to the West. You think you are very powerful, don't you?" Yi Nanshu suddenly exuded an aura that was completely different from before. He was angry. Yi Nanshu walked straight towards the big man. The big man was delighted to see Yi Nanshu coming towards him, as close combat was his strong point. The two men fought in close combat again. The big man threw wild left hooks and right straight punches. Yi Nanshu tried to avoid his fists and continued the big man's attack fist to fist. Just like this, the two men fought back and forth, and every time the big man threw a punch, he only felt that he hit a hard stone. Gradually, the big man's fists could not be thrown out, and his hands were unable to be raised again, as if they were useless. On the other hand, Yi Nanshu's punches became more and more powerful. Through this battle, Yi Nanshu gained a new understanding of his own fighting ability. "Old turtle, you can't fight anymore? It's my turn." A punch hit the big man in the face, and the big man flew out. Yi Nanshu flashed and caught up with the big man in the air and punched him again. Bang! The big man fell heavily to the ground. Yi Nanshu had no intention of letting him go and punched the big man in the face again and again. "Old turtle." The big man had been beaten black and blue and was unconscious. The only thing he could do was scream with every punch he received, as if to prove that he was not dead yet. In the end, there was not even the sound of screaming. Yi Nanshu was finally tired from fighting and sat on the big man, panting. At this time, various bodyguards were lying all over the place, and the scene was quite spectacular. Yi Nanshu slowly stood up and glanced at the two brothers Showdown standing beside him. "Devil, you are a devil." Then the two brothers Showdown's legs went weak and they immediately knelt on the ground. "You too, do you want more money?" Yi Nanshu stared straight at the Showdown brothers. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to pierce through their hearts. For a moment, they even felt difficulty breathing. "No. No. I dare not." Seeing the two frightened Showdown people, Yi Nanshu smiled contemptuously. "I said I would make you live in China's nightmare from now on." "That's fine. I'll go back first and see you two later." Having said that, Yi Nanshu got on the electric bike parked aside and rode away humming a song. "I have a little donkey, and I always." The only sound left in the alley was Yi Nanshu's gradually fading singing. Chapter 95, Too Many to List. After Yi Nanshu returned to the dormitory, he reported to Sun Fei that he was safe. In fact, Sun Fei received the news after Yi Nanshu left the alley, because Sun Eri and others rushed to the scene. Seeing the Japanese people lying on the ground with broken hands and feet, they looked at each other and immediately told Sun Fei about the situation. However, Sun Fei's original plan did not intend for the second master and the others to take action, it was just in case. After this battle, Yi Nanshu suddenly realized that his company was too weak. If it weren't for the 7.5 billion yuan that the system could only see but not use, he would not have been able to win at all. Before this, it seemed that he really didn't have much money to use. The most important thing was that he had promised Sun Fei's father that he would catch up with the Sun family within a year. If he continued like this, it would be a pipe dream. Now he was not even qualified to see the strength of the Sun family. That night, Yi Nanshu tossed and turned, unable to sleep in deep thought. The next day, Yi Nanshu arrived at the gate of Shida Group early in the morning. Looking at the four big words Shida Group, Yi Nanshu secretly made up his mind. It's time, hurry up. One day, I will make Shida Group famous throughout the East China Sea, and even the whole country. After arriving at the office, Yi Nanshu first listened to the secretary's report. Mainly due to the internet celebrity effect and the influence of the foundation during this period, the real estate and hotel benefits of the Shida Group increased several times, and the stock price also rose a lot. Yi Nanshu understood that this was not a long-term solution after all. The only way to stand firm was to constantly improve his reputation and strength. There is one more thing, Chairman. Not long ago, when our new building was launched, someone was causing trouble at the site, but he was dealt with very quickly. After investigation, it was confirmed that it was someone sent by Jia Group. After the secretary finished his report, he added, "Them again?" Yi Nanshu's eyes turned cold. The Jia Group will not shed tears until it is buried. What is the background of Jia Group? Yi Nanshu asked in a low voice. The strength of Jia Group has always been on par with ours, but in the real estate sector, they started late, so they often cause trouble overtly or covertly, trying to defeat us. The secretary said slowly. Yi Nanshu had witnessed what happened at the foundation last time, and the mastermind behind it was the Jia Group. Yi Nanshu crossed his fingers, put his elbows on the table, and thought quickly in his mind. Since you want to play, I will play with you. Let us start with Jia Group. Inform Shida Real Estate that from now on, any land that is in competition with Jia will not be given up. Yi Nanshu is rich now. Isn't Jia Group fond of finding faults? Then I'll dig into yours. Xiao Shi, help me dig up the history of Jia Group. Yi Nanshu said in his heart. I turned this over last time. The chairman of Jia Group is a scum. It is insulting to me to investigate such a well-known thing. Mo Xiaoxi's contemptuous voice came in my mind. What do you mean? Yi Nanshu looked confused. For this kind of thing, why don't you go out and ask them, maybe they can express it more clearly. Helpless Yi Nanshu pushed the door open and went straight to the first floor of Shida Real Estate. Chairman! Chairman! Seeing Yi Nanshu coming in, the employees of the real estate department stopped their work, stood up and shouted respectfully. Yi Nanshu waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. I guess the secretary has conveyed what I just said. Jia Group has repeatedly provoked trouble. If he is not made to suffer a little, he will only intensify his actions. Yi Nanshu patted the table next to him and said sternly. You all must have dealt with Jia Group many times. I want to hear your thoughts. Yi Nanshu looked at everyone. Chairman, the people of Jia Group are all hooligans, especially their chairman Lin Qinsho. The vice president of Shida Real Estate Investment Department said excitedly. Yes. Upon hearing this, others also echoed it. Yi Nanshu smiled bitterly with doubt. It seemed that everyone present had complaints about the Jia Group. The vice president then went on to say. As long as the Jia Group has its eyes on a piece of land, they will use all sorts of means to snap up the land. They will create all sorts of accidents on the road so that competitors cannot reach the auction site, and then they will find someone to impersonate them and take the opportunity to buy it at a low price. Have you ever been treated like this? Yi Nanshu asked in a deep voice. Yes, so every time we go to the auction, the route can be like a spy movie. The vice president shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's all. This Lin Qinsho is just like his name. He is an old pervert. He even raped a female college student and forced her to commit suicide by jumping off a building. A reporter had reported it before, but it was finally dealt with by them and nothing happened. A female employee spoke angrily. Why? Yi Nanshu asked with a frown. I don't know what means were used, but in the end the reporters retracted the news and issued an apology statement. The most important thing is that there is no evidence. Everyone at Shida Real Estate listed the crimes of Jia Group one by one, and they were even more indignant when talking about Lin Qinsho. Now Yi Nanshu finally understood why Mo Xiaoxi asked him to ask these employees. Because they know everything that Jia Group has done. His eyes were filled with hatred as he explained to Yi Nanshu in a very emotional voice. Yi Nanshu listened for a long time. The evil deeds done by Jia Group were simply too numerous to list. Such a company that does all kinds of evil has always stood firm. This shows how terrible the power of capital is. Because there is no evidence, there is nothing we can do to such people. Even if we get evidence, they will destroy it immediately. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who can cover the sky with one hand. Yi Nanshu said in a cold voice, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Such people make a lot of money by doing many evil things, while some people do good deeds all their lives but end up in poverty. There may not be fairness in this world, but there must be justice. Notify all managers of Shida Real Estate to hold a meeting in half an hour. I want to destroy this Jia group. Afterwards, Yi Nanshu returned to his office. Xiaoxi, I need all the evidence of the Shida group. How long will it take you? After returning from Shida Real Estate, Yi Nanshu was determined to deal with Jia group without delay. I'll do it as soon as possible. Their evidence of guilt has either been destroyed or well preserved. It may take some time. It was the first time that Yi Nanshu heard Mo Xiaoxi say that he needed time. It can be imagined how well Lin Qinshu handled the evidence of his crimes. But he believed that this would not be a problem for Mo Xiaoxi, the king of cheats. The net of heaven is vast and long, and nothing can escape it. Moreover, they have committed many evil deeds, and there should be a lot of evidence left behind. Chapter 96, Collapse. Half an hour later, all the managers of Shida Real Estate arrived at the meeting room. Yi Nanshu was discussing with everyone how to deal with Jia Group. Mo Xiaoxi is using big data to search for every person in Jia Group, and then through these people, she is searching for their social relationships, their phone calls, bank records, messages, videos, and all other information, and then quickly browsing through them, filtering out useful things and organizing them. Such a huge amount of data retrieval, and the ability to retrieve information anytime and anywhere without permission, can probably only be accomplished by an intelligence system like Mo Xiaoxi, which comes from the highest civilization in the universe. A long time. Yi Nanshu took out all the criminal evidence that Mo Xiaoxi had collected about Jia Group. This is the most important part of their plan to dismantle Jia Group. Only by obtaining all the evidence of Jia and making it public will Jia Group be immediately drowned in the spit of the general public who know the truth about such heinous behavior. At that time, the stock of Jia Group, a listed company, will immediately hit the limit down, and then Yi Nanshu will make a move to purchase a large number of Jia Group's stocks. After all, Jia Group still has many good regular industries under its umbrella. However, without the most crucial evidence, no matter how much public opinion is created, it will be immediately suppressed by Lin Qinshu's public relations tactics. Afterwards, Yi Nanshu arranged all the plans, and all the managers began to implement them step by step. Everyone left, and Yi Nanshu sat on the front bench, staring out the window. Lin Qinshu, enjoy the last calm before the storm. Soon, all the large news platforms in Donghai received a copy of the information. Half an hour later, all media outlets published reports. Unscrupulous real estate companies are speculating in grabbing low-priced land. The beastly chairman raped a young girl, but the young girl committed suicide to prove her innocence. The headlines were accompanied by real evidence, and front-page headlines flooded in. In less than an hour, this news broke out of Donghai City with millions of reposts and swept across the country. The topics discussed on various social platforms are almost all about Jia Group. Whether people were in front of computers or mobile phones, after reading the news, they all expressed indignation. Damn capitalists, they must be severely punished. Blood debt must be paid with blood, and justice must be done to the girl. Give me back my money. Give me back my money. I will never live in a house built by such a heartless company. Public opinion was one-sided, and Jia Group made an urgent statement and wanted to do some public relations. This move was undoubtedly like a spark that ignited a lot of dry grass. Soon, Jia Group's public relations statement was drowned out by a tide of abuse. The evidence is irrefutable, anything more you say is just quibbling. At this time, all the directors of Jia Group were gathered together, talking to each other and arguing non-stop. The sudden news report was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone in Jia Group dizzy. Lin Qinshu said nothing and slumped in his seat. An employee came running in a panic. Chairman, the owners of the newly opened properties are all downstairs now, clamoring for their money back. The security guards can't handle it any longer. The material suppliers have also gathered together and said they want to see you. All suppliers have announced that they will stop cooperating with us. The company's phone has been bombarded by netizens and cannot be used normally. The employee reported the situation hurriedly. Shut up, stop talking. Lin Qinshu couldn't bear it anymore and shouted out in anger. The noise of employees' reports and directors' quarrels made the already restless Lin Qinshu feel like his head was about to explode. It's over. It's all over. Things change so fast that I don't have time to react. One moment I'm a gentle and kind person, and the next moment I'm a real beast that everyone wants to kill. Who is it? Tell me who wants to mess with me. Lin Chincho's eyes were red and he was shouting hysterically. Now he knows very well that even the great immortal cannot save him. What awaits him is either being beaten to death or spending the rest of his life in prison. At this moment, he only wants to know who the culprit is. If you don't let us survive, then we will all die together. It was Yi Nanshu from the Shida Group. Vice President Li Haofan found out through an insider in the Shida Group. If there was an insider, why didn't we get the news earlier? Lin Chincho overturned the table in front of him. Yes, I only found out about it afterwards. The employee was trembling with fear. Okay, very good, Yi Nanshu. I messed with you so many times, but you always managed to resolve it. I never thought that you would kill me with one strike in the end. Then let's die together. Lin Chincho's voice gradually rose from low to high, and he began to roar. The veins in his neck bulged as if he was about to explode. After saying that, Lin Chincho slammed the door and walked out towards the office. After a while, Lin Chincho came to the office and opened the safe inside. He took out a travel bag and hurriedly put the gold bars in US dollars in the safe into the bag. He then picked up something secretively and put it around his waist. Then he took out clothes and a hat from the closet next door and put them on. It was a smooth and seamless operation. I have to say, this evil person was always ready to run away at any time and anywhere. After tidying up everything, Lin Chincho took a look at the office where he had been for so long. I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to return to the empire I worked so hard to build. Afterwards, Lin Chincho wrapped himself tightly and slipped out of the back door of the company, but he was not heading towards the dock, but towards the Shida Group. An hour later, Yi Nanshu was in his office, controlling the entire situation with a cold eye. From time to time, employees came in to report on the progress. Chairman, Jia Group's stock price has hit the limit down, and many owners are now blocking the door of Jia Group to ask for their money back. The police have gone over to maintain order, but their chairman has already run away and was not taken away by the police. The people you arranged have not found his whereabouts either. The secretary came in and reported the new situation to Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu knew that Lin Chincho, whose situation was hopeless, would flee at the first possible opportunity, so he arranged for people to wait in Jia Group. Unfortunately, for someone like Lin Chincho who wants to escape in advance, there must be many ways for him to do so. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. How could we allow such an evil person to get away on Chinese territory? Leave the rest to the police. You continue to pay attention to the developments of Jia Group. Yes, Chairman. After the secretary left, Yi Nanshu walked to the window, overlooking the busy scene below, and fell into deep thought. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. One was a listed company with a market value of billions, which collapsed in an instant. This is the case of those who do evil eventually destroy themselves. Chapter 97, a near miss. As the sun sets, the employees of the Cedar Group, after a busy day, begin to go home one after another. No one noticed that in a corner facing the gate of the Shida Group, a man wrapped tightly was staring at everyone who came out. Yi Nanshu was reading the comments on the Jia Group incident on the internet. He looked at the time and found that it was past the time to get off work. He stood up, packed up, and went downstairs. After walking out of the gate of Shida Group, Yi Nanshu saw a slightly strange person walking towards him. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, but his right hand was inside his coat, and he was walking in a hurry. The weather was not very cold, but rather a little hot. Yi Nanshu vaguely sensed that something was wrong. When the two men were less than 2 meters apart, the man suddenly pulled out his right hand, and in his hand was a wooden pistol. Yi Nanshu, go to hell. This sneaky man turned out to be Lin Chincho, who everyone thought had already fled. He had been waiting outside the Shida Group for an entire afternoon. Bang! Lin Chincho pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out of the gun with a sound of breaking through the air. He didn't even give Yi Nanshu time to react and started to attack as soon as they met. Yi Nanshu had only seen wooden cannons on TV since he was a child, but this was the first time he encountered a real wooden cannon. With the wooden cannon in front of him, Yi Nanshu was so stunned that he didn't have time to react. The host is in danger, automatic protection is activated. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded in Yi Nanshu's mind. In a flash, the dazed Yi Nanshu felt as if an electric current was surging through his body, and his whole body went numb. Immediately afterwards, he somersaulted and flew out, and found a shelter to hide. Yi Nanshu, who was behind the shelter, finally came to his senses, beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on his forehead. I thought to myself that this was a close call. Things happened too fast. If it weren't for Mo Xiaoxi, I would have died here today. Hearing some noise outside, the security guard on duty hurried out to check the situation. Who is it? After the security guard shouted, he saw that the man was holding a wooden barrel in his hand. He thought to himself that something was wrong and wanted to run away, but it was too late. Bang! The security guard fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Fortunately, the wooden cannon hit his body, but it was not fatal. Yi Nanshu knew there was another security guard inside, and was afraid that he would come out again, so he hurriedly shouted, "Don't come out, he has a wooden warehouse." Lin Qinshu heard Yi Nanshu's voice, holding the wooden bin in both hands, and slowly walked towards Yi Nanshu. "Yi Nanshu, come out if you dare. Aren't you very powerful? You made me lose everything I had and I had to run away like a drowned dog." Lin Qinshu shouted cautiously towards the bunker. He thought that with that attack on the wooden warehouse just now, he could kill Yi Nanshu with one strike and then evacuate quickly. However, he didn't expect that Yi Nanshu actually dodged this fatal bullet. Lin Qinshu couldn't help feeling a little scared that someone could dodge the bullet at such a close distance, so he didn't dare to rush behind the bunker to find Yi Nanshu. But now I am a wanted criminal and I cannot delay here. I must get rid of him as soon as possible. Lin Qinshu thought about it and shouted again. "Yi Nanshu, listen, don't you want to be a good person? If you don't come out, I'm going to beat this security guard to death with a cannon." Then, the wooden warehouse was fired towards the security guard. Ah! Although he didn't hit the security guard, he was frightened by the wooden warehouse. Did you hear that? I'll go for his head in the next log. Lin Qinshu stood motionless with the wooden hatch facing the bunker. Yi Nanshu couldn't bear to see the security guard die. His brain was working rapidly. He accidentally saw the stones scattered on the ground and shouted, "Aren't you coming here just for me? Let him go and I'll come out." Hearing that Yi Nanshu was about to come out, Lin Qinshu took a small step forward and stared at the left and right sides of the bunker intently. I thought to myself, as long as he comes out, if I can't hit him with one wooden barrel, I'll open a few more. I don't believe you can still hide. Suddenly, he felt a figure flying out from the right side of the bunker. Lin Qinshu hurriedly fired several shots towards the figure, and then took a closer look and found that it was a piece of clothing. Not good. At this moment, Yi Nanshu stood up at lightning speed and threw a stone. Ah! Lin Qinshu covered his right hand in pain, and the wooden basket had already fallen to the ground. Before Lin Qinshu could react and go to pick up the wood from the warehouse again, Yi Nanshu flashed and appeared in front of him. Yi Nanshu stretched out his leg and kicked him, and Lin Qinshu flew backwards and hit the wall of the fence directly. "Stop the bleeding!" Yi Nanshu shouted to the surviving security guard inside. The surviving security guard walked out cautiously, looked around for a while, then hurriedly helped up his companion who had fallen to the ground and checked his injuries. Yi Nanshu picked up the wooden bin that had fallen on the ground and looked at it carefully without paying any attention to Lin Qinshu who was lying on the ground. After all, without the wooden warehouse in his hand, it would be as easy for Yi Nanshu to crush Lin Qinshu to death as it would be to crush an ant. As expected of an expert who is proficient in unorthodox methods, he can even get something like this in China. Yi Nanshu shook the wooden basket in his hand and slowly walked towards Lin Qinshu. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly took out his cell phone and called the ambulance and the police. After all, the security guard couldn't be delayed because he was hit by a wooden cannon. Go to hell! While Yi Nanshu was making the call, Lin Qinshu had already woken up. Seeing that Yi Nanshu was on the phone, he struggled to get up, his eyes red, and he took out a dagger and rushed towards Yi Nanshu like a madman. With ease, Yi Nanshu grabbed the wrist of Lin Qinshu's knife-holding hand and twisted it hard, crippling the remaining hand, although he kicked it away again. Yi Nanshu would not kill him. Lin Qinshu, who had committed many crimes, killed him with a single knife. He was so kind to him. It is the greatest torture for such a person to be judged while alive and then feel the despair of death. After a while, ambulance and police cars arrived at the scene. Seeing the police coming, Yi Nanshu held the wooden handle with both hands raised above his head. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the police and then beaten to death by Ranmutsong. To be honest, I still remember the scene just now. Yi Nanshu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, he was born in China, where wooden cannons were controlled, instead of the beautiful country where everyone held wooden cannons. Otherwise, he would have to worry about himself from time to time, and he didn't know when someone would collapse with a wooden cannon. There is no doubt that China is the safest country in the world, no doubt about it. Yi Nanshu first handed the wooden warehouse in his hand to the police, and then the police handcuffed the unconscious Lin Qinshu and took him away. Afterwards, Yi Nanshu also got on the ambulance and accompanied the security guard from Zhongmu warehouse to the hospital. After all, he was a member of his company. Chapter 98: Traveling with Beauty. Fortunately, the security guard at Zhongmu warehouse did not suffer any vital injuries and underwent emergency surgery after being sent to the hospital. Yi Nanshu informed his family, made proper arrangements and then returned. With the arrest of Lin Qinshu, Jiaye Group was leaderless. The rest of the directors had corrupt hands and were either arrested or fled. Starting from the next day, Yi Nanshu directed the entire Shida Group to use stocks to acquire Jiaye Group's industries at low prices, and then split up those clean industries and resold them under the name of Shida Group. During this period, other group companies saw the collapse of Jiaye Group and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Unfortunately, this matter was caused by Yi Nanshu alone. He had made sufficient preparations beforehand. By the time those people wanted to take action, everything was already in Yi Nanshu's hands. After the entire Jiaye Group is absorbed by the Shida Group, in time, Yi Nanshu's Shida Group will easily become a company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. In order to speed up the improvement of his own strength, Yi Nanshu basically stays in the Shida Group every day. Just like that, more than a month has passed in a flash, and New Year's Day is approaching. Yi Nanshu had almost dealt with the matter and returned to school. Yi Nanshu, who was in the dormitory, received a call from Sun Fei. Because Yi Nanshu had been on leave at Shida Group for more than a month, the two of them spent more time talking on the phone. "Do you have time during the New Year's Day holiday?" Sun Fei's clear and ethereal voice came from the phone. "Yes, where do you want to go?" Yi Nanshu hadn't spent much time with Sun Fei during this period, so when he heard that she wanted to go out and play, he wanted to make it up to her. What's wrong, wife?" Hearing Sun Fei's hesitant voice, Yi Nanshu asked in confusion. "My roommates heard about your recent situation and are trying to persuade you to take everyone to Yun province for a trip. I wonder if you have time." Normally, Sun Fei would refuse such gatherings, but since she hadn't spent much time with Yi Nanshu during this period, Sun Fei was still looking forward to it. "No problem. With so many beauties around, I can call my roommates over. They'll probably jump for joy. It's a pity that I'm in the mood for a honeymoon," Yi Nanshu said with a regretful tone. "Spit. I didn't say I was going to marry you, so why would I go on a honeymoon?" Sun Fei spat lightly and replied shyly. "You are already mine, who else would you marry if not me?" Rogue. Sun Fei understood what Yi Nanshu meant. "Don't worry, wife. I promise to make all the arrangements for New Year's Day." Yi Nanshu originally wanted to flirt with her, but Sun Fei had already hung up the phone. Yi Nanshu shook his head with a wry smile. "This time when I go traveling, I must eat my wife well." Yi Nanshu thought about it beautifully and laughed out loud. "Old third, what are you doing alone in the dormitory?" The three roommates who had just returned saw Yi Nanshu grinning foolishly as soon as they entered the room. "Brothers, Fei Fei and I are going to Yun province to play on New Year's Day," Yi Nanshu said with a proud smile. "Tisk, you're showing off your love again. Be careful or I'll stuff your stinky socks in your mouth when you fall asleep," Su Ming said disdainfully. No matter how Yi Nanshu's status and position have changed, he is still used to playing and fighting in front of these roommates as before. "Second brother, I hope you can reorganize your language, otherwise you will regret it." Yi Nanshu laughed. "Whoever regrets will be the grandson." "Okay, big brother, big brother. Fei Fei's roommates are all going, so I must invite my brothers to play together, and forget about the second one." Yi Nanshu deliberately shook his head when he mentioned Su Ming. "A beautiful lady by your side? Oh wow, long live Sanner. Help me quickly, should I get a haircut? Maybe this time I won't be single anymore." Bai Yuntao and Zhuang Bai had already started cheering. When Su Ming heard this, he patted his thigh and exclaimed, "Fuck." Then he walked to Yi Nanshu in a flattering manner, rubbed his shoulders and said, "Grandfather, take me with you." This caused the other three to burst into laughter. "Since you have a good attitude, I will reluctantly take you with me," Yi Nanshu said jokingly. Hearing this, Su Ming jumped up happily and shouted, "Oh no, Mr. Yi is paying for the whole thing." Then Bai Yuntao and Zhuang Bai also shouted. Looking at his roommates who were laughing and talking happily, Yi Nanshu also smiled happily. Compared to the intrigues outside, the brotherhood among roommates may be the most simple friendship. The New Year's Day holiday has arrived as scheduled. Yi Nanshu asked his secretary to arrange all the food, clothing, housing and transportation for the trip in advance. So the group just needed to take their luggage and board the plane to Yun province. Except for Sun Fei, almost no one else has ever been on a plane, and Yi Nanshu is no exception. So for the group of 8 people, Yi Nanshu booked first-class cabins for all of them. In his words, Buddy has money, so he can build as much as he wants. After all, these were his brothers, and they could have shared the happiness together. Amid the chatter and curiosity of the crowd, they soon arrived at Yun province. After getting off the plane, Bai Yuntao and the others diligently helped the senior students carry their luggage. They had only taken a few steps when a special car was waiting there, which took them directly to the hotel. After a while, they arrived at the most luxurious villa resort hotel in Yunshangli City. The first thing that comes into view when you enter the hotel is their most iconic infinity pool. The turquoise infinity pool, coupled with the blue sky and white clouds and fresh environment unique to Li City, can instantly make people relax and enter the state of travel and vacation. Too bad it's winter now. Sun Fei's roommates looked at the swimming pool with regret, and Su Ming and his friends were even more regretful. As for what they regretted, everyone who knew would understand. Led by the staff, the group arrived at the villa they booked. This is the only sea view villa in this villa hotel. Sitting and looking at Sangshan Mountain with Irai Lake behind, it has to be said that this is really a paradise place. There is also a huge golf course next to the villa. I heard that each villa in this villa hotel is equipped with a constant temperature hot spring room. If you are tired from the car ride, you can go and soak in it first. When the secretary helped them book a hotel, he told Yi Nanshu the details of each hotel so that he could choose. Oh, you really do seem a little tired now that you mention it. Senior, why don't we go soak in the water together first? Zhuangbai stretched his waist pretentiously and said. Okay, we also want to take a hot spring bath. Pei Qinlu also longed to go there when she heard about the hot springs. After all, although we can't go to the swimming pool in this weather, it is still very comfortable to soak in the hot springs. The girls went to their respective rooms, prepared their clothes, and then went straight to the hot spring. Su Ming and the other 2 were already waiting in the hot spring. When they saw the beauties coming in, they almost had nosebleeds. Chapter 99 Entertainment Industry Matchmaker. Although Sun Fei's roommates could not compare to her stunning beauty, they were all top beauties, especially their figures were all well proportioned, big where big should be big, small where small should be small. Perhaps the temperature of the hot spring was too high, which made Bai Yuntao and the others feel their blood boiling and their whole bodies hot. Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei did not participate. They walked out of the villa hand in hand. Yi Nanshu said that he wanted to go to Irai Lake to take a look, but in fact he didn't want these perverts to see his wife's beauty. If he wanted to take a bath, he would only take a bath with his wife. On the first day after arriving in the city, everyone stayed in the hotel. After all, a villa like this is enough to enjoy for a day or two. There are many rooms in the villa, so in order to cater to the preferences of young people, the hotel has also set up a special script killing room. After soaking in the hot springs and having lunch at the hotel, everyone played games in the script killing room in the villa. You can also have a barbecue on the balcony in the evening. 8 people are just right for 4 couples. Bai Yuntao and the other 3 had already assigned their targets, and they were all diligently serving barbecue, drinking beer, and bragging. Su Ming was so proud of himself that he wanted to perform a song, but was finally driven off the stage under Zhuangbai's slippers, which made the beauties laugh. In the next 2 days, everyone visited the large and small attractions in Li City. During this period, Yi Nanshu generously gave each of his 3 roommates a secondary card so that they could have fun when they went out to play and use the cards as they pleased. After all, I won millions in front of the school last time, so this amount of money is nothing. At first, the 3 roommates said they didn't want anything. Even though they were brothers and had never been polite when it came to giving away hundreds or thousands of dollars, they knew that the money on the card was not just a few hundred or thousands. In the end, Yi Nanshu jokingly scolded them for being unsophisticated, saying that it was impossible to go out for fun without money and they just kept buying whatever was expensive. Zhuangbai was full of emotion. He didn't expect that his wish of buying things without looking at the prices had come true, especially in a tourist attraction where the prices were 3 times more expensive than outside. After playing for a morning, everyone returned to the hotel and wanted to go to the restaurant on the 4th floor of the lobby to eat. After all, the food in this restaurant is also excellent. Several people were chatting and laughing while waiting for the elevator in the lobby. The elevator arrived and several people were about to get on when suddenly several men in black rushed out from behind and brutally pushed out by Yuntao and Pei Qin Lui, who had gone on first. "What are you doing?" You guys. Bai Yuntao said swearingly. The men in black ignored Bai Yuntao. At this time, a stunningly beautiful woman walked out from between the two rows of men in black. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses, but her eyes seemed to be raised to the sky. Yi Nanshu pulled Bai Yuntao and said, "Forget it, boss, let's do the next one." Hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Bai Yuntao retreated angrily. Originally, this woman was so proud of her status that she didn't even bother to even look at Yi Nanshua and the others. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw Sun Fei in the crowd. Although she was proud of her beauty, she was stunned after seeing Sun Fei's looks. There actually is such a beautiful woman. Even I can't help but envy someone for having such a peerless beauty. The woman stopped and turned to Sun Fei with a sly smile on her face and said, "Little sister, are you interested in becoming a star? I can introduce you to many big bosses. This woman is none other than the actress Ma Lilan. She doesn't have many representative works, but she is quite popular. Since she was kept by a boss, she has become a famous matchmaker in the entertainment industry, specializing in introducing various beautiful stars to various big bosses." As soon as she saw Sun Fei's beauty, she thought she could be sold for a good price. "Not interested," Sun Fei replied with a cold face. "Little sister, think about it carefully. With your looks, which big boss wouldn't want to sleep with you? Then you'll be very rich," Marilyn said relentlessly. "Get lost." Yi Nanshu didn't want to get involved, but she was courting death by plotting against Sun Fei. Ma Lilan looked at Yi Nanshu with contempt. "Where did you come from? Mind your own business." Then he continued to say to Sun Fei, "Little sister, how are you? After all, if you can hunt down such a beauty and package her well, you can find a top rich man and make a lot of money from her. Can't you hear my boyfriend telling you to get out?" Sun Fei's face turned cold and she glared at him. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Ma Lilan felt a little unhappy. "You are really blind to choose a country bumpkin like this as your boyfriend, but I think you are just a slut." Seeing that she couldn't get what she wanted, Ma Lilan didn't know whether it was out of jealousy or for the sake of face, but when she saw Sun Fei, who was prettier than her, she just wanted to curse her. "Apologize to her, or you'll die a horrible death." Yi Nanshu's face turned cold, his eyes emitted a dazzling bloody light, and everyone felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. "Don't even think about asking me to apologize to this bitch." Although Yi Nanshu's expression made Ma Lilan a little nervous, she thought she was a big star and why should she be afraid of this country bumpkin? Pop. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound was heard in the hall. Yi Nanshu flashed past the bodyguards and slapped Ma Lilan in the face. Bai Yuntao and Su Ming looked at each other, then smiled bitterly and shook their heads at the same time. This woman is really looking for death. The dragon has a reverse scale, and it will be angry if it is touched. Sun Fei is Yi Nanshu's Achilles heel. You can bully Yi Nanshu in any way you want, but if you bully Sun Fei, then be prepared to bear Yi Nanshu's wrath. You. Marilyn, who was slapped in the face, was unable to recover for a while. She never thought that this country bumpkin would dare to hit him. "You are looking for death. What are you doing standing there? Kill him for me." Marilyn came to her senses and shouted at the bodyguards in frustration. "I spent so much money to support these useless things, but they still got hit in the face by me." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards rushed towards Yi Nanshu with ferocious looks. Su Ming and Zhuang Bai were even more outrageous. They looked like they were enjoying a good show. They passed a cigarette to each other and smoked while leaning against the wall. From time to time, they looked at the bodyguards being beaten and cried out ouch as if they felt the same way. It's not that they were gloating and didn't want to help Yi Nanshu, it's that they knew Yi Nanshu too well. Even if these people were doubled, they would not be a match for Yi Nanshu, so the two of them just watched the show leisurely. Sure enough, after a while, a dozen bodyguards were easily dealt with by Yi Nanshu, and they all lay on the ground groaning. "Apologize." Yi Nanshu walked slowly towards Ma Lilan, a low voice coming out of his mouth. "What do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm a big star. If anything happens to me, you'll be dead." After seeing Yi Nanshu's skills, especially now that he was walking towards her with murderous intent, Marylan finally began to be afraid. Marylan was so scared that she slowly backed away, took out her cell phone and made a call. Chapter 100 Wave After Wave. "Honey, help me, someone is trying to kill me." Maryland cried into the phone. "I'm in the hotel. If you don't come, I'll be waiting to collect your body." At this time, everyone in the hotel was attracted by the noise and came over to watch the fun. Boy, if you have the guts, just wait. Once my husband comes, it will be your death. After finishing the call, Marilyn seemed to suddenly have some blind courage and started shouting again. Yi Nanshu just looked at Ma Lilan jokingly. After a while, a low voice was heard. Who wants to kill my baby? I saw a fat man in his 40s pushing through the crowd and walking over, followed by dozens of bodyguards. Maryland threw herself into the little fat boy's arms and started acting coquettishly. Hubby, you're finally here, it's him. Ma Lilan pointed at Yi Nanshu and said. The tall Maryland was acting coquettishly in the arms of a short and fat man, which made people laugh. Needless to say, you can tell that this little fat guy must be rich. Sure enough, some onlookers recognized the little fat man. Is this Duan Hong from Hongwei Construction Company? Yes, this belongs to the boss of a listed company. No wonder he could find such a beautiful female star. Duan Hong is a well-known wealthy and vicious person. This young man is in trouble. The onlookers began to talk. It's you who wants to kill my baby? Duan Hong walked in front of Yi Nanshu and stared at him with sharp eyes. Yi Nanshu shrugged and said, she has a dirty mouth. I just asked her to apologize. I thought he was some tough guy, but he turned out to be just a little brat who hadn't even shed all his hair yet. Duan Hong looked disdainful and laughed sarcastically. Then he saw Sun Fei behind Yi Nanshu and said in surprise. TSK, I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful girl here. As he said that, he walked towards Sun Fei. Yi Nanshu moved forward and blocked Duan Hong's way. Honey, it was this bitch who ordered her idiot boyfriend to beat me up. Ma Lilan walked up to Duan Hong and said. When Duan Hong saw Yi Nanshu blocking his way to the beautiful woman, and heard that he was the beautiful woman's boyfriend, a gloom flashed in his eyes. Boy, I advise you to take care of yourself and don't seek death. Let me sleep with your little girlfriend behind you for a few nights, maybe I'll spare you if I'm in a good mood. Although Duan Hong was talking to Yi Nanshu, his eyes were staring at Sun Fei with a lewd smile. It must be very pleasant to have such a stunning beauty under my crotch, little sister, shall we play together? Without waiting for Yi Nanshu to reply, the little fat boy blurted out what was in his mind. You're looking for death. Suddenly, the fat boy and the onlookers all shivered, their hair stood on end, and they felt as if they had suddenly entered a deep pool at the bottom of the sea. Bang! The fat boy Duan Hong was kicked away by Yi Nanshu and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Yi Nanshu's angry face was twisted into that of a furious lion, and he looked particularly terrifying when he was on fire. You! Duan Hong struggled to get up, but it was too painful, at least many of his ribs were broken. The bodyguards hurriedly helped Duan Hong up and found a stool for him. Duan Hong, sitting on the stool, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled gently. Ma Lilan hurried to Duan Hong to check the situation, but accidentally touched his chest. Duan Hong opened his eyes in pain, screamed, and cursed. Get out of here, don't touch me. Then, he looked at Yi Nanshu viciously, gritted his teeth and said, little bastard, you are so brave, here, in this market, you are the first one who dares to hit me. I don't want your first time because you're short and ugly. Yi Nanshu replied jokingly. So people like this who are short, ugly and small have to find an actor as a lover, because they have good acting skills and are highly cooperative. In fact, they can do everything. Su Ming also laughed at the side. The onlookers burst into laughter at Su Ming's amusement. Fuck you, destroy them for me. I want to make them live a life worse than death. Cough cough, cough. Duan Hong was so angry that he screamed hysterically, which caused the wound to hurt and he coughed violently. Upon hearing this, dozens of bodyguards beside Duan Hong rubbed their hands and rushed towards Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu waved at Bai Yuntao, signaling him to take the beauties away. Immediately, Yi Nanshu went towards the bodyguard who was rushing towards him. With a quick swing of his fist, he took care of the 5 people in front of him in one blow. Without waiting for everyone to react, his figure flashed. Whoosh! Only a series of afterimages were left on the ground, and then more than a dozen bodyguards were beaten to pieces and flew backwards, damaging many things in the hotel. The lobby manager, accompanied by 2 security guards, could only stand by and worry. They started it first. If something breaks, put it on their account. Yi Nanshu seemed to hear the lobby manager's thoughts. The lobby manager was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this moment. My dear, please stop hitting me. It was so easy for Yi Nanshu to deal with these minions. He just moved leisurely among the crowd, using his hands and feet. These bodyguards were knocked away before they could even touch the corner of Yi Nanshu's clothes. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of bodyguards were lying on the ground, unable to move. Even though Yi Nanshu looks leisurely when fighting, he is very powerful. Duan Hong's previous words had completely infuriated Yi Nanshu, and these people were aiding and abetting the evil, so he acted without mercy. Duan Hong was dumbfounded when he saw the bodyguards lying on the ground. Dozens of well-trained bodyguards were all knocked down in less than 5 minutes. The remaining few retreated to Duan Hong's side tremblingly. Even if they all stood still and got beaten, it was impossible for them all to be beaten down in less than 5 minutes. "You, who are you?" Duan Hong stood up with difficulty and asked in shock. "I'm your grandpa." Yi Nanshu sneered. "Apologize." Then Yi Nanshu slowly walked towards Duan Hong and Malilan. Seeing Yi Nanshu, who looked like a murderous god, walking towards him step by step, Duan Hong was so scared that he collapsed on the stool again. Although Duan Hong was frightened, he was not scared to death. "Little bastard, kill me now if you dare, or today will be the day you die." "Can you fight?" "I don't have anything else but a lot of people under my command." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. "If you want money, call everyone together and come to the NAR hotel immediately to help me get someone." Then he hung up the phone, endured the pain, smiled cruelly with a fierce look on his face and said, "Little bastard, no matter how good you are at fighting, you are alone. I wonder how long you can last." Yi Nanshu looked at Duan Hong as if he were a clown, and laughed jokingly. "Let me be honest. You guys are the most resilient villains I've ever seen. You're playing nesting dolls, are you? Don't worry, call as many people as you can." After all, Yi Nanshu is full of confidence in his skills. But what happened next left Yi Nanshu a little dumbfounded. Chapter 101 Outnumbered. After a long time, crackling sounds were heard outside the hotel. Duan Hong, who had been on the construction site for a long time, immediately recognized the source of the sound and said with a sly smile as he walked out, "You little bastard, your time of death has come. Come with me if you have the guts." Ma Lilan followed Duan Hong and ran outside. She was afraid that Duan Hong would leave her behind to face this killer. "No apology. Did I tell you to leave?" Yi Nanshu looked at Duan Hong and the other man running out with amusement. "Stop him." Duan Hong ran out dejectedly and directed the remaining bodyguards to intercept Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu caught Duan Hong like a cat catching a mouse. He knew that Duan Hong could not run far, so he did not chase him at first. By the time he had dealt with the remaining bodyguards, Duan Hong had already run out of the hotel. Immediately, Yi Nanshu ran out of the hotel, followed by Bai Yuntao and others. After leaving the hotel, Yi Nanshu looked at the situation outside and was stunned. After Bai Yuntao and the others followed out, they also saw the situation outside. They were all dumbfounded and surprised. "Oh my goodness." Looking closely, I saw that the outside was full of people, holding various weapons such as steel pipes, hoes, sledgehammers, etc. They were all construction workers judging by their attire. A quick glance showed that there were more than 200 of them. Duan Hong stood in the middle of these people, shouting with a smug look on his face. "Aren't you a good fighter? Let's see how many you can beat." Yi Nanshu was stunned. He had seen masters before, but this was the first time he faced more than 200 workers holding various weapons. "You must destroy this boy for me today. I will immediately fulfill my promise to you." Then, Duan Hong promised something to these people and shouted loudly. In Duan Hong's mind, no matter what the cost today, he must avenge himself, otherwise how will he survive in Li City in the future? These people are naturally the workers of Duan Hong's construction company. Only Duan Hong can call so many people at once. Although they are not Duan Hong's bodyguards, they have to come because of Duan Hong's promise. "What are you standing there for? Come on, do you still want the money?" Duan Hong pushed the people in front of him and spoke excitedly. Hearing this, the workers tightened their grip on their tools and slowly walked towards Yi Nanshu. "Little brother, how did you offend Boss Duan? You should apologize to Boss Duan. We don't want to hurt you." The leading workers saw that Yi Nanshu was accompanied by only a few people, and reminded them with some reluctance. At first, hearing Duan Hong's tone, Yi Nanshu thought that this worker was working for Duan Hong for money. At this moment, he saw that the leading worker seemed to be reminding him, but there was no sarcasm in his tone. Yi Nanshu rubbed the tip of his nose and smiled. "Your boss Duan is a ruthless man. If I don't teach him a lesson, do you think he will let me go easily? Brother, since you kindly reminded me, why did you help the evildoer?" Yi Nanshu was also a little confused. We can't help it. We still have 1 or 2 years' salary in Boss Duan's hands. I'm so sorry. What are you talking about? Do you still want money? If you kill this guy, you will have money. The workers behind rushed up one after another, holding various tools in their hands and greeting Yi Nanshu. Then more than 200 people rushed up like a tide. You guys step back and hide. Yi Nanshua dodged the attacks and shouted at Bai Yuntao and the others. But this time his 3 roommates did not listen to him. Su Ming asked Sun Fei and the others to retreat into the hotel, then he picked up a stool and started to attack the workers together with Bai Yuntao and Zhuang Bai. Before, they didn't take action and just watched the show because they knew Yi Nanshu could handle it easily. But this time it was different. There were more than 200 people on the opposite side. No matter how powerful Sanner was, he couldn't handle so many people. If you run away at this time, you are no longer a brother. Yi Nanshu smiled helplessly, but was inexplicably moved. A friend in need is a friend indeed. This is what brothers are all about. No matter what difficulties and obstacles you encounter, a brother will always stand by you, even if you have to take a beating together with him. Yi Nanshu dodged left and right, using his speed to shuttle among these people, but there were too many of them. Each of them was holding a weapon, and there was no order. They just relied on their strength to attack Yi Nanshu. Even Yi Nanshu, who was skilled in martial arts, was hit by many black sticks. Yi Nanshu was also helpless. After all, these people were not Duan Hong's bodyguards, so he held back and did not kill them. However, Bai Yuntao and his 2 companions were in a miserable state. Although Yi Nanshu attracted most of the people to support them, and they also fought hard to knock down a few people, there were simply too many people. After a while, Bai Yuntao and the other 2 were beaten black and blue. Boss, you guys go first and hide inside. Yi Nanshu shouted to Bai Yuntao anxiously. Why are you hiding? Come on, kill me if you dare. The 3 people in the dormitory were beaten a lot and became furious, especially Bai Yuntao, who had a violent temper and was willing to fight to the death. Yi Nanshu flashed to their side and took care of the few people in front of him, and then the 4 of them stood back to back. Old 4, I told you to exercise more often but you didn't listen. Now you're at a disadvantage in a fight. Bai Yuntao laughed. Bah! If I had kicked the guy behind you just now, your head would have exploded. Zhuang Bai said with a look of dissatisfaction. Fuck, it's such a bad time and we're still bickering. I'm afraid we're going to die here today. Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed. Looking at the 3 brothers who were beaten black and blue and were bickering with each other, Yi Nanshu felt mixed emotions. But he was really angry. If this continues, these brothers of mine will really die here, as the second brother said. What should we do, Fei Fei? If this continues, they will all be beaten to death. Pei Qin Luo and another roommate Lu Xiangwei looked outside nervously. Sun Fei clenched her fists tightly, her face was cold, and she wanted to rush forward immediately. What to do? Sun Fei also asked herself secretly. After all, this is Yun Province, not the East China Sea, and she doesn't know whether the Sun family's influence has reached the East China Sea. For now, I can only ask first. Sun Fei was just about to take out her cell phone to make a call when she heard Yi Nanshu's cold voice. Whoever hurts my brother will die. You still have time to leave now. I can let you go. Yi Nanshu was really angry. Even if he was injured he would not be so angry, but he did not want to implicate his brothers. You little bastard, you're still trying to show off after being beaten like this. I don't think you'll cry until you're in your coffin. Listen, I'm going to destroy him in 5 minutes, and the wages I owe you will be paid immediately, and I'll even give you an extra month's salary. The workers' wages had been delayed for too long by this Duan, so they became excited when they heard this. Chapter 102. Are you rich? Big 1, second 1, fourth 1. Protect yourselves, and leave the rest to me. Yi Nanshu turned his back to the 3 people in the dormitory. For a moment, he looked like a god of war descending to earth, exuding a tremendous fighting spirit. The sky seemed to change color and a strong wind blew violently. What is there to be afraid of when there are many people? It's just a mob. Let us see whether life is more important or money is more important. Sanner. Bai Yuntao walked forward and was about to say something when he was stopped by Su Ming beside him. Su Ming sensed Yi Nanshu's anger and knew that a lion had been awakened. Sanner, be careful. Sun Fei also put away the phone she was about to call. Although she was still worried, she knew that Yi Nanshu was not a person who would talk big without any evidence. She believed everything he said. The workers were also shocked by Yi Nanshu's astonishing momentum. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't retreat, you will die. With overwhelming fighting spirit, Yi Nanshu rushed forward and punched out. The people in front of him flew backwards one after another as if they were hit by a surging flood. Then Yi Nanshu's figure flashed, and he continued to rush forward with full speed. Wherever he passed, he left only a trail of afterimages. However, where the afterimages passed, people were beaten away and thrown out like chickens. Everything happened too fast, and Yi Nanshu's speed reached the limit, so no matter whether those who were standing behind or those who had been knocked away were all stunned and hadn't reacted yet. After all, these people are just construction workers. They have great strength, but when they encounter a real master in a fight, they are completely vulnerable. However, Yi Nanshu still did not kill them. They were all pitiful people, just with different standpoints. As the saying goes, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Not killing them doesn't mean Yi Nanshu can let them stand up again. After all, being too kind will only hurt himself and those close to him. What just happened is the best example. At this time, there were still more than 100 people on the field ready to make a move. Yi Nanshu had already warned them before taking action, so he didn't want to waste any more words now. If they were scared, they would naturally stop. Yi Nanshu did not slow down and rushed towards the crowd again. Because of Yi Nanshu's 2 attacks, the area in front of the 3 people in the dormitory was basically cleared out. Taking advantage of this gap, the 3 of them sat on the ground and rested for a while, gasping for breath and looking at Yi Nanshu in amazement. Too perverted. Is this still a human being? It was a 1-on-200 situation. Although he was tricked occasionally, he was never at a disadvantage. The 3 of them looked at each other with bitter smiles. However, seeing Yi Nanshu beating these people up, he couldn't help but applaud and praise him, as he felt that he had avenged himself and others. Well done, Sanner. Awesome. But the people on the opposite side were secretly groaning in their hearts as they were beaten. This is still a human being. Yi Nanshu took the snatched steel pipe and waved it around to block the tools in the hands of the people opposite him. The steel pipes collided with each other, making banging sounds. Everyone's arms became numb and the tools in their hands flew out. Then Yi Nanshu swept the steel pipe in his hand and knocked away more than a dozen people like cutting straw. Wherever Yi Nanshu passed, there were mournful souls everywhere. No one could stand, and only people were left lying on the ground. Although there were still about 100 people left, their mentality had collapsed and fear filled their bodies. Every time Yi Nanshu took a step forward, they took a step back and no one dared to move forward. After all, they were not here to work for Duan Hong. At first, they just thought it was a simple task. With so many people, they could just deal with a few people and get their wages back. However, they were frightened by Yi Nanshu's actions and began to back down. After all, life is more important than money. Duan Hong, who had been hiding far away, saw these people almost retreating in front of him and cursed angrily. You useless people, he could eat so many of you all by himself. Do you still want the money? If you continue now, I will add more money and transfer it to him immediately. After hearing Duan Hong's words, everyone started to get restless again. The worst that could happen was they would have to lie in bed for a month, but at least they would get the money. The crowd stopped retreating and began to move forward slowly. Seeing these people being stimulated by the power of his money again, Duan Hong couldn't help but start to show off. Boy, did you see that? It's called money makes the world go round. So what if you can fight? You're still a poor fellow. If I have money, I can make them work for me. Yi Nanshu laughed contemptuously. Are you rich? When it comes to money, Marilyn becomes excited and says with an intoxicated expression. My husband is the boss of a construction company with a market value of over $1 billion. He is also a well-known wealthy man in the city. Duan Hong felt very comfortable listening to Ma Lilan's flattery, as if it was showing off his masculinity. Oh? 10 billion is a lot of money? Yi Nanshu asked jokingly, then his face changed and he said in a low voice. Believe it or not, within one day, the multi-billion-dollar company that I made you proud of collapsed. After hearing Yi Nanshu's words, Duan Hong and Ma Lilan were slightly stunned, and then burst into laughter. You country bumpkin, do you think your father is a high-ranking official? It's still falling apart in one day. Not only Duan Hong and the other two seemed to be listening to a joke, even those who had been watching the fun for a while were laughing at Yi Nanshu's shameless words. This young man is as good at bragging as he is at fighting. Who says it's not true? Duan Hong's company is worth more than $1 billion. Who dares to say that they can bring him down in one day? Giving him a month won't work. These people watched the fun from a distance, fearing that they would be hit, but when they mocked, they were very angry. Why are you standing there? Come on. Looking at Yi Nanshu's arrogant expression, Duan Hong was furious. He felt unwilling to let him kneel down and beg for mercy. Stimulated by the money, the 100 or so people temporarily eliminated their fear and slowly rushed towards Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu shook his head and sighed. Madness. Yi Nanshu leaped forward and kicked forward with unstoppable force, causing more than a dozen people to fall to the ground. The fear that had just been eliminated was kicked back again by Yi Nanshu. In fact, Yi Nanshu is a human, not a god. Although his current physical fitness is dozens of times better than that of ordinary people, he has been fighting for so long after all, and he has faced more than 200 people with tools at one time, and he has been beaten with a lot of black sticks during the period. Although he could still fight, Yi Nanshu didn't want to continue wasting time like this, mainly because these were workers and Yi Nanshu didn't want to continue fighting with them. Therefore, he could only use the fear just now to kill with one blow and scare everyone away. Sure enough, the workers dropped their tools and fled in all directions. They would take the money if they can, but they wouldn't sell their lives. Seeing those workers fleeing in panic, Duan Hong knew that the situation was hopeless. He took the opportunity to blend into the crowd with Ma Lilan and slipped away. Yi Nanshu did not stop the two people from running away, but just smiled slightly. Do you think that's the end of it? The fun has just begun. Chapter 103, The First Branch. Yi Nanshu took out his cell phone and called Shida Group. He only said one sentence. He will destroy Yun Province Hongwei Construction Company within one day. After receiving the instructions, the Shida Group began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. After all, they have the experience of swallowing up the Jia Group with a market value of tens of billions of RMB in one gulp, so they are already familiar with how to bring down a small construction company. What's more, with the help of Mo Xiaoxi, Duan Hong's negative information was quickly reported back to Shida Group. Yi Nanshu did not directly acquire Hongwei Construction Company, as that would have been a bargain for the fat guy Duan Hong. The best way was to let him fall first. In this way, Duan Hong's negative information was exposed one after another. Workers' wages were in arrears for 1 or 2 years, and when they came to collect the debts, they were dismissed with a combination of kindness and severity. Opened a secret casino with gambling amounts reaching hundreds of millions of yuan. Gathering together to solicit prostitution. Every case was exposed in major news media with solid evidence. Although it did not become the most popular topic, it also had a wide impact. The number of reposts increased exponentially, and the things revealed about Duan Hong soon attracted official attention. Inside Hongwei Construction Company. Who on earth wants to mess with me? Duan Hong threw the folder away and said angrily. He couldn't figure out which big boss he had offended to make him want to be killed like this, as he had been fine for so many years. Could it be that boy? Duan Hong suddenly thought of what Yi Nanshu said, but quickly denied his idea. How could this kid have such great ability? Boss, we found the person you asked us to investigate. The secretary came in with the documents. Explain. Duan Hong raised his head slightly and said in a low voice. This man is Yi Nanshu, the chairman of the Shida Group in Donghai City. He just acquired a company with a market value of several billion last month. He has a lot of stories about himself online. Here is his profile. As the secretary spoke, he handed a document to Duan Hong. Duan Hong took the information and flipped through it quickly. The changes in facial expressions were like a big drama. From contempt and anger at the beginning, to shock and fear. Finally, he slumped down on the armchair, feeling hopeless. I actually offended such a big boss, he can destroy me in minutes. Boss, there are a lot of police outside, saying they want to take you for investigation. An employee came running in hurriedly from outside and said to Duan Hong. When Duan Hong heard this, he thought it was all over, so he stood up and wanted to run. As soon as he opened the office door, he ran into the policemen who were about to come in. Mr. Duan, please come with us. The policeman had a blank expression on his face and took out handcuffs and documents. At this moment, Duan Hong's mind flashed with Yi Nanshu's words. Believe it or not, within one day, the multi-billion-dollar company that I made you proud of collapsed. Duan Hong stretched out his hands. He finally understood that his fate was doomed from the moment he arrived at the resort hotel. It doesn't take a whole day, half a day at most, and it will be done. At this time, after Yi Nanshu settled Sun Fei and the other three beauties, he took the three people from the dormitory to the hospital for bandaging. Ouch, little sister, be gentle. Zhuang Bai screamed in pain. Where else does it hurt? A beautiful lady with handguards moved her hands over Zhuang Bai's body. Here, it hurts. Zhuang Bai acted pitifully and pulled the nurse's hand against his chest. The nurse, unaware of what was in Zhuang Bai's mind, continued to ask him with concern. I'll call a doctor to check you out. After saying that, the nurse wanted to go out, but Zhuang Bai held her hand tightly. Don't go. If you leave, I'll feel more pain. Am I going to die? Yi Nanshu and the other two watched with a smile as Zhuang Bai was trying to take advantage of the situation. Su Ming couldn't stand the look of Zhuang Bai closing his eyes and looking so happy and servile. Miss Nurse, he was fine originally, but when he saw such a beautiful lady, he became ill all over. When the nurse heard this, she immediately understood what Su Ming meant. She quickly pulled her hand out, called him a hooligan, and ran out angrily. Where's my nurse? Zhuang Bai opened his eyes and stood up suddenly. Mr. Nurse, turn into a butterfly and fly away. Su Ming laughed and mocked Zhuang Bai. It's all because of you, you bastard, that I ruined my show. Zhuang Bai knew that it must be Su Ming's words that scared the nurse away. Zhuang Bai, who was still unsatisfied, raised his right hand, put it to his nose and smelled it intoxicatedly, then said with a look of regret. Hey, I just smelled some perfume, and it's gone again. Bai Yuntao kicked Zhuang Bai on the butt and cursed. Can you be any more mean? Upon hearing this, Yi Nanshu and Su Ming also burst into laughter. At this time, the doctor came in and checked the wounds of several people. They were all skin injuries, so he prescribed them medicine for internal and external application. The cell phone rang. Yi Nanshu picked up the phone and walked out. Chairman, Duan Hong has been arrested. What will happen to Hongwei Construction Company next? The secretary's voice came from the phone. After hearing the secretary's words, Yi Nanshu fell into deep thought. Yi Nanshu had never thought about this problem before. At first, he was just unhappy with the disgusting face of the fat man and the withholding of wages for the workers. Then let's acquire the construction company and immediately transfer some key personnel over to make it a branch of Shida Group in Yun Province. Yes, Chairman. This incident turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and it actually reminded Yi Nanshu. If he wanted to become stronger, his business would definitely not be limited to Donghai City, so he would take the opportunity to establish the first branch of Shida Group in another province. With this experience, we can use it as a template to set up the second and third stores in the future. Of course, the most important thing at the moment is to strengthen the Shida Group in Donghai City. After getting the medicine, they prepared to return to the hotel. If Su Ming hadn't said that there were 3 beautiful senior schoolmates waiting for him in the hotel, Zhuang Bai would have still been waiting outside the nurse's office with a reluctant look on his face. After returning to the hotel, the few people felt that the eyes of those who had been watching the fun before looking at them had changed. The hotel's general manager personally greeted us at the door. After an afternoon of fermentation, Duan Hong was taken away by the police, and the stock market of Hongwei Construction Company plummeted. Everyone quickly thought of Yi Nanshu. After searching online, Yi Nanshu's identity was quickly discovered. Chairman of a listed company. The market value is over 10 billion renminbi. A hero who bravely stands up for justice. Regardless of their identity, they were shocked. Everyone wanted to curry favor with Yi Nanshu. At the entrance of the hotel, a beautiful woman ran into the hotel room in a secretive manner. Chapter 104 Human Trafficker. Because Yi Nanshu was so famous, many people came to visit him. In order not to affect the mood for the rest of the trip, the group had to change hotels. The vacation was short and the injuries to several people were not serious. After resting for a night, they went out to play as usual the next day. The group came to a playground inside a tourist attraction, which is a paradise for children, so children jumping around can be seen everywhere. Pei Qinluo suggested going to play on the pendulum and forced a group of people to go with her. When Su Ming saw the pendulum swinging in the air, his head was like a rattle, shaking his head continuously, indicating that he would never go. Finally, under the instigation of everyone, she had to board their pirate ship for the sake of the man's face. However, Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei did not join their team. Finally, under the contemptuous eyes of everyone, the two of them walked into a carousel amusement park and rode the prop slowly. Ah! As the pendulum swung from side to side, uniform screams were heard in the sky. Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei were riding on a nearby carousel, holding hands and looking at the pendulum and the sky with smiles on their faces. I wonder if my pants will get wet when my second child comes down. Yi Nanshu thought about Su Ming's nervous expression after he sat on it and laughed. Hearing this, Sun Fei on the side also covered her mouth and laughed. Oh my, I didn't expect that such a fearless beauty would be afraid of this. Yi Nanshu shook his head and said to himself with a snicker. In fact, he noticed that Sun Fei looked a little uncomfortable, so he dragged Sun Fei to play on the carousel. Who's afraid? I just don't feel well today. Sun Fei looked over there and said calmly. Real? Yi Nanshu turned his head and looked at Sun Fei, who looked guilty. She was so adorable. You did it on purpose. Seeing Yi Nanshu's expression of trying not to laugh, Sun Fei stared at her angrily. Snort. Looking at Sun Fei's two big watery eyes under her long eyelashes staring at him, her angry expression was so cute that Yi Nanshu was eager to get angry. He found that his wife became more and more beautiful the more he looked at her, and he could never get enough of looking at her. My wife would be afraid of this thing? Impossible. Yi Nanshu held back his laughter and spoke seriously. In fact, when Sun Fei first heard that they were going to play that, she was a little panicked and didn't dare to do it. Because she had never played that before and rarely went to the amusement park. The Sun family had strict parents and arranged various training classes for her since she was a child, so Sun Fei had very little time for entertainment. But it is precisely because of this that such a talented and beautiful woman was cultivated. While they were talking, the carousel stopped. Yi Nanshu took Sun Fei's hand and carried her off the horse. Let me go. Let me go. As soon as Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei walked out, they saw a little boy of 8 or 9 years old struggling in the arms of a strong man, with a young and beautiful woman beside him. People passing by were also attracted by the child's cries. Stop messing around. We've been playing for so long. It's time to go back. Can mom and dad bring you here to play next time? The strong man spoke to the child in a kind tone. Seeing that everyone was looking at them in confusion, the strong man smiled slightly and said to the person beside him. It's all our fault that we spoiled him too much. He made a scene even when we didn't allow him to play. Just now everyone was still wondering if this man was a human trafficker, but after hearing this, they all put aside their doubts. Children are all like this. My kid is more noisy than him. Yes, nowadays, children will cry and make a fuss if they are not satisfied. We can't let them do whatever they want. It suddenly turned into a parenting sharing session. They are not my parents, help, help. The child in her arms cried and screamed. If you don't listen, mom will beat you. The woman next to him said with a stern face. The man looked at the child making a lot of noise, so he picked up Songming and ran out of the playground. This child actually said such outrageous words. If he is not properly disciplined, he will definitely have problems in the future. Looking at the child in the strong man's arms crying non-stop, people around were pointing and talking. Wrong. The more Yi Nanshu looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the amusement park, Yi Nanshu caught up with the family of 3. Stop. Yi Nanshu stood in front of them. What's up? The sturdy man looked at Yi Nanshu warily and asked. Is this child really yours? Yi Nanshu pointed at the child in the strong man's arms. Nonsense, if it's not my child, then is it your child? What do you want to do? Want to steal my child? The strong man said unhappily. It was noisy just now, why is there silence now? Yi Nanshu looked at the child in the strong man's arms strangely, and found that the strong man's hand seemed to be blocking the child's mouth. If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to call for help. The sturdy man saw Yi Nanshu looking at the child in his arms and said nervously. After saying that, the sturdy man walked outside, but was grabbed by Yi Nanshu, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Someone come, there are human traffickers snatching children here. The strong man began to shout loudly. Pedestrians around were attracted by the strong man's cry for help. Seeing everyone gathered around, the woman next to her pretended to be pitiful and said, Everyone, come and see. Human traffickers are snatching children in broad daylight. When the people around heard the word human trafficker, they immediately looked at Yi Nanshu angrily. After all, every family has a child, and human traffickers are beasts that everyone hates. Boy, what do you want to do? Let me go. At this time, several strong middle-aged men came out from the crowd. Seeing someone step forward, the sturdy man looked at Yi Nanshu with a proud look on his face. After all, he was a man and a woman with a child, and Yi Nanshu was holding him. People knew what was going on at a glance. They are the human traffickers, Yi Nanshu said to the people who were walking over. As soon as Yi Nanshu saw the smug look on the sturdy man's face, he knew that his guess was correct. What I hate most are those inhumane human traffickers. I advise you to let go of your hand. Those few people who stood out came over with their hands rubbed. Yi Nanshu shook his head helplessly. What kind of brains do these people have? Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, he realized that if he couldn't explain himself clearly, not only would he not be able to save the child, but he would also be beaten up as a human trafficker. Everyone, please be patient. We will know who the trafficker is once we ask him. Since you said they were his parents, then what is his name? While comforting the passers-by who were ready to take the initiative, Yi Nanshu asked the strong man. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Nanshu regretted it. I am so stupid. These two people just randomly said a name and no one can prove whether they are right or wrong. Chapter 105 Enemies Meet. Would I not know the name of my own child? The sturdy man smiled sinisterly when he heard Yi Nanshu's words. His name is Lu Tongshu, he is 8 years old and studies at Lishur Experimental Primary School. Xiaoxi, quickly check this kid and his real information for me, then notify them immediately and ask them to come over. Yi Nanshu hurriedly turned to Mo Xiaoxi for help. There was no other way but to contact his parents. Found it. His parents have been notified and are on their way. Mo Xiaoxi's voice sounded in Yi Nanshu's mind. Seeing that Yi Nanshu remained silent, the sturdy man tried to break free from Yi Nanshu's hand, but unfortunately he was far inferior to Yi Nanshu in strength. Let me go. I've made it so clear. What else do you have to say? The strong man was a little annoyed and angry. He didn't want to waste any more time. Seeing the sturdy man say the child's name in a very professional manner, the onlookers believed it even more. Everyone, come together and capture this human trafficker and send him to the police station. Yi Nanshu didn't know whether he should be happy that these people were united and brave enough to do what was right or whether he should hate such people for being indiscriminate. Everyone, please give me 5 minutes. I have contacted the biological parents of this child, and they will be here soon. I am very happy that you are brave enough to do what is right, but have you ever thought about what would happen if these two people were really human traffickers? Have you ever seen a parent covering their child's mouth? Some people just noticed this action, and everyone started talking about it. After a while, crying sounds were heard from behind the crowd. Shushu, Shushu, where are you? Yi Nanshu knew that it must be the child's biological parents who had come. The sturdy man also heard it, and he knew that if he delayed any longer he would definitely be exposed. Immediately, he winked at the woman next to him and quickly handed the child to her. After the woman took the child, she pulled out the dagger hidden in her pocket and put it against the child's neck. Get out of the way, or I'll kill him. The sturdy man was very smart. He knew that Yi Nanshu was very strong. If he were to threaten the child, he might be subdued by Yi Nanshu. You dare! Yi Nanshu shouted angrily. He didn't expect these people to be so desperate as to threaten the child, so he slowly let go of the strong man's hand. Shushu, I beg you to let my child go. At this time, the child's mother had come to the front. Looking at the child who was held hostage and unconscious, she almost fainted. Get out of the way, everyone, get out of the way. The strong man led the way, and the woman followed behind with a knife and the child in her arms. You think you can escape? Yi Nanshu's face turned cold and he said in a low voice. Damn it, it's all because of you meddling in other people's business, otherwise we would have succeeded and left long ago. The sturdy man cursed Yi Nanshu angrily. The onlookers were all confused at this moment, the situation changed too quickly. The people they thought were their parents suddenly became human traffickers, and the people they thought were human traffickers suddenly became rescuers. Because the child was in their hands, the onlookers had to make way for him. Suddenly, a van drove up and stopped outside the amusement park. Several men in black got out of the van. The two strong men took the child hostage and walked towards the van. Yi Nanshu looked at the man in black who got off the car and felt that he was very familiar with him. He must have seen him somewhere. But at this moment Yi Nanshu had no time to think about it. If he didn't save people, they would run away. Yi Nanshu touched the game coins in his pocket. These were the coins that Su Ming had dropped when he was playing the video game console just now and he had picked them up. Just when the two sturdy men were less than 2 meters away from the car, Yi Nanshu threw the game coins in his hand and hit the woman's hand holding the knife directly. Ever since the last incident with Lin Qinshuo, Yi Nanshua has been practicing darts in his dormitory, and his accuracy is incredible. Whoosh! After the game coin hit the woman's hand, the woman couldn't bear the pain and let go of her hand, and the knife fell to the ground. Before the two could react, Yi Nanshu rushed over, hugged the child and kicked the woman away. In just the blink of an eye, the two men were kicked away before they could react. Yi Nanshu pulled back and nervously checked the child's breath. Fine. He must have been knocked unconscious. Only then did Yi Nanshu feel relieved and returned the child to his mother. Shushu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. The child's mother was shaking the child with a sad look on her face. He's just knocked unconscious. His life shouldn't be in danger, but you should go to the hospital right away. Yi Nanshu comforted. Thank you, thank you. The child's father bowed repeatedly to Yi Nanshu, then picked up the child and prepared to go to the hospital, but he looked outside vigilantly, as he was afraid that those people would attack again. At this time, Yi Nanshu didn't know that there was a woman under a big tree opposite, watching every move here. Then she took out a whistle and blew it loudly. After hearing the whistle, the men in black and the two strong men quickly got into the car and ran away. Yi Nanshu looked in the direction of the whistle in surprise, but it was empty. Xiaoxi, find the whereabouts of that car for me. Yi Nanshu said to Mo Xiaoxi in his heart. He felt that this matter was not simple. Those two people were definitely not ordinary human traffickers. Those men in black in this incident made him think of Li Baoluo and his mysterious laboratory. I finally found you. Yi Nanshu clenched his fists, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. In the corner of a coffee shop not far away, a woman swiped her cup, her eyes emitting strong hatred as she stared at Yi Nanshu. This was the woman who had just directed everything under the tree. Yi Nanshu, I didn't expect that I didn't kill you with that stab. Thank goodness, God has let me meet you again in Li City. It's all because of you that I have suffered so much humiliation and cannot return home. This time, I will make sure you die. The woman's eyes were blazing with fire and she spoke to herself with a sinister smile on her face. After he finished speaking, the spoon in his hand for coffee broke. You can imagine how great the hatred was. What a coincidence that the door opened for me and I got home by chance. This woman was Li Menjing, who was taken away by Li Baoluo after stabbing Yi Nanshu in the laboratory. Ever since the accident at the East China Sea laboratory, Li Baoluo had been running around and finally brought Li Menjing to Li City to rebuild a new laboratory. The ruthless Li Menjing was noticed by Li Baoluo and has now become his right-hand man. Regarding the incident at the playground just now, it was Li Baoluo who asked Li Menjing to bring people to capture the child and take him back for research. Yi Nanshu, who originally came to Li City just to relax and travel, was destined to have an extraordinary trip to Li City after he discovered clues about Li Baoluo. Chapter 106, Wedding End. Time flies like an arrow. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, Yi Nanshu's company became the leading enterprise in Donghai. It is worth mentioning that although Mo Xiaoxi's support for Yi Nanshu has not changed much, with the growth of Yi Nanshu himself, over the years, he almost never relied on Mo Xiaoxi. When the one-year agreement with the Sun family expired, his company had already surpassed the Sun family in all aspects and became the backbone of Donghai City. Li Menjing and others were also trapped in their own web. They were sentenced to life imprisonment for suspected illegal experiments, etc. Wu Longxuan. Today is 5 years later. Yi Nanshu looked at Sun Fei in a white wedding dress, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Today is Sun Fei and his wedding day, and this wedding has made a sensation in the whole city. Sanner, is senior sister pregnant? Looking at Sun Fei who was walking slowly towards him with her arm around Sun Dahai's arm and smiling, Bai Yuntao looked at Yi Nanshu and asked with a half-smile. Yi Nanshu did not deny it and nodded slowly, yeah. Why? Su Ming sighed softly, who would have thought that the scenes in the novel would actually happen around us. These days, Sanner also told them about the changes in him after he broke up with Li Menjing 5 years ago. To be honest, when they first heard that Sanner had a moxing intelligence system in his brain, they couldn't believe it. However, as time went by and Sanner told them some things with certainty, they all believed it. Such a ridiculous thing is actually true. These things made them unable to let go for a long time. Second brother, you are wrong. Bai Yuntao said with a wry smile, do you think that if there is no moxing system, will Sanner become the richest man in Donghai? Nowadays, in the East China Sea, who doesn't know the Shida group? Now, they have all become senior executives of the Shida Group, able to call the shots. After graduation, everyone in the dormitory became a warlord, helping the Shida Group expand its territory. All this is due to this system. Yi Nanshu looked at Bai Yuntao solemnly and said earnestly, "Boss, no matter what happens, every step you take will leave a mark, and every grasp of iron will leave a trace. Don't take chances." I admit that I was very dependent on Mo Xiaoxi in the beginning, but if I want to change in the end, I can't just rely on these empty words. I have to rely on myself. A good iron must be hard on its own. Yes, Chairman, whatever you say is what it is. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. In the huge Wulongswan, the place is decorated extremely warmly. 2 helicopters were hovering above the open lawn, carrying a super large projection screen. Photos of Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei kept flashing on the projection screen. The two went through all kinds of hardships, from meeting each other to falling in love. But it is these hardships that make their love stronger and their relationship more brilliant. Sun Fei's tolerance and understanding, and Yi Nanshu's pampering and crazy love, brought the couple closer and closer. The quarrels, breakups and reunions between lovers rarely happen in front of them. Because no one can live without anyone else. In the sky, dozens of kilometers around the villa, there are a total of 520 red helicopters and professional photographers. The main purpose of these photographers is to capture today's grand wedding in 360 degrees without blind spots. The helicopters continuously dropped heart-shaped rose petals. Each petal is printed with the pinyin abbreviation of the surnames Yi Nanshu and Sun Fei. The whole villa was filled with the scent of roses. Because at this time, the whole villa is full of roses. Whether it is the flower beds or the aisles, they are all planted with roses. The rose petals falling from the sky were blown away by the wind, landing all over the East China Sea, and even further. Everyone stepped on the rose petals, smelled the fragrance, and was immersed in the sea of flowers. Outside the villa, 1,313 Hongqi FAW cars lined up in a long queue from the entrance of the manor, which was a spectacular sight. In the middle of the convoy, an Aston Martin suddenly appeared. But the guests learned from the projection screen that this car had a very important meaning to the newlyweds. So, today's protagonist decided to use this car as the main wedding car. Today is not only a milestone for Dong Hai, but also the first time for him to have a luxurious and extravagant wedding. Not to mention the 520 helicopters in the sky. Not to mention the 1,314 wedding cars. Just the number of heart-shaped roses that keep falling would be a huge number. However, many people also understood how the previous rose crisis broke out. From the top floor of the villa, red searchlights kept shining down. The shape of the searchlights was also heart-shaped, and they shone on the ground, which was very warm. About 1 meter above the ground, countless small drones were flying back and forth. The drone is hanging a red heart-shaped basket. In the hanging basket, there are either drinks or snacks and delicacies. Even though the guests were everywhere, it did not affect the drones. In fact, no drone hit anyone. As long as the guests take away the things on their bodies, these drones will automatically return to replenish food and continue. Every wall is a TV. Scrolling back and forth on it were photos of the two of them and declarations of love. The whole city was happy. Yi Nanshu took over all the advertising space in the city and put up posters announcing their marriage. Every poster is filled with blessings. The languages of various countries and the scripts of many countries form an ocean of blessings, rising into the air and floating in the air. All the docks stopped shipping cargo, and all the ships formed a heart shape in the center of the ocean. The much-anticipated wedding scene captured the attention of people all over the world. Video websites in various countries were paralyzed due to excessive traffic. In the barrage, apart from blessings, there is only envy. In Yi Nanshu's words, Sun Fei is his woman, and he wants to use his actions to tell the world that Sun Fei is his wife and no one is allowed to interfere. Yi Nanshu stared blankly at Sun Fei, who was slowly approaching him, feeling a little dazed. Today, she looks even more like an immortal in her wedding dress. The wedding dress at this moment seems to be frozen in time. The pure and beautiful color makes people dare not breathe, as if everything will be gone in a blink of an eye, and they are afraid that their breath will stain the wedding dress and affect this peerless beauty. The pure white enchanting wedding dress and the breathtakingly beautiful bride are as indifferent and delicate as the petals of a lily. The thin and translucent fabric looks incredibly beautiful on Sun Fei. Some people are thinking, looking at the past and present, who can compare with Sun Fei's stunning beauty? Jiao Chan? Yang Guifei? Or Shi Shi? Wang Xiaojun? No. From their modern perspective, Sun Fei's beauty is beyond the sky, and no one on earth can match her. She was followed by 6 flower girls, holding up the hem of her skirt. Yi Nanshu came to Sun Fei, his vocal cords trembling as he spoke in an extremely gentle voice, "Wife, I love you." Sun Fei looked at Yi Nanshu with curved eyebrows and eyes, "Husband. This book is finished.